Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 582, Chapter 581, Meeting in the Alternate Toluca Prison. While Alex was talking to Dean on the radio, every possible monster in Toluca Prison began to wake up. The lights that he had literally turned on throughout the entire complex roused whatever preferred to remain in the darkness. Screams, growls, scraping metal, and heavy blows against bars, the entire cacophony echoed through corridors, floors, and even reached the guard booth where Alex and Heather were. Heather tried to ignore this infernal chorus and focus on Alex's conversation. She caught only fragments: psychopath, murdered agents, some ritual that needed to be stopped. The answer was right under her nose. While Alex was restoring the power, she had decided to examine the box of documents. Now in her hands lay the file on Walter Sullivan, the very one Dean had mentioned. When Alex finished the call and clipped the radio back to his coat pocket, Heather carefully placed the folder back where it belonged. She wanted to ask how they were supposed to find her father in this endless maze. "Who was that psychopath you were talking about with your colleague?" she asked when Alex turned to her. "Just another brainwashed idiot," Alex replied in a carefree tone, pulling out a cigarette. "Grew up in a children's home run by the order. Alessa's mother brainwashed him with some great purpose, resurrecting a deity and all that crap. In the end he killed 10 people, then himself, and became a ghost. Now he keeps on killing. So your colleagues are trying to stop him. And as I understood, they're doing it in another part of the city, but they ended up in the same prison, only higher up." Heather asked, raising an eyebrow. "Exactly, Cheryl. All the towns around Toluca Lake are connected, whether they like it or not. All right, let's go find your father. If he's here, I'll get him out. If not, there are only 2 options left," Alex said, pointing the lit cigarette in her direction. "Isn't it just one? If Dad isn't in prison, then they sent him to the hospital to cleanse him of impurity. That cultist you interrogated said they send all the infected there," Heather said, frowning slightly. Alex looked at her calmly, but something dark flickered in his eyes. "Listen, Cheryl. If your father isn't in prison or the hospital, then Claudia is holding him in the church. They're going to try to lure you there by any means necessary anyway. And they'll use your father as a hostage. Because they need you to give birth to their god. I think you already know how that process works, even without me explaining. But don't worry, in any case, I'll get your father out." Heather nodded silently, understanding exactly what he meant. In those vague memories that surfaced in her mind, she had already seen how it happened. To give birth to a god, one had to go through pain and suffering, supposedly for rebirth, just like it had been with Alessa. She lifted her gaze to Alex, and finally fully understood why, back in the alternate Midwich Elementary, he had told Alessa he would protect the bright part of her soul. Why he never let her face real pain and sorrow. Why he had supported her from the very beginning. He didn't want her to become a vessel for some god the order believed in. "Hey, don't look at me like that, I'm getting shy," Alex said, chuckling lightly. "If you want to thank me, buy me coffee later." "Okay. And now you can go first, Mr. Agent who knows everything," Heather replied with a slight smile. Alex grinned wider and pressed the button to open the doors in the guard booth. A buzzer sounded, followed by a heavy clang, and the metal gates slowly slid apart. They stepped out of the booth and approached the open doors. Beyond them stretched a dimly lit prison block. Even though Alex had partially restored power, the light here remained faint, reddish, barely pushing back the shadows. Walking a little farther, they heard distinct sounds from above: scraping, banging on metal, low growls. Raising their heads, Alex and Heather saw endless rows of prison floors stretching upward. All of them were covered by one continuous grate, to which monsters clung. When Heather aimed her flashlight upward, the beam caught silhouettes, and the creatures immediately scattered, hiding from the light. Heather froze, stunned. Endless floors, cells, shadows. She had thought her father was somewhere here, but now she wasn't so sure anymore. "Now it feels like he's not here," she said quietly, staring upward. "There are still solitary cells and isolation units for the especially violent. Maybe they took him there. Or maybe the order doesn't even set foot in this place. But we need to check first." "Let's go," Alex said, patting her on the shoulder. Heather nodded, trying not to lose hope. She was terrified even to think that her father might be held in the order's church, and what those deranged cultists might do to him there. Alex drew ivory from its holster and moved forward along the walkway between cells, completely ignoring the monsters above that were still clinging to the bars and growling in the dark. Heather followed cautiously, occasionally glancing upward, to make sure the creatures didn't suddenly drop down. Alex turned right, and led her to the other side of the block. Right now he was interested in the inner courtyard of Toluca Prison. Continuing past empty cells, some containing corpses of inmates in orange jumpsuits, Heather suddenly tugged Alex's sleeve and pointed at a strange door with an animal symbol carved into it that they were passing. "We'll check what's behind that door later. For now let's get our bearings," Alex said, walking past. "Where are we going now? Because everything here is so confusing, I can't even imagine where to look for solitary cells or isolation units," Heather said, catching up. "Solitary cells are usually in separate blocks. Isolation units are in remote areas, like the basement, so inmates can fully feel the loneliness. But first, the courtyard. I think there'll be an exit from this place there," Alex said calmly. Heather raised an eyebrow. She already knew, an exit from the alternate world didn't necessarily have to be a door. Continuing to follow Alex, she kept looking back, every time she heard a strange rustle or whisper behind them. But the moment she turned her head, the sound vanished. Soon they reached iron doors leading to the prison courtyard. Alex pushed them open, and they stepped into a yard plunged in thick darkness. Heather swept her flashlight in every direction, but the beam wasn't strong enough to reveal anything. Alex took off his backpack and pulled out a flare gun. Raising it overhead, he fired. A bright flare shot upward, illuminating the dark courtyard. Alex and Heather saw monsters, resembling mannequins, scrambling away on all fours, fleeing from the light. But both their attention was drawn not to the fleeing creatures, but to the statue of Themis in the center of the courtyard, and the gallows behind it. When the flare burned out, the yard plunged back into darkness. But Alex had already seen everything he needed. Before pulling out a second flare, he drew his other pistol from its holster and began firing, clearing the courtyard of monsters. Shots rang out one after another. Every bullet found its mark. Heather covered her ears from the deafening noise. Alex advanced toward the center of the yard, and each shot took down another creature. By the time he reached the center, the entire courtyard was littered with corpses. Heather had stayed behind the whole time so she wouldn't fall behind, and only managed to shine her flashlight where Alex was shooting. Alex stopped beside the statue of Themis, holstered his pistols, and shone his flashlight on it. The statue was missing its scales and sword. That only irritated him, another puzzle. Heather quickly caught up and also noticed the missing parts of the statue. She looked at Alex, and saw his grim expression. "So we're going to look for the missing pieces?" she asked cautiously, glancing at him awkwardly. "Maybe. Or we can do it the easy way, take an alternative route," Alex said, nodding slightly. "What kind?" Heather asked, still looking at him. "Magic. And before you ask the next question, yes, magic exists. Just not the kind you imagine. But it's real. First, though, let's check the gallows. Then we'll look for your father," Alex said, looking at Heather. Hearing the word magic, Heather opened her mouth to ask more, but hearing the rest, she simply nodded. Seeing that Alex didn't want to explain anything yet, she followed him to the gallows. Climbing onto the platform, Alex looked at the stone plaque, pyramid head with his massive great knife raised over a condemned man. Deciding to examine it, he stepped closer and looked from the other side, maybe something was hidden there. Heather climbed up after him and looked at the hanging posts. On one of them, the rope was stained with fresh blood. She cautiously approached and touched the rope with her fingertips, feeling warm, still wet blood. As though someone had been executed very recently. The moment she touched the rope, a mechanism clicked under her feet. Panic flashed through Heather's mind. Before she could understand what was happening, she felt herself being yanked by the collar. In that same instant, right where she had been standing a second ago, a trapdoor opened, and a sharp, rusty spike covered in blood shot up from it. Impaled on the spike was the corpse of a man in a prison uniform. Seeing this, Heather was terrified, her heart seemed to stop for a moment. What did I tell you earlier? Or did my words about not touching anything suspicious just go in one ear and out the other, Cheryl? Alex's stern voice sounded right beside her. Heather turned her head and met Alex's grim gaze. He was looking at her like a disobedient child caught misbehaving. Heather didn't know how to respond. He really had repeated several times, "Don't touch anything suspicious." But she couldn't explain why she had done it. There had just been this feeling that she had to touch that noose. And it had nearly cost her life. She looked at Alex and realized her feet weren't touching the ground. Right now she was literally hanging in the air, Alex was holding her by the collar. "Sorry. It's just that this noose looked the strangest. Out of all of them, only this one had blood on it," Heather said, trying to find the right words. "For the love of all that's holy. Why does every person I try to save keep trying to get themselves killed? All right, the main thing is you're alive. That's what matters most. But don't do that again," Alex said, lowering Heather back to the floor. "I won't touch anything suspicious anymore. But it looks like this guy has something sticking out from under his clothes," Heather said, pointing at the impaled corpse, to change the subject. Alex turned toward the body, and saw a blood-stained piece of paper sticking out from under the collar of the prison uniform. Approaching closer, he pulled the edge and drew out a folded sheet. After it came an order amulet, indicating the dead man had been part of the order. Unfolding the sheet, Alex and Heather saw a blood-stained map of Toluca Prison. With the map in hand, Alex began searching for solitary cells and isolation units, where Harry Mason might possibly be held. After all, right beside them lay the corpse of an order member impaled on a spike, which indicated that order members came to this place and used it somehow. Alex traced his finger along the map, plotting a route. Soon he found the necessary locations and how to reach them. Solitary cells are in the western part of the prison. We need to go through the showers. And like I said, isolation units are in the basement. Where do we start? Alex said, pointing at spots on the map. I think we should start with the solitary cells, Heather said, pointing at the map. Alex nodded and tucked the tattered map into his coat pocket. Climbing down from the gallows, they headed back toward the prison block. The moment they returned, the block erupted in loud noise again. Someone was banging on bars and shouting. Ignoring it, Alex and Heather, guided by the map, headed toward another block, where the solitary cells were located. The passage to the next section was conveniently right behind that strange door with the animal carving. Alex noticed that the keyhole had a strange shape. It reminded him of something. Realization flashed in his mind. Instead of smashing the door as usual, he pulled the order badge from his pocket and inserted it into the keyhole. He was right, the badge was the key. A moment later came a click, the doors opened. Looks like it wasn't for nothing that I took this thing with me, Alex said, holding the cult badge in his hand. Could it be that part of the prison is being used by the order? Heather asked, frowning slightly. Possibly. And if someone's still there, I wouldn't mind having a little chat with them. Just this time, don't get involved in the conversation. Otherwise they'll start screaming again about how you're going to give birth to their god, Alex said, giving Heather a dry look. I didn't know they'd react to me like that. And let me remind you, I only recently found out I'm part of the one they call a monster, Heather said, staring intently at Alex. Alessa isn't a monster. And neither are you a monster or a vessel for a god, Cheryl. The ones who do things like this to children, they're the real monsters. Alessa just wants revenge, and she can be understood. Anyone in her place would want the same, Alex said, gently stroking Heather's hair. Hearing his words, Heather felt relief without even realizing it. Stopping stroking her hair, Alex pushed the doors open and stepped into a long prison corridor leading to another section of the prison. Even though Alex had partially restored the lighting, the lamps in the corridor burned dimly, but even that was enough to keep the monsters away. Rustling sounds came from behind walls and from the ceiling, but the creatures didn't show themselves. Ignoring the noise, Alex and Heather walked through the long corridor and reached another prison block. Alex was certain, if not for the accidentally found map, he would have already started smashing everything to find a way out. Looking around, he turned toward the showers. When they reached the place where, according to the map, the door to the shower should have been, they found themselves facing an ordinary prison cell. Maybe you're holding the map wrong. The solitary block isn't in the western part, it's in the eastern. Heather asked, looking at the map in Alex's hands. I'm holding it right. And there should be a door here. Hold the map for a second. I'll check if we're in the right place, Alex said, handing the map to Heather. Heather took the map without protest and began turning it in her hands, trying to figure out if Alex was oriented correctly. Alex himself approached the prison cell, grabbed the bars, yanked and broke the lock, opening the door. He stepped up to the wall and lightly tapped it with his fist, listening to the sound. He quickly realized there was a room on the other side. All that was left was to make a passage. Alex stepped back, raised his leg, and kicked the wall. The first kick knocked out a large chunk. One more kick, and a big enough hole appeared in the wall to pass through without issue. Hearing the crash, Heather looked up and saw Alex once again smashing through a wall. And on the other side was indeed the shower room. I told you we were going the right way. If there's no passage, just make one, Alex said, giving a thumbs up and looking at Heather. I'm getting the impression this is completely normal for you, Heather said, walking closer. I run into this more often than you think. Sometimes it's easier to punch through a wall than look for a detour, Alex said, lighting a cigarette. Heather nodded and peeked through the hole in the wall. On the other side really was the shower room, but the moment she looked in, a nauseating smell of blood hit her face. Despite the shower being lit, the walls and floor were covered in old dried blood, as though blood, not water, had flowed from the pipes. Alex stepped through the hole first, then extended a hand to Heather so she wouldn't fall. The moment they entered the shower room, Heather felt an even more unpleasant sensation, as though blood was sticking to her skin. The smell was so strong that even her mouth filled with a metallic taste. Here, this'll help, Alex said, handing her a candy. Thanks. Otherwise I've got the taste of blood in my mouth from that smell, Heather said, popping the candy into her mouth to get rid of the taste. Then let's get out of here if you don't like it. We need to go through that door, and we'll end up in the solitary cell block, Alex said, pointing to the door at the far end of the shower room. Heather nodded eagerly and walked forward, to leave this place as quickly as possible. Even with the sweet taste of candy in her mouth, she still felt the metallic tang of blood. Alex followed, looking around. The shower room was a large circular space with rusty pipes and cracked tiles. When they were almost at the exit, Alex and Heather heard metallic scraping behind them. Turning their heads, they saw nothing. But the scraping grew clearer. Following the sound, Alex looked up at the ceiling and saw a monster perched on the rusty pipes. A tall humanoid with a brown sack over its head and a noose around its neck. Instead of hands, long blades extending straight from the elbows. It was making the scraping sound by dragging its blades across the pipes, each time striking sparks. Seeing the monster, Heather immediately recognized it. That's him. That's the one who attacked me in the mall. And then I met that strange woman, Claudia, Heather said in a frightened tone. I see. Then hold my backpack. I'm going to have a little chat with it and explain that it's rude to attack people, Alex said calmly, handing the backpack to Heather. Better let's just leave. Heather said, wanting to stop him. In response, Alex gave her a light smile, stroked her hair, and walked forward. Approaching closer, he looked up at the monster. It was still sitting on the pipes. When Alex got close enough, the monster jumped down and landed nearby. In the same instant it lunged at Alex, swinging its blades. The monster struck downward, aiming to cleave Alex in half. Alex calmly sidestepped at the last moment. The blade sliced through the shower room tiles. Before the monster could raise the blade again, Alex stepped on it, pinning it in place. At the same moment the monster swung its second blade, but Alex caught it between two fingers, stopping it cold. Well. I didn't know Claudia managed to tame something like this, Alex said calmly, lighting a cigarette with one hand. In response the monster let out an incomprehensible growl, still trying to wrench its blades free from Alex's grip. But Alex kept pressing down on one blade with his foot and held the other between his fingers, not letting the monster break free. Heather, standing a little farther back, was once again shocked by what Alex had just done. Taking a drag of cigarette smoke, Alex grinned and stubbed the cigarette out on the monster's face. It let out a scream and began thrashing even harder. Alex only grinned wider, and punched the monster in the face. There was a crunch of broken bones, the filthy sack over its head became soaked with blood. Alex continued punching the monster's head, each blow snapping it backward. Stopping the punches, Alex shifted his foot forward slightly, the one pinning the blade. He pressed harder. There was a sound of tearing flesh, the blade that served as the monster's arm was ripped off. Having lost an arm, the monster began screaming hysterically and thrashing, splattering blood everywhere. Alex released the second blade, and delivered a spinning kick, sending the monster flying. It crashed through the shower room and slammed back first into a partition, shattering it. I was just thinking, why do you need two blades? One would be enough. What I don't understand is why Claudia created you. Did she think she could imitate Alessa? After all, Alessa has her own guardians, and Claudia has you, a pathetic copy, Alex said, picking up the monster's severed blade. He understood he was talking to himself. After all, the monster in front of him was just Claudia's chained dog, which she set on anyone she didn't like. The monster, despite its missing arm and shattered partition, began trying to stand. Slipping in its own blood on the tiles, it clumsily attempted to rise. With difficulty it got up and looked at Alex. Alex, without much emotion, held the blade in his hand, and gave a slight wave, as if to say, "Come on, attack." The monster charged at Alex with an incomprehensible cry, resembling a wail or screech, swinging its remaining blade. Alex calmly parried the blows, using the monster's own blade. After another strike Alex lightly kicked its leg, the monster lost balance and began to fall. At the very last moment Alex positioned the blade right in the path of the fall. The monster fell onto its own blade, which pierced straight through its chest. The body twitched slightly, and finally went limp. Heather, who had watched the entire thing, only came back to herself after the monster died. The way it died, by its own weapon, gave her a strange feeling. Pyramid Head was way more interesting than this thing. What else can you expect from a knockoff, Alex said, lightly kicking the dead monster's head. Why do you call this monster a knockoff? And how is it connected to that woman? Heather asked, approaching Alex and cautiously looking at the dead creature. Because Claudia used to be friends with Alessa in the past. How I know that, I won't tell you. But I'll tell you that Claudia was one of the people who betrayed Alessa. And that's all you need to know, Alex said, taking his backpack from Heather's hands. How much do you actually know? Every time you say things only someone deeply involved would know, Heather asked, looking at Alex. I've never been here before. But I know a lot. It's part of my job, to know everything that's going on. Maybe at the end I'll tell you why I know so much. But right now I'm not going to. Because it's not the kind of truth you'll want to hear, Alex said calmly, starting to walk forward to leave the shower room. Heather could only frown for a moment at his words, and a second later sigh, realizing there was no point in asking questions. After all, he had been protecting her from the very beginning. She glanced once more at the monster that had attacked her in the mall, and aimed her pistol at it. A gunshot rang out in the shower room, a bullet hole appeared in the monster's head, blood beginning to seep from it. Alex, who had already reached the door, heard the shot, turned his head toward Heather and frowned for a moment, noticing what she had done. But seeing that it brought no consequences, and rather relief, like a final farewell, he nodded, perfectly understanding, Heather was part of Alessa. And in this way she had said a final goodbye to Claudia, even if Claudia herself wasn't here, only the monster she had created and controlled. On Heather's face was a strange look of relief. She looked at Alex, and even smiled slightly, despite the unpleasant surroundings. When Heather approached Alex, she nodded, showing she was ready to continue. Alex smiled lightly and stroked her hair. Leaving the shower room, Alex led Heather farther, toward the solitary cell block. After navigating yet another maze of corridors, they emerged into a spacious area, a guard post with another booth. Entering the booth, Alex quickly scanned the room and saw, an iron pipe had been jammed into the panel controlling the cell doors. Approaching the panel, he yanked the pipe out, and saw that the cell door control system had been irreversibly destroyed. Looks like someone really didn't want anyone opening the doors here, Heather said, shining her flashlight on the mechanism. And that means someone, or something, is here. And if Claudia's chained dog showed up on our path, that means there's someone here that Claudia hates, Alex said, calmly stroking his chin. And who could have pissed off that crazy bitch? Heather asked, looking at Alex. We'll find out soon enough. First we need to figure out which cell they're keeping him in, Alex said, leaving the guard booth. Heather nodded and hurried after him. Leaving the booth, Alex approached an iron door, and effortlessly pried it open. Opening the passage, he saw rows of solitary cells stretching along the corridor. Approaching the nearest one, Alex slid open the viewing slot to look inside. He saw an unpleasant sight, thousands of beetles swarmed in the cell, crawling over the body of a dead man. Heather also wanted to look, but Alex gently pressed his palm against her face, signaling, better not. Heather nodded, and Alex continued checking one cell after another. Until a distant male voice came from one of them. Hey, is anyone out there? It called, becoming clearer. Alex and Heather exchanged glances and moved toward the voice. Approaching the cell, Alex stopped, to listen. To Heather the male voice sounded very familiar. Sliding open the viewing slot of the solitary cell, Alex saw a man inside, chained to a chair with iron shackles. Dark hair, thin-framed glasses. Alex, of course, recognized him. It was Vincent Smith, one of the Order's priests. He handled finances, and skimmed part of the money for his own needs. Thanks to his manipulative charisma, he always came out clean. Vincent, chained to the chair, also noticed the eyes looking at him, and smiled slightly. Sighing, Alex pulled the iron cell door toward him, and effortlessly opened it. Alex and Heather stepped into the cell. Vincent, noticing Heather, smiled slightly. Heather also realized why the voice had sounded so familiar. Well, look who's here. Nice to see you again, Heather. Didn't expect we'd meet again so soon, and in a place like this. Did that crazy bitch catch you too, but you escaped from her again? Vincent said with a light smile. I see you ended up exactly where you belong, Heather replied in an irritated tone. Oh, Heather. Some things happen because they happen. Who would have thought that crazy bitch would turn out to be this crazy? And who is this mysterious companion of yours? Care to introduce us? Vincent said, looking at Heather, then shifting his gaze to Alex. That's not important. You'd better tell me, how far has Claudia gone in her madness? And where is the second part of the Metatron seal? Alex said calmly, lighting a cigarette. Oh, how serious. But as you can see, my hands are tied. I can't answer your question, Vincent said, showing he was still chained to the chair. The last Order member didn't want to talk either. But after a couple of nails driven into his hand, he happily answered all my questions. And if you don't want to end up as a mangled corpse, answer me. And don't even try looking at Cheryl. She won't help you. And while I'm here, your usual verbal manipulations won't do you much good, Alex said, leaning closer to Vincent and blowing cigarette smoke in his face. Vincent looked into Alex's eyes, and now could fully see him. It was hard not to notice the state of Alex's clothes, completely covered in blood and dirt. While Heather was only dirty. Looking into Alex's empty eyes, Vincent felt a lump rise in his throat, which he swallowed with difficulty. It was as though the men in front of him could see right through him. And if he tried his old tricks, he definitely wouldn't like the consequences. Vincent himself didn't understand why, but Alex's gaze scared him far more than Alessa scared all the Order members. To be continued. For God's sake, I hope you're getting some of the hints about what Alex is doing and what's going on with Heather. Because if not, I'll be happy to explain it all to you, or at least try. Although I've already left a greasy hint that shouldn't be hard to understand. Oh well, I'm so hungry right now that I'd better go eat. Food tastes better when it's hot. Chapter 583, Chapter 582, Not Everyone Can Leave Silent Hill. Vincent Smith, the young priest of the Order's church, was one of the few who knew the true story connecting Alessa and Claudia. Despite belonging to the same order as Claudia, their views on God were radically different. Vincent believed worship could be done on one's own terms, without fanaticism or blind submission. He had a pronounced tendency toward sadism, narcissism, and materialism. He loved manipulating parishioners, skimming part of the donations, and spending them on his whims. Vincent never hesitated to throw sarcastic remarks at Claudia, especially after she overthrew Dahlia Gillespie and seized power. Unlike the rest of the Order, Vincent saw something unique and fascinating in the alternate world of Silent Hill. This world laid bare people's fears, guilt, and darkest experiences, and Vincent, in his right mind, admired it. He genuinely wanted it all to end, but not out of mercy, out of a desire to stay alive and keep his power. That was why his first meeting with Heather had been full of hints and half-truths. He had no intention of showing his cards. He wanted to use her to get rid of Alessa first, then Claudia. He considered Alessa a monster born from the Order's crimes. And Claudia, he saw as a madwoman trying to imitate Alessa and become a goddess. More than once in front of other Order members, he had called Claudia a demon pretending to speak for God. In the end, his words and actions led Claudia to give the order. Vincent was captured, brutally beaten, and imprisoned in the alternate Toluca prison, in a solitary cell from which, in her opinion, he would never escape. When Vincent saw Heather enter his cell, accompanied by a stranger, he briefly thought luck had finally turned in his favor. A few well-chosen words and he'd be free. But within seconds he realized, it wasn't going to work. Vincent stared straight into the eyes of the men who leaned down to his face level and exhaled cigarette smoke. Vincent couldn't even cough, the stranger's gaze paralyzed him. From the corner of his eye, Vincent noticed the state of the stranger's clothes, a black coat soaked in blood so thoroughly that even the dark color couldn't hide it. But what terrified him most were the eyes, rainbow-colored, devoid of any emotion, with deep, almost tangible darkness inside. Vincent tried to look away, he couldn't. It was as though if he blinked or turned aside, something far worse than anything Claudia could do would happen. Now then, Vincent Smith, we're going to play a very simple game, Alex said with a wide smile, baring sharp teeth. You're going to answer all my questions. Or else. Or else what? Vincent swallowed, feeling the lump in his throat become unbearable. Or else everything you've seen so far will seem like child's play to you. When it comes to torture, I'm far more inventive than Claudia and far more terrifying than Alessa. Trust me, I've broken beings mortals haven't even heard of, Alex whispered, leaning even closer. The whisper echoed not only through the cell, it rang directly inside Vincent's head from all sides at once. Vincent looked at Alex's face, and in that instant he was gripped by a fear he had never experienced before. The stranger's face became shrouded in thick darkness, only the rainbow eyes and a row of sharp teeth in a grin remained visible. Vincent struggled to tear his gaze away and looked at Heather. She stood behind Alex and saw only his back. She hadn't heard a word, hadn't seen what had happened to his face. Vincent understood. Heather had no idea what kind of monster was holding her hand. She trusted him. And judging by how Alex behaved around her, he genuinely cared for the girl. Vincent wanted to use Heather to get rid of Alex. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He began to suffocate, as though someone had squeezed his lungs, forcing out the last of the air. Struggling to breathe, he looked into Alex's eyes, and saw an even wider, more horrifying grin. Vincent looked at him pleadingly. Alex raised a finger to his lips, the gesture meaning silence. Vincent nodded frantically, he understood. In the next instant he could breathe again, and greedily gulped air. The solitary cell was small. Heather stood behind Alex and couldn't see what was happening. She only saw Alex staring into Vincent's eyes, but heard nothing. And since you're such an understanding conversationalist, let's start with the simplest question, Alex said, leaning against the wall and giving Vincent more space. I know perfectly well how much you dislike Claudia and the way she runs the order. So here's my question, how far has Claudia gone in her madness and her desire to give birth to your pathetic God? That crazy bitch. Claudia, she doesn't want to give birth to God. Vincent forced out, trembling with fear. What do you mean, doesn't want? Isn't the whole point of your order to make your God come into the world and grant you paradise and purification? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow and bringing the cigarette to his lips. I overheard Claudia, when she was talking to her loyal followers. She wants to use Heather as an incubator, and then absorb the fruit, to become a deity herself, and save everyone. That crazy bitch said only she is worthy of being the vessel for God. That's why she overthrew Dahlia, and sent her for purification. Vincent said, shifting his gaze to Heather's stomach. Heather immediately covered her stomach with her hands, panic gripped her. She already understood, to give birth to a god, an embryo had to appear inside her. A thought flashed through her mind, what if it had already happened? What if she simply hadn't noticed? Alex heard Vincent's words, thought for a moment and nodded, understanding, Claudia was fully capable of something like that in a fit of madness. She envied Alessa, the one who was supposed to become the vessel. Claudia had learned this from her father, one of the Order's highest-ranking members. In the past, Claudia and Alessa had been friends and both wanted to see the paradise their god would bring. But when Claudia overheard her father's conversation, envy consumed her. And now that Claudia had seized control of the Order, she wanted to become the deity herself and lead the Order into their so-called paradise. While thinking, Alex heard a rustle nearby, turned his head and saw Heather running her hands over her stomach with a panicked expression. Cheryl, there's nothing there. You're not pregnant with their god or anything else. Their god is born from pain, suffering, and purification. So calm down and breathe deeply, Alex said, placing his palm on her head. Really? Heather asked, still trembling. Really? Now calm down and let me finish talking to this guy, Alex said, stroking her hair. Hearing the confirmation, Heather let out a relieved breath. She definitely didn't want to be pregnant with some entity. Vincent also looked at Heather, more intently this time, and realized she hadn't yet encountered the darkness, hadn't become a vessel. She still remained the bright part of Alessa's soul, unstained by sin, pain, and hatred. Vincent shifted his gaze back to Alex, and realized this was the man responsible for Claudia's plans going off the rails. He himself had wanted to use Heather, so she would first defeat Alessa, then Claudia, and in the end he would deal with her. But neither he nor Claudia had anticipated a variable like Alex. Next question, Vincent. The second part of the Metatron seal, where is it? Alex said, pulling the first part of the seal from his inner pocket. I don't know. Vincent shook his head. That's a lie, Alex said calmly. Cheryl, go stand in the corner and cover your ears so you don't hear what's about to happen. Heather raised an eyebrow and looked at Alex. But under his gaze she could only nod. She turned, walked to the corner, and covered her ears. Vincent panicked. He understood that the moment Heather turned away, something terrible awaited him. Wait. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. The second part of the seal is in the hands of Leonard Wolf. I found out when I visited him in the hospital after Claudia sent him there. He told me himself it was his duty to guard the seal. Even Claudia doesn't know about it, Vincent blurted out in a panicked tone. Hearing the desperate cry, Alex smiled contemptuously. He knew people like this too well. They loved to manipulate, considered themselves superior, smarter. But the moment they found themselves in a situation where their tricks didn't work, where their life was in danger, they instantly revealed their true cowardly nature. Heather, almost turned away and covering her ears, heard Vincent's cry, turned her head and saw the panic in his eyes. She didn't understand what Alex had done to frighten him so much in such a short conversation. But one thing was clear, Vincent was terrified of being left alone with Alex, even if she was still in the room. So daddy of that crazy bitch hid an important artifact from his own daughter. Though I think Claudia simply doesn't care. After all, that thing in your hands is nothing more than a shiny trinket. I'm right, aren't I, Vincent? Alex said, smiling calmly. I don't know. Vincent shook his head, trying not to meet Alex's gaze. Whatever you say. And now the last question, where is Harry Mason? Where are they keeping him? Alex said, shrugging slightly. He was supposed to be sent to Brookhaven Hospital. But I heard from the ones who brought me here, someone was taken to the isolation unit area. If you let me go, I'll show you where it is, Vincent said, looking at Heather instead of Alex. Oh, Vincent, my boy. You could have counted on Heather's help to get out of here. But, no. We'll find the isolation unit ourselves, and even the passage to the hospital. You see, my future daughter is actually helping us move forward. And you, essentially, are useless, Alex said cheerfully, wagging a finger at Vincent like at a naughty child. What do you mean by, future daughter? Vincent asked, thinking he had misheard. Exactly what it sounds like. I'm going to adopt Alessa. And wipe out every single member of the Order. But since you helped us even a little, even if it's insignificant, I'll give you a chance, like I give everyone. Whether you can escape Silent Hill before I finish here, or become food for my wife's pets. It all depends on how fast you can run and whether you can get out, Alex said, grinning widely. Vincent first thought he had misheard the part about adopting Alessa. But Alex's gaze said, this was no joke. Especially the part about exterminating the Order. The phrase about his wife's pets, though, he didn't understand. As if reading the question in Vincent's eyes, Alex pointed downward. Vincent followed his gaze down, and looked at his own feet, or rather at his shadow, which merged with Alex's. In that instant, dozens of red eyes and sharp maws opened in the shadow, all staring at him with obvious hunger. Seeing this, Vincent trembled even harder, not even wanting to know what kind of creatures lived in Alex's shadow. Still smiling, Alex pulled an old rusty metal file from his pocket and placed it in Vincent's hand. "Here's your way to freedom. Like I said, I'll help however I can. The rest depends on you. And to make it easier, fine, I'll free one of your hands." Alex tore the shackles off Vincent's one hand. Vincent stared at the rusty file in his hand, then looked at Alex like he was looking at a sadist. Alex only grinned wider and gave a thumbs up, showing, "Your life now depends on your own efforts." Heather, watching all this, didn't even know how to react. She simply stayed silent. Alex calmly placed his hands on Heather's shoulders and gently pushed her out of the solitary cell, leaving Vincent alone with his struggle for survival. Vincent watched in panic as Alex and Heather left, abandoning him with the rusty file. He looked at the thick shackles binding his legs and remaining hand, and understood, it would take him a very long time to free himself. "Wait. I can lead you to the church. You need Claudia, I know a secret passage so no one will notice you." Vincent shouted just before the doors closed. Alex peeked back into the cell with a wide grin. "I don't need that. I'll just walk through the front door. And like my father said before sending me to work, I believe you'll handle it, and may luck always be on your side." With those words Alex slammed the iron doors shut, leaving Vincent in solitude. After locking the cell, Alex looked at Heather. Her eyes held a silent question. He smiled lightly and led her toward the isolation unit area. After all, according to Vincent, another man had been brought there. Alex led Heather through the dimly lit corridors of Toluca prison, following the map. Wandering between prison cells, they soon reached another door. All this time Heather hoped, the man Vincent mentioned, was her father. Even if the hope was slim, she didn't want to lose it. "According to the map, this corridor leads to the isolation unit area," Alex said, tucking the map back into his coat pocket. "Do you think my father could be there? Or does Claudia want to use him to get to me?" Heather asked, looking at Alex and trying to hold on to hope. "Cheryl, I promised, I'll get you and your father out. And at some point all of this will just become a nightmare you'll eventually forget. No matter what happens, I'll see you through to the end. Because it's not just you who deserves a happy ending," Alex said, stroking her hair. "Does Alessa deserve a happy ending too?" Heather asked cautiously, looking at him. "Yes. Even though you and Alessa are two parts of one whole. But both of you equally deserve a happy life, without pain, suffering, and darkness," Alex replied with a calm smile. After those words Alex pushed open the rusty iron doors and stepped forward. Heather quickly followed. The isolation units were on the basement level, they needed to go down. Descending the stairs into the basement, Heather thought about Alex's words, she and Alessa, two parts of one whole. She was the bright part of Alessa's soul, while Alessa had kept the darkness for herself. Heather couldn't understand, how could they exist separately while being two different people? No matter how hard she tried, she found no answer. "Since we're two halves of one whole, how can we live separately?" she asked, following Alex down. "Cheryl, the human soul is so unique and precious you can't even imagine. Even if I explained it, you still wouldn't fully understand. It's easier for you to think of yourself as Alessa's twin. Your connection is roughly like that of twins, on one hand you're part of one, on the other, both unique. Each of you has your own thoughts, desires, dreams. So don't clutter your head with extra questions," Alex said, turning his head slightly to look at her. Hearing the answer, Heather sighed and nodded, continuing to follow him. Soon they reached the very bottom. Before them stood another rusty iron door. Alex was about to push it open when he heard the sound of someone stepping in water. Lowering his gaze, he saw liquid seeping from under the door. Heather shone her flashlight, the liquid was blood. Heather frowned slightly and looked at Alex. He pressed against the door, and felt resistance, someone was holding it from the other side. Pressing harder, Alex opened the door and stepped through first. He saw the corpse of an order member, his body riddled with numerous holes, blood still oozing from them. "Looks like the inmates in the isolation units didn't like having visitors," Alex said, examining the corpse. "But who killed him?" "He looks like he was turned into a sieve," Heather said, pointing at the holes. "Well, either he decided to hug a giant porcupine, or there's a monster here that loves poking people with something sharp," Alex said, stroking his chin. "Neither option sounds optimistic," Heather said, grimacing. "Well, whatever it is, we just have to kill it. Now let's go, see who those cultists brought here," Alex said, lighting a cigarette. "I hope it's my dad," Heather said, clenching her fists. "Me too, Cheryl," Alex replied, exhaling smoke. They moved forward, no longer paying attention to the dead order member. Continuing through the basement level, where there were also prison cells, Alex and Heather headed toward the farthest part, where the isolation units were located. The smell of dampness and mold here was especially heavy. Every step felt like stepping on something sticky and viscous. In one of the cells they saw yet another dead Order member in a protective suit, his body also riddled like a sieve. Realizing a monster might be nearby, Alex drew Blue Rose from behind his back and moved forward. Almost at the isolation unit area, they heard a sound, like something metallic being dragged across the floor. Peeking around the corner, Alex saw the monster, its body pierced with iron rods, even from its eyes. On its legs, iron shackles clanking with every movement. The monster twitched in convulsions, pacing back and forth near the door. "It looks like the monster we saw in the apartments," Heather whispered, pointing at the creature. "Well, now we know what a hug monster looks like." "Though I wouldn't hug something like that," Alex said, nodding and scratching his head with the barrel of the revolver. "But how could it kill those Order members if it has rods sticking out of its eyes?" Heather asked, turning her head to Alex. "Maybe it has good hearing." "Or those dead idiots were such idiots they couldn't even escape a blind monster," Alex said, shrugging. Heather looked at Alex. He had once again called Order members idiots. She was already getting used to it and had started thinking the same way. Alex aimed Blue Rose at the monster, and fired. The creature's head burst, and it collapsed to the floor. Heather covered her ears just in time, so she wouldn't go deaf from the roar. Holstering the revolver, Alex moved forward, stepped on the monster and continued. Heather skirted the creature, unwilling to step on something so disgusting. Approaching the door, Alex lightly pushed it with his hand. The door didn't budge. He waved at Heather to step back. When she retreated, Alex kicked the rusty iron door, knocking it off its hinges. The door crashed inside, slamming against the dirty concrete floor. Alex and Heather entered the room, a spacious one with many rusty old doors. And this was only the first room, another similar one stretched farther ahead. So in which of these isolation rooms could the person they brought here be? Alex asked, stroking his chin. Should we check each one? Heather asked, looking at him. Alex thought for a moment, and shrugged slightly. Not much choice. He approached the nearest isolation unit and yanked the door, opened it. The first unit was empty. But the room itself looked designed to break anyone placed inside, walls, ceiling, and floor covered in small spikes. Even lying down or leaning was impossible. Traces of old dried blood indicated more than one person had been here. Seeing this, Heather felt anxiety, thinking about her father possibly being held in such an isolation unit. Alex opened one door after another, until he heard a faint groan and heavy breathing. Hearing the groan, Heather rushed to the closed door and began pulling on it with all her strength. The harder she pulled, the greater her anxiety grew. She clearly heard groans from the other side. Seeing her behavior, Alex calmly approached, placed a hand on her shoulder, pushed her back gently. In the same moment he yanked the door toward him, ripped it off its hinges. Heather immediately looked inside, thinking her father was there. But instead of her father she saw another man, whom she also knew. Alex looked in after her, and saw a beaten man who had clearly been tortured, broken face, shattered fingers, clear blood stains on his clothes. It was the private detective Douglas Cartland, whom Claudia had hired to find Heather. Douglas lay on the floor of the isolation unit, despite the spikes, and groaned heavily. Alex gently pushed Heather aside, approached Douglas, to help the man up and pull him out of the unit. In his condition Douglas barely understood what was happening, only felt himself being led somewhere again. Alex propped Douglas against the wall and began examining his body. Why is he in this state? Heather asked in horror, staring at Douglas. I think it's because he didn't bring you to them. Most likely Claudia took her anger out on him, Alex said, shaking his head. But why would she do that? Why did he go to her at all? Heather asked, clenching her fists. Heather. Douglas muttered with difficulty, raising his head. Seeing Douglas's condition and understanding he wouldn't last long, Alex sighed slightly, touched 2 fingers to the man's forehead. In that instant the wounds on Douglas's body began to heal, his condition rapidly returning to normal. Heather saw this, and stared at Alex in shock, not understanding what was happening. Douglas felt the pain recede. Even the broken fingers, which Claudia had snapped one by one, began to mend. The wounds closed. Douglas blinked in confusion, looked first at Alex, then at Heather. Heather. Why are you here? He asked, staring at her. You'd better tell us, why were you in this condition and why are you here? Alex said, standing up and lighting a cigarette. I didn't want Heather to come to this city. So I thought, if I could get Harry Mason out, she wouldn't have to go to Silent Hill. Then she wouldn't fall into Claudia's hands, Douglas said in a heavy tone. And let me guess, you showed up on Claudia's doorstep saying Heather would soon be in Silent Hill, tried to sneak in information about where they were holding Harry, and ended up captured, tortured, and sent here. I'm right, aren't I? Alex said calmly, exhaling smoke. That's exactly what happened. And before I could find out where they sent Heather's father, they grabbed me. But my wounds, why am I healthy again? And who are you? Douglas said, nodding and looking at Alex. I'm a federal agent with the Bureau of Control. As for how I healed you, well, I won't say. Consider it thanks for helping Heather. You could have taken the money and walked away. Pretty noble for a private detective who usually digs into other people's lives for cash, Alex said, looking at Douglas with a calm gaze. Douglas opened his mouth and immediately closed it. Alex was right. He had taken this job after a series of tragedies: divorce, his wife's death from illness a couple of years later, his son's death during a bank robbery, all because of lack of money. After his son's death, Douglas quit the police and became a private detective. Work and alcohol, his only companions. Until he took on Heather in her father's case. Learning what the order was planning, Douglas wanted to warn Heather, but it was too late. The order had already kidnapped Harry. Feeling guilt he hadn't felt in a long time, he decided to help, because he saw his late son in Heather. And so he promised to bring her to Silent Hill and help get her father back. But listening to Heather's life story on the way to Silent Hill, he decided to handle everything himself. And ended up caught. Douglas looked at Heather, and felt guilt again, because part of her life had suffered partly because of him. Sorry, Heather. I didn't know it would end like this. I shouldn't have brought you to this place. I should have warned you and your father about the order earlier, Douglas said with a heavy sigh, lowering his head. I don't blame you. You didn't know it would turn out this way. And you still wanted to help me and my father. I'm truly grateful to you, Heather said, trying to sound calm. Hearing her words, instead of relief, Douglas felt an even heavier burden on his heart. Even the fact that she didn't blame him made him feel worse. Seeing this, Heather crouched beside him and took the man's hand. Even though they had only known each other recently, she didn't blame him. Heather understood, this wasn't Douglas's fault. Alex stood behind Heather smoking a cigarette, shaking his head slightly. But at the same time he thought, Douglas had done the right thing. He came to his senses in time, decided to help, despite the consequences, and wanted to fix everything. In Alex's eyes that was worthy of respect. All right, enough of this sentimentality. We need to get you out of this city, old man, Alex said, stubbing out his cigarette. Didn't you say yourself that without certain conditions we can't leave the city? Heather asked, looking at Alex. Let's start with the fact that you still can't leave, and you understand why. But he can. He just needs a door, Alex said, pointing at Douglas. Heather nodded understandingly. What do you mean, Heather can't leave the city? How should I understand that? Douglas asked, having overheard their conversation. Heather is tied to the city, just like Alessa. So until then she can't leave, the city won't let her go. Now enough stupid questions, get up, Alex said, rolling his eyes. Douglas frowned and looked at Heather, she nodded. Douglas knew about the strange connection between Heather and Alessa, but didn't know the details. Most of the information about the order was hard to comprehend. When Douglas stood up, Alex beckoned him and Heather to follow and approached another closed isolation door. Alex pulled chalk from his backpack and began drawing inscriptions on the iron door in the walls nearby. He remembered the spell Sam had found. Sam had planned to use it to open the door to room 302. Alex was going to use it to open a door out of Silent Hill. Finishing, Alex slapped the iron door. The inscriptions flared for a brief moment, as though burning into the walls and door. All the doors are ready. When you leave the city, Bureau of Control agents will meet you on the other side. Tell them I'll finish soon. And if they ask about the missing agents, give them this, Alex said, handing Douglas the badges of the dead agents. And what about you two? Douglas asked, looking at Alex and Heather. Don't worry about Heather. I can protect her. Now stop wasting time, go. We still need to find Harry and beat the crazy bitch, Alex said, opening the iron doors. When the doors opened, Douglas and Heather saw an asphalt road covered in thick fog. Both recognized it, this was the very road leading into Silent Hill. Douglas looked at Alex, nodded slightly. Then looked at Heather. He wanted to say something, but closed his mouth and simply wished her luck in the search. When Douglas left, Alex slammed the doors shut. Well, at least we sent one back. So, Cheryl. Next stop, the hospital, Alex said with a light smile. I hope Dad is there. And I definitely agree with your words, that crazy bitch needs to be beaten, Heather said, crossing her arms and nodding. Alex chuckled lightly and led Heather back toward the surface, because he knew, the gallows in the prison courtyard served as a passage farther on. To be continued. So, I've thought about it and decided that I might not show the rest of the storylines. I just think it would take up even more chapters, and I really want to show even more places, including Helsing, and maybe even the Outlast plot. Or something else. So, I guess we'll see how we get to the end of Silent Hill's plot. Chapter 584, Chapter 583, Final Steps Before the Finale. The way back to the inner courtyard of Toluca Prison turned out to be far more convoluted than Alex had initially assumed when he led Heather out of the basement level where the isolation units were located. Alex followed the same path they had taken to get there. But in the end, he and Heather found themselves in a completely different part of the prison, and the most unpleasant thing about this section was that there was no light at all. Despite Alex having partially restored power to Toluca Prison, this particular area where they now were remained pitch black. Alex even began to feel as though the prison itself was mocking him, refusing to let him return the way they came. Continuing to wander through the dark corridors of this unknown prison wing, Alex gradually started losing patience and was one step away from simply smashing through walls to create a straight path. Stopping at yet another fork, Heather shone her flashlight on the map Alex was holding, and in the beam she caught his face. Even without words, she could tell he was on the verge. The same went for Heather herself, who was also slowly losing patience. It felt like they were walking down the same corridor over and over. And all because they kept passing through the hallway lined with prison cells, and Heather distinctly remembered that in one of those cells there had been a corpse in a prison uniform. Fine. You want to play games? We'll play by your rules. Big deal, I let one person go free, Alex said with an irritated expression, tucking the map back into his coat pocket. You think the city itself is doing this? Heather asked, catching his words. How else? All right, now we go straight ahead, even if there's a wall, Alex said irritably and started walking forward. Heather looked at Alex, nodded, and followed. Alex strode ahead down the corridor until they reached yet another fork. Stopping, Alex decided to use his magical sight to see the path ahead, simply because he was finally fed up with wandering through dark hallways. Looking both ways, he turned left and walked forward, holding Heather's hand so she wouldn't fall behind. Because Alex was moving at a brisk pace, Heather practically had to jog to keep up. He was gripping her hand tightly. And when the end of the dark corridor turned out to be a wall, Alex didn't slow down, he kicked it hard, blasting open a passage forward. The moment Alex knocked out a chunk of the wall, a wave of cold air rushed in from the other side, as though there was a freezer on the opposite side. Leaning forward, Alex saw a spacious freezer room. Frozen pig carcasses hung from hooks, and cold vapor poured from the hole he had just made. Heather, standing beside him, shivered from the sudden chill and began rubbing her hands to warm them. Alex pulled a flare from his backpack and tossed it inside. The flare's light illuminated the freezer room, and in its glow Heather found the place even creepier than before. There's our way forward. You cold? Alex asked, turning to Heather and noticing how she was rubbing her hands from the sharp drop in temperature and shivering slightly. It's bearable for now. I just wasn't expecting a freezer behind the wall. But those pig carcasses look creepy, Heather said, still rubbing her hands to warm up. Alex smiled faintly and climbed through the hole in the wall first, then reached back to help Heather over. Heather took his hand and squeezed through. Once inside the freezer room, Heather felt the cold even more intensely and brought her hands to her face, blowing on them lightly to warm her freezing fingers. Alex scanned the area for doors while Heather tried not to look at the pig carcasses, which to her no longer looked like pigs at all. And when the thought crossed Heather's mind that she wasn't actually looking at pig carcasses, she shivered again, this time not from the cold. Alex quickly located the doors despite the poor visibility in the freezer room, took Heather by the hand, and led her toward them. Heather kept glancing back at the pig carcasses, half expecting them to come to life the moment she and Alex approached the door. But when Alex opened the door to leave the freezer room, nothing happened, and that brought Heather some relief. The moment they exited the freezer room, Alex and Heather found themselves back in the prison cafeteria. Looks like we're back at the beginning, Heather said, looking around. Well then, all that's left is to go through the main prison block, and we can reach the courtyard, Alex said, rubbing his chin and starting forward. What about the puzzle with the statue? Weren't we supposed to find the missing pieces to move on? Heather asked, walking behind Alex. I think Themis won't mind if we skip her little riddle. Like I've said more than once, I don't like puzzles, Alex replied with a cheerful smile. Heather looked at Alex, hearing once again about his dislike for puzzles, and simply sighed, continuing to follow him without another word. When they reached the door to leave the cafeteria, Alex frowned slightly. Holding his hand on the handle, he didn't open it, he just kept staring ahead. Heather noticed his grim expression and wanted to ask why he wasn't opening the door. But Alex raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. Heather nodded and listened to the sounds coming from the other side. From beyond the door came steady footsteps, as though someone was searching for something. And from the sound of the steps, it was clear this wasn't a monster. Monsters made shuffling noises or heavier thuds, but these footsteps definitely belonged to a human. Alex knew perfectly well that on the other side was the room with the guard booth. While he was wondering who was there, the footsteps paused for a moment, then began approaching the door. The steps stopped the instant they reached the door. At that moment Heather covered her mouth with her hands to muffle any sound. Alex pressed his ear to the door and heard distinct heavy breathing from the other side. Alex was about to use his magical sight to see who was there when a male voice came from the other side. The final sign. And God said, "Separate from her flesh she who is the reborn mother, and he who is the receiver of wisdom. If this is fulfilled, through the mystery of the 21 sacraments the mother shall be reborn, and the world of sin shall receive redemption," came a calm male voice from the other side of the door, accompanied by heavy breathing. Alex instantly recognized the voice of the man on the other side and, without hesitation, punched through the door and grabbed the man by the collar so he couldn't escape. In the same motion Alex yanked his arm back, pulling the man's body through the door. Heather, startled by the voice and the man's words, didn't even have time to react before Alex sprang into action. Alex smashed the man's body through the door and flung him aside. The man slid across the cafeteria tiles until he stopped directly under a lamp. For Heather everything happened so fast she barely processed it. She immediately shifted her gaze to the man Alex had thrown. He wore a dark blue raincoat, with light hair just below the chin. Alex glared down at Walter Sullivan, who, for some unknown reason, had appeared in the alternate Toluca prison. Alex approached Walter with heavy steps and, before the man could get up or even move, kicked him in the face. Knocking Walter out, Alex planted his foot on the man's chest, debating whether to kill him right there or let Dean and Sam deal with the problem. Heather cautiously approached Alex and stood behind him, peering at the man under Alex's foot to get a better look. She didn't know why, but this man gave her a deeply unpleasant feeling, and at the same time she was curious who he was and what he was doing here. "Who is that?" Heather asked cautiously, glancing at the unconscious man. "Walter Sullivan. Psychopath the order brainwashed. What interests me more is what this bastard is doing in this place." "He's not supposed to be here," Alex said, pressing his foot harder on Walter's chest. "Is this the psychopath you were talking about with your colleague?" Heather asked, looking up at Alex. "Yeah, that's him. Psychopath who thinks an apartment is his mother and also wants to resurrect a deity. And you could say he's on the home stretch. He still needs 2 more sacrifices, and then his ritual will work," Alex said, lighting a cigarette. Heather looked at Alex questioningly, wanting more details. Seeing her gaze, Alex sighed, pulled the radio from his pocket, and tried to contact Dean and Sam while simultaneously telling her about Walter's life. Walter Sullivan had been abandoned by his parents as an infant. If not for Frank Sunderland, the manager of South Ashfield Heights Apartments, who heard a baby crying from one of the units, Walter would have died. Eventually Walter was taken to the hospital for examination, then sent to the Wish House orphanage, where he grew up. Only in Wish House were the orphans indoctrinated with the order's beliefs from early childhood. If the orphans didn't obey, they were punished, sometimes severely beaten, and the worst offenders locked in special dark, damp rooms with no way out. That was how Walter grew up under the order's oppression, leading him to believe the world beyond the orphanage was extremely dangerous. One ordinary day Dahlia Gillespie herself visited Wish House. Noticing that Walter was different from the other orphans, Dahlia told the young Walter that his mother was sleeping in Ashfield and that if he diligently performed the 21 sacraments for the descent of the Holy Mother, he would be able to meet her. But Walter interpreted Dahlia's words in his own way. Since the apartment was the first thing he saw as an infant, the image of the apartment became imprinted in his subconscious as his mother. And from that day on, after Dahlia's visit to Wish House, 7-year-old Walter traveled to South Ashfield Heights every week to visit apartment 302. Over time the residents of South Ashfield Heights began treating Walter with hostility, especially the occupant of apartment 302 and several other tenants. This instilled fear in him and turned them into obstacles preventing him from seeing his mother. Gradually Walter grew older, and the order's influence on his mind only deepened, until one day Walter decided to perform the ritual of the 21 sacraments to awaken his mother. Heather listened to Alex's story, her face showing clear confusion, and at the same time the thought was taking root in her mind that every single member of the order was completely insane. Heather didn't even bother asking Alex anymore how he knew all this. She simply decided to leave that question unanswered. Alex continued recounting what Walter had done while adjusting the radio to make sure he could reach Dean and Sam. "Dean, come in. You there? You still in the prison?" Alex said, tuning the radio with a touch of magic. "This isn't Dean. It's Sam. No, we're already back in the apartment. Somehow we ended up in the alternate apartments, and you could say we partially screwed up," came Sam's voice from the radio. "In what sense did you screw up? What happened over there?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow and bringing the radio to his face. "We lost track of the girl from the list, Eileen. We managed to save her, but she's in critical condition now and was taken to the hospital. And we still can't leave this alternate world." Even after Dean stabbed Walter with the cane blade, Sam said, exhaustion and irritation clear in his voice. "Sammy, hate to ruin your day, but it looks like your psychopath got away," Alex said, glancing down at the unconscious Walter Sullivan under his foot. "What do you mean, got away? I'm damn sure I finished that bastard." "And Sam still shot him with the Colt," came Dean's voice from the radio. "Exactly what it sounds like. I'm looking at the bastard right now. He's lying under my foot. Cheryl and I were about to leave the prison to head to the hospital when this bastard decided to play creepy maniac, so I smashed his face through the door and, for good measure, kicked him in the mug, Alex said, chuckling slightly. Damn it, don't tell me this bastard can make clones too. And what the hell do we do now? Dean asked in an irritated voice. Save Eileen. She's the most important part of the ritual. You need to get her out. So crawl through that hole in the wall together, and maybe we'll meet up at the hospital, Alex said, lighting a cigarette. Damn it, these roller coaster rides again. Every time I crawl through one of these wall holes it feels disgusting. I'm never riding a roller coaster again after this, Dean said in a tired, irritated tone. Stop whining. It's still better than falling down, Alex said, exhaling cigarette smoke. Yeah, you've got it the worst. All right, hope we cross paths at the hospital. Meanwhile we can try to kill this bastard again too. Maybe you'll get lucky and finish him off for good, and we won't have to do anything else, Dean said, and you could hear the smirk in his voice. I could, but I won't. Otherwise it'd be boring. All right, talk later, guys, Alex said, turning off the radio. Alex didn't let Dean say anything else and immediately switched off the radio, clipping it back to his coat pocket. Heather had listened carefully to Alex's conversation and, hearing that the man under Alex's foot was supposed to have been killed, yet she could clearly see Walter was right there. Heather didn't even try to make sense of what was happening anymore. Everything sounded and looked so convoluted that she once again decided to simply focus on more important things, namely, saving her father and finally breaking free from Silent Hill's influence on her life. Seeing Heather's thoughtful gaze, Alex smiled faintly and stroked her hair, making her turn away. Heather didn't resist Alex's touch and simply turned. And the moment she did, she heard a nauseating sound, like something being crushed. Hearing that sound, even without seeing what caused it, Heather's imagination immediately painted the picture in her mind. All right, Cheryl. Let's go. I really don't like where this is heading, Alex said, placing his hands on Heather's shoulders. Heather felt Alex gently pushing her forward, and the thought of turning around to see what had happened to Walter didn't even cross her mind. Alex kept nudging Heather ahead until they left the prison cafeteria. Once again at the guard booth, Alex and Heather saw dozens of dead monsters, and it wasn't hard to guess that Walter had killed them. Ignoring the monster corpses, Alex and Heather entered the main prison block, and once again saw dozens of monster bodies scattered across the floor. Looks like Walter didn't like the local inmates, Alex said, walking past the monster corpses. That's putting it mildly, Heather muttered, glancing around and following Alex. Alex smiled faintly and began whistling a tune, because he didn't care how many monsters Walter had killed. The moment he crushed Walter's head, he had seen that this Walter was merely a projection tied to the memories of this place. Alex was certain Walter Sullivan had never actually been in Toluca prison, but he wasn't going to figure out how, why, or for what reason. Right now Alex cared about only one thing, reaching the hospital, obtaining the second part of the Metatron seal, killing Dahlia and Leonard, and finally seeing the last place connected to Alessa, namely, the hospital room where Alessa had lain after being saved and the ritual interrupted. Lost in thought, Alex reached the doors leading to the inner courtyard. Alex turned to Heather, and she nodded, showing she was ready for whatever came next, even if they had to fall down again or climb somewhere upward. Alex smiled faintly and pushed the doors open. When they opened, Alex and Heather were surprised to see that the courtyard, which had previously been shrouded in darkness, was now faintly lit by lantern light. And most importantly, the light fell on the statue of Themis, whose hands had previously been empty of sword and scales, but now everything was in place. But what made Heather tense was that two pyramid heads stood on the gallows, each holding rusty spears. What the hell are these two doing showing up now of all times? Alex asked, narrowing his eyes slightly and looking at the pyramid heads standing on the gallows. I've got a really bad feeling about this. It's like they're waiting for someone, Heather said cautiously, hiding behind Alex. I hope it's not us. I really don't feel like wasting time killing these iron-headed dummies, Alex said, lighting a cigarette. Then maybe you could do something so we have another way out. Heather asked, looking at Alex hopefully. It all depends on what those two are waiting for. Maybe they just came to see us off, Alex said, rubbing his chin. Heather looked at Alex with a silent, "Are you serious right now?" In response to her gaze, Alex only lazily shrugged and walked forward. Heather cautiously followed Alex, clutching his coat so she wouldn't fall behind. The closer they got to the gallows, the stronger Heather's anxiety grew, tied to the two pyramid heads standing on either side of the platform, gripping rusty spears stained with dried blood. Approaching the gallows, Alex looked up at the two pyramid heads standing like statues. They hadn't moved once the entire time. Heather gripped Alex's coat even tighter, warily eyeing the pyramid heads. Exhaling cigarette smoke, Alex began climbing the gallows steps, calmly looking at the pyramid heads. Reaching the platform, Alex once again saw the stone plaque with pyramid head ready to execute the condemned. Heather, following Alex, turned her head, still afraid the pyramid heads would suddenly attack. Even though she had already seen Alex kill one pyramid head, now there were two, and so she worried these two might attack at any moment. "Are you really going to see it through to the end?" came a cold child's voice from behind the stone plaque Alex was looking at. Heather sharply turned her head and saw Alessa step out from behind the plaque. Since the time Alex had cleaned the ash from Alessa's clothes and from Alessa herself, she now looked neat, but still grim because of her pale face, long black hair, and dark eyes staring at Alex. Seeing Alessa again, a smile spread across Alex's face, and without hesitation he walked up to her and crouched down in front of her, propping his cheeks with his hands. When Alex was once again in front of her, Alessa again felt the warmth from his presence that she had so longed for. And once again his kind gaze made something inside Alessa begin to grow, something she had long since lost. "I was wondering why these iron dummies showed up. And it's all because you're here. How sweet of you to come greet us. But you didn't have to go to so much effort. You could have just appeared, and we could have talked," Alex said with a cheerful smile, looking at Alessa. "Are you really going to see it through to the end and destroy this city, like you said before?" Alessa asked, ignoring Alex's words. "Well, how else? This city caused you so much pain. And only by leaving it will you be able to live the normal life you deserve. I told you I want to adopt you. Which means I have to punish everyone who hurt you. You think the same thing, Alessa?" "Boop," Alex said with a light smile, gently poking Alessa's nose with his finger. "You'll have to make a choice, me or her," Alessa said, looking at Heather and ignoring Alex's gesture. Hearing Alessa's words, Heather immediately tensed, perfectly understanding what they meant. No genius was needed to realize what Alessa's words about a choice for Alex implied. After all, Heather and Alessa were two parts of one whole, and choosing one would mean the other ceased to exist. Heather looked at Alex worriedly. He turned toward her. With a gentle hand gesture Alex signaled to Heather that she didn't need to worry about this. Alex turned back to Alessa, because he perfectly understood why she had said those words about a choice. Alessa wanted to know what Alex was truly willing to do, to confirm her words. Alessa didn't intend to say it aloud, but she envied Heather's life, the one who could live normally, with a loving family, attend an ordinary school where no cult teachings were forced on her, hang out with friends after school. But instead of such a life, Alessa had received nothing but darkness and endless suffering and hatred toward those responsible for her pain. Alex continued smiling tenderly and stroked Alessa's hair. "Little one, I don't need to choose which of you stays. Like I already said, you and Heather, you both deserve a happy life. Where neither of you has to disappear. Your future dad is far more powerful than you imagine. And if I said I'll save you and give you a happy life and a big family. All you need to do is trust me, and I'll handle the rest," Alex said, continuing to stroke Alessa's hair. "Why should I believe your words? Why should I believe you want to adopt me? What do you get out of it?" Alessa asked, taking a step back and showing her distrust of Alex's words. "Because you're very cute. I understand you don't believe anyone anymore because of what happened to you. And I get that perfectly. You just need to wait a little longer, and your nightmare will finally end, and you'll wake up soon. I promise you. I'll protect you, just like I protected Cheryl on her entire journey through the city," Alex said, standing up and smiling down at Alessa. Alessa shifted her gaze to Heather, her other half of the soul, into which she had poured the part of herself that hadn't yet been stained by the sin and darkness of the city. Heather and Alessa's gazes met again, and Heather nodded, showing she trusted Alex and that he could save them all. Heather didn't know why she had developed such trust in Alex, but it felt like someone like Alex was capable of a great deal and would definitely keep his promise. Seeing Heather's trust in Alex, Alessa also wanted someone in her life she could trust. But all the past betrayals she had faced prevented her from blindly trusting anyone, even her bright half. Heather approached Alessa and crouched beside her to be at eye level. Heather took Alessa's hand, expressing her support and concern. At first Heather had been afraid of Alessa because she didn't understand what tied them together. But now Heather also wanted Alessa to have a happy ending and a family that would love her. "We'll see what you say after you see what they did to me. Whether you're the same as them or not, we'll find out. Now go. I want to see if you'll keep your promise," Alessa said, looking at Alex. "No problem, little one. See you at the hospital," Alex said, lightly ruffling Alessa's hair. Alessa once again didn't react to Alex's actions, and in front of the stone plaque in the center of the gallows, wooden shutters opened. With a familiar gesture Alex scooped Heather into his arms and approached the open passage that would lead them farther. Standing at the edge, Alex turned to Alessa and, before jumping down, smiled and waved goodbye with his free hand. Heather, clinging to Alex's neck, also waved goodbye to Alessa. After that Alex took a step back and fell downward to reach the next place. Alessa remained standing on the gallows, staring at the spot where Alex and Heather had been moments before. Alessa didn't want to believe Alex's words that he would save her and adopt her. She had faced betrayal too many times and wasn't going to trust anyone anymore. Alessa was about to leave when she turned her head and met 4 pairs of mischievous eyes staring at her with great interest. At that moment Alessa didn't yet know who she had encountered or to whom those eyes belonged. But soon she would learn what family she was about to become part of and where it might lead. For now, though, Alessa could only express confusion and incomprehension about what was happening and who was standing before her. At the same time, Alex had no idea that a group of gremlins had arrived in Silent Hill, and all of it was connected to his words about wanting to adopt Alessa. The group of 4 gremlins had needed only those words to come visit their soon-to-be new little sister. In that very moment, Alex and Heather continued falling into darkness, and the instant they blinked, they found themselves in a moving elevator. Heather blinked in confusion and climbed down from Alex's arms, realizing they were in an elevator. Heather looked at Alex to ask where they were, when the elevator emitted a long signal and its doors began creaking open. When the elevator doors opened, Alex calmly lit a cigarette and looked around, quickly realizing they were in Brookhaven Hospital. Scanning the hospital lobby, Alex tried to figure out where to start looking for Harry Mason, Leonard Wolfe, and Dahlia Gillespie. Examining the Brookhaven Hospital lobby, Alex couldn't help but note how unnaturally strange and wrong everything felt in this place. Looks like we're in the hospital. My father might be here. Is he definitely here? Heather said, looking at Alex hopefully. I'd like to say yes. But I don't know. He's either here or in the Orders Church, and Claudia is keeping him close to make sure her plan works. But don't worry, we'll search here. If we have to, we'll check every room, Alex said, looking at Heather. Heather nodded, agreeing with Alex's plan to search every room if necessary, just to find her father. Alex was already thinking where to start the search when he heard strange footsteps from the darkness. Alex and Heather turned their heads, and Heather aimed her flashlight toward the sound, like heels clicking on the floor. In the flashlight beam appeared a nurse monster walking toward them in an eerie, jerky gait, clutching an old scalpel in her hand. Seeing such a nurse, Alex involuntarily raised an eyebrow. Despite the horrifying face wrapped in blood-stained bandages, she wore a short nurse skirt, blood-stained white heels, and a tattered nurse cap that completed the entire look. The nurse continued approaching Alex and Heather in her jerky walk, as though one more step and she would fall from instability on her heels, like someone just learning to walk. Not bad staff they've got here. If you squint, you could almost call this a luxury hospital, Alex said, covering one eye and blocking the view of the nurse's face with his hand. Are you seriously thinking about that right now? Instead of the fact that there are a lot of them? Heather asked, looking at Alex irritably. Well yeah, a lot. By the time she reaches us we'll already be gone. She'll break her heels before she gets here, Alex said carelessly, lowering his hand and looking at Heather. Heather wanted to argue with Alex's words, but glancing again at the nurse monster, she realized he was right. But the moment the nurse got close enough to Alex and Heather, she suddenly lunged at them with great speed, as though she hadn't been moving slowly before. Before the nurse could reach them, Alex already grabbed her by the neck and lifted her. Alex squeezed slightly and crushed the nurse's neck, then tossed her to the floor. Yeah, move slowly, Heather said sarcastically, looking at the nurse's corpse, then at Alex. Look, I didn't know they could do that. But now I do. And seriously, who would have thought she'd suddenly have a speed booster in her ass and sprint on those thin stilettos, Alex said, rolling his eyes. You could have just killed her the moment she appeared instead of waiting for her to suddenly lunge at us, Heather said, still looking reproachfully at Alex. Alex gave Heather a dry look, then pinched her nose so she wouldn't make unnecessary comments about his actions. After all, he really hadn't expected the nurse monster to move so fast. Heather swatted Alex's hand away and was about to open her mouth to keep arguing when the sound of heels began echoing through the lobby corridor. Alex shone his flashlight down one corridor, Heather down the other, and they saw nurse monsters emerging from rooms, identical to one another, with slight differences in clothing and various sharp objects in their hands, from syringes and knives to ordinary shards of glass. Heather gripped her flashlight tighter and aimed her pistol at the nurse monsters. Is this their idea of hospital security, or am I missing something? Alex asked, looking around. Are you seriously thinking about that right now? Instead of the fact that there are a lot of them? Heather asked, looking at Alex. Alex looked at Heather and sighed slightly, stroking her hair to calm her down. And in the moment the first nurse lunged at Alex, he simply kicked her in the chest and sent her flying. The nurse flew backward, knocking down other nurses with her body. There was a distinct sound of bodies falling, and the fallen nurses began clumsily trying to stand, except for the one Alex had kicked, because now there was a clear dent in her chest. Alex turned his head toward the other corridor and did the same, kicked the first nurse in the chest again, sending an entire row of nurse monsters flying. There we go. And while they're trying to get up, we'll move on. I've got a feeling the first floor has nothing but these monsters, Alex said, stepping toward the stairs. Heather looked at how the nurses clumsily tried to rise, literally tripping over their own feet and unable to properly brace themselves against the wall or floor to stand. Casting one last short glance at the nurse monsters, Heather hurried after Alex to go up to the second floor. Alex knew perfectly well that this hospital would be crawling with similar nurses, but that didn't change his desire to find the room where Alessa had been kept. Reaching the second floor, Alex saw a map of the second floor hanging on the wall and simply tore it down. Quickly scanning the map, Alex understood where to start. "Let's go to the archive," Alex said, pointing in the direction. "Why there? Shouldn't we be looking for my father? And the one who has the second part of the Metatron seal?" Heather asked, following Alex. "We'll look for them, but not here," Alex said, walking down the corridor toward the archive. "You mean the alternate world?" Heather asked to clarify. "Even though Claudia is one crazy bitch, she's not going to keep her prisoners in the normal hospital, which means our choice, the alternate world," Alex said, pausing for a moment and looking at Heather. Heather understood Alex was right and asked no more questions, simply continuing to follow him. Passing farther down the corridor and encountering several more nurse monsters, which Alex killed, they soon reached the hospital archive. Alex let Heather go first and immediately followed, closing the door behind them. Right after that, Alex began searching for an old document that would indicate which room Alessa had been kept in. When Alex found the right folder, Heather noticed, and memories tying her to Alessa immediately flared up in her mind again. Only this time, instead of an ordinary headache, Heather felt pain throughout her entire body. Unable to endure the pain, Heather lost consciousness and fell into Alex's arms. Seeing Heather's condition, Alex frowned deeply and quickly cleared a table to lay her down. Looking at Heather's face, where pain was clearly visible, Alex could only sigh, stroking her hair and waiting for the moment she would regain consciousness. To be continued. Overall, I'm becoming increasingly convinced that it's best not to show the other two storylines. I think we'll soon deal with Silent Hill, briefly delve into everyday life and the supernatural plot, and then bam, a sudden, unexpected event. As for what that event will be, I'll have to think about it sometime. Chapter 585, Chapter 584, the main culprit received her punishment. Alex and Heather were in the archive room of Brookhaven Hospital. The reason was that Alex wanted to find the folder containing the document that would indicate exactly which room Alessa had been kept in before she turned into Dark Alessa. The moment Alex found the right document and Heather saw the folder, memories connected to Alessa flared up inside her again, memories from the time when Alessa had lain in this very hospital. Only this time, instead of a headache, Heather was struck by intense pain, as though she were being burned alive. Unable to endure such agony, Heather lost consciousness. In that brief moment of surging memories, Heather experienced everything Alessa had gone through in the past, from the pain of being burned alive to such torment that death seemed like mercy, yet something kept her clinging to life. And when that pain eventually gave way to hatred for everyone who had hurt her, deceived her, or betrayed her, all those feelings crashed over Heather in a single wave. Alessa had endured them in the past, and those memories were buried deep within Heather's soul, because Brookhaven Hospital had been Alessa's final refuge. Seeing this, Alex quickly caught Heather in his arms and laid her on the table to let the girl recover. After placing her down, Alex looked at her, her face clearly showed severe pain. Alex fully understood what had caused Heather's condition, and all he could do was wait until she woke up. The closer you two get to each other, the stronger your connection becomes. The memory she was supposed to strip away from you still came back to you too, Alex said, gently stroking the unconscious Heather's hair. Alex knew no one would answer him, so he simply talked to himself while looking at the unconscious girl. He understood that Heather would need time to come around, so he decided to look at Alessa's medical file. Before doing so, Alex went and locked the archive door to make sure no random monster wandered in. After securing the door, Alex grabbed a chair and sat down beside Heather. Looking at Alessa's medical file, Alex didn't want to open it, he didn't want to see what was inside. Staring at the file, Alex lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and with a grim expression opened the first page. The early pages covered Alessa's birth and her early life, including ordinary childhood illnesses, colds or allergies. But when Alex reached the middle, his hand froze as he noticed the corner of a photograph sticking out. Narrowing his eyes, Alex carefully pulled the photograph free. What he saw made his teeth clench. It was a photo of Alessa's burned hand, taken by the doctors. The burn was so severe that the skin had blackened and formed a thick scab. But what enraged Alex even more was the order's symbol on the back of the photograph. Alex's expression darkened, and the photo in his hand burst into flames. He knew there would be even more such photographs of Alessa's injuries taken by the doctors. And he was right. In addition to the doctor's reports, the file contained photographs of every injury inflicted on Alessa's body after they had tried to burn her alive. Looking at the full-body photo of Alessa with blackened, charred skin, Alex could only grit his teeth in rage. Yet even through the photograph, he could see in Alessa's eyes overwhelming pain and hatred. Unwilling to let such filth continue to exist, black flames erupted from Alex's hands, and Alessa's medical file burned to ashes in his grasp. Once the file was gone, Alex slumped in the chair, covering his eyes with one hand. I've changed my mind. I'm not going to kill them. Death is too easy an end for people like them. I wanted to erase everything that tied Alessa to this city. I thought I'd send only Dahlia and Claudia to the Red World. But now everyone will go there, Alex said, lowering his hand from his eyes. At that moment Alex's gaze was extremely dark as he stared straight ahead. And it wasn't just Alex who felt overwhelming rage, his entire family, watching the broadcast, felt the same fury upon seeing what had been done to Alessa. None of the girls in Alex's family could believe a mother could treat her own child this way. Seeing the photographs of what had happened to Alessa, and what Alessa had ultimately become, filled the girls with both sorrow and intense anger. They had heard Alessa's story from Alex himself, but hearing it told and seeing it with their own eyes were two completely different things. Alex continued sitting in the chair, staring grimly at the wall while waiting for Heather to regain consciousness. The only thing keeping him in place at that moment was Heather, who was still unconscious. Otherwise, he would already have gone looking for Dahlia to have a little chat with that woman about how to properly care for a child. Alex smoked one cigarette after another, rhythmically tapping his foot on the floor while using mana to scan the entire hospital. The only thing holding him back from completely destroying the city right then and there was the thought that death would be far too merciful for every single bastard in the order, including Dahlia and Claudia. Alex could see every creature in Brookhaven Hospital, including one presence on the third floor at the very end of the corridor. Realizing it might be Dahlia, Alex smirked faintly and flicked his cigarette to the floor, crushing it under his boot. At that moment Heather began to stir. Her eyelids trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes, still feeling lingering phantom pain throughout her body from the flood of memories. Feeling that pain, Heather began to shiver, until she felt familiar warmth on her head. In that instant the pain began to recede, replaced by calm. "How are you feeling?" "Memories again?" Alex asked with a gentle smile, stroking Heather's head even though he already knew the answer. I saw what they did to her. I felt all that pain. I heard what the doctor said, to Alessa. It hurt so much, and she was so alone. Dahlia's words are still ringing in my ears when she did it. Why did they do that to her, to me, to us? Heather said, her words gradually turning into a desperate cry. Tears of pain and despair began streaming from Heather's eyes as she clutched Alex's sleeves, staring at him. Alex could only wrap his arms around Heather and pull her close, letting the girl release all the pent-up emotions. Heather hadn't simply seen Alessa's memories, she had literally lived through every moment of them, feeling every shred of pain Alessa had endured during those parts of her life. Heather clung to Alex's clothes and sobbed loudly. Alex stroked her back while she continued crying. Alex didn't know how much time passed before Heather finally stopped. But when she lifted her head, her eyes were swollen from tears, yet grief had given way to anger, rage, and a burning desire for revenge. Seeing that look in Heather's eyes, Alex narrowed his own and pinched her nose. Don't even think about giving in to those emotions. You know perfectly well where that leads. Your desire for revenge, I'll take it on myself. There's no need for you to dirty your hands with that filth, Alex said calmly, still holding her nose. But. Heather began, frowning even harder. No buts. Or have you suddenly decided to have a child in the form of an evil entity? Like I already said, I'll handle it myself. All you need to think about is finding your father. And I'll simply guide you to the very end of this path, Alex said with a light smile. Promise? Heather asked, looking straight into Alex's eyes. I promise. I already said I'd protect both you and Alessa. And I always keep my word. Now wipe your eyes, it's time to finish your adventure once and for all, Alex said, handing Heather a handkerchief. Heather took the handkerchief from Alex's hand and wiped the remaining tears from her eyes. And Heather fully understood the reason behind Alex's words. If she gave in to negative emotions, she would meet the same fate as Alessa, become an incubator for the god's child, which Heather desperately wanted to avoid. Heather now understood why Alessa had so insistently urged her to leave this city, but there was no turning back. She was already nearly at the end of her journey. Having wiped her tears, Heather looked at Alex and nodded, showing she was ready to continue. Smiling faintly, Alex offered Heather his hand to help her down from the table. Alex walked to the locked archive door and opened it. Stepping back into the corridor, Alex headed toward the stairs to go up to the third floor. Heather followed behind Alex, trying not to dwell on dark thoughts so they wouldn't completely consume her. Reaching the staircase, Alex and Heather saw nurse monsters frozen in strange poses on the landing, blocking the way down. Ignoring them, Alex began climbing the stairs to the third floor of the hospital, listening to the sounds around them as he went. And the moment Alex and Heather climbed one flight of stairs, the clumsy sound of heels on the steps echoed behind them. Heather peeked over the railing, and the nurses immediately froze in yet another strange pose. Looks like now they're following us instead of attacking, Heather said, turning her head toward Alex. Are the nurses doing a cosplay of the weeping angels from Doctor Who or something? Alex asked with a hint of amusement, looking over the railing. Doctor Who? Angels? What do angels and a doctor have to do with anything? Heather asked, giving Alex a strange look. Yeah, Doctor Who. Old series. There's this guy called the Doctor, he travels in a police box that's actually a time machine. And there were monsters called angels. They looked like statues of weeping angels, and they don't move as long as you're looking at them. How have you never watched that series? It's a classic, Alex said, looking at Heather in surprise. I never really had the time, especially when you're constantly on the run and can't even make friends or go to a normal school before you have to move again, Heather said, giving Alex a blank look. Well, after all this is over, you'll have time to make friends and do all that stuff. Or at least try to live a normal life. That's up to you. Now let's go. But first, let's deal with these persistent stalkers, Alex said, looking at Heather. Heather looked at Alex and nodded slightly, thinking that after everything she'd been through, returning to a normal life would be difficult. And right now she was curious how Alex planned to deal with the nurse monsters following them. Alex pulled a grenade from his backpack and yanked the pin. He tossed the grenade down at the nurse's feet and immediately pulled Heather back so she wouldn't get hit by shrapnel after the explosion. In the next instant the grenade detonated, and half the nurses were blasted onto the stairs. Heather winced slightly at the sight of what remained of them. Alex peeked over the railing again to make sure they wouldn't be followed, smirking faintly when he saw what the grenade had done to the nurses. Heather also wanted to look, but Alex once again placed his palm over her face and pushed her back so she wouldn't see what she didn't need to see. Heather wanted to remind Alex that she had already seen something similar back at the school when he wiped out all the gray children and turned them into one giant meatball, but Alex calmly ignored her and continued climbing the stairs to the third floor. Reaching the third floor, Alex noticed there wasn't a single monster here. While the other floors had been dark with no light, this floor was lit by dim lamps that barely illuminated the already gloomy, abandoned hospital corridor. Looking around, Alex led Heather toward the far end of the corridor, to the very last room. Alex stopped in front of the room and looked at Heather. Whatever you see in there, keep your emotions under control, Alex said, looking at Heather. Who's in there? Heather asked, narrowing her eyes slightly. The one you both hate. And no matter what happens inside, the most important thing is not to worry, Alex said calmly. Dahlia. Heather said through gritted teeth, anger rising. Yes, Dahlia is in this room. We need to cut off every tie that binds you and Alessa to the city. And Dahlia is one of them, Alex said, looking straight into Heather's eyes. You're going to kill her? Heather asked, grabbing Alex's sleeve. Worse. Much worse. Death is an escape from pain. She will experience everything she did to Alessa, Alex said in a grim tone. Heather was momentarily frightened by Alex's gaze, which had lost its former brightness, leaving only emptiness behind. With a gesture telling her to stay quiet, Alex opened the doors to the room that resembled a ward for the mentally ill. Alex pulled the iron doors toward him, and daylight struck his eyes. Despite the darkness that reigned in the hospital, Dahlia's room was bright. Stepping inside, Alex saw a thin woman in her 50s with long, tangled gray hair, wearing a straitjacket. The most noticeable feature was the iron collar around her neck with a chain attached to the wall, restricting her movements. Come to laugh at me again, Claudia. After sending me here? Or did you come once more to take out your anger on me because you're such a failure and nothing ever works out for you? You took my place as head of the order. But you were a failure then, and you still are, Dahlia said in a calm, quiet voice without turning her head, continuing to stare out the window at the foggy silent hill. Seeing Dahlia with her own eyes, Heather gripped her pistol and immediately wanted to shoot her. Before she could raise the gun and fire, Alex grabbed Heather's hand and shook his head. Heather clenched her teeth, the desire to kill Dahlia only grew stronger as she stared at her. Dahlia, hearing no response from her visitor, slowly turned her head, and her eyes widened when she saw Heather looking at her with eyes full of rage. Dahlia didn't even glance at Alex, her gaze was completely fixed on Heather. In that brief moment, a flood of emotions flashed through Dahlia's eyes, from simple guilt to sorrow, until finally all of them gave way to indifference. Looking into Heather's eyes, Dahlia saw only the same rage she had once seen in Alessa's eyes. Dahlia knew Alessa hadn't killed her not because she couldn't, but because she wanted Dahlia to experience everything Alessa herself had gone through. Long time no see, Cheryl. Looks like you ended up here again. So. Did you come to kill me? Decided to finish what she couldn't? Or did you come for revenge? Which one is it? Dahlia said calmly, staring at the furious Heather. In response, Heather clenched her teeth even harder, she broke free from Alex's grip and aimed the pistol at Dahlia. Dahlia didn't react at all, she simply closed her eyes, showing she didn't care whether she lived or died. Seeing Dahlia like this only fueled Heather's anger even more. If not for Dahlia, none of this would have happened. If not for the order, Alessa wouldn't have suffered. Heather wasn't even thinking about the fact that without this chain of events she wouldn't have been born from a part of Alessa's soul. Right now all Heather felt was rage directed at Dahlia, the one responsible for everything that had happened in Silent Hill. And when Heather's anger reached its peak, she pulled the trigger to shoot Dahlia. Dahlia, eyes closed, had already accepted her fate but felt nothing. Opening her eyes, Dahlia saw a bullet frozen right in front of her face, held by someone. Dahlia shifted her gaze to the men who had come with Heather and finally paid attention to him. Alex calmly crushed the bullet in front of Dahlia's eyes and looked at Heather with a calm expression. Meeting Alex's gaze, Heather immediately lowered the pistol, realizing what might have happened if she had actually killed Dahlia. "What are you? You're not human," Dahlia said, staring at Alex. Instead of answering Dahlia's question, Alex calmly looked at Heather, who also raised her eyes to him. Alex snapped his fingers, and a chair appeared beside him, which he immediately sat on. Alex lightly tugged at the edges of his black coat, and all the dirt and blood that had soaked it instantly vanished. Alex calmly brushed his hair back and looked at Dahlia, who began to feel uneasy under his gaze. "Who I am doesn't matter, Dahlia Gillespie. What matters is what you did, and what awaits you for it. In your twisted understanding of love, you doomed Alessa to suffering. What Alessa did to you was a gentle punishment for a woman like you," Alex said calmly, spinning the ring of death on his finger. "You don't understand. I did everything right. That was the only way to save her, to save everyone. Alessa was chosen for a great purpose. None of those other girls even came close. Only Alessa was special," Dahlia said in a fanatical tone. "Ah yes, how could I forget? By your order women were kidnapped to become incubators for your god, until you realized Alessa was the perfect vessel. You destroyed so many lives, Dahlia, and you still talk about salvation. That Alessa was chosen, that only she was worthy, all that nonsense. But no parent would ever use their own child as a vessel for some pathetic god," Alex said, looking at Dahlia with eyes completely devoid of emotion. "Our God. He descended to us to extend his hand and save us. How dare you insult our Savior? All she had to do was obey me. If she had listened, none of this would have happened. And then we would have reached paradise." Dahlia shouted, trying to reach Alex, but the chain around her neck and the straitjacket prevented her from doing so. Alex watched Dahlia, who in her fit of rage tried to reach him, but the chain around her neck and the straitjacket cut short every attempt. Heather, standing behind Alex, couldn't understand how Dahlia had suddenly changed from someone ready to accept death into a raving fanatic willing to tear out the throat of anyone who insulted her faith. Heather simply couldn't comprehend that Dahlia's behavior stemmed from having lost everything. Everything Dahlia had desired and everything she had possessed had been taken from her in an instant, and now all she could do was remain in this room in solitude with no way out. Where her only visitor was Claudia, who occasionally came to remind Dahlia what a failure she truly was, unable to finish what she started and condemning them all to eternal imprisonment in Silent Hill, where their nightmares had taken form. And that had quickly driven Dahlia mad, turning her into what she was now. Dahlia continued shouting, trying to reach Alex. Alex himself slowly spun the ring of death on his finger, watching Dahlia's furious face. Alex stopped spinning the ring and in the same moment kicked Dahlia in the chest. The blow sent Dahlia flying backward. She crashed back first into the barred window of the room, her face contorted in pain. Dahlia fell to the floor and with difficulty raised her gaze to Alex, feeling dull pain in her chest from the kick. "If I said your cult's god is pathetic, then he's pathetic. Paradise. Don't make me laugh. Not a single creature like you or your former followers will ever reach paradise, not even hell. No, no, no. You're headed for a fate far worse than being locked in Silent Hill under the protection of your so-called god," Alex said darkly, staring at Dahlia. "Our god protects us. We won't die under his protection. She can't do anything about it. She's trapped here just like us, and she always will be," Dahlia said, looking at Alex with a face full of pain. "That's only while Alessa can't leave. But not for long. Soon your order in this city will cease to exist. And Alessa will gain the family she deserves. And you, Dahlia, and every member of the order will end up in the hands of the one who will show you what true hell and true despair are," Alex said calmly, standing up from the chair. Dahlia didn't understand what Alex was talking about, but in that instant she felt the temperature in the room drop sharply, her breath began to fog in the air. Even the windows became covered in frost. But along with the cold, Dahlia felt an overwhelming fear that seemed to squeeze her heart. Alex walked over to Heather and covered her eyes with his palms so she wouldn't see what was about to happen. Dahlia raised her terrified gaze to Alex and saw his shadow beginning to spread in all directions until it completely engulfed the entire room, plunging it into thick darkness. In that same instant panic seized Dahlia. She tried to open her mouth to say something, but the moment she did, she realized she had lost her voice. Dahlia looked at Alex in horror. The fear she felt was impossible to compare to anything she had experienced before. In response to Dahlia's gaze, Alex calmly raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. The feeling of fear pressed down on Dahlia harder and harder, until she began desperately trying to break free from the straitjacket and tear the chain from her neck. But Dahlia couldn't do anything, and in the next moment she froze when dozens of eyes opened in the shadow that covered the entire room, staring straight at her. "Welcome to the Red World, Dahlia Gillespie. A place of pure terror and curse, a place where there is no hope and no false gods. She's all yours, my love." Give her the nice vacation she deserves, Alex said calmly, turning his head slightly to the side. Trembling with fear, Dahlia followed Alex's gaze. The moment she did, she froze in place. Dahlia saw a woman in a blood-red dress with dark, grim eyes and long black hair. If Dahlia hadn't remembered the moment she gave birth to Alessa, she would have believed the woman who appeared was Alessa's true mother, because of how closely they resembled each other. And looking into those cold, rage-filled black eyes, Dahlia felt that her fate would be far worse than she could even imagine. Without giving Dahlia a chance, black strands of Zhangya's hair wrapped around Dahlia's body and began dragging her into the darkness. When Dahlia was fully consumed, Zhangya turned her gaze to Alex and gently touched his cheek with her palm before sinking back into his shadow, returning the room to its normal appearance. Alex smiled faintly, knowing Zhangya would personally take care of Dahlia, and all Alex could do was wish Dahlia luck in not losing her mind too soon. How long are you going to keep your hand over my eyes? Maybe you could explain what just happened. Heather asked, trying to move Alex's hand away from her eyes. Oh right, I almost forgot about you, Alex said, removing his hand from Heather's eyes. Where's Dahlia? What happened here after you covered my eyes? And why didn't I hear anything? Heather asked, noticing Dahlia was gone. Dahlia. Well, let's just say she reached her tragic end. She's been sent somewhere with no way out, Alex said, rubbing his chin lightly. Where? Heather asked doubtfully, tilting her head slightly. To a place far worse than Silent Hill. And that's enough questions. I'm not going to tell you anyway. All you need to care about is that Dahlia's finished. Period, Alex said, preparing to leave the room. But. Heather began, looking at Alex's back. No buts. Let's go, we still have work to do. I need the second part of the Metatron seal, and you need to find your father. And if Harry isn't here, we'll have to storm the Order's church, Alex said, stepping back into the corridor. Heather opened her mouth and immediately closed it, letting out a heavy sigh. Despite trusting Alex and despite all his help, she still couldn't shake the feeling that he was hiding something very important. Casting one last glance at the spot where Dahlia had been moments before, Heather left the room and followed Alex into the corridor. Back in the dark corridor, Alex saw Alessa's silhouette at the far end, watching him. Seeing Alessa, Alex gave a small wave, which Alessa returned by raising her hand, pointing in a direction, and then vanishing. Seeing Alessa's actions, Alex shook his head slightly and walked forward, leading Heather, who held the flashlight and illuminated the dark corridor. Reaching the spot where Alessa had been, Alex saw elevator doors that opened the moment he approached. Looking at the arrived elevator, Alex understood everything and calmly stepped inside without a word. Heather followed. The moment they were inside, the doors closed, the elevator jolted slightly, and began descending somewhere below. We're almost there, Cheryl. Just a little more. Soon it'll all be over, and we can go home, Alex said, rocking slightly from side to side. You're right, just a little more, Heather said quietly, staring ahead. Alex reached out and stroked Heather's hair, understanding that she was worried about whether Harry might not be in the hospital. Alex also hoped Harry was there. But he also understood the chances were slim. Claudia wouldn't let such an important piece like Harry slip away when he could be used to influence Heather's state. A few moments later the elevator jolted to a stop, and the doors began creaking open. When they fully opened, a strong smell of blood and medicine hit Alex and Heather's noses. What surprised Alex was how unnaturally bright the alternate hospital appeared despite its grim atmosphere. Stepping out of the elevator, Alex scanned the corridors and confirmed once again how overly bright it was. Looks like we're back in the alternate world again. So where should we start? Where to look for Leonard Wolf and your father? Alex said, rubbing his chin and looking in every direction. No idea. You're the one who said you know how to navigate these places. You've been leading the way the whole time, Heather said, looking up at Alex. Alex looked at Heather and rolled his eyes slightly. He was about to use his usual method to find the right path when he suddenly noticed that behind Heather, arrows made of blood began appearing on the floor, pointing in the direction they should go. Seeing that he was literally being shown the way, Alex smiled faintly and walked in the direction the blood arrows indicated. Heather also noticed the arrows and looked at Alex with a silent question, should they really follow arrows drawn in blood? Alex nodded with a serious expression. With no other choice, Heather followed Alex as they once again wandered through the maze of corridors. Alex and Heather continued following the blood arrows until they reached the doors leading to the psychiatric wing. Looks like we weren't tricked. Well, that's a plus, Alex said, turning to Heather. So we could have walked straight into a trap or somewhere else? Heather asked, giving Alex a heavy, irritated look. To be honest, this place isn't as big as the prison, so even without those arrows we would have ended up here anyway. And if they're keeping your father and Leonard anywhere, it's here. Now let's go, Alex said, pushing open the doors to the psychiatric wing. Hearing Alex's words, Heather perked up slightly, already thinking she would soon see her father. The moment they stepped into the psychiatric wing, Alex and Heather froze at what they saw. Along the entire corridor lay the corpses of nurse monsters, some sliced into pieces, others torn apart. And seeing the marks on the corridor walls, Alex realized only one creature in Silent Hill could have done this: Pyramid Head. "Looks like Alessa wants us to reach the end faster too," Alex said, lighting a cigarette and walking down the corridor littered with corpses. "She sent those creatures to clear the path for us?" Heather asked doubtfully. "No one but her can control them. And if you look on the bright side, I won't have to get my clothes dirty again after I just cleaned them." "Despite all her love, even my wife wouldn't hug me if I smelled like blood and sewage," Alex said, continuing toward the target room. "What's your wife like? I mean, how will she feel about you wanting to adopt Alessa?" Heather asked, looking at Alex. My wife is super cute and beautiful. And she definitely won't mind me adopting Alessa. She even supports the decision. Actually, I think she'd kick my ass if I didn't do it," Alex said, chuckling lightly. "You really love your wife?" Heather said with a faint smile. "Of course I do. Who else would put up with my madness and accept me as I am?" Alex said, still chuckling lightly. Heather smiled, watching the expression on Alex's face. He seemed like a completely different person when talking about his family. And despite the grim atmosphere around them and the literal corpses of monsters underfoot, Alex and Heather were having the most ordinary, everyday conversation, completely unrelated to Silent Hill. To be continued. I'll be honest, by this point I was already hoping to get the second piece of Metatron's seal and, during a small event, explain what it is, its importance to the plot involving Amara. But then everything started spinning again, and here we are. So, next up is getting the second piece of Metatron's seal, and then heading to the church to finish it all off. Or maybe not the church, who knows? All I know now is I'm going to eat, and bon appetit to you, too. Chapter 586, Chapter 585, Meeting in the Hospital and the Final Place of Death and Birth. Alex and Heather continued walking down the corridor of the alternate Brookhaven Hospital. Their task was to find Leonard Wolfe, a former member of the Order whom his own daughter had locked away in a place like this, declaring him tainted and in need of purification from impurity. But the real truth was far simpler and harsher. Claudia Wolfe had imprisoned her father here purely out of revenge. Her father, Leonard, had raised her as a true believer in the cult's dogmas and subjected her to physical punishment for any irreligious behavior he noticed. Leonard continued to punish Claudia until she could no longer endure it. This, in turn, caused Claudia to develop an intense hatred toward her own father. It all boiled down to Claudia growing up as a broken child, her heart filled with hatred for her father. The only person who had ever truly been friends with Claudia was Alessa. Both girls grew up under the oppression of their parents, and that was exactly what brought them together. At the same time, while Alessa and Claudia were friends, Leonard and Dahlia were also very close, due to both being high-ranking members of the Order. Throughout Claudia's childhood, Leonard tried to mold his daughter into a true believer and fanatical follower, just like himself. And Leonard succeeded in making Claudia exactly the kind of person he envisioned his daughter to be. But he didn't know that Dahlia had also played a part in her upbringing, helping the seeds of hatred and envy take root in Claudia's heart. And the moment Claudia grew up and seized a high position in the Order, she immediately accused her own father of being tainted and had him placed in this facility. Stopping in front of the room where Leonard Wolfe was presumably imprisoned, Alex pondered what part of her body Claudia had been thinking with when she locked her own father in such a place. The answer came quickly. Brookhaven Hospital was under Alessa's influence, who hated every member of the Order. And despite that, everyone suspected of impurity was immediately sent here. Alex glanced at Heather. She had a thoughtful expression. She hadn't lost hope that her father might be in this place. And before reaching the room where Leonard was held, Alex and Heather peeked into other rooms. They saw only insane people chained up. The most striking thing about these madmen was that they had partially transformed into monsters, as though the alternate world of Silent Hill was turning these people into what they truly were. And despite checking almost every room, Heather hadn't lost hope. Alex shifted his gaze back to the old rusty doors. Before entering the room, he looked at Heather. She still hadn't given up hope that her father might be in this hospital. But Alex already knew perfectly well that he wasn't here. It hadn't taken him any effort to locate Harry Mason. All he had to do was focus for a moment, and he found him. Alex didn't want to tell her where Harry was because he understood what that would lead to. Harry Mason was alive, but he was in the Order's church, right next to Claudia. Looking at Heather, Alex quickly began thinking of how to avoid Harry getting hurt and Heather falling into despair over her father's death. And a very simple idea flashed through his mind: give Claudia exactly what she wanted. And if he did that, it would solve multiple problems at once. Alessa would be freed, Heather wouldn't fall into despair, and Harry wouldn't die as had been planned for him. And all it would take to carry out this plan was to take the god's embryo that Alessa carried. Realizing this was the most correct plan to make everything end the way he wanted, Alex smiled faintly. "You ready, Cheryl? The last important piece is on the other side of that door." And after that, only one path left, Alex said, looking at Heather. As I understand it, my father is with Claudia. Since we didn't find him here, Heather said, lifting her gaze to Alex. I didn't want to say it, but that's most likely the case. You're too important to Claudia's plans, so your father will be in the church. Just don't worry, we'll save him. And we'll crush that crazy bitch, Alex said with an encouraging smile. I'll personally put a bullet in that insane bitch's head, Heather said with a smirk. That's the spirit. You can be the one to shoot her. But that's still ahead. Time to take the second part of the Metatron seal, and then we can storm the church, Alex said with a grin, ruffling Heather's hair. In response to Alex's gesture, Heather kept smiling and nodded, showing she was fully ready to end this horrible adventure, where she had learned so much about her past and who she really was. Seeing Heather's determination, Alex pushed the rusty doors, which opened with a long, heavy creak. The moment the doors opened, Alex and Heather were met with the musty smell of dampness and rust. Alex peeked inside first and saw an elderly man completely bound in chains from every side, with no possibility of moving or even shifting in place. Because the room was almost completely dark, Heather shone her flashlight into Leonard's face and saw that he was blind. Clear burn scars were visible on Leonard's eyes, indicating that Claudia hadn't just chained her father but had also blinded him. Leonard himself began looking around when he heard the sound of the opening door. It's you again, Claudia. I know it's you. You're trying to shirk your duties again, Claudia. You still haven't realized how foolish you were to send me here. Salvation for all humanity. Becoming a god. What a stupid fairy tale. Why did you turn out this way, Claudia? Where did I go wrong in raising you? Leonard began to speak. And despite being blind, he stared straight ahead. Heather looked at Alex with a questioning gaze that conveyed the multitude of questions swirling in her head at that moment. In response to Heather's look, Alex pressed a finger to his lips, signaling her to stay silent. Heather raised an eyebrow and nodded. Leonard, meanwhile, tried to move, and the chains binding him clinked as they pulled taut. Alex brought the cigarette to his mouth and lit it. Sorry, old man. But I'm not Claudia, Alex said, exhaling cigarette smoke. Not Claudia. Then who are you? Why are you here? Leonard said, as though trying to see Alex with his blinded eyes. Why don't you guess why I came to you? Did I decide to free you so you could overthrow Claudia and lead the order in the right direction? Or for some other reason? Come on, guess, Leonard Wolf, Alex said in a cheerful tone, stepping closer to the chained Leonard. Come closer so I can see you. Even though I'm blind, I can see, my God granted me sight for my unwavering faith in him, Leonard said, shaking his head in different directions, trying to locate Alex. Of course, I'll come closer, and while I'm at it, I'll free you so you can punish Claudia for her sins, Alex said calmly, pulling a crowbar from his backpack. Ha ha ha. I knew my God hadn't abandoned me. Hurry up. Leonard burst into laughter, already anticipating freedom. That was a joke, and you fell for it, Alex said, raising the crowbar. What? Leonard said, stunned by Alex's words. And in that same instant the crowbar struck Leonard's face, his head snapped backward. Blood sprayed from Leonard's face, and all his thoughts instantly scattered. Heather, standing by the door and watching this, was once again convinced of what Alex was truly like. Despite all his kindness toward her and Alessa, Alex was quite a cruel man. Before Leonard could even comprehend what was happening, he received another blow from the crowbar, this time to the stomach. Leonard couldn't even double over from the abdominal strike, the chains pulled taut and restricted his movement. Wait just a little longer, Leonard. I'm almost done freeing you from your rotten head, Alex said, raising the crowbar for another strike. You're an unbeliever. You deceived me. Leonard shouted, trying to break free from the chains. You figured that out faster than I expected. I thought I'd have to hit you a few more times before you realized I was joking about setting you free, Alex said, delivering another blow to Leonard's body. You tried to trick me so you could escape with my seal, didn't you? Heretic. You planned to destroy God. Leonard shouted after the next strike. Got it in one. I want to kill your God, destroy the order, and execute everyone responsible. Now hand over the second part of the Metatron seal, Alex said, shaking blood off the crowbar. The seal is mine. I was appointed by God as its guardian. The only thing you'll get from me is a horrible death. Leonard shouted and began furiously struggling against his chains. As you wish, old man. Just stop jerking your head, I can't aim properly to smash your skull, Alex said, chuckling lightly. In response Leonard struggled even harder, putting all his strength into breaking free from the chains and reaching Alex. Alex himself was about to deliver a killing blow when Leonard's body suddenly began to change, transforming into a monstrous form. One of the chains binding Leonard tore free from the wall with tremendous force and flew straight toward Heather at high speed. Heather saw the chain hurtling toward her and realized she wouldn't have time to react. And just as the chain was about to strike her body, Alex stopped it. The chain wrapped around Alex's arm, and he looked at Heather, who in that moment had her entire life flash before her eyes. Snapping out of it, Heather looked at Alex, then shifted her gaze to Leonard, who was transforming into a monster. Leonard turned into a large creature wrapped in chains that had literally become part of his flesh. The chain Alex was holding tightened under Leonard's movements, but Alex didn't budge. Why did he turn into that? Heather asked, staring at Leonard as he pulled on the chain Alex held. That's what he really looks like. Just another monster, Alex said, looking at Heather while twisting his arm to wrap the chain even tighter. Careful. Heather shouted, noticing Leonard charging. Alex turned his head toward Leonard and saw him rushing straight at him. Alex pushed Heather back so she wouldn't be in the way, then stepped aside himself. Leonard charged past Alex and Heather, and Alex threw the chain around Leonard's neck, slowing him down. When the chain tightened around Leonard's neck, he stopped, feeling the pressure. Alex immediately approached Leonard and kicked him in the back. In that same moment Leonard's spine let out a nauseating crunch, and he dropped to his knees. Gripping the chain wrapped around his arm, Alex punched Leonard in the back of the head. Before Leonard could fly forward, Alex released the chain. From the blow Leonard was sent crashing into the corridor, slamming face first into the wall. Alex immediately ran into the corridor after Leonard and, before the men could recover, kicked him in the back of the head, driving Leonard's face into the wall. Alex continued kicking until Leonard's head punched straight through the wall. What did you think, that turning into a monster would suddenly make you stronger? You bastards all think the same. Every time it's the same thing. I've killed so many like you I've lost count. Now let me show you what I do to things like you, Alex said, grabbing Leonard by the collar and yanking him out of the wall. Alex flung Leonard aside and began approaching him with slow steps. Already transformed into a monster, Leonard quickly recovered and rose to his feet in an instant, shrugging off all the blows he had taken from Alex. Leonard roared and charged at Alex, chains clanking as part of his body. When Leonard got close, Alex placed one hand on Leonard's neck and tripped him. Alex literally flipped Leonard in midair and slammed him into the hospital corridor floor. When Leonard was back on the ground, Alex sat on top of him and began punching his face. Heather ran out of the room and saw Alex punching Leonard in the face. What shocked Heather once again wasn't Alex's cruelty, but the fact that after each of his blows, cracks began spreading across the floor and walls, reaching all the way to the ceiling. Heather watched the spreading cracks and thought that in the next moment the corridor might collapse. She wanted to shout for Alex to stop, but before she could, the floor beneath Alex and Leonard gave way. Shortly before the floor collapsed, a group of 4 people was walking through the eerie corridor of the alternate hospital. It was Dean and Sam, who had once again managed to kill Walter Sullivan, this time in the hospital, before he could reach Eileen, the girl who was the most important part of the 21 Sacraments ritual. Behind them walked Henry Townsend, the final piece of the 21 Sacraments ritual, who had been trapped in the cursed apartment, and Eileen, whom Henry was supporting because she couldn't walk properly without help. They moved through the hospital corridor to get Eileen out and prevent her from falling into Walter's hands. Watching Dean and Sam, Henry could only feel gratitude, because without them he wouldn't have known what to do or how to escape apartment 302. And despite everything, he didn't want to sit idly by, so he helped however he could, even though Dean and Sam had repeatedly told him to stay in the safe place that was apartment 302. But at one point they realized that even apartment 302 wasn't safe, when signs of the curse began manifesting inside it, which could only be dispelled with holy oil. Eileen herself didn't understand what was happening or where she was. All she felt was pain in her body and the aftereffects of what had happened to her. All she could do now was keep walking and listen to what she was told. The group continued down the corridor until they heard a crash coming from above. What the hell is wrong with this place now? Can't we just get to the exit? Wasn't it enough that the hole in the wall disappeared? Dean said irritably upon hearing the crash. Dean, not now. We don't know what's making that noise yet. The last thing we need is a giant monster in a narrow corridor, Sam said calmly, sounding like the voice of reason. We need to hurry. The exit should be somewhere around here, Henry said, supporting Eileen. Dean and Sam nodded and were about to keep moving when plaster began falling from the ceiling. Looking up, Dean and Sam saw cracks spreading across the ceiling, and small pieces of debris started falling down. Before they could react, the cracks grew larger and larger, as though in the next instant the ceiling would collapse right on their heads. Dean, watch out. Sam shouted, pulling Dean back. In that same moment, as Sam yanked Dean back, the ceiling collapsed with a roar exactly where they had been standing. A cloud of dust rose from the fallen ceiling, blocking their view, and they began coughing, waving their hands to clear the air. But even in that situation Dean and Sam didn't lose focus and were ready for whatever had caused the ceiling to collapse. Dean gripped the cane blade, already preparing to attack whatever monster appeared. Sam, squinting through the dust, aimed his Colt forward. But the voice that came from the cloud of dust made them freeze in place. Now let me see your inner world and everything you're hiding in there, came a very familiar male voice from the dust cloud. And immediately after that came a nauseating sound, like flesh being torn apart. Hearing the familiar voice, Dean and Sam froze, because they knew exactly who that voice belonged to. And as the dust began to settle, they saw Alex sitting on top of a monster wrapped in chains, ripping its chest open with his bare hands. Henry and Eileen recoiled in fear, and Henry immediately shielded Eileen with his body. Dean and Sam stared at Alex, who was digging into the monster's chest with his hands, and didn't even know how to react. They weren't surprised at all to run into him in a place like this. After all, they knew Alex was also heading to the hospital. They just hadn't expected to meet him, considering how the alternate world behaved like a maze of horrifying corridors. What interested Dean and Sam most was Alex's behavior and why he had decided to tear open the monster's chest with his bare hands. But a second later they got their answer, when Alex, with a wide grin on his face, pulled a golden plate from the monster's chest. Henry and Eileen saw a man dressed in black clothes with a black tactical backpack, sitting on top of a dead monster. And that sight, to put it mildly, unnerved and frightened them. "We're not interrupting, are we?" Dean asked, standing a couple of steps away from Alex. Hearing Dean's voice nearby, Alex stopped smiling and turned his head toward the sound. Turning, Alex saw Dean standing there with a smirk, arms crossed over his chest. Beside him stood Sam, with a crooked smile on his face. And behind them were Henry, clutching an iron pipe and shielding Eileen, who was peeking out from behind his back. "Don't mind us, keep going. Feel free to keep talking to that dead monster, whatever it was." "We'll wait," Dean said with a cheerful grin. "Hey, guys," Alex said, clearing his throat awkwardly. "Hey yourself. Care to explain what you just pulled out of that monster's chest?" Sam asked, nodding slightly. "1 second, Alex said, raising one finger. Alex stood up from Leonard's body and looked up at the hole in the ceiling. He quickly brushed himself off and tucked the second part of the Metatron seal into his coat so it wouldn't get in the way. "Cheryl, where are you?" Alex shouted, raising his head. Dean and Sam looked at Alex, then up at the hole in the ceiling. They saw a girl's head appear from the hole with a worried expression. Heather, peering down from the hole, saw Alex and let out a relieved breath. Alex waved to Heather, signaling her to jump down. Heather carefully sat on the edge and jumped right into Alex's arms. When Heather appeared, Henry and Eileen also let out relieved breaths, not only because Dean and Sam knew Alex, but because they realized he wasn't an enemy. Once on the ground, Heather immediately noticed Dean and Sam and looked at Alex questioningly. Who were they? Alex quickly explained who Dean and Sam were, and Heather understood these were the ones Alex had been talking to on the radio. Dean and Sam gave Heather a slight nod in greeting while looking her over from head to toe. After all, they knew who Heather was and why she had ended up in this city, including her own story. As introductions were made, Henry and Eileen also approached and introduced themselves. With no other choice, Alex led everyone into an empty hospital room so they could catch their breath and talk. Once inside the room, Heather tried to stay close to Alex, because she trusted him the most. Dean leaned against the wall while Sam and Henry moved a cabinet to block the door. Alex leaned against the windowsill and lit a cigarette, setting his backpack on the floor. Eileen sat on the hospital bed, trying to stay steady. "First things first, Alex. Can you heal Eileen?" "That bastard really did a number on her," Dean said, nodding toward Eileen. Alex looked at Eileen. Her arm was in a cast, one eye covered with a bandage, and the girl herself looked badly beaten, with bruises and wounds all over her body. Hearing Dean's strange question, Henry shifted his gaze to Alex, not understanding how he could possibly heal Eileen. Alex exhaled cigarette smoke and nodded, walking over to Eileen. Eileen raised her gaze to Alex with difficulty. He gave her a slight reassuring smile. Alex gestured that Eileen would feel better soon and touched 2 fingers to the girl's forehead. Eileen felt warmth spread through her body, and the pain began to fade. Henry, watching all this, was openly shocked by what he saw. In recent times he had seen and learned many absurd things, but what he was witnessing right now still shocked him. When Alex removed his fingers from Eileen's forehead, the girl opened her eyes, feeling all the pain had vanished. "There you go, you're healthy now. If anything, you'll be able to run from a maniac on your own," Alex said, giving a thumbs up. "That comment was unnecessary, Alex," Sam said with a heavy sigh. "I'm just saying. Running while that badly injured is a pretty tough task," Alex said, shrugging and exhaling cigarette smoke. "Thank you," Eileen said, looking at Alex. Alex just smiled, showing it was no trouble to heal her. Alex returned to his spot and leaned back against the windowsill again. Heather, meanwhile, was looking at Dean and Sam, studying them. And as much as she didn't want to say it, she thought Dean and Sam didn't look like ordinary agents either. Dean and Sam were dressed in casual clothes and didn't act like agents, and the same went for Alex. And once again seeing him heal someone, Heather was finally convinced that Alex wasn't an ordinary person, considering everything he had done before, including his physical strength. But she kept those thoughts to herself. So, Alex. Care to explain what you pulled out of that monster's chest? Sam asked, looking at Alex. This is the Metatron seal, Alex said, pulling both parts of the Metatron seal from his coat pocket. How the hell is that thing connected to that dwarf? Don't tell me it was made by that bastard's hands. Dean asked, frowning slightly. Cass is working on that right now. But as you can see, it's hard to get answers in a place like this. This thing has been kept in the Order's hands for years. The first part was with Cheryl, and the second I took from Leonard Wolf, Alex said, nodding toward Heather. Got it. So another dangerous artifact in the hands of idiots. And where are you headed now? Because we've only got one path. After we ended up here, all the passages disappeared, Sam said, nodding. We're going to the church. One crazy bitch is holding Cheryl's father captive. And we need to get him back, Alex said, putting the Metatron seals back in his pocket. Don't suppose you want to tell us how to find an exit? Or are you going to repeat your speech about how the exit will appear if you just want it badly enough? Or at least tell us how to get Eileen out of this place, and we'll handle the rest ourselves, Dean asked, looking at Alex with a blank stare. Yeah, I can. More precisely, I'll give you something that'll help you find the exit. And for Eileen to get out, you need to go back to the very beginning. Apartment 302. That's the entrance and the exit. Everything after that depends on you, Alex said, pulling a marker from his backpack. Sam and Dean understood what Alex meant when he said they needed to go back in order to get Eileen out of this place. And they knew the way Eileen could leave. Alex approached Sam and began drawing a rune on his hand while explaining what it was for. The rune Alex drew helped locate an exit. Henry and Eileen didn't understand what Alex was talking about, but seeing the expressions on Sam and Dean's faces, they realized the two understood what needed to be done. Heather wanted to ask Alex why he didn't just open a door the same way he had for Douglas. But when Alex began explaining why Eileen had to leave specifically through the door of apartment 302, she got her answer. The same went for Henry and Eileen, who now saw the full picture of what they needed to do. Sam looked at the rune on his hand and nodded, understanding what to do next. Alex, of course, didn't mention that they would have to go through all the places they had already visited before. Can this rune be used to find that door? Sam asked, looking at Alex. If you're talking about the door I think you are, then yes, Alex said, understanding what Sam meant. Even better. And since we've rested enough, we can move on. Looks like our paths split here. When it's all over, we'll meet at the RV, Dean said with a grin. You just want to drink my good whiskey, Alex said, rolling his eyes. That too. You didn't mention we'd have to go through all this crap, Dean said, still smiling. Whatever you say. Oh right, almost forgot. This might come in handy, Alex said, pulling a black cube from his backpack and tossing it to Dean. What is it? Sam asked, looking at the cube in Dean's hands. A magical trap. Might be useful. The principle is simple, activate it, throw it, and the enemy gets bound in chains. That's it, Alex said, explaining how the black cube worked. Useful thing. I think it'll come in handy, Dean said, putting the black cube in his jacket pocket. Alex smiled faintly and slung his backpack over his shoulders, looking at Heather. Heather nodded, showing she was ready to keep moving. Seeing Heather's readiness, Alex was ready to go too. Moving the cabinet aside to exit back into the corridor, Alex and Heather said goodbye to Dean and Sam, since their paths were now diverging. As he left, Alex waved and led Heather toward the exit so they could reach the church and finally end their journey. Soon after parting with Dean and Sam's group, Alex and Heather reached the elevator they had used to descend into the alternate hospital. And the moment they approached the elevator, the doors opened, clearly indicating they could leave this place. Alex and Heather stepped into the elevator, and the doors immediately closed. The elevator jolted slightly, as though in the next instant the cables would snap. As the elevator began ascending, Alex started thinking about how, after they left the hospital, he needed to find Alessa. But suddenly the elevator stopped with a sharp jerk. I've got a bad feeling, Heather said quietly, realizing the elevator hadn't stopped for no reason. And for good reason. Better hold on to me. Something you were afraid of is about to happen, Alex said, looking up at the elevator ceiling. Please don't tell me. Heather said fearfully, looking at Alex. Yeah. The cables are about to snap, Alex said, watching the metal cables of the elevator slowly tearing. Hearing Alex's confirmation, Heather became even more frightened and literally clung to him, after the elevator cabin jerked once more. Alex continued looking through the ceiling, and when the cables were just about to fully snap, he wrapped his arms around Heather, who immediately curled up in his embrace. And in that same moment the cable snapped with a characteristic sound that echoed through the elevator shaft, and the cabin began plummeting downward at high speed. As the elevator cabin fell, Heather's heart seemed to stop for a moment. She clung to Alex and closed her eyes. The elevator cabin continued falling with a loud whistle, heading who knows where. What frightened Heather most in that moment was that the cabin kept slamming against the walls of the shaft, and it already felt like in the next instant the elevator would fall apart. Alex narrowed his eyes slightly, and when he realized the cabin was about to hit the bottom, he immediately shielded Heather with his body. And in that same moment came the crash of the elevator cabin hitting the floor. Alex covered Heather with his body so she wouldn't be hit by debris, and also protected her with magic. When the crash of the fall rang out, Heather already thought this was the end. But when she felt no pain or anything like it, she opened her eyes and realized the elevator cabin had been completely destroyed, while she and Alex remained unharmed. "Where are we?" Heather asked, trying to pull herself together after the rapid fall in the elevator cabin. "We'll find out soon." "You okay? Were you really scared?" Alex said, looking at Heather. "I'm fine. If you can call falling in an elevator who knows where and surviving normal, then yeah, I'm fine." "I think," Heather said, letting out a heavy sigh and suppressing the lingering panic in her heart. "The main thing is you're safe. Everything else is just details," Alex said, releasing Heather from his embrace. Heather nodded once more, confirming she was all right, despite the elevator cabin having turned into a pile of metal. Alex approached the elevator doors and effortlessly pried them open. Climbing out into the corridor, Alex first helped Heather out. When Heather climbed out of the elevator shaft, she turned on her flashlight to figure out where they were. And the moment the flashlight beam illuminated the corridor, Alex and Heather saw a single hospital corridor. But this hospital corridor was different from all the others they had seen before. This corridor looked as though a fire had raged through it. Items lying in the corridor were still faintly smoldering, as though the flames had only recently gone out. The walls were black with soot. And the air carried the distinct smell you get after a fire. Alex immediately understood where they were, and his hands clenched. And Heather at that moment once again felt an unpleasant, familiar sensation inside herself, as though she didn't want to be in this place. "Where are we?" Heather asked, feeling a very unpleasant, familiar sensation inside. "I think I know where we are and what's waiting for us at the end of this burned corridor," Alex said, placing a hand on Heather's head. Heather also began to suspect what awaited them at the end of this corridor. And no matter how much she wanted to deny it, the conclusion was obvious: at the end of the corridor waited Alessa. In the very place where Alessa had spent the last days of her life, before she turned into Dark Alessa. Because that hospital room had simultaneously been Alessa's final refuge, and the place where Dark Alessa and Heather were born. Alex lit a cigarette and exhaled heavily, understanding that he would have to see what had happened to Alessa if he wanted to give her a normal life. To be continued. Yes. I understand it's Cliff Cohen again. But I simply had no choice. My friend offered me a drink and to watch Full Metal Alchemist. And as you can imagine, the choice was obvious. And so, the last meeting with Alessa before the adoption will be in the next chapter. Yes, I know I'm such a jerk. Well, I couldn't do otherwise. So peace, love, and a creepy bunny. Chapter 587, Chapter 586, A New Life and a New Family. Alex and Heather walked along the burned hospital corridor. A thick, suffocating stench of smoke hung in the air, biting into the nose and causing sharp, unpleasant sensations. But the most revolting smell among it all was that of burned flesh, so unbearable that nausea rose in Heather's throat. From the very moment she found herself in this corridor, memories connecting her to Alessa began to surface again in her mind. She remembered this place down to the smallest detail, even though in her memories the corridor had been clean, neat, and well-maintained. Heather covered her nose with her hand, trying not to inhale the horrific smell, while fragments of Alessa's memories flickered before her eyes like pieces of someone else's life. Alex walked beside Heather through the scorched corridor, doing his best to keep his thoughts under control and suppress the inner tension over what he was about to see. He understood perfectly well what Alessa wanted to show him, and why. She wanted to know, and perhaps even see with her own eyes, how Alex would react to what had happened to her in the past. The hospital room. Alessa's final refuge, the place where she had spent long years suffering and sinking deeper and deeper into darkness, unable to die and put an end to her torment. But Alex calmed himself with the thought that soon it would all be over, that Alessa would finally find the happiness and family she deserved, and that she would no longer have to suffer. And the more firmly these thoughts took root in his mind, the stronger his resolve became to see the truth through to the very end. At the same time, Alex understood that an even more difficult task awaited him, to heal the souls of Heather and Alessa. After all, both of them were parts of a single whole. Heather carried the light part of the soul, while Alessa bore the dark. Alex already had a plan for how to fix this, and all that remained was to put it into action. "Alex. I wanted to ask." Heather said quietly, stopping and lifting her gaze to him. "What is it, Cheryl? What do you want to ask?" Alex replied, stopping as well and looking at her attentively. "Alessa said that you would have to choose one of us. Is it really true that we'll have to become one person again for all this to end?" I got what Alessa wanted so badly. And if I remain, she'll stop existing. Heather asked, looking at him with a heavy, anxious gaze. Oh, Cheryl. Alex sighed softly. I already told you I would solve this problem. You, just like Alessa, are asking the wrong questions. I promised to save you both. You should have asked whether you truly need to become one again. For someone else, that would be an impossible task, but not for me. After all, I'm not human, he said, smiling faintly and gently stroking Heather's hair. What do you mean, not human? I understand that you're different from others, but not human. Heather asked in confusion, looking up at him. Exactly that. Because in truth, I am death, Alex said in a light, almost casual tone. Death. Like, with a scythe and a black cloak? Heather asked cautiously. Yep. Here's the gloomy cloak. Alex said, pointing at his black coat. And here's the scythe, he added, and in that very moment, a scythe appeared in his hand. Heather stared at Alex with wide eyes filled with shock. The instant the scythe appeared in his hands, she froze in place, unable to believe either her eyes or his words. Her mind desperately tried to accept the new reality. All this time, from beginning to end, she had been walking her path through Silent Hill in the company of death itself. Dozens of questions swirled in Heather's mind, from why Death would pretend to be an agent of a secret bureau, to why he even needed to come to this place at all. She opened and closed her mouth, unable to utter a single word. Yet at that very moment, it became clear to her why Alex knew so much, even without being a direct participant in all the events that had taken place in Silent Hill. If you're Death, why do you do everything so humanly? Heather asked uncertainly, not taking her eyes off him. If I start explaining everything, it'll take far too long, Alex replied calmly. There's such a thing as the natural order of things. And it shouldn't be disturbed, because that can lead to some very unpleasant consequences. I can't tell you everything, you understand, secrets of the universe and all that. Including why I have to work the way I do. Formally, I'm Death, but in practice, my job is carried out by another me. Alex fell silent for a moment, then added, noticing her expression, and judging by the look on your face, you didn't understand anything just now. Listening to Alex's words, Heather could only nod, showing that she understood nothing. Seeing this, Alex smiled faintly and gently ruffled her hair, as if to let her know she shouldn't overwhelm herself with questions. What mattered was something else. He had already shown that he could save both her and Alessa, and that they wouldn't have to merge into one again. Lifting her gaze and looking into Alex's eyes once more, Heather involuntarily rethought everything she had ever believed about Death and how it was usually portrayed. Now, in her mind, Death in Alex's form felt more like a caring older brother who had supported her throughout the entire journey. The thought that Alex was Death didn't frighten her, on the contrary, it brought a strange, unexpected sense of relief. Taking a deep breath, Heather decided to trust Alex completely, no matter what awaited them next. Now she knew that with his help, she would definitely save her father, and that Claudia would not succeed in carrying out her plans. In Heather's thoughts, Death was Death, and therefore a powerful being. Finally regaining her composure, she glanced once more at Alex's profile and couldn't help thinking that Death, in theory, should have a bony, frightening face, not one as handsome as his. Before we reach Alessa, you can ask one more question, Alex said without turning his head. Then, this face of yours. Heather began hesitantly. I mean, isn't Death supposed to be skeletal, with a scythe and all that? And you're, like you stepped off the cover of a fashion magazine, she added shyly. I was born this way, Alex replied calmly, thoughtfully stroking his chin. My older brother is handsome too. Though, to be honest, I think all my brothers are pretty attractive. You could say it runs in the family. Who are your brothers? Heather asked, forgetting that she had been allowed to ask only one question. That's a secret. Maybe I'll tell you another time. Alex said with a light smile, then nodded toward the end of the corridor. And it seems we've arrived. And they're even waiting for us. Heather followed Alex's gesture and saw the burned double doors leading into a hospital room. On either side of them stood pyramid heads, like silent sentinels guarding whoever was inside. Heather immediately understood that they had reached their destination, and that very soon everything would come to an end. And what comforted her most was the thought that the finale would be a happy one, for both her and Alessa. No matter how much she tried to deny it, Heather didn't want to part with her life. She knew her thoughts were selfish, yet she still wanted to continue living with her father, despite the fact that this life had essentially been given to her by Alessa herself. Clenching her hands, Heather moved forward beside Alex. She felt her palms grow damp with anticipation before the coming encounter, but her anxiety quickly gave way to calm when she once again felt a familiar warmth resting on her head. Taking a deep breath, Heather gathered her thoughts and prepared to move on. When Alex and Heather approached the doors, both pyramid heads lowered their heads, as if acknowledging their presence. The next second, they turned, grasped the door handles, and began to slowly open them. The doors swung wide with a long, drawn-out creak, and when they fully opened, a blinding white light struck Alex and Heather in the face. Once their eyes adjusted, they saw what looked like an ordinary hospital room, from whose depths came the monotonous sound of working medical machines. Stepping forward, they entered and saw tall white curtains with a small window. Pushing aside all unnecessary thoughts, Alex moved closer to see what was hidden behind the screen. Peering through the small window, he saw Alessa, the way she had been before everything that happened in Silent Hill. Her skin was burned beyond recognition, covered in a blackened crust and cracked in places from the unbearable heat. Alessa's chest rose heavily, and every breath clearly spoke of indescribable pain, from which she, despite all her wounds, convulsively gripped the hospital bed with her hands. Seeing her like this, Alex, for the first time in a long while, could not hold back. He began to cry. Blood flowed from his eyes, dripping onto the white floor. Heather, standing beside him, was crying as well, feeling Alessa's pain in full, for she was a part of her. Without hesitation, Alex pushed the screen aside, approached the bed, and, kneeling, gently took Alessa's hand. You were in so much pain and so alone. You suffered for so long. You didn't deserve such a life. You, like everyone else, just wanted to be happy. Alex said quietly, lifting Alessa's burned hand to his face. Alessa touched his cheek with her scorched hand, slowly running her fingers over the skin down which bloody tears were flowing. The touch was warm, the very warmth she had so desperately longed for. Even his tears felt surprisingly warm to her. Alex felt the roughness of her burned skin, but felt not a trace of revulsion, only a deep ache in his heart for everything Alessa had endured. He knew all of this, had seen it through screens and recordings, but standing beside her, seeing her so close and in such a state, he finally broke. He could not hold back his tears, just as the members of his family would not have been able to, seeing the hell she had been trapped in. Alex understood that the Alessa whose hand he was holding had long since ceased to exist. This was only an echo of the past, of the time before she was split into two. But even knowing this, he felt sincere, profound sorrow, gently squeezing her hand, trying not to cause her any more pain. When you are tormented for so long, fear and pain turn into hatred. And then I appeared. Came Alessa's cold voice from the other side of the room. Hearing Alessa's voice, Alex suddenly realized that he no longer felt the hand he had been holding. The once blindingly white hospital room warped and changed into a dreadful, dark, scorched version of itself. He slowly rose from his knees and wiped the bloody tears from his face, then looked at Alessa, who stood on the other side of the charred bed, staring at him with empty, black eyes. Heather still could not come to her senses after what she had seen. Tears continued to stream down her cheeks, and she helplessly wiped them away with trembling hands. She already knew what Alessa had gone through, knew the pain she had endured, and that it was precisely this pain that Alessa had kept for herself, giving Heather the most precious thing she had left, the remnants of light that had not lost a single shred of hope for something better, for a normal life without suffering. The sight of the burned Alessa struck Heather far harder than she could have imagined. This is the place where Alessa died. And this is the place where we were born, Alessa said coldly. I took all of her pain, suffering, hatred, and desire for revenge on those who wronged her. And she gave you, Cheryl, everything that remained of the light and hope. That final ray, which could have gone out at any moment. After everything you've seen. Her gaze locked onto Alex. Are you still ready to keep your word? Instead of answering, Alex strode over to dark Alessa and hugged her tightly, without hesitation for a single second, clearly showing that he was ready to accept her and make her part of his family. At that moment, Alessa felt an even stronger warmth from his touch, spreading throughout her body. She didn't know how to react. The being she had become didn't know how to receive such affection. Originally, her desire had been not only to take revenge on those responsible for her suffering but also to find her own happiness, the very thing she had dreamed of for so long. Feeling Alex's warmth, Alessa became flustered, and then, giving into a sudden impulse, she carefully hugged him back, as if afraid to scare away the feeling. In her memory, 4 girls she had recently met appeared. They had said that their father would save her and give her what she so desperately wanted. Nyaruko, Anya, Tina, and Jinx spoke of a large, loving family, of laughter and warmth surrounding them. At the time, Alessa, because of her nature, decided they were just boasting, but deep down she too wanted to be part of such a family, somewhere she would be truly loved. Now, everything she had wished for was terrifyingly close, and she didn't want to lose it. Alessa clutched Alex's coat tightly, as if afraid that this was only a fleeting dream she would soon wake from. As she gripped his clothing, she felt a hand on her head, cold, yet simultaneously warm. Alessa turned her head and saw a woman in a red dress, with black hair and equally black eyes. Her face held no emotion, but in the depth of that intimidating gaze, warmth and care could be read. Heather, standing aside, did not intervene. She understood that Alessa deserved her happiness, and this moment belonged solely to her. Even the presence of the unknown woman did not disturb Heather. There was nothing she could do but wipe her tears and genuinely rejoice for Alessa. I told you I would save you. And I will. Only the final steps remain, Alex said with a soft smile, looking at Alessa. What are you going to do? Heather asked, shifting her gaze to him. It's time for you to finally become separate individuals. The way you split in the past was imperfect. It's time to do it properly. Are you both ready? Alex first looked at Alessa in his arms, then at Heather. We won't be connected anymore? Alessa asked, raising her eyes while still clutching his coat. Yes. Each of you will have your own life. 2 souls. 2 bodies. And to start. Diurga, said Alex, and a magical circle flared beneath his feet. Alex knew that after casting Diurga, Heather and Alessa would eventually merge again over time, but the reason for his action was different. When Alessa had split her soul, she separated light and darkness, creating 2 personalities, which meant the division had been imperfect. With Diurga, Alex intended to evenly distribute the light and darkness between Alessa and Heather, so that they could become truly whole. He knew how to avoid the spell's side effects without using time magic or drawing Chuck's attention due to interference in the timeline. To achieve this, he would need another spell. When the magical circle flared beneath Heather's feet, she tensed slightly but remained in place. The bodies of Heather and Alessa glowed with a soft light, and both felt as if the missing parts of each that the other had were now within themselves. When the light faded, Alessa no longer felt the old darkness and weight, as if everything inside her had finally fallen into place. This is how I separated you. Now, the final step for both of you, Alex said, looking at Alessa and Heather. What final step? Heather asked, adjusting to the new sensations in her body. Rebirth. You are still parts of a whole, but after rebirth, you will have 2 souls and 2 bodies. And now, the final step. Azab, Alex said, and the magical circle flared again beneath his feet. With the Azab spell, Alex ensured that Alessa and Heather were reborn as 2 completely separate individuals. After that, they were no longer bound to each other as they had been before, and their incomplete souls finally became whole. Alessa's and Heather's bodies once again glowed softly, then faded a moment later. Alex left Heather human, while Alessa was reborn as a demon princess, just as Anya once had been. When the light vanished, Alessa looked at her hands and realized that something important had happened to her body, though she couldn't yet comprehend exactly what it was. What she did feel clearly was her bond with Alex, and along with it, the understanding that she now had a family she had dreamed of for so long. For the first time in many years, a sincere smile appeared on Alessa's face, long forgotten, as she looked at Alex. Heather, meanwhile, felt that what she had been missing had been restored within her, and that nothing tied her to this city anymore. The realization brought her immense relief. She smiled, as if she had finally found the long-awaited freedom. What neither Alessa nor Heather saw was the small, pulsating ball of flesh in Alex's hands. It was the god's embryo, the very one that had been inside Alessa and had served as the source of her power. Now, it rested in Alex's grasp. By itself, the embryo possessed no power and granted none to its bearer. It only plunged the soul deeper into darkness, corrupting it and revealing the true nature of whoever dared to use it. The power of the embryo remained within Alessa's body, while the embryo itself became nothing more than a tool. Alex already knew what he would do with it. He intended to feed it to Claudia, forcing her to finally reveal her true face. So, we're done here, Alex said, lifting Alessa into his arms. All that's left is to take revenge on every member of the Order, and finally destroy this rotten city. And save my father, Heather reminded him, looking at him. I remember your father, Alex nodded. He's with Claudia. They're all in the church right now. Everything's in one place, so it's time to go. Are you ready, little one? It's time to say goodbye to the city once and for all, he added with a smile, holding Alessa in his arms. Yes. It's time for this nightmare to end, and for them to pay for everything they've done, Alessa said confidently, nodding. Alex grinned broadly, stepped over to Heather, and placed a hand on her shoulder. Before she could understand what was happening, the world around them trembled, and the next moment, they were standing at the entrance of Brookhaven Hospital. Heather blinked in shock, looking around and realizing that they were once again on the foggy streets of Silent Hill. She looked at Alex and suddenly remembered everything that had happened just moments ago. Compared to the recent events, the sudden teleportation seemed almost harmless. With a sigh, Heather glanced at Alex, who was carrying Alessa in his arms, while Alessa hugged him around the neck. Now, the church. We'll go in through the main entrance, Alex said cheerfully, gently rocking Alessa. I want to see the looks on the parishioners' faces when they realize that their worst nightmare has calmly walked into their sanctuary. Alessa looked at him with a slightly blank stare, becoming more and more convinced that her new father was a rather strange individual. Yet there was something in his words that made her smile. In the past, she had been unable to enter the Order's church because of their so-called faith, which rejected her as a creature of darkness. Otherwise, she would have taken her revenge long ago. Keeping that smile, Alex carried Alessa in his arms and led Heather down the foggy street of Silent Hill toward the Order's church. His mood was excellent. He had gained another little princess. Alex loved all his daughters and knew he would love Alessa just as fiercely, even if in the future she turned into a real gremlin. If his daughters were happy and enjoying life, that was his own happiness. Still, he decided to give Alessa some time to adjust to everything before introducing her to the rest of the family. Alessa, what happened to those two? I completely forgot about them, Alex said, suddenly remembering the pyramid heads. They're here. For some reason, I can still control them, Alessa replied, looking him in the eyes. But the other monsters, I can't. They don't obey me anymore. To hell with the other monsters, they're creepy anyway, Alex chuckled. And since your guardians still obey you, that means you've got some extra protection, he added, lightly tapping Alessa on the nose. Alessa nodded slightly, still not fully understanding why she hadn't lost her powers. However, she wasn't about to ask questions yet. She already knew from her new sisters, who had visited her earlier, that her new father was incredibly strong. Hugging Alex tighter around the neck, Alessa decided to leave things as they were and just focus on the main point. Now she had a family. Heather, walking beside them, genuinely felt happy for Alessa. She ignored Alex's question about the pyramid heads that Alessa could still control, pretending not to have heard it. They continued walking at a calm, unhurried pace through the foggy streets of Silent Hill. Alex no longer rushed, his victims were already trapped, which meant he could afford to enjoy a normal stroll with his new daughter. Holding Alessa in his arms, he kept smiling and quietly humming a cheerful tune, until his gaze caught a long, bloody trail stretching ahead. Did we miss something in this town? Alex said thoughtfully. I don't think so. But if you want to check, go ahead. I have no chance of stopping you, Mr. Death, Heather shrugged, making it clear she didn't care. Alex looked at Alessa. She merely tilted her head slightly, clearly signaling that the decision was his. Despite her desire to save her father as quickly as possible, Heather understood that as long as Alex was around, nothing would happen to him. That realization brought her unexpected calm. Satisfied that neither of them objected, Alex moved forward, following the bloody trail. Soon, the fog revealed the outline of a figure lying ahead. As they approached, they saw a monster with gray skin, its legs fused together like a fin, a bald head crowned with a vertical mouth covering the entire face filled with sharp teeth, and instead of hands, it had mutilated stumps ending in jagged scythes. Examining the lurker's body, Alex noticed clear claw marks, as if a wild beast had attacked the monster. And what the hell is a lurker doing in Silent Hill? It's supposed to be in Shepherd's Glen hunting there, Alex raised an eyebrow. Look, there's another one, but different. Looks like a human with a hammerhead, Heather said, pointing. Alex turned his gaze and saw a second monster with the same gray skin, but with an elongated head ending in a vicious blade. Its mouth ran across the entire head, cutting it vertically. Alessa also recognized this creature. The wounds on its body looked like bullet holes. Piece by piece, Alex began to form a clear understanding of what was happening. He led Heather further along the trail of dead monsters. One looked as if it had been poisoned by a powerful toxin. Another had a gaping hole in its chest, as if someone with monstrous strength had ripped out its heart. With every new body, Alex grew more certain of his suspicions and quickened his pace. Soon, they arrived at the motel. All the monsters along the way had been killed in different ways, yet each one was painfully familiar to Alex. Looks like we've come to the right place, he said with a faint smile. Do we really have to go in there? What does it matter who killed these monsters, especially from another town? Maybe we should just keep going. Heather asked, doubtfully. Trust me, we need to enter this motel, Alex replied, keeping his smile. As they approached, he used a magical sonar to confirm his suspicions. Feeling the familiar presence, Alex fully committed to his decision. Heather could only sigh resignedly, comforting herself with the thought that there was nothing to fear with the embodiment of death beside her. Alex stepped onto the motel grounds, still holding Alessa in his arms, following the sensation given by the spell. Only one thing made him uneasy. Instead of the expected 5 presences, he sensed 6. The 6th was barely perceptible, weak, as if someone teetered on the brink of death. However, Alex didn't dwell on it. Right now, he cared about something else. He wanted Alessa to meet her new family. Climbing the stairs to the 2nd floor, Alex stopped at the farthest door. Muffled moans and female voices came from the other side. Excuse me, do you have a moment to talk about our God and Savior, the magnificent and all-knowing flying spaghetti monster? Alex cheerfully said, knocking on the door. The moment Alex spoke, the voices on the other side fell silent. Heather stared at him, stunned, unable to say a word, and in the next instant, the door swung open. Heather immediately turned her head and saw a girl with white hair and a colored streak falling to the side of her face. But what caught her attention most wasn't her appearance, it was her gaze, tired, heavy, as if she had been carrying hours, maybe days, of unrelenting tension. In response, Alex only smiled even wider, as if the situation genuinely amused him. Lucina looked wearily at her husband, the man who somehow managed to joke even in moments like this. But as soon as she noticed Alessa in Alex's arms, her expression softened, and a warm, almost maternal smile appeared on her lips. "Well, come in, idiot," Lucina said with a faint smirk. "That's harsh," Alex drawled, looking at her. "I don't care. We're all exhausted. And by the way, this is your fault," Lucina replied sharply, reaching out and grabbing Alex by the collar. Alex barely had time to realize what was happening before Lucina kissed him on the lips, then gently stroked Alessa's hair. Heather opened her mouth in surprise but quickly shut it, realizing immediately, if there's a kiss, then this must be his wife. Lucina fully opened the door, and Alex saw the other girls. Alice reacted first, she vanished from her spot and in an instant was beside him, quickly kissing Alex on the lips. At that moment, Heather was completely flustered. This was already the second girl to kiss Alex right in front of her eyes. But Alice almost immediately shifted all her attention to Alessa, who watched the scene with obvious bewilderment. Samantha and Enid also stepped closer, taking turns kissing Alex, then stared at Alessa with the same curiosity. Alessa looked just as stunned as Heather, who had completely lost any sense of what was happening. Alex, meanwhile, scanned the room quickly, clearly searching for someone with his eyes. "You're so cute," Alice said cheerfully. "Come to me. I'm your new mom now." With that, she gently took Alessa from Alex's arms. "She's so much like Wednesday, from her clothes to her gaze." "A tiny copy," Enid remarked in surprise. "If I didn't know better, I'd even think Alessa is Wednesday's daughter," Samantha nodded. "And where is Wednesday herself?" Alex asked, looking around. "Over there. Chatting with some guy we caught." "What did she say?" "Oh, right, give me 5 minutes, and I'll find out everything," Enid said, mimicking Wednesday's tone in an exaggeratedly cold voice. Alex turned his gaze to the locked door and finally understood why he had sent 6 presences instead of 5. From the adjacent room came a stifled moan of pain, abruptly cut off by a sharp slap, as if someone had been struck. Heather looked at the same door, trying to process what she had heard and make sense of who this Wednesday was, the one everyone spoke about so calmly. A moment later came the click of a lock. The door creaked open, and Wednesday appeared on the threshold. Her hands were covered in bloodied medical gloves, her black apron stained with blood, and things sat on her shoulder as if it were nothing unusual. Behind her stood a chair, to which a man was tied. His condition could only be described as pitiful, the marks of their conversation were obvious. Seeing the girl and the living hand, Heather completely lost touch with reality. And at the same moment, she realized why Alessa had been called a mini-copy of Wednesday. "I'm done," Wednesday said calmly, removing the bloodied medical gloves. "The secret passage to the Fanatics' Church is under the amusement park." Wednesday lifted her gaze and saw Alex, Alessa cozily nestled in Alice's arms, and Heather, who was experiencing yet another, probably not the last, shock of the day. Wednesday's brow raised slightly when she noticed Alex's arrival. And before she could say or process anything, Alex was already beside her, hugging her and rubbing his cheek against hers in a childlike gesture of affection. Without changing her expression and entirely unimpressed by the display of affection, Wednesday, with her usual motion, placed her hand on his face and pushed him back. Alex only smiled wider in response, pulled her close again, and quickly kissed her. Wednesday rolled her eyes for a moment, but strangely said nothing. This kind of behavior had long since become routine for her. Smiling, Alex led Wednesday to the others, finally deciding to introduce Alessa to her new family. When Alessa realized that all these women were her new mothers, a strange and slightly unsettling question formed in her mind: exactly how many mothers did she have now? But she didn't voice it. Family is family, especially when they welcome you so warmly and sincerely. Heather, hearing Alex casually call Lucina, Alice, Samantha, Enid, and Wednesday his wives, looked at him as if he were a complete playboy. Alex, in his usual manner, completely ignored the look and continued the introductions as if nothing unusual were happening. "And, where's your companion?" he asked, glancing around. "If you mean that annoying guy, we left him," Wednesday replied indifferently. "He was in the way." "In what way in the way?" Alex raised an eyebrow. "Well." Enid scratched the back of her head, embarrassed. He didn't really understand what was going on, started demanding answers. Basically, Wednesday zapped him with a shocker, tied him up, and threw him in the shed. "Oh, poor Alex Shepard," Alex sighed, then immediately changed the topic. "What about the ritual?" "Speaking of the ritual," Enid said with a kind but suspiciously wide smile, "Alex, can I have a word with you for a second?" "What is it?" he asked cautiously. "Why didn't you tell us we'd be dealing with huge, terrifying monsters?" Enid suddenly exploded, grabbing the collar of his jacket. "First, some weird, incomprehensible abomination, who knows what it even was. Then that giant porcelain doll, I'm now scared to even look at porcelain dolls. Then, that centipede with 100 rear ends. You didn't tell us anything. I thought we were just saving children's souls, not fighting nightmares." And don't even get me started on the places we had to crawl through. I stink of sewage and blood. Enid's anger flared instantly, wolf ears and a tail sprouted, and her claws noticeably lengthened. She shook Alex, venting everything that had been building up since their arrival in Shepherd's Glen. Lucina watched the scene with a smile. Enid had been holding her emotions in for far too long. Alice and Samantha quietly chuckled, as they themselves were frustrated by all they had been through. Enid vented everything, from the very beginning of their journey in Shepherd's Glen up to the present moment. Alex patiently let her blow off steam, fully aware it would take time, and that later he'd have to calm her down, maybe even take her somewhere so she could relax. Alessa, sitting in Alice's arms, watched with mild amazement. Gradually, she realized that this was exactly what the family she had dreamed of looked like, a family where everyone supported each other, could get angry, shout, and argue, and still loved one another. Watching her new mom shake her new dad, Alessa smiled with genuine happiness. Lucina noticed the smile and gently stroked Alessa's hair. Heather, observing Enid's ears and tail, finally realized that Enid was definitely not human. But the scene itself, Enid shaking Alex by the collar, was so absurdly domestic that Heather couldn't help but quietly laugh, swept up in the strange but warm family atmosphere. To be continued. Now Alessa is finally saved and has met her new family. It seems like what follows is supposed to be the full conclusion of the events of Silent Hill. Where we'll go after these events, I don't know yet. But I have time to think about it. Whether it'll be Helsing or another storyline, I don't know yet. But I'll choose something. So, peace, love, and rainbow ponies. Chapter 588, Chapter 587, Church of Fanatics. While Enid was shaking Alex, tightly gripping him by the collar of his coat, Alex himself listened attentively to the entire stream of anger and irritation that had built up in her since arriving in Shepherd's Glen. Enid, in an irritated manner, recounted how she had to catch monsters and then hold them in place, all just because Wednesday wanted to play pathologist. She simply became curious about how monsters were built on the inside. While Enid was shouting, Alex shifted his gaze to Wednesday. She, without changing a single facial feature, continued methodically writing something in her notebook. Alex noticed, Wednesday wasn't just writing, she was also sketching the monsters. He perfectly understood, Wednesday had already collected a huge amount of material for a future book. Heather, sitting off to the side and watching Enid's emotional breakdown, also looked at Wednesday. She couldn't believe that someone could even think of dissecting a monster just to find out how it was built inside. But Enid didn't stop there. She continued complaining. They had to deal with creepy dogs, wander through the cemetery, then the junkyard, the sewers, and then the utterly unbearable creepy prison. Alex lost count of how many times he heard the word creepy from Enid. He shifted his gaze to Lucina, Alice, and Samantha. They also added a few comments about what they had gone through. But mostly they remained restrained. Enid was already voicing everything they themselves wanted to say. All Alex could do was sigh and silently accept the verbal flood coming from Enid. He wanted to find out exactly what they had done with the cultists from Shepherd's Glen. But seeing Enid's emotional state, he understood, now wasn't the time to ask such questions. Even without words it was clear, Lucina and Wednesday had taken care of those cultists who decided to stand in their way and interfere with stopping the ritual. When Enid finally ran out of steam and stopped complaining, Alex simply hugged the girl and began gently stroking her back, helping her calm down completely. And while Alex was busy soothing Enid, who had once again had a nervous breakdown because of the problems she'd been dragged into, Alice, meanwhile, was braiding Alessa's hair. Within a couple of minutes Alessa's hair was neatly braided into two pigtails, exactly like Wednesday's when she was a child. And with that hairstyle, Alessa looked exactly like Wednesday in her younger years. For maximum effect, Alice smiled and sat Alessa down next to Wednesday. Now it's perfect. Okay, Alessa, don't move. Let me take your picture, Alice said, positioning Alessa beside Wednesday. Wednesday, who had been writing in her notebook the whole time, slightly turned her head to look at Alessa. She examined her from head to toe and gave a barely noticeable nod, as if agreeing that the style really suited Alessa. In Wednesday's mind the thought even flashed, to teach Alessa everything she herself had learned in her family, to pass on the knowledge of the Addams family. It would be even more amusing to imagine bringing Alessa to the family estate, and seeing the shocked faces of her parents when they saw her. Wednesday was already picturing the scene. Alessa also looked at Wednesday, and felt no rejection from her cold, familiar gaze. While Alice tried to get the perfect shot, regardless of where they were, the other girls watched Wednesday and Alessa with interest, as similar as two drops of water. Even Heather was slightly surprised by the resemblance between Wednesday and Alessa. Enid, whom Alex had just calmed down, immediately pulled out her phone, not missing the chance to take a few photos. Despite the fact that Wednesday hated being photographed, she chose to simply ignore it, as she always did. Even without filters the photo came out black and white, Enid said, chuckling slightly and showing the picture to the others. Lucina and Samantha looked at the photo Enid had taken and also laughed quietly. Indeed, the shot was black and white, because Wednesday and Alessa were dressed in black, and their faces were so pale they looked like corpses. In response, Wednesday only sighed slightly and continued making notes in her diary, recording everything she had managed to learn. Heather, watching all this, couldn't believe that Alex and his family were behaving so calmly and normally in such a place, in the musty motel of Silent Hill, where it smelled of dampness and dust. But at the same time, the atmosphere around them was such that everything happening felt like mere trifles. Heather quickly remembered, Alex was death, Enid was a werewolf, Alice was a vampire, Wednesday was a representative of an ancient family closely tied to the supernatural, Samantha was the heir of the Hunters family and the Men of Letters order, just like Lucina. Heather even began to think that she was the most normal one here. But then she immediately remembered, until recently she had been part of the soul of a girl who was sacrificed to resurrect some god. Alex, I forgot to give you this. Do you know what it is? Lucina said, pulling 3 small boxes from her bag. What are they? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. These boxes appeared after we killed those monsters that the sacrificed children had turned into, Samantha explained. Alex raised an eyebrow, took one box from Lucina's hands, and immediately opened it. Inside pulsed a ball of flesh, resembling an underdeveloped embryo. Frowning slightly, Alex opened the remaining 2 boxes, and inside were the same things, 2 more identical underdeveloped embryos. He immediately understood, these were the so-called god embryos that the Order worshipped. The girls had already seen what was inside and reacted differently, from disgust to a desire to understand what these embryos were and why they appeared after killing the monsters the sacrificed children had become. Heather, who had peeked at the contents of the boxes, immediately felt revulsion. Alessa, seeing these embryos, also recognized them. The sight of them triggered a surge of anger and rage in her, because exactly the same thing had once been part of her body, sustaining her life and preventing her from dying. Lucina immediately noticed the change in Alessa's behavior and began calming her, gently stroking her hair. So what is this? This thing looks disgusting. And why was it inside those children? Enid said, her entire expression showing disgust. It's a god embryo that the Order worships. You already know without me explaining what's needed for it to be born in a body. It seems the part of the Order living in Shepherd's Glen also wanted to give birth to their god. But they took the easier path, instead of 1 sacrifice, they offered 4, every 50 years. To grow this. They turned out much smarter than the idiots in Silent Hill, Alex said, chuckling slightly. So instead of growing the god seed all at once, they did it gradually, dividing it into 4 parts. I admit, clever move. But not well thought out, considering they screwed up in the last ritual, Wednesday said, closing her notebook. Wednesday, are you praising them or insulting them? Lucina asked, resting her cheek on her hand. Does it matter? In any case, all their plans have already been ruined, Wednesday replied in her usual cold tone. All right. Alex, what are you going to do with these embryos? Lucina asked, shifting her gaze from Wednesday to Alex. Well, first we'll extract all the power from them, leaving only the darkness. Then we'll combine these embryos into one. And the dish that reveals true nature is ready, Alex said with a gleeful smirk. The girls watched as Alex extracted all the power from the 3 embryos, then pulled another one from his pocket, this one larger. Everyone understood without words, this embryo was the one that had once been inside Alessa. And Alessa herself understood it too. Seeing the thing in Alex's hands, the thing that had brought her so much suffering, she quickly calmed down, realizing why her former power remained in her while the darkness had disappeared. Alessa looked at Alex, now her father, and understood his words when he said he would save her and protect her. Those thoughts brought her a strong sense of safety and joy, something she had wanted to feel for so long. Heather, however, couldn't understand what Alex was doing. All she saw was him extracting something from the embryos and then combining them into one meatball. But everyone had one question, who was Alex planning to feed this abomination to? And who are you planning to feed this thing to? Heather asked, looking at Alex suspiciously. Who else? Obviously Claudia. That crazy bitch envied Alessa. Since she wants to become a god, let her become one. It'll be hilarious to see her face when she realizes she's been tricked. Did she really think that betraying my little princess would go unpunished? Oh no. I'm going to turn that bitch inside out. I hope playing with her will be way more fun than with Pennywise, Alex said, laughing maniacally and baring his sharp teeth. Hearing Alex's words, the girls collectively sighed and shook their heads, already used to this kind of behavior from him. Alessa, hearing this, tilted her head slightly to the side and quickly realized what her new dad was aiming for. A light, cruel smile appeared on her face. Heather, seeing the expression on Alex's face, took a slight step back, slightly frightened. At that moment she didn't see him as death, more like a terrifying demon. Alice patted Heather on the shoulder, showing this was normal behavior for Alex, and there was nothing surprising about it. Heather could only nod with difficulty, realizing that everyone was already used to it. To change the subject, Heather wanted to know what Pennywise Alex was talking about. And when she learned about the entity that took the form of a clown and showed people their fears to then eat them, she simply nodded silently. Stop laughing like a mad villain. We need to get moving. We've rested enough. All that's left is to deal with the last part of the ritual, and for you to kill that crazy bitch, Lucina said, slapping Alex's hand to make him calm down. Oh, sorry. It came over me again. I just love ruining villains' plans so much that I can't help it, Alex said, clearing his throat dryly into his fist. In moments like this you sound even more like a villain than the ones you have to deal with, Alice said with a cheerful smile. Alex rolled his eyes slightly, picked Alessa up in his arms with an offended look. Lucina, Alice, Samantha, and Enid quietly laughed at his behavior and quickly gathered their things. Heather noticed, only Lucina, Wednesday, and Samantha had weapons. Alice and Enid only had backpacks with supplies on their backs. When everyone was ready, Alex, carrying Alessa in his arms, left the motel room and was the first to go downstairs. Now they needed to reach Lakeside Amusement Park. There was the secret passage to the Order's church. Getting to Lakeside Park was no trouble, all the monsters on the way were already dead. Seeing the dead monsters, Alex couldn't help but look at Alessa, whom he was carrying on his shoulders. Alessa looked back at him with her black eyes, showing that it was because of her that all the monsters on their path were dead. On the way to Lakeside Park, Heather managed to find common ground with Alice. She could befriend anyone thanks to her friendly nature. Soon Alex's group reached the entrance to Lakeside Park. Around the gates lay dozens of monster corpses, sliced in half. I never thought an amusement park could look this creepy, Enid said, wrinkling her nose slightly. You haven't seen the amusement park we visited last time yet. There was a haunted house with real ghosts living in it. And in the boss's shadow lives the ghost of a ballerina, Alex said, holding Alessa's legs as she sat on his shoulders. So he has the same situation as you with Zhanya? Samantha asked, raising an eyebrow and crossing her arms while holding her katana. Well, you could say that, Alex replied, nodding. Zhanya? Heather asked, overhearing the conversation. In response Alex pointed downward with his finger. Heather lowered her gaze and saw that Alex's shadow had taken on familiar female outlines. She immediately remembered the girl in the red dress who had appeared suddenly, and disappeared just as suddenly, as though she had never been there. Having received the answer to her question, Heather nodded. Alex looked ahead. The park gates had literally been smashed in. He became curious, had Alessa really sent the Pyramid Heads not only to clear their path but to kill everything alive in the amusement park? Entering the park grounds, Alex glanced around, already accustomed to Silent Hill's typical grim atmosphere. But what interested him most was, why would someone build their church under an amusement park? Here we split up. We need to find the last part of the ritual. It should be on the lower levels of the church. Apparently, Lucina said, looking at Alex. Good luck to you. And I think I'll just knock on the front doors. Take care of yourselves, girls, Alex said with a smile, waving his hand. Just don't destroy everything again. I know how your knock on the front doors usually ends. It's always the same, Lucina said, looking at Alex with a blank stare. I'm not promising anything. Maybe I can help you find the entrance to the lower levels. Alex asked with a smile, shrugging. No need. I know how to get us to the right place, Wednesday said in her usual cold tone. Lucina, Alice, Samantha, and Enid nodded, showing that Wednesday really did know how to access the alternate world. After all, it was thanks to her abilities that they had been finding the necessary transitions between worlds. Alex smiled, formed a heart shape with his fingers toward Wednesday, which earned him a blank stare from her. Saying goodbye once more, Alex, with Alessa and Heather in tow, headed toward the main entrance to the church, which, strangely enough, was located underground. The closer Alex got to the Order's church, the wider the smile on his face became. Alessa, sitting on his shoulders, lightly rested her hands on his head, already anticipating that soon everything would end and she would finally be free. After all, as Alex had said, soon her long nightmare would come to an end, and a new life would begin for her. Heather, however, was slightly nervous about what might happen to her father. But Alex's presence greatly calmed her. She understood, he would have said if something serious had happened to her father. Here's the entrance to the church. For a long time I couldn't enter this place, Alessa said, pointing to the entrance of the park administration building. I was already thinking we'd have to ride the roller coaster to get into the church, Heather said, looking up at Alex. Where did you get that idea? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. Just every time we entered the alternate world, we either went through strange doors, or fell down, or rode in an elevator. So I thought. Heather said in a slightly embarrassed tone. Well, you're not entirely wrong. But not this time. All right, forward, the final push, and then I get my well-deserved rest, Alex said, lighting a cigarette. Does death even need to rest? Heather asked doubtfully, looking at Alex. Don't ask stupid questions. I already told you, the main work of death is done by another me. While I got a couple of nice bonuses. And anyway, they forced me to become death. I already have a ton of work, Alex said, pinching Heather's nose. Heather wanted to ask how someone could force a person to become death, but she realized, Alex wouldn't answer such questions no matter how much she asked. And all she could do was guess. Entering the administration building, Alex narrowed his eyes slightly, searching for the passage to the Order's church. He quickly noticed an image of the Order's church on one of the walls in the room. Approaching the wall, Alex moved the picture aside and saw a small recess. Understanding what it was for, Alex pulled the Order badge from his pocket, inserted it into the slot, and turned it. There was a click of the mechanism activating, and the wall began slowly sliding aside. Because no one had used this passage in a long time, the wall couldn't fully open. Sighing, Alex kicked the wall, and knocked it out. Behind the wall opened a long corridor descending downward. Torches burned along the walls of the entire descent. Heather peeked out from behind Alex and also saw the long downward passage. Why do I get the impression that all these cults build their churches according to the same template? Or maybe there's a guide somewhere called, How to Build a Church for a Crazy Cult. Alex said, looking at the downward passage. So the Order isn't the only cult like this? Alessa asked, leaning forward while sitting on Alex's shoulders. It's not about the cults themselves, but about the people who create them. Mostly it all comes down to people. If it weren't for people, there wouldn't be any cults. Anyway, it doesn't matter. If I start reasoning on this topic it'll take even more time. And I already want to finish this, Alex said, waving his hand to show he wasn't going to develop the topic of cults. Alessa nodded slightly, but she believed that cults like the Order brought only suffering to people. Heather thought the same, she saw nothing positive in the Order, even if their goal was to create the so-called paradise. But throughout her time in Silent Hill she hadn't seen even a hint of the paradise the Order strove for, only the hell they had created with their own hands and condemned themselves to suffer in. Glancing once more into the long downward passage, Alex lit a cigarette and began descending the stairs. All he cared about right now was finishing his work, then getting some rest and maybe visiting a couple of places to unwind. Heather followed behind Alex, cautiously looking ahead. As they descended, all they heard was the echo of their footsteps, the crackling of torches, and the light melody Alex was humming as he walked ahead. Reaching the very bottom, Alex, Heather, and Alessa found themselves in a very spacious cave, resembling a huge mining shaft with high ceilings. The only structure in this place was the Order's church, light burning inside. Examining the place, Alex remembered, Silent Hill had been a mining town. It wasn't surprising that the Order's church was built here. Everything's in its place. So it's time to greet the locals, Alex said, smirking slightly. You mean, scare them? Heather asked, looking at Alex. Possibly. And at the same time show these idiots the face of the one they consider their savior. That'll be fun, Alex said, continuing to smile. Alessa gripped Alex's head tighter, she didn't like this place that had brought her so much suffering. Feeling Alessa's anxiety, Alex took the girl's hand and gently squeezed it, showing he was there. From such a gesture Alessa relaxed. Despite the fact that inside Alessa there still burned a desire for revenge, after she regained the bright part of her soul, her emotions became mixed, between sadness and a thirst for revenge. Approaching the main gates of the Order's church, Alex saw large wooden doors, no one was guarding them. He understood, they didn't need guards for their church doors, after all, their stupid faith in a deity protected them. Alex and Heather stopped in front of the church doors. Alex pulled both parts of the Metatron seal from his pocket and combined them. Assembling the seal, he looked at Heather, she nodded with a serious expression. Then he raised his gaze to Alessa, she had calmed down and now looked as calmly as always. Making sure everyone was ready, Alex grinned widely and raised his leg. He kicked the doors of the Order's church, literally smashing them in. The moment he kicked the doors in, a hum of voices rang out inside the church, and people began scattering in all directions. Claudia, standing behind the altar, shifted her gaze from the Order's Bible and looked at the smashed doors. Seeing who had come, her eyes narrowed slightly. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. A wonderful evening to die. Don't you think? Alex said, stepping onto the church grounds. In that same moment panic erupted among the parishioners, people began backing away from the entrance and staying as far as possible. All this time Claudia remained silent, staring at Alessa sitting on Alex's shoulders. Despite the chaos among the parishioners, Claudia tried to understand how Alessa had managed to end up in this place, after all, she shouldn't have been able to enter here. Alex cast a brief glance at Claudia, she looked very grim and thoughtful. White gray hair, thin face, dull gray eyes, and the priestess's robe slightly stained with ash. Alex quickly lost interest in Claudia and shifted his gaze behind her, and saw Harry Mason tied to the Order's cross. From his appearance it was clear, he hadn't simply been held captive, they had beaten him so he couldn't escape. Seeing her father's condition, Heather wanted to rush forward, regardless of the large number of cultists and Claudia. Alex placed a hand on Heather's shoulder and shook his head, showing he would handle it himself. He brought the demon child, one of the order members shouted, but his voice was immediately cut off. Amid the panic and screams came a click, and the shouting cultist exploded. His blood splattered in all directions, hitting those standing nearby. In that same moment a heavy silence fell over the church. Everyone was even afraid to breathe after one of them died in such a horrific way. All the cultists as one shifted their gaze toward the doors, and looked at Alex. His hand was raised in the gesture of snapping his fingers. Seeing how one of their parishioners had died, Claudia's eyes narrowed even more, when she realized that what had come was no ordinary human. Does anyone else want to call my daughter a demon child? Go ahead. Be brave. Only now you won't be met with a peaceful death, Alex said in a cold tone, sweeping his gaze over all the church parishioners. It's the devil. A woman screamed in panic. And in that same moment an iron stake emerged from her shadow, piercing her straight through. Complete silence finally fell over the church. Everyone stared at the impaled woman who continued twitching from spasms. Blood slowly dripped down the iron stake onto the floor, which caused the parishioners to begin retreating as far as possible, considering this a manifestation of impurity. Since one of you called me the devil, fine then. So. Claudia Wolf. Let's make a deal. I'll give you what you desire so much. In exchange you give me Harry Mason. Excellent deal, don't you think? Alex said calmly with a smile on his face. Look around, devil. This is our sanctuary. The only place inaccessible to darkness. Here your power means nothing. But our God is with us again. You yourself brought us the one who will give birth to our God. And we will finally ascend to our paradise, Claudia replied in a fanatical tone. Claudia's fanatical voice echoed throughout the church, and with her words all the order members immediately became inspired and began shouting words calling to expel Alex and Alessa from the church. Alex looked at this fanaticism with empty eyes, feeling a strange sensation from the fact that they were trying to drive him away in this way. Alessa, sitting on Alex's shoulders, also felt rather strange, fully sensing the absurdity of the situation. In the past the order's faith could have expelled her, but now to her it simply sounded like screams. Alex massaged the bridge of his nose, feeling only a headache from these shouts. At that moment he wanted to ask what these people were thinking, trying to drive him away with cries of faith and that their God protected them. Sighing, Alex looked at Claudia, whose face literally radiated arrogance, and simply shook his head. He moved his finger slightly, and Harry Mason, who had been tied to the cross, immediately appeared beside him. Heather was momentarily stunned but immediately caught her father, while the arrogance on Claudia's face instantly turned to shock. Claudia immediately turned her head, and didn't see Harry tied to the cross. She turned back, and Alex, with a cheerful smile, wagged his finger back and forth at her. Gradually the cultists' shouts began to die down as it dawned on them that their faith could do nothing to Alex and Alessa. What's wrong? I thought you'd keep shouting for a long time. Come on, all together, begone, demon. No. Oh well. All right, you have fun here, keep believing in your paradise, in your God. And we'll be going, Alex said in a cheerful tone, waving goodbye and preparing to take Heather and Harry away from this place. Seize the heretics in the vessel for God. Claudia shouted when she saw that her plans were about to be ruined. In that same moment the order members grabbed weapons and rushed toward Alex, Heather, and Harry. But the moment they got close enough, the shadow of Alex lengthened, and Wendigos emerged from it, their bodies covered in red veins. The Wendigos immediately attacked the nearest order members and tore them apart. The order members were frightened not only by the appearance of the monsters but also by the fact that the bodies of the dead were swallowed by the shadow. Alex narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Claudia, and in that same moment grinned widely. Those order members who wanted to stop Alex's group from leaving froze in place, not daring to move. The mere sight of the Wendigos triggered animal fear in them. Go ahead, keep attacking. My wife's pets are hungry. Or is your faith not strong enough to die for it? So you're not such believers after all, Alex said with a slight smirk and waved to Heather to take her father away. How dare you doubt our faith, devil? Spawn of evil. Our God has always protected us from impurity. Claudia shouted, noticing that the order members had begun to waver. Oh, what are you saying? God, you say. Fine. This is what your God looks like. Isn't this what you wanted so badly to absorb? Alex said, pulling the boxes from his pocket. Alex opened the box, and all the order members saw a pulsating lump of flesh resembling an underdeveloped dark embryo. But what happened next made Alex raise an eyebrow. All the order members fell to their knees and began reciting a prayer. Alex even thought that this wasn't what he had expected. Claudia stared at the embryo of their God with reverence, as though she had seen the greatest miracle, and also fell to her knees, folding her hands in prayer. At that moment Alex understood, fanatics are fanatics, in any form. Alex raised his gaze to Alessa, and with his eyes asked, "Are they all this insane here?" The sight of the praying order members caused only anger in Alessa, and she looked at them all with her black eyes, wanting to kill them. Noticing Alex's gaze, Alessa's expression softened slightly, and she showed that she simply wanted to leave. "Since this is your god, take it." "It's disgusting for me to even carry this thing in my pocket," Alex said, tossing the box toward Claudia. Claudia, with a panicked expression, rushed to catch the box. Alex turned and left, but a wide grin was on his face. He eagerly awaited what would happen next. Alessa cast one last glance at Claudia, as though finally saying goodbye to the one she had once been friends with. Then she looked away and rested on Alex's head, deciding to focus on her new family. Everything that had happened to her in the past could stay in the past, like a nightmare she was ready to forget. Claudia, with a fanatical expression, caught the box and pressed it to her chest. Because she believed that only she was worthy of this divine power, to rebuild the world, cleanse all sinners, and create true paradise. Alex exited the church with Alessa and saw Heather, who was trying to help her father. Alex approached Heather and touched Harry's forehead with his fingers. When Harry opened his eyes, he squinted slightly, looking around. "Dad!" Heather shouted, hugging Harry. "Heather! You shouldn't have come for me," Harry said after Heather hugged him. "All right, family reunion later. Right now we need to get away from this place," Alex said, interrupting the family idyll right at the start. "You. Alessa." Harry said, raising his gaze to Alex, and immediately saw Alessa sitting on his shoulders. "All questions later, Harry. Now get your ass off the ground, and quickly follow me. There's going to be a slaughter here soon," Alex said, kicking Harry lightly so he would stand up faster. "You gave her that thing?" Heather asked, understanding what Alex was getting at. "What thing?" Harry asked, not understanding what was happening. "The god embryo. Let Claudia become a deity. And we'll watch as she kills everyone herself," Alex said, chuckling slightly. "Dad, I'll explain everything to you later." "Come on, get up, we need to leave this place," Heather said, pulling Harry by the hand. Harry nodded in shock, not fully understanding what was happening here. Especially what interested him, who Alex was, why Alessa was with his daughter, and what was really going on. Seeing that her father had many questions, Heather didn't know where to start explaining. But she understood, there was no time for that, everything could happen in the next moment. To be continued. Ugh, I actually wanted to finish this chapter. But by the middle, I realized I wouldn't be able to. So I figured that after finishing Silent Hill, Alex would take a short break from work, during which a few family events would occur. What events, you might want to ask? Well, that's the usual top secret. Now I'm going to go eat. Chapter 589, Chapter 588, the nightmare finally comes to an end. After Alex threw out the embryo of the so-called god that the members of the order worshipped, he immediately turned around and left the order's church together with Alessa. His goal was to help Harry Mason recover and take the rescued men along with Heather far away from the church. Because very soon, a slaughter was about to begin inside the order's church. The god's embryo that Alex had discarded was immediately lunged at in panic by Claudia. She couldn't allow anything to happen to their deity. When Claudia managed to catch the embryo, she pressed it to her chest with a look of relief and reverence, as if demonstrating just how much she cherished it. The congregation of the order's church remained kneeling, praying to their god, who was now held in Claudia's hands. Nervously, Claudia slowly began to open the small box containing the god's embryo. When she opened it, she saw inside a repulsive black embryo threaded with red veins, like cracks on scorched skin. And yet, despite its appearance, Claudia was overcome with wild ecstasy and a surge of fanaticism, because now she could carry out her plan to cleanse the world of heretics and create paradise for her followers. At last. With our God, I will create paradise for all of us. We will purify this world and bring forth the paradise we have always believed in. The day of Advent has come. Rejoice. The day we have waited for so long has finally arrived. Today our God will be born and create a world free of human evil and sin, greed, hunger, war, pain, or suffering. Everyone will be happy simply by existing there, and humanity will live in eternal harmony and bliss, Claudia proclaimed loudly, raising the god's embryo above her head. After her words, the fanatical gazes of the order's members fixed upon the embryo of their god. In every pair of eyes burned the fire of zeal. All of them believed paradise awaited them, the paradise they had longed for so desperately. Seeing the looks on the faces of the congregation, a smile spread across Claudia's face. She understood, the hour had come for her to lead her flock and show everyone who had ever doubted her how she would create paradise for all the faithful and purge the sinners. But Claudia also knew that their God had to be born, and she herself was the perfect vessel to give birth to it, to gain its power, and to be reborn as a goddess who would guide her followers. With trembling hands, Claudia took the god's embryo out of the box. Gently holding it, she brought it to the lower part of her abdomen, where her womb was. In that instant, the embryo began to merge into her body, and Claudia felt an overwhelming ecstasy from the sensation. She began to sense some kind of power spreading through her body. But a moment later, Claudia realized this was not the feeling she had expected after uniting with the god. Instead of euphoria and grandeur, she felt all the darkness inside her begin to expand, like a curse devouring her from within. The members of the order watched with fanatic fervor. But when they noticed the change in Claudia, confusion arose. The joy on her face had been replaced by a mask of agony. Everyone could see something dark beginning to spread across her body, starting from her abdomen and covering her entirely. The next moment, Claudia let out a piercing scream of pain that echoed throughout the entire church. Doubling over, she fell to her knees as the darkness spread even more violently until it completely enveloped her, wrapping her body in a cocoon of shadow. The congregation of the order didn't understand what was happening. But because of their faith, they believed their high priestess Claudia was undergoing a transformation and would soon emerge before them in the form of their god. When one of the parishioners voiced this thought aloud, everyone else immediately believed it and began to pray, as if their faith would help the god be born from Claudia's body. The members of the order bowed their heads in prayer, awaiting the birth of their god. At that very moment, inside the cocoon of darkness, nothing of Claudia remained. Even her former self had been completely erased and consumed by the darkness. While the order prayed and waited for their god's birth, the sound of shattering glass rang through the church. Everyone raised their heads and saw the dark cocoon beginning to crack, the fractures spreading rapidly. In that instant, everyone felt a mixture of awe and happiness. Soon they would enter the paradise they had so desperately desired. The cocoon became more and more covered in cracks, and the members of the order waited in eager anticipation. But soon their smiles and joy turned to bewilderment. Because what emerged from the dark cocoon was not their god. The first thing to appear was a hand, skinless, covered only in bloody muscle and writhing tendons like worms. When the cocoon finally shattered completely and everyone saw not a god but a creature far more resembling a monster, a gigantic half-skeletal being. Its face looked like a cracked porcelain mask bearing a distorted resemblance to Alessa Gillespie, framed by dark, tangled hair. No one understood why their god had taken such a form. But the same question arose in every mind: was this even a god at all? They received no answer. The creature let out a deafening, bestial roar, opening a maw filled with hundreds of small, razor-sharp teeth. From the sheer volume of the roar, all the parishioners covered their ears, and genuine terror rose in their hearts. When the god stopped roaring, it dropped to all fours, and even with its eyes closed, it seemed to stare straight into their souls. "Our god has descended to us," one of the parishioners shouted, falling to his knees and clasping his hands in prayer. "God has descended. He will grant us paradise," others echoed, also dropping to their knees and praying. The being the order called God was no god at all. It was the true embodiment of their sins and the darkness hidden deep within their hearts. Originally, Alex had planned for the embryo to reveal Claudia's true nature, but in the process of exposing her essence, the embryo began absorbing all the darkness living in the hearts of every member of the order, feeding on the sins so deeply ingrained in their souls that they had become part of their very existence. The creature slowly advanced on all fours and stopped in front of the first member of the order. It raised a hand and placed it on the parishioner's head. Feeling the touch of their god, the man experienced ecstasy. He believed himself chosen. A blissful smile appeared on his face, tears of happiness streamed from his eyes. He thought he would be the first to enter their paradise. But soon he felt the grip on his head growing stronger with every passing second. The other members watching expressed only envy that they hadn't been chosen first for paradise. But that envy quickly turned to horror when the man's head burst in the hands of their god. Blood, brains, and fragments of skull flew in all directions. Before the order could even react, their god seized another person, opened its maw, and bit off his head. In that instant, panic erupted among them all. "God, why are you punishing us?" one member of the order screamed, staring at their deity. Instead of an answer, he received a blow. The creature swung its arm and sent the man flying. He crashed into the wall, turning into a smear of blood and pulp against the stone. And in that moment, panic and screams spread throughout the church. The so-called god began slaughtering everyone within reach. In desperation, the members of the order tried to flee, running for their lives. It finally dawned on them: what had been born was not their god, but a devil that wanted to kill them all. Chaos reigned in the church. People ran, shoved, desperate not to fall into the creature's grasp. Those unlucky enough to be caught were torn apart or devoured on the spot. The panic was so intense that in their terror, everyone tried to save themselves however they could, trampling over each other. Those who fell were trampled underfoot by the fleeing crowd. And just as they reached the church doors, the very doors Alex had previously smashed open, those doors slammed shut with a thunderous bang, trapping everyone inside. Behind them echoed screams of pain and despair. Those at the front desperately pounded on the doors, beating them so hard their fists bled. Fear and panic filled every heart, and the cries of the dying members of the order rang in their ears, fueling even greater terror. No one even considered fighting the creature. They knew they could never defeat a god, or a devil. It didn't matter, all they wanted was to escape, but the only exit was sealed while a true massacre unfolded behind them. Meanwhile, deep in the underground shaft, in the vast chamber where the Order's church had been built, Alex was playfully holding Alessa's hands, his new daughter and new demon princess. Alessa herself was enjoying the attention from her new father, despite the place and circumstances they were in. A little further away stood Heather and her father Harry, whom they had only recently rescued from the Order's captivity. Harry Mason, a man who had endured countless hardships and deception in the past to save his daughter from the Order's clutches, didn't know how to react to the situation he now found himself in. Harry knew who Alessa was and how she was connected to Heather, but he still couldn't understand why Alessa and his daughter were so close. And what interested him even more, who exactly was Alex? All he had managed to learn from Heather's words was that Alex was a federal agent from some secret bureau who had guided her through all of Silent Hill to rescue him. But what shocked Harry most was that Alex had adopted Alessa. The girl everyone considered a monster, a spawn of the devil. Of course, Heather hadn't told him the truth about who Alex really was. She clearly understood her father wouldn't believe that the one who saved him was death itself. Alex was smiling as he played with Alessa's hands when suddenly he and Alessa turned their heads toward the Order's church at the same moment. In that instant, the shadow beneath Alex's feet began to spread across the floor, covering the entire space. Because he didn't want the members of the Order to simply die, he wanted them to keep dying, over and over, for all eternity. So it begins, Alex said with a faint smile. Yes, it begins, Alessa replied in a cold tone, squeezing Alex's hand. What begins? Harry asked in confusion, looking at Alex and Alessa. The fall of the Order at the hands of the one they consider their god. Look at their faces, filled with fear and despair. How they scream, trying to escape the trap they built themselves. All it took was closing the doors, and their hearts drowned in hopelessness. The god they believed in turned out to be nothing but a monster born from their own thoughts, sins, and desires. And now they will all become its victims. Don't you think so, my little princess? Alex said, smiling broadly as he gazed toward the church and stroked Alessa's hair. They're getting exactly what they deserve, Alessa said, giving a small nod. Harry Mason stared at this strange pair and was horrified by how casually they spoke of human lives, even though the Order had committed countless atrocities in the name of their faith. At that moment, Harry wanted to take his daughter Heather as far away from this place as possible, believing she shouldn't be here. He took Heather by the hand, intending to drag her back to the surface and leave Silent Hill behind. But when he pulled, Heather didn't move. She gently let go of her father's hand and shook her head. Heather, we need to leave. We shouldn't stay here. You should never have come back to this town, Harry said, trying to pull his daughter away. I'm sorry, Dad. But I have to stay. I have to witness the fall of the Order and Claudia's end. Everything has to finish here, where it all began, Heather said softly, smiling as she looked at Harry. Heather, you. Harry stared at his daughter, unable to comprehend what had happened to her. Harry didn't know what Heather had gone through in Silent Hill. Every memory that had surfaced in her mind throughout their journey had changed her and her entire worldview. If she had once been a girl who only knew how to run, by the end of her journey she no longer intended to flee. Even though Alex had protected her the entire way, it had still helped her overcome countless inner struggles and move forward. Heather wanted to see with her own eyes the end of those who had harmed Alessa, because until recently she had been part of Alessa and shared her memories, memories that remained with her and would stay in the future. Harry. Cheryl has to stay. She needs to see this ending with her own eyes. Don't forget what the Order did to her, to both of them. It's her right to remain here. You may be Cheryl's father, but this is her choice. And as her father, you should go through this with her, Alex said gently, looking at Harry with calm eyes. She shouldn't have to see this. It doesn't concern her, Harry said, frowning, still trying to lead Heather away. Dad, I'm staying. I'm not leaving, and you won't change my mind, Heather said, smiling as she took her father's hand. I just want to protect you. I only ever wanted you to have a normal life like everyone else. I tried so hard to keep you away from the Order. And I still want you to be safe, Harry said, tightly gripping his daughter's hands. I know. Dad. You've always protected me. You've always been there for me, no matter what. I know how much you've done, how much you've sacrificed for me. But now we need to see our nightmare come to an end, Heather said, gently squeezing Harry's hands. Feeling the warmth of Heather's hands, Harry realized how much his daughter had changed in the short time he hadn't been by her side. On one hand he was glad, on the other he felt pain for everything she had endured to become this way. Harry wasn't sure whether Heather was speaking about herself and Alessa or about their family when she talked about the end of the nightmare. But one thing he did understand, their nightmare was about to end. Harry had sacrificed so much for Heather, he had even killed to keep her out of the Order's hands, and he had never once regretted his decision to protect her. Even if it meant running for the rest of his life, even if he had to kill again, he would do it all over to protect Heather. And if their nightmare was finally going to end and his daughter could at last have the chance at a normal life, he was going to witness it together with her, no matter what that ending looked like. Heather saw the change in her father's eyes and a genuine smile appeared on her face. Alessa watched the interaction between Heather and Harry and thought about how, in the past, she had deeply envied Heather for having a family that loved her so much. But now Alessa no longer felt envy, because she finally had a family of her own. Alex noticed how Alessa was looking at Heather and Harry and gave a small smile, gently patting her head. Alessa squinted slightly at the touch, feeling the warmth of his hand. But soon loud screams erupted from the direction of the Order's church. The cries grew louder and louder, mixed with the sound of pounding, as if someone was hammering on the doors with all their strength. Harry and Heather didn't know exactly what was happening inside the church, all they knew was that a true massacre was taking place there, and the screams of the Order's members were proof. The desperate cries grew more intense with every second, and their desire to escape the church only increased with each person killed by their god. Listening to the screams, Alex calmly lit a cigarette and used his supernatural vision to see what was happening inside. What he saw made him smile. He watched the monster Claudia had become slaughtering and devouring members of the Order one after another while the survivors desperately tried to flee the church. But what happened next surprised even Alex. The creature grabbed one of the parishioners and hurled him at the church doors. Alex raised an eyebrow and flicked his finger lightly, releasing the magic holding the doors shut. He had grown curious about what would happen next, so he let the doors open. When the church doors burst open, the members of the Order poured out like rats fleeing for their lives. But their god didn't let them get far and gave chase. Heather and Harry watched as members of the Order ran out of the church screaming in panic, followed by the creature that smashed through the church wall, killing more of them along the way. Once free, the god roared at the sky and began destroying everything around it. From its deafening cry, blood began pouring from the ears of the nearest Order members. They froze in terror, giving the creature the chance to attack and continue its bloody feast, devouring everything in its path. Interesting. Very interesting. Quite predictable why Claudia took this form, Alex said, bringing the cigarette to his lips while studying the monster Claudia had become. Because of envy? Heather asked, frowning slightly at the sight of the creature. You're already getting really good at this, Cheryl. I'm so proud of you. When you're old enough, I can give you a recommendation if you ever want to work for the Bureau of Control, Alex said with a light smile. Heather gave a crooked smile and shook her head at Alex's words, but she didn't deny them, quietly thinking that maybe someday she really would want a job like that. Alessa, looking at the monster Claudia had become, simply shook her head detachedly, thinking about how her old friend had turned into what she was now. But Alessa didn't feel even a drop of pity for Claudia. She had no intention of forgiving the one who had betrayed her in the past and abandoned her at the hardest moment of her life. Harry watched the massacre and didn't know what to do or how to behave. What frightened him most was that his daughter watched it all without the slightest change in expression, as if it were an everyday occurrence. Alex continued to observe as the Order's god, moving on all fours, attacked and devoured every member of the Order in its path. Those who ran toward the exits from the mine froze in terror when they saw that all escape routes were blocked. At one exit stood a group of Wendigos that simply blocked the passage. The moment any Order member approached, the Wendigos let out a howl and killed those closest, allowing no one through. At another exit stood Pyramid Heads, who had no intention of letting anyone pass and chopped to pieces anyone who tried to break through. Unable to escape, the members of the Order sank even deeper into despair and fear. Alex, Alessa, Heather, and the stunned Harry stood in a spot where they were hard to notice and watched everything unfolding in the mine. Alex glanced at Harry and saw a range of emotions flash across the man's face, until finally calm settled over it. Alex gave a small smile. He knew Harry had been through a lot, and the reason for his current state had everything to do with Heather. But Harry quickly pulled himself together and simply watched. Well, all right. My turn to step in. This is starting to get boring, Alex said, taking the backpack off his back. Where are you going? Heather asked, looking at Alex. Where do you think? I'm going to kill a god. Hopefully this will be a lot more interesting than our journey through Silent Hill. Alessa, watch my backpack for me. I'll be quick, Alex said, pulling a fire axe out of the backpack and handing it to Alessa. You're going to kill a god with a fire axe? Heather asked in disbelief, staring at Alex. In response, Alex gave a slight smirk and raised his thumb, resting the fire axe on his shoulder. For a moment Heather even wondered whether Alex really was death, despite everything he had done. Alessa clutched Alex's backpack tightly and looked up at him. Alex smiled and patted her head one last time. Lighting another cigarette, Alex walked forward, fire axe in hand. As he approached the church, one of the Order members ran past him clutching a wounded arm. Before the men could pass, Alex grabbed him by the collar. Where do you think you're going? Your god is the other way. Let me help you, Alex said with a wide smile. Before the Order member could even begin begging to be let go, Alex had already thrown him toward the god. As if sensing food approaching, the creature turned its head and opened its maw, revealing rows of small, razor-sharp teeth. The Order member hurled to be torn apart felt an even greater surge of despair in his heart. And in the next instant he felt tiny teeth sinking into his flesh, ripping it apart. Before he could even scream, his body was torn in two. Bon appetit. Now let's play a little, Alex said, stopping in front of the god. In response, the god let out a deafening roar. When the monster roared at him, Alex slapped his own forehead, remembering that this creature had no trace of reason, only instincts. Looking at the monster with Alessa's distorted face, Alex simply shook his head. In that moment the monster lunged at Alex, moving rapidly on all fours. Alex was slightly surprised at how fast and agile the creature Claudia had become even though the god embryo hadn't fully matured. When the monster got close, Alex couldn't help but note how large it was. Once near enough, it raised a hand to grab him. Alex stepped back, dodging the grasp. The monster's hand passed right by his face, knocking ash off his cigarette. Thanks, but you didn't have to try so hard. I can shake the ash off my cigarette myself, Alex said, exhaling smoke. In response to the comment, the monster opened its maw wide and lunged forward to bite him. At the last second Alex sidestepped, ending up beside the creature's head. Before it could regain balance, Alex kicked it in the head. The blow sent the monster flying, crushing several order members in its path. It skidded across the mine floor, leaving 2 long bloody streaks from the bodies it had crushed. Propping itself up on its limbs, the monster roared and charged at Alex again at terrifying speed. Once close, it raised a hand again, this time to crush him. Alex stepped back, dodging, and the hand slammed down beside him, cracking the ground like a spiderweb. But the monster didn't stop, it raised its other hand and struck again with the same crushing force. Alex kept backing up, evading each blow as the monster tried to smash him flat. While dodging, Alex wasn't looking behind him, until he bumped back first into another person. "Oh, sorry, and goodbye," Alex said, deftly stepping aside from the stunned order member who fell to the ground after the collision. The fallen man barely had time to turn his head before he saw a massive hand right in front of his face. The next instant he was crushed into a bloody pancake. Alex just smiled and continued dodging the monster's attacks. And every time the monster paused, Alex kicked its arm to provoke it into attacking again. Alessa, Heather, and Harry stood at a safe distance, watching what Alex was doing. The way he accidentally maneuvered order members into the path of the monster's blows didn't seem accidental at all. Wherever Alex moved, there always seemed to be a fleeing order member nearby. And Alex carefully positioned them so they died before they even realized what was happening, using them as human shields. "You can't beat me, I've got a super meat shield," Alex said, holding a terrified order member by the neck in front of him. The men struggled desperately, clawing at Alex's fingers and kicking his legs in panic. But the monster simply swung its arm, tearing the lower half of the man's body away. In Alex's hand remained only the upper torso, entrails dangling and blood pouring. Realizing his meat shield was destroyed, Alex tossed the remains at the monster. The creature immediately swallowed the dead order member and lunged at Alex again. Those order members who had found places to hide watched in horror at what Alex was doing, especially at his cruelty. And whenever Alex moved in their direction, pure panic and fear appeared on their faces. While fleeing from the monster, Alex caught up to another running order member and grabbed him by the leg. "Ha ha ha, you can't beat me, now I've got a super meat bat," Alex said, swinging the order member he held by the leg. Right after his words, Alex swung the man like a club at the monster. The order member's head collided with the monster's head, and immediately burst, blood spraying everywhere. From the impact, the monster was sent flying into the mine wall. Alex looked at the crashed monster, then at the order member he was holding by the leg. Without changing expression, he tossed the corpse aside and gave a slight shrug. Alex turned his gaze to the surviving order members staring at him in terror. When their eyes met his, they flinched and froze. Alex gave them an empty look and looked away. The moment he did, the survivors felt a brief wave of relief. Then they heard a sound behind them, like something chewing. Turning around, they saw dozens of red eyes with sharp teeth staring at them. Before they could react, the teeth sank into their flesh with a crunch and began dragging them into the shadows. Realizing all the order members were now dead and only the monster remained, Alex gave a slight smile. Meanwhile, Harry was wrestling with deeply conflicting thoughts about Alex's brutality. He didn't even know how to comment on the madness happening before his eyes. But the reason for Alex's actions was simple, it was the revenge Alessa and Heather had wanted. Watching the order members die one by one, Alessa felt the chains that had bound her finally snap. Heather felt it too, as if both of them had at last gained freedom. But one last chain remained, Claudia, now a monster. And then this nightmare would truly end. Everyone else is already dead. It's just you left, whatever you are now, Claudia. Or maybe you're not Claudia anymore. Though I doubt you can even understand me, Alex said, leaning on the fire axe and looking at the monster. In response, the monster roared again and charged. Alex shook his head and stepped back, dodging another strike. When the monster's hand slammed into the ground once more, Alex swung the axe and severed its arm. Losing the limb, the monster howled in pain and writhed on the ground, seemingly unable to comprehend what had happened. Blood sprayed from the stump while the creature struggled to stay balanced. As it tried to rise, Alex delivered a second strike, severing the other arm. Having lost yet another limb, the monster began smashing its head against the ground in an attempt to stand. Alex had already considered cutting off its remaining limbs when he noticed what it was doing and raised an eyebrow. He watched as the monster, using its head for support, managed to rise onto its legs. When it stood upright, Alex looked mildly surprised, raised an eyebrow, then simply shrugged and swung the fire axe at one of its legs. The blade bit deep, severing a chunk of bone. Grinning, Alex struck again, and cleanly cut off the leg. Losing the limb, the monster immediately collapsed, yet still tried to stand, even with only one leg left. "Your effort is admirable. But pointless," Alex said, raising the axe above his head to take the last limb. As if sensing mortal danger, the monster began desperately trying to crawl away, overwhelmed by the feeling of impending death. Even though the creature Claudia had become had no trace of intelligence, it still possessed emotions. And the fear of death flared up the moment Alex prepared to sever its final leg. Using every ounce of strength to crawl farther, the monster tried to save itself. Seeing this, Alex simply smiled and, with one clean stroke, severed the last limb. The instant the monster lost all its limbs, it began convulsing and screaming loudly, as if expressing its outrage. Alex looked down at the creature lying on its back. Its cries sounded almost like a child's wail, and bloody tears streamed from its closed eyes. But Alex felt not a shred of pity. He could sense exactly what this monster had been born from, and it filled him only with disgust. Alex climbed onto the monster's chest. At that moment its eyelids opened, and its black eyes stared up at Alex with a mixture of emotions. "Don't look at me like that. You were never meant to be born into this world. You're nothing but an idea of sin, born from human minds. And everyone who believed in you is already dead. Now it's time for you to disappear," Alex said calmly. The monster opened its mouth, as if trying to speak or let out one final cry. But Alex didn't allow it. He brought the axe down directly into the center of the monster's head. The blade sank in with a clear crunch, blood sprayed in all directions, splattering Alex's face and clothes. The first blow covered the porcelain face with cracks. Alex pulled the axe free and struck again. He continued hacking until the monster's head split in two. Having killed the creature, Alex calmly wiped the blood from his face and rested the axe on his shoulder. With the death of the so-called god of the order, both Alessa and Heather felt that everything had finally come to an end. Smiling, Heather hugged her father, who, seeing the relieved smile on his daughter's face, also smiled, trying not to think about the brutal scene he had just witnessed. All this time Alessa had been looking only at Alex, clutching his backpack. And when the so-called god of the order died, she felt both an ending and the beginning of her new life. When Alex approached her, Alessa looked into his eyes and smiled. "Ready to start your new life, Alessa?" Alex asked, taking the backpack from her hands and lifting the girl into his arms. "Yes. Thank you," Alessa said, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Now we can finally leave this place for good. So let's go, the last step. Say goodbye to Silent Hill forever," Alex said, gently stroking Alessa's head while looking at Heather and Harry. "Forever is right. Even if the town somehow becomes normal again, my feet will never step here again," Heather said with a bright smile, hugging her father's arm. Alex gave a soft laugh, patted Heather on the head, and started walking toward the exit from the mine. All that remained was to reach the surface and finally leave Silent Hill behind. Then Alessa and Heather could truly begin new lives. No one would call Alessa a witch, child of the devil, or spawn of darkness anymore. And Heather would no longer have to move from place to place, hiding from the order that hunted her. Just as Alex had said, their nightmare was over, and it was time to wake up. To be continued. I really didn't want to drag this out any longer. And so, that's the end of this mini-arc of Silent Hill. We'll be returning to the supernatural plot again for a while, but only for a moment, and I think there will be a few side events related to Alex's family, and some mundane stuff. And now, as usual, I'll be off to the door. Peace, love, and still the creepy bunny. Chapter 590, Chapter 589, Return to the Bunker, and a new home for Alessa. Before leaving the mining cave where the Order's church stood, Alex cast one last glance at the dead monster that Claudia had become, driven by her envy and her obsessive desire to become a goddess. For a moment he narrowed his eyes at the creature's corpse, then turned away. He looked at Heather and Harry, who had already started climbing the stairs toward the surface to finally leave Silent Hill. Still carrying Alessa in his arms, Alex followed after them. No one except Alessa, who was sitting in his embrace, noticed how every corpse of the slain Order members, and even the monster's body itself, was swallowed by Alex's shadow. Alessa looked up at her father. He placed a finger to his lips, signaling that this was their little secret. Alessa gave a small nod, understanding. Her new dad already had plans for these people, and she didn't mind at all. Everything that had kept her tied to this town was finally gone. Now she could live like a normal child, with a loving, caring family. Alessa wrapped her arms around Alex's neck, already feeling the beginning of her new life, a life in which no one would ever call her a witch, a monster, or a child of the devil again. When they reached the surface and emerged once more into the administrative building, Alex was the first to step outside, still holding Alessa. He was greeted by an ordinary abandoned amusement park. There was no fog, no smell of blood, no dampness or rot. Heather and Harry came out behind him and saw the same thing. Silent Hill was no longer a town shrouded in mist. "So, it's really over?" Heather asked, looking around. "Yes. Now it is. No more fog, no more monsters that can leap out of it," Alex replied with a faint smile. After those words, Heather finally felt true relief. She let out a long breath, as though the last heavy burden had slid off her heart. Harry, too, was surprisingly glad to hear it. In the past he had seen and endured so much in this town, knowing that Silent Hill had returned to normal brought him considerable peace. Alessa lifted her gaze to the sky. The sun was shining now, no longer hidden behind gray clouds and thick fog. For the first time in many years she felt the warmth of sunlight on her skin, and she liked the sensation after so long in darkness. Yet such a prolonged existence filled with hatred and gloom had left a clear mark on her, shaping her into exactly who she was. She squinted against the bright light, still adjusting to it. Alex noticed Alessa's reaction and gave a small smile. He understood perfectly. Even though his new daughter longed for family and warmth, she would always remain the same girl who wanted revenge on everyone who had ever hurt her. Alex didn't mind at all if Alessa continued to behave like Dark Alessa. He would love his daughter regardless. He was certain she would end up closest to Wednesday and Janya. Their personalities were strikingly similar. After enjoying the fact that Silent Hill had returned to normal, Alex led everyone toward the town exit so they could leave it for good. Leaving the amusement park behind, Alex, Heather, and Harry walked along the empty streets of Silent Hill. Once the fog had lifted, the town became just another abandoned settlement, old houses, windows and doors boarded up, yet no bars, no bloodstains, nothing that hinted at a curse. Heather kept looking around, amazed at how much Silent Hill had changed after the fog disappeared. Alessa, meanwhile, sat calmly in Alex's arms and was already dreaming about what lay beyond the town limits. She had never left it, not even as a child. Her entire life had been tied to this place, but now she could leave. The town changed so much once the fog lifted, Heather said, still glancing around. Now it's simply an old abandoned town. According to official documents and statements, it was closed due to a mine fire. Only a handful of people ever knew what really happened here, Alex replied, continuing forward. So no one else will ever know what used to go on in this place? Harry asked, turning his head toward Alex. Well, Harry, you could write a book about it. A psychological horror story where the protagonist rescues his daughter from the clutches of cultists, Alex said, stroking his chin and chuckling lightly. Dad, that actually sounds like a good idea. If the book gets popular you could make a ton of money, Heather said with a smile, holding her father's hand. I don't know, Heather. I doubt anyone would want to read something like that, Harry replied, shaking his head slightly and looking at his daughter. Why not? Nothing's stopping you from trying. Just write about what you saw in this town, what you went through, what thoughts went through your head the first time you arrived in Silent Hill. You already kept a journal before. This is almost the same thing, Alex said in a calm tone. Hearing Alex's words, Harry paused for a moment, seriously considering the idea of writing a book and telling the truth about everything that had happened to him and his daughter. The only thing holding him back was the knowledge that the horrors of Silent Hill were real, and no one would ever believe it, even if he wrote only the truth. Another reason was that Heather had been at the very center of those events. Harry looked at his daughter, she nodded, showing she would support whatever decision he made. Seeing her smile, Harry gave a small smile of his own, beginning to feel genuine relief that everything had finally ended. Despite her exhaustion, Heather kept gently encouraging her father to write the book. Harry could only respond with a weak, strained smile. Alex walked beside them, quietly thinking he wouldn't mind reading the book Harry might write about what he had survived in Silent Hill. Smiling, Alex glanced at Alessa, who sat quietly in his arms. In her eyes he could see she was already eager to leave this town. With the fog gone, the roads were no longer blocked by strange barriers, landslides had vanished. They reached the southern part of town without issue, the very place where Alex and Heather had begun their journey through Silent Hill. Retracing their steps, they passed through the cemetery and emerged onto the forest trail leading to the lookout point. Just a little farther and we'll leave this town behind, Heather said with a smile. I think it was a pretty fun adventure, considering everything that happened along the way, Alex said calmly, stroking Alessa's hair. I wouldn't exactly call it a fun adventure, Heather replied with a tight smile, glancing at Alex. Alex only smiled back and gave a light shrug. For him, every such journey was something new and worth remembering. After all, this particular adventure had given him a new member of the family, Alessa. When they reached the lookout platform, Alex gave a small smile and set Alessa down on her feet. The moment she touched the ground she immediately took his hand. She had no intention of letting go anytime soon. Driven by curiosity, Heather ran to the coin-operated binoculars to take one last look at Silent Hill, just as she had done at the very beginning of their journey. This time she could actually see the town that had once been hidden by fog. Alex walked over to his motorcycle, which had stood waiting here the entire time. He sat Alessa on the seat, then pulled out his phone to text the girls and find out whether they had finished and where they were. The reply came almost instantly. The girls had completed their task, stopped the ritual by killing the last monster, and were now on their way back. Alex sent their current location so they would know where to go. After finishing the messages, Alex looked at Heather and Harry. They were taking one final look at Silent Hill, a place they would never return to. He turned his head toward Alessa and noticed that she was now holding Robbie the rabbit, a plush toy that hadn't been in her hands before. "Alessa, where did that rabbit come from?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. "It appeared out of the shadow." "I thought it was for me," Alessa answered, lifting her gaze to him. Alex gave a small nod and glanced at his own shadow. It had taken on the shape of Zhangya. Realizing his wife had decided to give their daughter her first gift, a creepy Robbie the rabbit, Alex could only sigh. Then he noticed that Alessa's shadow looked strange too. Narrowing his eyes, he understood why. Zhangya had literally merged her essence with Alessa's shadow, granting the girl direct access to the Red City and all the beings that dwelled there. Alex thought to himself, that was actually quite a caring gesture from Zhangya. Understanding that he needed to explain this to Alessa, he began telling his daughter what was happening with her shadow. Alessa listened attentively, clutching the creepy Robbie the rabbit to her chest and nodding. She quickly grasped why she could still feel a connection to the Pyramid Heads, even though the foggy Silent Hill no longer existed. Realizing what her new mother had done, Alessa couldn't help but look at Alex's shadow, the one shaped like Zhangya. Learning that her new mom also ruled over a terrifying city, Alessa felt an even deeper closeness to her. For now, Alex decided not to explain the true purpose of the Red City. He knew Alessa would learn about it later. "So how are we all getting out of here?" "I'm pretty sure we won't all fit on your motorcycle," Heather said, walking over to Alex and Alessa together with Harry. "We're waiting for my family. Bureau operatives should arrive soon too." "Unfortunately, you'll have to go through the standard procedure," Alex replied, sitting on the motorcycle beside Alessa. "What procedure?" Heather asked, crossing her arms. "Just a routine interview. A couple of questions, that's all. It's only for the report. After that they'll do residual checks on the town, but that won't involve you," Alex said, stroking his chin. Heather frowned slightly but nodded. She understood. She shouldn't have even been allowed into Silent Hill in the first place. If not for Alex, she would most likely still be in handcuffs. And then she never would have discovered who she really was or what tied her to this town. Thanks to Alex she had finally understood her own identity, and after everything she had endured in Silent Hill, it felt as though all the pieces had finally fallen into place. She was free at last, and she had regained what she had been missing for so long. 10 minutes later a Bureau of Control transport vehicle pulled up. Fernandez, Saga, and Casey stepped out. Sighing and realizing it was time for bureaucracy, Alex approached Fernandez and handed him a flash drive containing video footage so he could fill out the report. Fernandez looked at the drive in his hand, then at Alex. Alex quickly gave an oral summary of everything that had happened in Silent Hill. While Alex was delivering his report, other agents questioned Heather and Harry with standard questions. When Alex finished the condensed version of events, Fernandez glanced at Alessa. She was sitting on Alex's motorcycle, hugging Robbie the rabbit, and gave a nod to show he understood. "What about that private investigator Douglas I sent back?" Alex asked, lighting a cigarette. "We picked him up. He's being temporarily detained, but we'll release him soon. We also detained another man who tried to leave town. He claims he ended up here by accident and just wants to go home. But I know for a fact, he's lying," Fernandez replied, frowning slightly. "By accident? Would that man happen to be named Vincent Smith?" Alex asked, smiling faintly and exhaling smoke. "Yes, that's him." "Do you know something about him, Agent?" Fernandez said, nodding to show Alex had guessed correctly. "Yeah. Ran into him in Toluca prison. He's a priest of the order. If you want to avoid future problems, put a bullet in his head and dump the body," Alex said, shrugging carelessly. "I'm afraid that's not part of our mandate," Fernandez replied, shaking his head to show he wasn't going to issue an execution order. "Then just send him to the research division, let him be a test subject for anomalous objects. But gag him first. Vincent is very good at manipulating people. He didn't become the youngest priest in the order for nothing," Alex said, exhaling smoke. Fernandez considered Alex's words and gave a small nod, though he still pointed out that such actions were outside his authority. He would need approval from higher-ups. Alex nodded, perfectly familiar with all the red tape. Just in case, he decided to message Jessie so she could issue the order to send Vincent to the research division as a lab rat. While Alex was talking with Fernandez, Lucina, Alice, Samantha, Wednesday, and Enid returned. They looked somewhat tired and dirty after everything they had been through. Even while speaking with Fernandez, Alex heard Enid complaining that her hair had turned into straw because of all the work and that she had broken a nail. The other girls listened to her complaints calmly until she finally stopped, including her desire to go on vacation somewhere. When the girls climbed up to the lookout, they saw the bureau agents. Lucina immediately approached Alex and Fernandez to hand over her own flash drive with footage, including the dog tags of dead agents they had managed to recover. Seeing the tags, Fernandez frowned slightly and took them from Lucina's hand. Lucina had no intention of giving an oral report, she was exhausted. All she said was, "Everything is on the drive." After that she hugged Alex and closed her eyes. Alex smiled, stroked her back, and shifted his gaze to the rest of the girls. Alice wasn't tired at all, she was a vampire, after all. Samantha was resting, sitting on the motorcycle. Wednesday, though tired, didn't show it. And Enid was looking at her broken nails with tears in her eyes. Realizing it was time to leave, Alex patted Lucina on the shoulder. He still had one last thing to do. He decided to approach Heather to say goodbye. At that moment a medic was checking Heather over while Harry gave his statement for the report. When Alex approached, the medic nodded, gave Heather final recommendations, and left. "I think it's time to say goodbye, Cheryl," Alex said with a smile. "Yeah. So where are you headed next?" Heather asked, giving a slightly sad smile. "Home first. And if nothing urgent comes up, I'm going to lie on the couch. Or maybe we'll all go somewhere on vacation. We could all use a break. And don't even start with the 'death doesn't need rest' line," Alex said with a light smile. "I was just about to say that." "You ruined it," Heather replied, smiling at him. "Little brat. You should rest too. The school year is almost over, so I doubt you'll be going back to class anytime soon." "Oh, right, almost forgot. If you ever feel like an adventure, here's my sister's number," Alex said, ruffling Heather's hair and handing her a business card with the number. "Adventure? I don't think I'll want any adventures for a long time," Heather said, taking the card. "Trust me, you won't find adventures like these anywhere else." "Because they won't be here," Alex answered with a cryptic smile. "What do you mean, not here?" Heather asked, lifting her gaze to him. "When you call that number, you'll find out. My sister's name is Valerie. You're the same age. And if you ever want to see new places, just call." "I know people like you," Alex said, lighting another cigarette. "People like me?" Heather asked, narrowing her eyes slightly. "Exactly. After a while, normal life is going to bore you. Ordinary life isn't for you. Anyway, you know what to do. If you ever want to see the world differently, just call and say I gave you the number," Alex said, gently stroking Heather's hair. Heather looked once more at the number on the card Alex had given her and gave a small nod. She understood, it would be hard to return to a normal life, even if her father wanted her to. Staring at the number, Heather thought, maybe she really would call it in the near future. She had no idea that it would happen very soon indeed, and that her life would once again change dramatically when she finally understood what kind of adventures Alex had been talking about. Alex gave a small smile at Heather's thoughtful expression, stroked her hair one last time, and turned to leave. As he did, he felt a sudden push against his back. He was tightly hugged from behind. "Thank you," Heather said, hugging Alex hard from behind. "Anytime, Cheryl." "See you soon," Alex replied with a light smile, without turning around. "Are you saying that as death, or just saying it?" Heather asked, looking up at him. "You'll find out soon enough what I mean. Life is beautiful because it's unpredictable. And you're going to understand that very well, very soon," Alex said, beginning to walk away and waving goodbye over his shoulder. Heather stared in stunned silence at Alex's retreating back. Inside her, curiosity awakened. What would happen after she called the number Alex had given her? Alex returned to the girls and suggested heading back. They agreed immediately. Not wanting to waste time on the drive, Alex decided to teleport everyone straight to the RV. Before leaving, he waved one last time to Heather, and then teleported himself and the girls away. Seeing Alex and his family vanish, Heather's mouth fell open in shock. She looked around, hoping she wasn't the only one who had seen it. But all the bureau agents simply ignored the event and continued with their work. At that same moment, Alex and the girls appeared beside the RV. The instant they stepped inside they were greeted by utter chaos, caused by Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, who had been left to watch the house on wheels. Seeing that Alex and the girls had returned, the three immediately tried to run away or hide. The girls didn't even have the energy to react. Alex sighed, snapped his fingers, and cleaned up the entire mess. "Hey, you three. Stop hiding, you need to meet the newest member of the family, Alex said, looking at the 3 pairs of paws sticking out of the cabinet. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch peeked out from their hiding spots when they heard Alex's voice and stared at Alessa, whom Alice was now holding. Seeing Alessa, the trio immediately approached her and began circling. Alessa, in turn, was mildly confused about what, or who, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch actually were. The 3 looked from Alessa to Wednesday, and this could have gone on forever if Alex hadn't explained that Alessa was his newly adopted daughter. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch immediately nodded and began rummaging through their tiny bags. Alessa showed strong interest in the strange trio. Moments later, her arms were filled with an enormous pile of various snacks, a gift from Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. Staring at the huge variety of snacks in her hands, Alessa didn't even know what to do. She hadn't eaten in so long she had almost forgotten what food tasted like. While the other girls quickly went to shower off the grime, Alice took it upon herself to explain everything to Alessa and bond with her new daughter at the same time. Moments later, Alessa was happily trying different snacks that Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were practically feeding her, which eventually led to yet another fight among the trio when they started arguing over which snacks tasted best. Don't worry about them. This happens all the time, Alice said, stroking Alessa's hair. The girl was stunned by the fight between Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. Alessa nodded in bewilderment and continued listening to everything Alice told her. Meanwhile, Alex poured himself coffee, sat in a chair, and stretched out his legs. Though he would never admit it aloud, the adventure in Silent Hill had left him quite emotionally drained. Sipping coffee and watching Alessa integrate into their insane family, Alex couldn't help but smile. Even Wednesday showed concern for Alessa, in her usual cold manner. But Alex knew Wednesday saw a younger version of herself in Alessa because of their similar personalities. He was certain Wednesday would take it upon herself to raise Alessa to be just like her. Alex imagined it for a moment and chuckled quietly. We should throw Alessa a welcome party. And bake a cake, Enid said with a smile. It doesn't have to be a whole event, Wednesday said calmly. Wednesday, you don't understand, it's necessary, Enid replied, pouting and looking at Wednesday. You're right, I don't understand. And I don't intend to, Wednesday said without lifting her head. I think a small family dinner would be better. I'll cook for everyone. That'll be enough. We're all tired, we all need rest, Alex said before Enid could start arguing with Wednesday. Enid paused for a moment, then nodded. But it all depended on Alessa. Did she want a party, or would a simple family dinner suffice? Alessa realized all the attention was on her and simply shook her head, indicating she didn't mind either way. For her, simply having a family was already happiness. Seeing that Alessa was fine with just a family dinner, Enid calmed down and dropped the party idea. Alex was just about to call Sam and Dean when the 2 of them walked into the RV, looking extremely tired and filthy. Dean and Sam immediately poured themselves coffee to wake up. They didn't even know how long they had gone without sleep while dealing with the problems in Ashland. They had been in an alternate world the entire time, and it was hard to tell how much time had actually passed. Alessa saw Dean and Sam and wanted to know who they were. Dean and Sam also noticed the new addition, Alessa. So you actually saved her. Good, Dean said, nodding. Dean, Sam said, elbowing his brother. Alessa, these are Dean and Sam Winchester. You can think of them as your uncles. Despite Dean's rough tone, he's actually very kind. And if you need to learn or figure something out, Sam's the one to help you, Alex said with a smile, introducing Dean and Sam. Damn right, kid. Sam's a total nerd. But if someone's bothering you, come straight to me. I'll handle it, Dean said with a grin, looking at Alessa. Alessa nodded in slight confusion, showing she understood. She was still slowly getting used to this family she had become part of. Not wanting to waste time, Alex immediately teleported the entire RV back to the bunker. No one objected. The moment everyone returned to the bunker, Alice and Enid immediately grabbed Alessa to assign her a room and decorate it. Lucina, Samantha, and Wednesday went to change clothes. Alex, Dean, and Sam decided to talk and headed to the library. So what's this Metatron seal you took from the cultists? Sam asked as they entered the library. That is the hand of God. An artifact touched by God himself, Castile said, appearing suddenly as usual. Look who decided to show up. And where have you been this whole time? Dean said, turning toward Castile. I was searching. From Metatron I learned that the seal is a powerful artifact possessing immense power and knowledge, Castile replied, sitting at the table. So it's basically a divine atomic bomb or something? Sam asked, raising an eyebrow slightly. You could call the artifact that. But I no longer sense great power within it, Castile said, frowning and taking Metatron's seal in his hands. I think I know why. In the past, Harry Mason used the seal to escape Silent Hill together with Cheryl. I believe all of its power has been completely depleted, Alex said in a thoughtful tone, inventing a plausible lie. So our divine atomic bomb is a dud now. Are there more of them? Dean asked, wearily leaning on the table. That's exactly what I was trying to find out. With power like that we could stand against Amara. But I found no trace that would lead me to similar weapons, Castile said, giving a small nod. At least now we have a lead on what to look for. Like Alex said, Amara will be distracted by Lucifer for now. We can try to track down similar artifacts, Sam said, frowning slightly. I think Lucifer will be looking for similar artifacts too. He definitely doesn't have the power to defeat Amara. She'd wipe the floor with him, Alex said, nodding. Then we'll look too. After all, we've got Death himself helping us. I think we'll manage. But first, let's actually rest like normal people. For God's sake, we just finished 2 jobs at once. I think I've earned some expensive whiskey, pie, and a nap, Dean said, nodding and standing up from the table. Of course. I'll cook dinner, after all, we have a new family member. We should welcome Alessa properly, Alex said with a light smile. That's what we should have started with. I'm going to grab some pie, Dean said with a smirk. Castile raised an eyebrow and looked at Alex. Alex explained who Alessa was and that he had adopted her. Castile nodded understandingly, his brother had finally saved a child and even given her a family. What truly pleased Castile was that he would now be near one of his nieces. Alex noticed the faint smile on Castile's face and shook his head slightly. He knew very well how awkward his brother could be when speaking in his usual hard-to-understand tone. Dean had already headed to the kitchen to eat pie and hold out until dinner. Sam wanted to get straight to work, search the old archives for anything that might point to the hand of God. Seeing that Sam had no intention of resting, Alex made it clear, better to rest first and tackle it with a fresh mind. Sam frowned slightly but nodded. Alex perfectly understood the reason for Sam's behavior, it was all connected to Lucifer's deception and what had happened near Lucifer's cage. Sam nodded at Alex's words and also went to rest. Castile, meanwhile, had vanished again, only to reappear holding a large plush teddy bear. Seeing this, Alex chuckled quietly and headed to the kitchen to start cooking, already imagining Alessa's surprise when she learned that one of her uncles was a literal angel. Entering the kitchen, Alex began preparing dinner. Sometime later Lucina and Samantha joined him, they wanted to help. The 3 of them finished cooking surprisingly quickly. By dinner time all the food was ready, everyone gathered in the kitchen. Alessa sat on Alice's lap, staring in wonder at the dishes on the table, not knowing which to try first. As promised, Alex brought out whiskey that could only be bought in Night City. The simple family dinner, which doubled as Alessa's welcome party, passed in a warm family atmosphere, exactly what Alessa had always wanted. Throughout the entire evening Alessa smiled and rejoiced that she finally had a family. Even Wednesday, who rarely smiled that day when she noticed Alessa's happiness. By the end of the day Alessa was so exhausted from everything that she fell asleep in Alice's lap, hugging her tightly. 2 short days passed after their return to the bunker, during which Alessa quickly settled in and grew very attached to her new family. The girls even took her on a small family trip to the mall to buy her new clothes and anything else she wanted. When the girls returned to the bunker they were carrying mountains of shopping bags. The only one who hadn't joined the outing was Wednesday. She hated crowded places like malls and therefore stayed in the bunker with Alex. But Alessa herself was extremely happy with the trip. One such morning Alex woke up because someone was poking him in the face. Opening his eyes, he saw a pair of black eyes staring at him from very close range. Alessa. Why are you waking me up the same way your mom Wednesday does? Alex said, yawning lightly and stroking Alessa's hair. Uncle Sam said to come get you. He found something about the hand of God, Alessa replied, looking up at Alex. Oh. Give me a minute, at least let me wash my face, Alex said, yawning again and getting up from the couch. Alessa nodded and sat on the couch to wait for him. Alex quickly washed his face to fully wake up, then picked Alessa up and carried her to the library. Entering the library where everyone was already gathered, Alex sat at the table and placed Alessa on his lap. He saw a huge pile of documents, books scattered across the table, including a nautical chart with a route and even blueprints of a submarine. Alex immediately understood what information they had found, and why they had woken him. Meeting Lucina's gaze, she nodded to show he had guessed correctly. Alex gave a small sigh. So what did you find that was worth waking me up for? Alex asked, still yawning. We need to go to the past, Sam said, turning his laptop screen toward Alex. I'm probably not fully awake yet. Can you repeat that? Alex asked, lifting his gaze to Sam. We found references to the hand of God in old records. A woman named Delphine, a member of the French branch of the Men of Letters, stole an artifact from the Nazis during World War II. The Nazis intended to use it to win the war. And that artifact was supposed to be delivered to America, Lucina explained, understanding that Alex was only pretending not to know. And why do you need the past? To steal the artifact from the Nazis before Delphine does. Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. No. The submarine carrying the artifact sank. To avoid disrupting the timeline, we decided the best option is to steal the artifact before the sub sinks. That should work, right? Alice said, outlining the plan they had come up with. First question, who's going to the past? The girls are out immediately, too noticeable. So it's just you two, Alex said, looking at the girls and then shifting his gaze to Dean and Sam. I'll go. I suggested the plan, I'll do it, Dean said, nodding. You remember the rules, right? Those who were supposed to die in the past stay dead. If the sub sank, it sank. That already happened and can't be changed. All you have to do is steal the artifact, not try to save everyone, Dean. Am I being clear? Alex said, narrowing his eyes slightly. I know those damn rules. I've learned them the hard way more than once. So, Mr. Death, are you sending me to the past or not? Dean replied in an irritated tone. Then I'll go grab my bat, and we'll head to the past, Alex said, standing up from the chair. Honey, it looks like you're not going to the past, Lucina said with a light smile, looking at her phone screen. Why not? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Something happened at home, and they need you there. Urgently, Lucina answered, barely holding back laughter. Alex noticed that Lucina was trying not to laugh and immediately realized, yet another absurd incident had occurred in Rio. Alice, Samantha, and Enid instantly pulled out their phones, looked at the family chat, and also nearly burst out laughing. Alex narrowed his eyes but still nodded. Since he wasn't going to the past after all, Alex decided to take Alessa with him to Rio. In any case, he wouldn't be needed in the bunker for the near future. This gave him time to see what on earth had happened there. To be continued. Let me briefly explain what happens with the time travel event. Dean travels back in time, ends up in a submarine, tries to steal an artifact, and gets caught. And in the end, he only gets the artifact just before the submarine is destroyed. I've shortened this, but the dialogue, persuasion, and all that was left out. As for what happens in Rio, well, that's a secret for now. But the four gremlins are to blame for what's happening in Rio. Chapter 591, Chapter 590, The Demon King and the Yellow Chaos. After Lucina said that something had happened in Rio, Alex immediately understood, yet another absurdity had occurred. He was genuinely curious why his presence was specifically required when the girls in Rio were perfectly capable of handling things themselves. But seeing how hard Lucina, Alice, Samantha, and Enid were laughing, Alex realized, the situation really was ridiculous. First, however, he still had to send Dean to the past so he could steal the hand of God that had been transported by submarine during World War II. Alex rose from the table, sat Alessa in his place, and began preparing everything necessary to send Dean through time. The actual transfer itself wouldn't be a problem, but Dean also needed a way back, so Alex prepared a special artifact for the return. When he finished, he walked over to Dean. Take this. The moment you've got the artifact, crush the orb in your hand. It'll send a signal and pull you back here. Second, if you're in mortal danger, you'll be yanked out instantly. Third, you only get one shot. And last, I'm dropping you a couple of hours before the sub goes down. Time's tight. Got it all? Alex said, looking Dean straight in the eye. Yeah, Mom. Got it. Let's do this already. I hate time travel, Dean replied with a heavy sigh. Alex rolled his eyes slightly, snapped his fingers, and Dean vanished. The next instant he was already aboard a World War II-era submarine, right in the torpedo room. Alex didn't even move from his spot, he simply brushed his hands together as if to say, worked like a charm. Sam, meanwhile, looked mildly worried that Dean had gone alone. But Alex reassured him, nothing had happened to Dean and nothing would. Sam understood, as death itself, Alex wouldn't lie about something like that. With Dean's mission handled, Alex decided it was time to head to Rio and see exactly what had happened that required his personal intervention. At the same time, he wanted to show Alessa another world. Glancing down at his clothes, t-shirt, shorts, and flip-flops, he snapped his fingers and changed into his usual black outfit, black jeans, black jacket, and sneakers. Then he looked at Alessa. She was dressed in an outfit very similar to Wednesday's usual style. Alex gave a small nod, perfect. Picking Alessa up in his arms, he was ready to leave. Lucina, Alice, Samantha, Wednesday, and Enid would keep an eye on everything back at the bunker, just in case something went wrong during his absence and he had to return immediately. Right as Alex was about to step away, Alice quickly scribbled something on a piece of paper. Here's the list. Don't forget to bring everything, she said, handing him an impressively long sheet. What's this? Alex asked, scanning the lines. A small souvenir shopping list you're supposed to bring back, Enid replied with a bright, mischievous smile. I wouldn't exactly call this small. Fine, whatever. Sam, anything you want me to grab from my home city? Food, drinks, books. Alex asked, folding the list and slipping it into his pocket. Nah, I'm good. But thanks anyway. Better grab some booze for Dean. I'm like 99% sure he's gonna come back complaining that he did everything himself and no one helped, Sam answered with a crooked grin. Alex laughed and nodded. Since he was already going to Rio anyway, why not make a few extra stops? After a quick goodbye to everyone, Alex, still carrying Alessa, took one step and vanished from the bunker. Alessa already knew she had become part of a large family and that she even had sisters. She just didn't yet know exactly where the rest of the family, or her sisters, were located. No one had told her yet. She was extremely curious to see her father's home. Sitting in Alex's arms, she was already daydreaming about what his hometown looked like and where the rest of her family lived. Alex shifted Alessa onto his shoulders, summoned Yamato, and made 2 swift slashes, opening a portal. Seeing the portal appear, Alessa stared in surprise and fascination. Sheathing Yamato, Alex took her back into his arms and stepped through. For Alessa, who had never passed through a portal before, the experience was entirely new. She squeezed her eyes shut. The next instant, when she opened them again, she saw forest all around. Alex had deliberately opened the portal outside Rio so Alessa could first see the city from a distance and gradually get used to everything, including the different races living there. Daddy, where are we? Alessa asked, looking around. In the forest near Rio. The city where your dad and your moms live, Alex answered with a gentle smile, glancing down at her. But why in the forest? Why not straight to your house? Alessa asked, tilting her head slightly to one side. Not my house, our house. This is your home too, Alessa. And we're in a different world now, Alex said, stroking her hair. A different world? Alessa repeated doubtfully, frowning a little. You'll see everything soon enough. Come on, let's go find out what happened that was so urgent I had to come home, Alex replied with a light smile. Alessa still didn't fully understand what Alex meant by a different world. When they emerged from the forest, she began looking around, trying to figure out where she was. But the moment she lifted her gaze to the sky, she saw an enormous orbital station seemingly hanging above the planet. The sight of Helios stunned Alessa, and that was only the first thing she saw. Noticing her frozen stare, Alex smiled softly and began explaining that orbital station belonged to him. Alessa nodded in wide-eyed amazement, listening to her father's story. Everything was completely new to her. For many years she had been trapped in Silent Hill and had no idea how much the world outside had changed. And now, on top of that, she found herself in an entirely different world. With difficulty she tore her gaze away from Helios and tried to listen carefully as her new dad casually explained how he had literally captured and transported Helios into this world. Hearing that, Alessa realized, her new sisters hadn't been exaggerating when they said their dad was incredibly powerful. On the way to Rio, Alex told Alessa about the city itself. When she heard that gods lived there, she immediately frowned. She didn't have the best opinion of gods. But Alex calmly explained exactly what kind of gods lived in Rio. Alessa kept frowning, but she nodded. And when Alex mentioned that some of her moms were goddesses too, Alessa's face showed pure shock. Alessa, sweetheart. You shouldn't judge every being based on what happened to you. You've been through so much. But don't lock yourself into a box because of one single event in your life. We're your family, and we'll help you get through all of this. I'm not saying all gods are good, some are awful. The same goes for humans and every other race. Do you understand what I'm saying? Alex asked, stopping so he could look at the girl in his arms. I think so, probably, Alessa answered, giving a small nod. Don't overthink it. As your family, we'll go through everything together. And you, my little princess, just enjoy your new life. Welcome to Rio, the city where gods walk among mortals, the city of adventurers. And over there in the distance, that's Babel, Alex said, pointing toward the city. Alessa followed his gesture and saw the distant city walls. In the very center rose an enormous tower that pierced straight through the clouds. She tilted her head back to try to see the top of Babel and instinctively gripped Alex's clothes tighter, overwhelmed by a whole storm of emotions. Looking at Babel, Alessa felt as though she had stepped into a fairy tale. She still couldn't quite believe that one single encounter had changed her life so drastically and allowed her to witness something like this. Every new moment brought more unfamiliar emotions she hadn't felt in years. It was still hard for Alessa to show emotion on her face. That didn't come easily to her, but it didn't change the fact that she was deeply awestruck. Alex chuckled softly at her stunned expression and kept walking. At the gates of Rio, as always, there was a long line of caravans and pedestrians waiting to enter. Alex had no intention of standing in line. Walking past the confused and irritated stares of the caravan drivers and travelers, he carried Alessa straight toward the gates. Alessa sensed the hostility directed at them and frowned, turning her cold gaze toward everyone who showed it. Her shadow rippled slightly, a pyramid head was already beginning to emerge from it to protect her. Behind Alex and Alessa, a silhouette began to form, but before it could fully manifest, Alex gently pinched Alessa's nose, making her freeze. "Don't pay them any mind, sweetheart. They're always like this. They're just mad because they have to wait in line. So no need to call your guardian," Alex said, stroking her hair to calm her. Alessa gave a small nod, but her icy black eyes still frightened everyone they landed on. None of the people in line could believe that a child could have such a chilling, terrifying gaze, one that made blood run cold. Still, a few brave souls refused to look away from Alessa's stare. But the moment Alex turned his own gaze on them, they immediately fainted and collapsed to the ground. After several people dropped unconscious from nothing more than Alex's glance, the rest quickly averted their eyes and decided to simply wait their turn. Alex gave a faint smile and continued toward the gates. Passing an elaborately decorated carriage, he paid it no attention and walked straight up to the guards. The gate sentries recognized him instantly, saluted, and let him pass without any questions. Alex waved casually to them and entered the city. Once inside Rio, Alessa began looking around in every direction, noticing the different races, elves, dwarves, beast people. Her eyes darted back and forth while Alex quietly explained who she was seeing. And this is only a small part of the city. Rio itself is much bigger, Alex said with a smile, walking down the street. Why are some of these people wearing different clothes? And is it really allowed to carry weapons inside the city? Alessa asked, pointing at passers-by. Those you're pointing at are adventurers. They go down into the dungeon and fight monsters to earn money. That's why they're allowed to carry weapons in the city, in case a monster somehow escapes the dungeon. It happens very rarely. So it's completely normal here. Come on, let's get you something to eat from a street stall, Alex replied, continuing forward. Alessa gave a small nod, still slowly adjusting to her new life, where everything was happening so quickly she could barely keep up. Carrying Alessa in his arms, Alex approached a food stall selling skewered meat so she could try local cuisine. Alessa looked at the skewer Alex handed her and cautiously took a tiny bite. When the flavor hit her tongue, she was genuinely surprised. Every piece of food she tried now felt brand new since she could finally eat again. While Alessa ate her skewer, she noticed that all the passers-by were staring in their direction and whispering to each other. She was surprised by so much attention and didn't understand why. She simply didn't know. Her new father was infamous in Rio, and every one of his appearances was usually accompanied by some kind of incident for the locals. The moment they spotted him on the streets, they couldn't resist gossiping about it. Alex, however, paid no attention to the stares, quickly paid, and headed toward the district controlled by his family. And at that exact moment, just as Alex was about to continue the walk and give Alessa a little tour of the city, an explosion rang out from the part of the district where the family estate stood. Hearing it and seeing the column of black smoke, Alex let out a heavy sigh, realizing that something significant really had happened after all. Alessa looked up at the black smoke, then at Alex. Tightening his hold on Alessa, Alex leaped upward and began running across rooftops to reach the district faster. The closer he got to the explosion site, the more clearly he felt an oncoming headache. A dull throbbing already pulsed in his temples. Alex reached the epicenter, which turned out to be a wrecked cart, and immediately began wondering, who in their right mind would dare cause this kind of chaos in the district run by his family. He noticed that the passers-by weren't reacting to the explosion at all, they simply walked past as though this sort of thing had been happening far too often over the last few days. Be-doo-be-doo-be-doo, came a strange cry nearby. Hearing it, Alex reluctantly turned his head, hoping his first suspicion was wrong. The moment he looked, the headache intensified. He saw minions in their classic blue overalls. On their heads were red flashing lights like those on fire trucks, in their hands, long ladders and fire extinguishers. The minions rushed past Alex at high speed and immediately began putting out the fire while simultaneously dragging the perpetrators of the explosion, other minions, out of the cart. The culprits hadn't been injured by the blast, they were only slightly blackened by smoke. The others were now resuscitating them by enthusiastically beating them. Within moments the fire was out. Even minion medics appeared, carrying the bombers away on stretchers. Be-doo-be-doo-be-doo, the minions shouted again, running off with ladders and extinguishers in hand. Once all the minions had vanished from the scene, as though nothing had happened, Alex realized, this was the end. He immediately understood who was responsible for bringing minions to Rio. Only 4 gremlins could have pulled off something like this. Barely containing his emotions, Alex wearily lifted his gaze to the sky, and saw Sasaki and Sogetsu. They were sitting on a rooftop with drinks in hand, grinning down at him and clearly enjoying his predicament. Meeting their mocking stares with a blank look, Alex let out another heavy sigh, now fully understanding why he had been urgently summoned back to Rio. All because minions had appeared in the city, beings more terrifying than any villain. And all because wherever they went, they sowed pure chaos. Alessa was staring in the direction the minions had run off to, trying to figure out what those strange creatures were. She wanted to ask Alex about them, but noticing the expression on his face, she decided to stay quiet. Ugh, why did it have to be right now? Fine, let's deal with this, Alex said with a resigned chuckle. What happened? And who were those creatures? Alessa asked, looking up at him. Those were minions. Your sisters brought them here, Alex answered, forcing a strained smile. Alessa gave a small nod, pretending she understood. But she still had no idea why those yellow creatures were called minions. Rubbing the bridge of his nose to dull the headache, Alex headed toward the family estate, perfectly aware of what awaited him there. He had nothing against minions in principle, but they were far too loud and chaotic. As he approached the estate, Alex already heard the minions' cries. They could easily outshout anyone. He wondered why the girls hadn't done anything about it. But the answer came quickly. They had simply decided to dump the entire problem on him. Reaching the estate gates, Alex saw thousands of minions completely filling the courtyard. He lifted his gaze to the windows, and spotted Hestia standing there wearing headphones so she wouldn't have to hear their shouting. When Hestia noticed Alex, she gave him a stern look and gestured sharply, "Do something, and do it fast." Standing at the gates, Alex honestly had no idea what to do with such an enormous number of minions. There really were too many of them. Alessa, seeing so many yellow creatures, was stunned and even covered her ears with her hands because of their deafening noise. Quiet! Alex shouted, clapping his hands sharply. Hearing his voice, the minions instantly fell silent and all turned their heads toward him in perfect unison. When silence finally descended, Alex let out a small sigh of relief. But the looks the minions were giving him stirred very mixed feelings. He noticed that somehow Claptrap had managed to blend into their ranks, which, honestly, wasn't surprising. He was yellow and had one eye. So the minions had naturally accepted him as one of their own. But what stood out most among the yellow sea were flashes of pink, blue, white, and blonde hair. Alex spotted his daughters. They had somehow mixed in with the crowd of minions. The moment his gaze met theirs, they immediately ducked out of sight. "Boss!" Jinx shouted, trying to get his attention. "Paka?" one minion asked, turning toward Jinx. "Boss!" Jinx repeated, pointing straight at Alex. The minions all turned their heads in perfect sync toward Alex and studied him from head to toe. Then they looked back at Jinx, Tina, Anya, and Nyaruko, who quickly began nodding vigorously to show they weren't lying. In that same instant the minions turned back to Alex, and fire lit up in their eyes as pure joy spread across their faces. "Bus!" the minions cried happily, throwing their arms into the air. "Well, that's it. I'm fucked," Alex muttered, unable to hold back the curse. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire minion army surged toward him with ecstatic screams. Watching the approaching yellow tidal wave, Alex just had time to notice Nyaruko opening a portal and escaping through it together with Tina, Jinx, and Anya. The only thing Alex managed to do in that instant was hoist Alessa high above his head. She no longer understood anything that was happening. And the next second he was swept up by the minions, who began tossing him into the air. At that moment there was absolutely no expression on Alex's face. All he felt was as though he were at a concert and the crowd of fans was crowd surfing him. He held Alessa high above himself so she wouldn't get hurt by accident. While the minions shouted and threw him into the air, Alex noticed the other girls standing at the estate windows. They were holding phones and laughing loudly, pointing at him. All Alex could do was endure until the minions finally calmed down. And he already knew that wasn't going to happen anytime soon. The commotion drew other people. They gathered at the estate gates and watched in fascination as the minions tossed Alex into the air and shouted at the top of their lungs. "Boss! Boss! Boss! Boss!" the minions chanted joyfully, continuing to throw him. Alex simply sighed wearily, still holding Alessa securely in his arms. She looked up at him with her pitch-black eyes full of confusion. Alex gave her a strained smile. She still didn't understand that this kind of chaos was simply part of their family. "Okay, that's enough throwing me." "I said enough," Alex shouted. "Stupa! Stupa! Bellow boss! Boss speak! Banana boss!" "Hee," one minion yelled after hearing him. In that instant the minions fell silent and stopped throwing Alex, but then promptly forgot to catch him. Alex hit the ground hard and stared up at the blue sky with drifting clouds. At that moment he genuinely wanted to return to the bunker, fight another monster, or visit some cursed city. He was ready to be anywhere, literally anywhere, as long as it wasn't dealing with minions. While he lay on the ground, the minions stared at him anxiously, clearly feeling guilty for dropping their boss. One of them somehow produced a stick and cautiously poked Alex's leg with it. "Boss dead. I.e.e. Boss no more. Wah. Stupa life. No," the minion wailed and burst into loud sobs. The moment one started crying, the rest immediately joined in, weeping bitterly. Alex stared at the scene with a blank expression, completely failing to understand why they had decided he was dead just because they poked his leg a couple of times and he didn't move. He wanted to ask, what part of him looked dead when his eyes were wide open. The girls watching everything from the estate windows were laughing even harder at the sheer absurdity of the situation and clearly had no intention of intervening. They had already been dealing with the minions for several days, and the yellow creatures had caused more chaos in Rio than Alex ever had. The smarter girls had compared the minions to an insane yellow hurricane that had suddenly appeared on their doorstep and proved impossible to stop. Especially the clever ones had immediately left, refusing to have anything to do with the minions and leaving the problem to whoever could actually handle it. Alex watched blankly as the minions wailed loudly and wiped their tears with handkerchiefs. He couldn't even fathom where they had gotten mourning clothes and flowers from. In his opinion, the situation was so absurd, even by the standards of his own life. "I'm not dead," Alex said in a calm voice. "Boss no dead. Boss live. Live live live. Thank you. Bananea." Whack whack, the minions shouted, immediately piling onto Alex again. Alex quickly teleported Alessa out of the chaos. She blinked in surprise when she suddenly appeared at the estate entrance and looked back toward Alex, who had literally disappeared beneath a pile of hugging and kissing minions. At that moment Alessa had no idea what to do, until she felt a warm hand on her head. She looked up and saw a woman with bright red hair wearing a white shirt and tight black pants. Hephaestus smiled down at Alessa, gently stroking her hair while watching Alex's disastrous situation with amusement. Hephaestus was the only one who had decided to step outside during all this madness. Chuckling softly, Hephaestus lifted Alessa into her arms and carried her inside the house, leaving Alex to deal with the consequences their daughters had unleashed. At that exact moment Alex was buried under minions who were hugging him, kissing his face, and literally wiping their tears on his clothes. With great difficulty he fought his way out of the pile, wiping drool, snot, and tears from his face and clothes while trying to fend off the overly clingy minions hanging off him and shouting non-stop. He raised one hand to signal for silence. "Boss, speak now. Must. Bellow. Boss, talk. No banana if no talk." "Wah," the minions shouted the moment they saw the gesture. Wiping saliva, snot, and tears from his face and clothes, Alex let out an exhausted sigh and lit a cigarette, waiting for the minions to finally quiet down. He glanced up at the estate windows, where the girls were still watching the entire spectacle and laughing. With his eyes alone he asked, "Can anyone help?" In response the girls only laughed harder. Sighing again, Alex took a long drag on his cigarette, exhaled, and waved his hand once more, signaling that he needed silence. Seeing the gesture, the minions finally went quiet, though the impatience in their eyes was so strong they couldn't even stand still and kept bouncing in place. "Let's start with the basics. I'm your new boss," Alex said calmly, looking over the army of minions. "Boss. Boss. 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 Boss," the minions chanted, throwing their arms into the air again. Yes, I know, you're very happy. But now the rules. Our rules are simple. While I'm not here, my family is in charge," Alex said in an even tone. "K," the minions asked, looking at each other in confusion. "Mama boss," Alex sighed, pointing toward the estate windows. The minions instantly turned their heads in unison and saw the girls standing there. In the very next second they erupted into excited noise and somehow produced signs covered in hearts. The girls were first stunned, then realized Alex had just dumped the entire responsibility of taking care of the minions onto them. They had already tried calming the creatures before, with great difficulty, and still didn't fully understand what the minions were even saying, especially when there were so many of them. Alex waited until the minions quieted down again. While they were making noise, he had already begun thinking about what to do with them. By his rough estimate, there were far too many, and they all needed to be housed somewhere. Lifting his gaze to the sky, Alex looked at Helios, and a plan formed in his mind for where to put the minions. Without anyone noticing, he created several clones and sent them to Helios, so they could quickly prepare living quarters and everything else the minions might need. After dispatching the clones to handle the important work, Alex clapped his hands sharply to get the minions' attention. "All right. There will be work for all of you. You'll have a place to sleep and even get paid," Alex said once they fell silent. "Banana," one minion asked, raising his hand. "Yes, and bananas too," Alex replied, nodding. "Apple," another asked, raising his hand. "Yes, and apples too," Alex said, continuing to nod. "Batato," yet another asked, raising his hand. "Yes, you'll get all of that. Including sweets, drinks, everything. The main thing is, work well and don't break anything," Alex said, cutting off any further questions before they could start. "Bananea. Tulalilu ti amo, boss," the minions shouted, jumping in place and immediately starting to make noise again. Alex let out yet another weary sigh, feeling a headache coming on from the sheer task of managing so many minions. Realizing it would be better to change locations, he snapped his fingers and teleported the entire group straight to Helios. Once in the new place, the minions first went quiet, then began looking around in wonder. Alex clapped his hands again to stop them before they scattered. He waved for them to follow and led the way. Alex walked in front while behind him marched an enormous army of minions pushing and shoving each other to be closer to the front. Alex was grateful for the existence of creation magic. Building living quarters for so many minions would have taken forever without it, but with magic it took almost no time at all. Leading the minions into a large compartment that had been quickly remodeled into their new home, Alex said, "This is your new home. Everyone pick a sleeping spot. But first we need to choose a representative. There are too many of you, and I need someone who can help me manage everything." When Alex said those words, he secretly hoped the minions wouldn't immediately start fighting over who would be in charge. To his surprise, everything happened without fights or insults. The minions held a quick meeting, and soon a tall two-eyed minion was pushed forward in front of Alex. Alex remembered, this one was called Kevin, the most responsible among the minions, which was why he had become their unofficial leader. "You're Kevin." "Right?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. "Bello, boss." Kevin replied, waving enthusiastically. "Good, Kevin. You're in charge. First, everyone pick a sleeping spot. After that we'll figure out what kind of work to give you. Don't worry, in our guild there's enough work for everyone, building guns, repairing things, beating up enemies, healing, and much more. So everyone will have something to do and no one will get bored. Now go, choose your beds," Alex said with a cheerful smile. "Ah fa. Kevin shouted, waving his hand and running forward. "Bwah," the minions yelled, rushing after Kevin. In that instant the entire minion army flooded into the compartment to claim sleeping spots. Alex stepped aside just in time, so he wouldn't get swept away by the yellow tsunami again. From inside the compartment immediately came the sounds of fights, arguments, curses, and every possible expression of battle over sleeping space. Listening to the chaos of minions fighting among themselves, Alex felt someone tug on his pant leg. Looking down, he saw a tiny minion holding onto his pants with one hand while clutching a plush teddy bear in the other. This minion was smaller than the rest, with heterochromatic eyes, which made him look like an innocent, naive child. Alex remembered, this little one was called Bob, the kindest and most caring of all the minions. "Boss. Papawi. Para too," Bob said, shyly offering Alex his favorite plush bear. "Thank you, Bob. I'll give it to my daughter. But it wouldn't be fair if I took your favorite toy. So here, I'll give you a new one instead. Take this," Alex said, crouching down beside Bob. "Pepe." Bob cried happily, grabbing the plush puppy. Clutching his new toy tightly, Bob immediately hugged Alex around the neck. Alex smiled softly, patted Bob on the head, then gently nudged him, so he could go choose his own sleeping spot too. Bob ran off with a big smile, not forgetting to wave goodbye to Alex. Still smiling, Alex shook his head slightly. He decided to leave one of his clones behind to supervise the minions, just in case of emergencies. Alex thought to himself, now his guild would use not only robots but also minions as support. And he actually felt a little sorry for their future enemies, because these yellow babies were extremely dangerous creatures who could flatten anything in their path once they got angry. With the minion problem temporarily solved, Alex wanted to return to the family estate, to spend at least a little time with the family before heading back to the bunker. At the same time he wanted Alessa to meet the rest of her mothers. Casting one last glance at the still noisy minions, Alex teleported back to Orario. To be continued. I don't remember if someone mentioned it, or if I said it, or if someone asked about the minions. Anyway, to be honest, I was originally planning on adding this yellow army of chaos to the story. And who else but Alex could have done it? His super cute daughters, of course. The minions will appear more often in the future, but for now, a little journey between Alex and Alessa meeting the other half of her family. And finally, Banana Awaya. Chapter 592, Chapter 591, A Request from a Wife That Cannot Be Refused. After Alex resolved the minion situation and assigned them sleeping quarters on Helios, he decided to return to Orario to spend at least a little time with the family before heading back to the bunker. Before leaving the orbital station, a message arrived on his phone with the exact headcount of minions now residing on Helios. When Alex saw the number on the screen, he was rendered speechless. There were an absolutely enormous number of them. Staring at the figure, 10,400 individuals, he began massaging his forehead. That many yellow creatures had been dragged into this world by his 4 daughters. The only thing Alex wanted to know at that moment was, why had Anya, Nairuko, Tina, and Jinx decided to steal an entire army of minions from another universe and bring them to Orario? But he already knew the answer. His adorable little gremlins had simply thought it would be hilarious. And Alex understood perfectly, he wasn't going to get a single coherent explanation from any of them. All 4 had already fled to places where they could definitely hide from him. Most likely either with Grandpa Creator or in chaos with Nyan Nyan. Realizing his daughters had taken refuge in one of the two most inaccessible locations possible, Alex could only sigh and cast one last glance at the compartment now housing the massive minion army. From inside still came the sounds of an all-out royal battle for sleeping spots, and Alex knew that war among the Yellows was far from over. He looked at the clone he had left behind to supervise the minions and gave a small nod. The clone responded by rolling its eyes, as if to say, "Thanks a lot, really appreciate it." Alex gave a quiet chuckle at his double's reaction and left Helios, teleporting straight back to Orario. He appeared right outside his guild, the building constructed in the image of the fairy tale guild hall. Looking at it, Alex couldn't help but smile. He had created this guild to save as many worlds as possible while simultaneously giving its members the chance to live out their own adventures. Just as Alex was about to step inside and visit his wives, the guild doors opened. Kiwi appeared on the threshold, wearing her usual red coat. Having learned that Alex had returned to Orario and brought yet another daughter home, she had decided to come back as well. Before Kiwi could even step outside, she was tightly embraced and lifted off the ground. Feeling it, she instinctively frowned and prepared to strike back out of old habit. But when she saw the familiar rainbow eyes and cheerful smile, her expression softened instantly and she hugged Alex in return. "Well, hello, my love. Where've you come back from?" Alex asked, still holding her close. "As if you don't already know. I was visiting the orphanage in Night City. Just because Night City has gotten better under Hanako's control and gang wars happen less often doesn't mean I'm going to stop visiting the place where I grew up," Kiwi replied in her usual calm tone. Alex nodded understandingly. He knew, Kiwi often brought the children at the orphanage food they had never tasted before. Despite her cold exterior, she was deeply kind. Kiwi spoke with Alex a little longer, then kissed him on the lips and headed home, to meet Alessa and get acquainted with their newest daughter. By now the entire family already knew what Alessa had been through and who she had become. Alex watched Kiwi walk away and gave a small smile. He understood, most of the girls were currently absent from Orario precisely because of the minion situation. No one wanted anything to do with them. Stepping inside the guild, Alex smiled at how lively the place still was. His first stop was to visit Brunhild, Coco, Yuriko, and Saya, the ones responsible for running the guild's operations. Alex already knew what kind of reception awaited him during the meeting and had mentally prepared himself. And he wasn't wrong. The moment he entered the office, all four women fixed him with empty stares, yet another consequence of their daughter's antics, for which Alex allowed almost anything. He had hoped to make it a quick visit and leave, but the conversation dragged on for a full half-hour. Brunhild and Saya spent a long time expressing their displeasure while Coco and Yuriko quietly laughed at him. After listening to a lengthy lecture about how spoiled he had made their daughters, Alex could only sigh and nod. They were right, but he was still going to keep spoiling them. Seeing that Alex had no intention of changing, Brunhild sighed, pressed a palm to her forehead, and decided she would speak with the girls later, to at least try to rein in some of their madness and prevent future incidents like the minions. Alex also had to explain what he had done with the minions, where he had sent them, and what he planned to do with such an enormous army. "Maybe you should go meet Alessa instead of lecturing me," Alex said, clearing his throat dryly and looking at the four women. "We were already planning to. We just finished the main work. Now we can take a break and get to know our new daughter," Coco replied, stretching and rising from her chair. "If Helios gets destroyed and starts falling, that's going to be your fault, Alex. I wash my hands of the whole thing." "Once was enough for me," Saya said with a faint smile. "I left a clone there to watch over the minions. I think everything will be fine." "Probably," Alex answered, giving a strained smile. "That's right, darling. As their father, you should deal with the consequences of our daughter's antics. Meanwhile we'll go meet Alessa." "Don't miss us too much," Yuriko said, kissing Alex on the cheek. "Yuriko's right, Alex. So good luck, Mr. Death," Coco added, quickly kissing him on the lips before leaving. "But they're your daughters too," Alex said, watching the women leave the office. "They're your daughters as well. Don't forget, we watch over them far more often than you do," Brunhild replied calmly, running her palm gently across Alex's cheek before walking out. Alex opened his mouth, then immediately closed it and nodded. Brunhild gave a small smile and left. Sighing, Alex decided to visit the rest of the girls in the guild before returning to the estate. His first destination was the clinic, to see Marie and Shizuka. But the clinic was closed. The girls had apparently already gone home to meet Alessa. Alex paused for a moment, wondering what kind of expression Alessa would make when she learned just how many mothers she had. He was certain she was currently in a state of complete shock. And he was right. At that very moment Alessa was experiencing genuine astonishment seeing the sheer number of women who were now her mothers. She didn't even know how to react, yet at the same time she felt more love than she had ever experienced in her entire life. Alex understood. Rekka, White, and Red had most likely already left the guild's research lab. They had gone home after the noisy minion army was relocated to Helios. Sighing again, Alex decided to head home. Just as he was about to leave the guild, he spotted Lem and the rest of the guys. They had just returned from a mission. Looking at the group of men, Alex remembered, he would soon need their help with something. So he decided to approach and talk. "Look who's back, our boss. Already dealt with your new yellow army," R said, laughing loudly. "Yeah, I admit, they're loud. But also useful. And since I ran into you guys, we need to talk," Alex replied with a faint smile. "About what? Another complicated job?" Chris asked, folding his arms across his chest. "Pretty much. Follow me to the empty meeting hall, we'll talk there," Alex said, waving them over. The men exchanged glances and followed him, curious why someone like Alex would need their help. Everyone in the guild knew exactly who Alex really was and just how powerful he truly was. Alex entered the empty meeting room first, took the head seat, and waited until everyone sat down. He gave a small smile. Once upon a time he had only seen these men on a computer screen, and now they worked for him, yet they still maintained friendly relations. Alex looked at Chris, Pierce, and Leon, who usually operated as a trio. Then his gaze shifted to Jake Muller, who, unlike his father, was not a complete bastard. Price, Ghost, and Soap still carried themselves like soldiers despite their new line of work. Lem and the rest of the guys who had once worked for Coco were now carrying out assignments in other worlds. "So what did you want to talk about, kid?" Price asked, lighting a cigar. "In the world where I'm currently working, a war is coming soon. And I figured I'd need your help." "You understand why," Alex said, lighting a cigarette of his own. "War. What this time? Zombies? Demons? Or some other monstrosity?" Lem asked with a smirk, exhaling smoke. "You're almost right. Nazi vampires," Alex replied with an amused smile, tapping his finger on the table. "Sorry, what? Nazi vampires? Did I hear that correctly?" Jake asked, folding his arms and propping his feet on the table. "You heard correctly. Nazi vampires," Alex confirmed, nodding and exhaling smoke. "Alex, I don't want to ask a stupid question. But what world are you currently in?" "We need to know what we're walking into," Soap said, leaning on the table. "Fine, I'll explain what's going on in that world. This will take a while, so get comfortable," Alex said, standing up from his chair. The group of men nodded. They understood that the explanation would be long. They needed detailed information to prepare properly. Alex began with the most important part, the structure of the world, which was essentially one giant horror universe. When he named several locations and entities, even those who usually didn't watch horror movies began to understand what he was talking about. But some still laughed at the fact that Alex had to deal with sparkling in sunlight vampires and watch teenage drama. In response, Alex just rolled his eyes and moved on to the organizations present in that world. When he mentioned the Federal Bureau of Control, the organization he was currently effectively working for, everyone immediately had questions. Why had Alex joined them? And when he named the director of the Bureau of Control, some of the men grinned at him while Chris looked at him like he was scum. After all, his sister Claire was married to Alex. Alex gave a small smile and continued explaining. He told them about demons, angels, and what was really happening, including who Chuck actually was. For fun, he added that the role of death had been literally forced upon him. "Well damn, Alex. Sounds like you definitely weren't bored in that world. A school for monster kids, a secret government agency, a secret ancient organization collecting knowledge, demons, angels, reapers. And on top of that you became death. And at the end of the list, Nazi vampires," Leon said with a slight smile. "You forgot to mention a ton of cursed locations, monster hunters, and all that. But yeah, parts of it were actually fun. Especially that last cursed city where I had to commit genocide against cultists," Alex replied, sitting back down at the table. "Alright, we've got the rundown on that world. What exactly do you need from us? And where is this war going to take place?" Ghost asked, nodding. "Just 2 tasks. I'm almost 100% certain, very soon Jesse is going to call me and ask me to go to London. As I mentioned, Britain has 2 ancient organizations. The first is the Order of Protestant Knights Helsing, the second is the British branch of the Men of Letters. And for obvious reasons, both hate each other. Helsing uses a monster to hunt monsters, while the British Men of Letters want to eradicate every monster in Britain," Alex said, tapping his finger rhythmically on the table. "And let me guess, we'll side with Helsing, because you're interested in the head of that order," R said with a smirk. "Shut up, R. Anyway, I need some of you to wipe out every member of the British Men of Letters. Because those bastards have something in their possession that should never be in human hands. And I strongly suspect, they will definitely side with the Nazis, just to finally get rid of Alucard. After all, those bastards even went so far as to send one insane vengeful bitch to destroy Nevermore," Alex said, lighting another cigarette. "And what exactly do these British bastards have? A weapon, an artifact, or something worse?" Chris asked, frowning slightly. Fragments of power from the primordial goddess I'm currently helping. I don't know exactly how many fragments they possess. But I need you to find every single one, and kill everyone involved, Alex answered, tapping his finger on the table again. This goddess, yet another one of your girlfriends? Jake asked, raising an eyebrow. No, we're just friends. She already has someone she likes. And let me tell you, Dean's a cool guy. You can drink with him and kill monsters together. In short, he's fun. And Amara likes him. So, did that answer your question, Jake? Alex said with a light smile. Perfectly. So it's clear, we need to eliminate part of a secret organization, retrieve your goddess friend's power, and join the other organization under the guise of mercenaries. And the most important question, how much are we getting paid? Jake said, rocking back in his chair with arms crossed. Same pay as always. Plus you can take time off until I call you again. Oh right, almost forgot to add, besides the Nazi vampires, there's going to be a fourth side in this war, the Catholic Church. The head of the Vatican Section 13 will decide to launch a crusade against the Protestants, and in the heat of war will want to purge the whole of London, Alex said, resting his cheek on his fist. If we remove the British branch of the men of letters from the equation, it becomes a three-way war. Seems clear enough. War is war, and they pay us well enough. Then we're in, Lem said with a smirk, bringing the cigarette to his lips. We're in too. Never thought I'd end up helping the English defend London, Soap said, adjusting the straps of his tactical vest. Johnny, easy with the expressions. Price and I grew up in Britain. Even if it's not our country, first and foremost we're soldiers and mercenaries, Ghost said calmly in his British accent. Whatever's left of Task Force 141 is in. Hell, I even miss English food a little. Wonder if that pub I used to visit when I was young still exists in that world, Price said, holding the cigar between his teeth. We're in too, Chris said, gesturing toward Pierce and Leon. Then it settled. All other details, once the job starts. Including briefings and everything else. That's all for now. Go rest and prepare. Not every day you get the chance to take out Nazi vampires, Alex said with a grin, standing up from the table. The group of men chuckled lightly as they rose from their chairs to head home and rest before the upcoming job. Alex understood, he didn't need to explain to these men why he couldn't handle everything alone. They already knew all the reasons without him saying a word. Leaving the guild together with the men, Alex said goodbye to everyone, waved, and headed toward the estate. Walking down the street, he greeted familiar faces, occasionally stopping to exchange a few words before continuing on. Alex was thinking about how Alessa was currently spending time surrounded by family. Reaching the estate, he pushed open the gates and stepped inside. As he approached the front door he heard voices coming from within the house. Smiling, Alex opened the door and walked in. Entering the living room, he smiled at the sight of the girls talking with Alessa. Even though Alessa was quite quiet and spoke very little, no one was pressuring her. Everyone understood, it would take time for her to come out of her shell. Gloria, sitting beside Nemio and Kiriko, noticed Alex standing in the doorway with a smile on his face. Gloria and Nemio exchanged glances and nodded to each other. A tired smile appeared on Gloria's face as she stood up and walked over to Alex. Alex noticed Gloria and saw the exhaustion in her smile, now he was curious about what had happened. Darling, can we talk? Gloria asked with a weary sigh, taking Alex by the hand. Of course, anything, Alex replied with a smile. I need your help. Because of the minion situation the other girls are busy right now. And the situation there is, rather complicated, Gloria said, giving him a light hug. What situation? Why do you need my help? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. Takashi, he's in jail again, in another world. Last time Becca, Rika, and the other girls bailed him out of an elven prison. But this time the situation is a bit more complicated, Nemio said, walking over to Alex and Gloria. Oh God, what did this group of idiots do this time? Did Kota try peeking on some queen? Or did they get caught red-handed? Or were they accused of siding with demons? And Kenichi, in his desire to save everyone, ended up saving the wrong person, who turned out to be a villain, and that got them all thrown in jail as accomplices. Alex asked, listing possibilities. Almost. David shot some important kingdom hero because the guy was harassing Yuki. And that's why they got thrown in prison. Yuki came back and told us. But then the minion situation started, and we didn't have a chance to bail David out, Gloria replied with a strained smile. Why didn't they just escape? He shot a hero, so what? In 90% of cases those kinds of heroes are walking garbage. He should have killed the guy instead of just shooting him, Alex said, rolling his eyes. Kota reported that hero is genuinely important for the kingdom's survival. If he dies, it becomes a problem for the whole world, Namio said, not defending her son's actions but believing he had done the right thing. That hero is so important, even the fat one said so. Interesting. I need to see what's going on there. Who's coming with me? Alex asked, nodding. I'll go. I don't think David will listen to you if you start lecturing him again. You'll probably launch into your usual tirade, and he'll just ignore you, Gloria said with a faint smile. Alex rolled his eyes slightly at Gloria's words. He had a normal relationship with Takashi. The boy was old enough now to live independently and take on more responsibility. But Alex was genuinely curious which world Takashi, Kota, Jonah, and Kenichi had ended up in, and why a hero there was so crucial to the world's survival that his death could cause catastrophe. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Alex nodded again and looked at Alessa. She was sitting on Hestia's lap, practically buried between the goddess of the hearth's two soft mounds. Alex thought, he should take Alessa with him, let her see other places too. With a smile he walked over to Hestia and Alessa, picked the girl up, ignoring the goddess's pout. Where are you taking her? I haven't hugged her enough yet, Hestia complained, glaring at Alex. Let Alessa meet her big brother. And stop pouting, we'll be quick. I'll pull David and the other 3 idiots out and we'll be right back. Besides, this group of 4 morons has landed themselves in jail again. Let Alessa see her brother and his idiot friends, Alex said with a light smile. Then hurry up, Hestia said, waving her hand dismissively. Alex smiled and placed Alessa on his shoulders. Alessa became curious, who was supposed to be her big brother, and why did Dad call them a group of idiots? Gloria and Namio gave strained smiles at Alex's words but didn't deny them. After all, Takashi and his friends somehow managed to get themselves into bizarre situations in nearly every world because of their actions, and from time to time ended up in jail, from which they always managed to escape before trial. Alex walked over to Gloria, summoned Yamato, and opened a portal to where Takashi was located. Taking Gloria by the hand, he stepped through, together with Alessa. Alex, Gloria, and Alessa appeared in another world, high in the sky. Realizing where they were, Alessa immediately clung tightly to Alex's head. After all, they were literally floating above the clouds. Gloria stood calmly beside him, holding his hand. Alex himself raised an eyebrow slightly, noticing something strange about this world. He looked downward and saw a fairly large city with an imposing royal castle, which seemed vaguely familiar. But what truly interested Alex was the world itself. He had already realized, this was a fantasy world, because of the enormous amount of mana in the air, which only heightened his curiosity. David and his idiot friends ended up in quite an interesting world, Alex said, narrowing his eyes and using his magical vision. Familiar world? Gloria asked, shifting her gaze from the city below. I don't know. There are too many similar worlds. This one. How should I put it? It feels like a convergence of worlds is happening here. And the stronger world is supposed to absorb the weaker one, Alex replied, lightly stroking his chin. I'll pretend I understood what you just said. Maybe we should start looking for David and his friends now. Gloria said with a small nod. Of course. I've already found them, Alex answered, nodding. Gloria smiled, still holding Alex's hand. He took one step, and they vanished from their spot. At that moment, in an underground prison, Takashi, Kota, Jonah, and Kenichi sat chained to the wall. Jonah's face, as usual, showed no emotion. He was quietly trying to pick the locks on his shackles, which was proving difficult because of the special metal. Kenichi was panicking, Kota was grinning at Takashi. Takashi, noticing the grin, clenched his teeth in anger and kicked Kota in the leg, which only made him laugh harder. Because this time it wasn't him who had caused their arrest. They're not going to execute us, right? Kenichi asked in a panicked voice. Who knows, Kenichi? That blonde bastard is way too important for this kingdom's survival. And Takashi crippled him. So I figure, either they execute us or turn us into slaves, Kota replied with a wide grin. Shut up, fat ass. You're the one who said that blonde bastard was a total piece of shit. So I shot him. I'd like to see how you'd react if he started hitting on your girls, Takashi said, kicking Kota in the leg again. You did call for help, right? I'm right, aren't I? Kenichi asked, his face pale after hearing the word execute. Yeah, I called for help. Except we've been sitting here for 2 days now, and no one's shown up. I think something happened, otherwise someone would have come for us already. Even the queen managed to get back before us. And soon they're going to take us to trial, Kota said thoughtfully. Either someone helps us, or we break out of this prison ourselves. Jonah, how's it going? Can you get these shackles off? Takashi asked, looking at Jonah. I'm trying. If certain people would stop whining and just shut up, I'd already be done, Jonah replied coldly. Takashi rolled his eyes. He also understood that these shackles were genuinely difficult to escape from. Despite their strength, the shackles had been enchanted with some kind of magic. Kenichi started panicking again about not wanting to become a slave, while Kota teased him even harder, repeating that maybe they'd get lucky, and some beautiful girl would buy them. That only made Kenichi feel worse. He knew exactly what awaited him back in Orario, another round of brutal training from the masters for every incident like this. The prison guard, hearing their voices yet again, stood up irritably and approached the cell. "Shut up. Soon the queen herself is going to judge you for what you did to the spear hero," he said, banging his iron club against the bars. "Oh, I think I just heard something interesting," came a voice from behind the guard. Hearing an unfamiliar voice right beside him, the guard didn't even have time to turn around. He was sent flying, crashing back first into the wall. Takashi, Kota, Jonah, and Kenichi watched as the guard flew through the air. But instead of joy, they felt distinctly unpleasant emotions. The one who had come to rescue them was Alex himself. Seeing him standing there with a mocking smile, the group of 4 boys immediately decided they would have preferred literally anyone else, just not him. Takashi felt not only shame but also the dawning realization of what was coming next. Standing beside Alex was his mother Gloria, looking at him with an exhausted expression. Kota, seeing Alex, immediately pressed himself against the wall with a frightened look. Jonah gave a small nod. And Kenichi burst into tears of relief, repeating that he wouldn't be sold into slavery after all. Alex looked at the whole scene with an amused smile, barely holding back laughter. "Well, hello, losers. I see you're having fun, yet again sitting in jail in another world," he said, looking at each of them in turn, Takashi, Kota, Jonah, and Kenichi. "Maybe start by letting us out first?" Takashi asked, trying to keep his voice steady. "I'd love to, David. But how else is your new little sister going to find out just how much of an idiot her big brother really is?" Alex replied calmly. "Little sister?" Takashi repeated in confusion. Alex nodded and gestured toward Alessa standing beside him. Takashi looked down and saw a 7-year-old girl dressed in black with 2 braided pigtails. What he couldn't understand was why his new sister had such a cold gaze. Kota recognized the girl immediately and pressed himself even harder against the wall with a terrified expression. Noticing Kota's reaction, Takashi, Jonah, and Kenichi looked at him suspiciously. "Alex, that's her, isn't it?" Kota asked in a slightly shaky voice. "Fat ass. I get it. But maybe don't act like my daughter is some monster from your closet," Alex said, giving Kota a blank stare. "Sorry. I just didn't expect to see Alessa next to you," Kota replied with a strained smile. "Whatever you say. Now maybe explain what I just heard. About the spear hero. I heard correctly, right? And I understood correctly where we are?" Alex asked, stroking Alessa's hair. "Yeah, this is the shield hero world. And we're in the prison of Melromark Kingdom. If I've got the timeline right, this is after the 3rd wave." "Pretty sure," Kota answered with a wide grin. "So Naofumi has already gone dark." "Got it. Shouldn't the church have shown up by now and all that?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. "Well. Apparently because of us that didn't happen, and the queen came back earlier than expected. And you know how it is, the head of the Church of the 3 Heroes is terrified of the queen," Kota said with a strained smile. "Huh, so that's why this world feels so weird. Makes sense now. I'd love to ask more questions. But first, let's get you out," Alex said, nodding and snapping his fingers. After Alex freed the 4 idiots, they went to retrieve their confiscated gear. Kota was delighted. In this world no one knew anything about firearms, so their equipment had simply been labeled magical and taken away. Alex lifted Alessa into his arms, took Gloria by the hand, and followed behind the group of idiots. While the guys collected their belongings, Gloria quickly healed them with magic. The visible marks from the shackles still remained on their wrists. Alex waited calmly, meanwhile thinking about what to do next. On one hand, this world didn't need the guild's help, and these 4 idiots had simply come here for some reason. Alex cleared his throat pointedly. They owed him an explanation for what they were doing in this world. "If you're wondering why we ended up here, blame the fat ass. He's the one who wanted to join some monster wave," Takashi said, holstering his pistol and slinging his backpack over his shoulder. "Got it. Then how exactly did you manage to cripple the spear bastard?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. Kota said that during this wave a woman was supposed to appear who's immune to physical attacks. "So I loaded spiritual bullets into the gun," Takashi replied, shaking his head slightly. "Get to the point already, for fuck's sake. I don't have eternity to wait for you to reach the relevant part. I've got a war on my doorstep. I still need to kill a goddamn god who decided to cosplay my father. And figure out what to do with heaven, hell, and the reapers. And I've only got a few free hours, while Dean is off in the past. So stop dragging it out," Alex said irritably. "Fine, damn it. So, we were doing guild quests to get permission to join a monster wave. And that spear bastard saw Yuki fighting and started hitting on her. He started pissing me off, so I shot him in the stomach when he kept harassing Yuki and wouldn't take no for an answer. Now they can't heal him, he's paralyzed from the waist down, and we got thrown in jail to await trial by the queen, Takashi explained, glaring irritably at Alex. Got it. So the Pope of the Church of the Three Heroes is still alive. The true faces of Multi-Bitch and the King Bastard haven't been exposed yet. And instead of clearing Naofumi, the queen now has to judge you 4 idiots because the spear bastard is now a cripple. Am I right? Alex asked, exhaling cigarette smoke. In a way, yeah, that's pretty much it, Kota replied, adjusting his glasses. Fine. This is the last time I wipe your asses. Next time don't even ask me for help if I've got other work. Now let's go, we're going to talk to the queen. Let's see what she has to say to me, Alex said, extinguishing his cigarette and lifting Alessa into his arms. You're not planning to kill Morelia, are you? Kota asked cautiously. Only if she turns out to be exactly what I think she is. Then we'll come to an agreement. Now, all 4 of you, follow me, Alex replied calmly. Takashi looked at his mother for help, but Gloria gave him an encouraging smile, as if to say, everything will be fine. Takashi wanted to say, nothing is ever fine when Alex gets involved. And he was afraid Alex might get angry and level the entire kingdom. Kota threw his hands behind his head and followed Alex alongside Jonah, who walked calmly behind them. Kenichi was just as nervous as Takashi, afraid that Alex might destroy the kingdom. But they didn't know, Alex had completely different plans, and they would have to answer for the consequences of their actions in this world. To be continued. So, as I said, there will be short family events. I was asked to show the shield hero, so I'm showing him. Alex isn't planning on staying in this world, because there's nothing for Alex to do there. Except maybe kill a few idiots, and then a few more. And then return to the main world. Maybe I'll show a wave of monsters, or not, I'm not sure yet. As for what Alex has planned for Takashi and the other 3 idiots. It's a secret for now, but I think it's not hard to guess what Alex has planned, given his personality. So it will be someone's rise. Chapter 593, Chapter 592, How a Demon King Should Handle Problems. Alex left the prison of Melromar Kingdom, holding Alessa in his arms with one hand while the other held Gloria's, who walked beside him with a strained smile on her face. The reason for that smile was obvious, the group of 4 idiots, Takashi, Kota, Jonah, and Kenichi, had once again ended up locked in a jail in another world. The moment they stepped outside, all 4 saw soldiers lying everywhere, the very ones who were supposed to be guarding the prison where they had been held. There was no need to guess who had left them in that condition. What truly interested the 4 boys was whether those soldiers were still alive or not. But seeing that they were still breathing, the group let out a collective sigh of relief. Alex hadn't killed anyone, yet. However, the one who was most anxious was Takashi, precisely because Alex hadn't done anything yet. Takashi knew Alex's character far too well, the man who had effectively become his stepfather twice, and that knowledge caused him serious concern, especially regarding the methods Alex typically resorted to in situations like this. Why haven't more soldiers shown up yet? I don't think someone like Alex could sneak in quietly, especially not in a situation like this, Kota whispered, leaning closer to Takashi. Fat ass, shut up. Every time you open your mouth, something happens, Takashi whispered back irritably, glaring at Kota. The prisoners have escaped from the prison. Alarm, one of the arriving soldiers shouted. The instant the shout rang out, Takashi shot Kota a look full of pure rage. Kota gave a dry laugh and quickly looked away. Within moments the area in front of the prison was filled with armored soldiers who leveled their swords and spears at Alex's group. Seeing such a large number of soldiers, Gloria wasn't worried at all, she simply squeezed Alex's hand gently, silently asking him not to kill anyone. Alex let out a small sigh, took one step forward, and in that same instant every soldier was slammed face first into the ground. He perfectly understood what Gloria wanted, and he had no intention of killing anyone anyway, so he simply used gravity magic to immobilize the newly arrived soldiers. The soldiers pressed into the dirt couldn't even speak, their armor suddenly felt as though it weighed hundreds of kilograms. Heh, they're still trying to fight the strongest demon king. What idiots, Kota said with a smirk, adjusting his glasses. I don't think Alex is known in this universe. And anyway, is there even a demon king in this world? Takashi asked, glancing at Kota. Nope, there isn't. All the problems here are caused by a secret organization that triggers the monster waves to devour worlds. That's why the heroes are so important to this world. If even one hero dies, the monster waves become far more dangerous, Kota replied, nodding as he explained what he knew about this world. Shut up and follow me. Now, Alex said, cutting off their conversation and slightly turning his head back. Kota immediately shut his mouth, closed it tight, and quickly fell in line behind Alex. Takashi, Jonah, and Kenichi had no intention of lagging behind or irritating Alex any more than necessary. Takashi was especially glad his mother Gloria was here, otherwise it would have been extremely difficult for him, Kota, Jonah, and Kenichi to stop Alex if he suddenly decided to start killing. Alex walked forward calmly, still holding Gloria's hand. She occasionally glanced back at her son. Gloria knew Alex had something planned for Takashi's group, and she understood there was nothing dangerous in it for the four boys. But what Gloria knew for certain was that someone was going to die today. She became even more convinced of it when Alex's shadow rippled slightly and a portion of it detached, drifting off in the opposite direction. Gloria had no idea where the piece of Alex's shadow had gone. After all, she knew almost nothing about this world. All she had managed to understand was that this kingdom was ruled by a queen. Alex continued walking forward as though nothing had happened. Since he had come to this world anyway, he might as well resolve a few future problems as a gesture of goodwill. And Alex already had a plan for this world, or rather, not for the world itself, but for the group of four idiots following behind him. Alessa, sitting in Alex's arms, noticed how his shadow had split and merely raised an eyebrow slightly when she saw pyramid heads inside that small fragment of shadow. Alessa looked up at Alex. He responded with a light smile. Alex, darling, I wanted to ask, what exactly are you planning to do? You're not going to do anything extreme, are you? Gloria asked, still holding Alex's hand. Of course not. I perfectly understand how important the heroes are to this world. I'm just going to take care of a few future problems in advance. And I'd like to take a look at one particular guy. He has the potential to become a true Avenger, thanks to all the rage that fills him, Alex replied with a light smile. Alex, you're not planning to preemptively kill that bitch in the Trash King, are you? And I don't want to upset you, Alex, but Naofumi ultimately didn't go down the path of rage, Kota asked, catching up to Alex and walking beside him. Well, we'll see how everything plays out. Right now the main thing is to deal with the spear bastard. And don't get too excited, Alex said with a light smile, giving Kota a blank stare. Kota, meeting Alex's gaze, immediately swallowed hard and stepped back. He had seen that look from Alex before, and every time it had promised nothing good. It was the exact same look Alex had given him back during the zombie apocalypse in their home world when he forced him to train. Kota could feel it in his gut. Alex was planning something massive, and they definitely weren't going to like it. Kota wanted to warn Takashi, Jonah, and Kenichi so they could mentally prepare for whatever was coming. But the three boys already knew nothing good awaited them. Even Kenichi, who hated training with his masters, was now ready to return to those brutal sessions if it meant escaping Alex as quickly as possible. Alex continued walking forward until they left the prison grounds. As they moved through the streets of Melromark, Alex's group attracted considerable attention due to their appearance. Alex paid no attention to the stares, he was already used to it. Right now he was focused on listening to what the local residents were saying on the streets. After all, the situation with the spear hero was not something that could be easily ignored. And Alex was certain it would be difficult to keep such an incident involving one of the summoned heroes under wraps. And he was right. He overheard a conversation between two men trading at their stalls. Hey, did you hear what happened to the spear hero? My wife overheard two nuns talking in the church. She told me even the archbishop couldn't heal the spear hero's wound. That's why the queen herself came back from the Summit of Kingdoms, one merchant said quietly to his friend. I heard rumors. And they're saying the spear hero was trying to save some girl from beastmen bandits. And they wounded him with some kind of poison. Damn scum. I always knew those beasts should be exterminated. They're only good as slaves. They're also saying the shield demon put those demi-humans up to attacking the spear hero, the other men replied quietly, glancing around nervously. Hearing the conversation between the two men, Alex glanced back at the group of four idiots following behind him. Thanks to their training, Takashi, Kota, Jonah, and Kenichi had sharp hearing and clearly caught every word of condemnation from the two merchants. Thanks to Kota they already knew that demi-humans were deeply hated in this kingdom, the hatred toward the demi-human race was extremely strong. And all demi-humans who ended up as slaves usually didn't meet good ends. Alex clicked his tongue, recalling exactly what happened in this kingdom, and he knew for certain that such rumors were being spread by the Church of the Three Heroes, all because they refused to acknowledge the shield hero, who, according to legend, was the protector of the demi-humans who revered him as the true hero. At the same time, the reason for the rumors was that Queen Morelia wanted to eradicate slavery in her kingdom, and it was precisely the Church of the Three Heroes that kept throwing obstacles in her way. Alex, you're going to do something about the church, aren't you? Takashi asked quietly, walking behind Alex. What do you think? Alex replied, slightly turning his head back. Seeing Alex's expression, Takashi understood without words what he intended to do. Alessa knew nothing about this world and therefore didn't understand the reason for such questions. Gloria didn't like places like this either, where people so casually discuss slavery or the extermination of an entire race. Trying not to think about it, Gloria squeezed Alex's hand tighter, fully aware of one simple truth she had long since understood: not every world would be peaceful and bright. Alex and his group drew closer and closer to the royal castle. What really bothered Alex was how few guards there were in the city, considering what kind of world this was and how anything could happen at any moment. Gloria had noticed the same thing. She was used to Rio, where someone was always patrolling the streets and no criminal even had the chance to steal or rob anyone. The only place where she had seen even a few dozen soldiers was near the prison. And now, walking through the city, she saw only a handful of soldiers, and even those were behaving far too relaxed and doing nothing. When the group approached the royal castle, they saw only a few guards standing at the gates. Shouldn't there be more guards at a royal castle? Or am I missing something? Gloria asked, glancing at Alex. Usually the queen runs everything. But when she's gone, all power passes to her husband. And he, let's just say, is not the most reliable ruler. He's the one who ordered all 4 heroes to be summoned at once, when it was supposed to happen gradually. And he commands the army. And what ruins everything most is their eldest daughter, that absolute bitch, Kota said, folding his arms across his chest. In short, father and daughter fall into the category of rulers who will destroy their own kingdom within a year because of their stupid decisions. And you forgot to add that bitch Malti conspired with the church to seize power. And she's the one who undermined her own mother's authority, sabotaging her plans and laws, Alex said calmly. And she's already done, and will do, a whole lot more, Kota confirmed. Gloria gave Alex and Kota a questioning look. They were talking about some princess they constantly called a bitch, and she couldn't understand why Alex and Kota had such strong dislike for some girl. Alex had no intention of explaining everything, so Kota did it instead, quickly giving a brief rundown of what Malti had already done, including betrayal, theft, and falsely accusing the shield hero of rape. Kota only told a small part, but it was enough for Gloria to understand why Alex and Kota felt that way about this vile princess. As Alex and his group approached the castle gates, the guards immediately blocked their path, only to be sent flying in different directions. Passing the scattered guards, everyone noticed the clear dents in their armor and the blood dripping from their mouths. Did you kill them? Takashi asked in surprise, looking at Alex's back. They stank, Alessa answered instead of Alex, turning her head toward Takashi. Takashi once again met the gaze of his new sister, about whom he knew nothing, and once again wondered why a 7-year-old child had such cold, murderous eyes that sent chills down his spine. Takashi wanted to ask what Alessa had meant when she said the guards stank. But before he could open his mouth, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Takashi turned his head and saw Kota shaking his head, signaling that it was better not to ask. Takashi frowned even more, because he remembered Kota's reaction when he first saw Alessa. So he decided to ask Kota later who Alessa really was. Calmly entering the castle without further problems, Alex looked up at the ceiling and narrowed his eyes slightly when he noticed someone hiding in the shadows. It was one of Queen Morelia's personal guards and one of her spies she had left in the castle to monitor her husband and daughter. The shadow realized it had been spotted and tried to report to Morelia that intruders had entered the castle, but it couldn't move. In the next instant it fell from the ceiling. Landing on the floor, the spy blinked and saw legs in front of him. He looked up. And before he could make a sound, he received a kick to the head and lost consciousness. Aren't you afraid this will attract attention? Gloria asked, still holding Alex's hand. Nah. And what are they going to do to me? Attack me? Or shout for me to stop in the name of their queen? Alex replied with an amused smile. Gloria gave a small smile at Alex's words and shook her head. Continuing down the castle corridor, Alessa sat in Alex's arms, looking around. After all, this was her first time in a royal castle, and everything seemed completely new to her. And what Alessa truly couldn't understand was why there were so many decorations hanging in a simple corridor. Alessa couldn't appreciate any of it, not only because of her past, but also because she simply didn't like how excessively luxurious it all looked. As they approached the throne room, Alex saw 2 guards standing at the doors and simply snapped his fingers, causing both to fall asleep instantly. Approaching the door, Alex listened carefully to the voices coming from inside the throne room to understand what was happening. He immediately heard an irritated female voice that undoubtedly belonged to Queen Morelia. And the second voice, quite irritating, dripped with heavy sarcasm from every word. Alex's eyes glowed for a second, allowing him to see what was happening inside the throne room. And he saw Queen Morelia sitting on her throne arguing with a man who turned out to be the Archbishop of the church. Well then, time to knock. It would be rude to enter without knocking. Darling, hold Alessa for me, Alex said with a smile, handing Alessa to Gloria. Gloria knew exactly what knocking politely meant in Alex's case, so she took Alessa in her arms and immediately stepped back. Takashi, Kota, Jonah, and Kenichi also quickly moved aside, giving Alex space. Smiling, Alex lit a cigarette, raised his leg, and kicked the doors, sending them flying off their hinges. The moment Alex smashed the doors open, dead silence fell over the throne room, and everyone turned to stare at the entrance. Alex stepped into the throne room, cigarette in hand, casually looking around. The first person his gaze landed on was Naofumi, standing beside Raphtalia, Philo, and Melty, whom he immediately shielded with his body, raising his shield in front of them. Alex gave a small smile and shifted his gaze further, continuing to walk through the throne room. The next person his eyes fell on was the spear hero Motoyasu, sitting in a wooden wheelchair with a blank expression on his face. Seeing him in that state, Alex's smile only widened. Queen Morelia, sitting on her throne, looked at Alex, and thanks to her intuition sensed very strong danger. And when her gaze fell behind him, she saw the very people she was supposed to judge, and began to realize the situation was far more serious than she had initially assumed. After all, she had already been forced to return to Melromar quickly, not only because her idiot husband and daughter had summoned all 4 heroes at once, but also because one of the heroes had been injured on the territory of her kingdom, and she would have to give explanations to the other kingdoms that were already sharpening their weapons. Guards! Stop the intruders, the Trash King shouted, pointing a finger at Alex's group. After the Trash King's shout, the guards immediately leveled their weapons at Alex and prepared to attack. And before they could, Morelia saw a wide smile appear on Alex's face, which only filled her with more anxiety. Stop! Morelia shouted, feeling the dread grow even stronger. And in that same instant all the guards who had attacked Alex were sent flying in every direction, crashing into walls or flying out through windows. It happened so quickly that no one had time to understand anything, it was already over. All this time Alex had been looking at Morelia with an amused smile. But after the guards lost, the sword hero and bow hero decided to attack him. In the next moment the sword hero Rinamaki charged at Alex. Alex had no intention of listening to the sword hero shout about whatever technique he was using, so he struck first. Alex caught Ren's sword and looked at him with a blank stare. Ren tried to wrench his sword free from Alex's grip, but Alex had no intention of letting go. Alex raised his hand and snapped his fingers right in front of Ren's face, and the next instant Ren flew backward and crashed into the wall. Everyone immediately turned to look at Ren and saw that all his limbs were broken. Ren's party wanted to attack Alex, but one look from him was enough to make them freeze. Alex had already thought that would be sufficient to stop anyone from even thinking about attacking him. But Alex noticed that the bow hero Itsuki Kawasumi had already used a skill. An arrow flew toward Alex at tremendous speed. Alex gave a small smile and flicked the arrow away with his finger, sending it flying straight back at Itsuki at even greater velocity. Itsuki didn't have time to dodge, his own arrow pierced through his shoulder and pinned him to the wall. From the pain Itsuki immediately lost consciousness. So, does anyone else want to attack? Maybe you. Or you. Or perhaps you. Alex said, pointing his finger at each person in turn, until finally pointing at the Archbishop. Everyone Alex pointed at didn't even dare move. What had just happened to Ren and Itsuki right before their eyes was clear proof that the man standing before them was far stronger than they could even imagine. When Alex's gaze landed on the Archbishop, the man tried to meet it but immediately fell backward onto his backside with a terrified expression. Everyone around ignored it, because all eyes were currently fixed on Alex, and no one noticed how the Archbishop looked as though he had just seen the devil. Gloria quietly sighed, standing behind Alex and holding Alessa in her arms, and simply shook her head. Takashi watched everything with a blank stare. He had already known it would end this way. At the same time Queen Morelia never took her eyes off Alex, and the fan she was clutching in her hands was practically crushed from the tension she felt at that moment. She had seen 2 heroes defeated in a single instant, and she didn't even glance at Naofumi, perfectly understanding how he felt about their kingdom. And so she knew Naofumi definitely wouldn't help them, but it brought her at least some relief that Naofumi was protecting her youngest daughter Melty. Morelia quickly composed herself and took a deep breath, realizing that the men before her hadn't killed anyone, only injured them, which meant to her that he could be negotiated with. Alex continued looking at everyone present, and everyone immediately averted their eyes, unwilling to meet his gaze. Alex's stare lingered for a second on the Trash King and Malty, who immediately began trembling under his look, too afraid to even speak. Malty, being the one who feared death most of all, immediately hid behind Motoyasu, despite the fact that his legs were paralyzed and all he could do was clutch his spear. "Can I ask the reason for your actions and why you have invaded the royal castle?" Morelia asked, trying to sound calm and not betray her nervousness. "Ah yes, I almost forgot my manners. My name is Alexander Voldegode. Now we can begin negotiations. Does no one want to explain to me why the hell my son and his friends were thrown in prison?" Alex said, looking at Morelia. "The reason was that one of them injured the spear hero. And now he is paralyzed," Morelia said cautiously, glancing behind Alex. "I already know that. And do you know the reason behind it? Because I heard a very interesting story from my son and his friends. And the difference between what I heard from them and what I heard on the street is completely different. So, Queen, would you care to explain that to me?" Alex asked, giving a small smile. Hearing Alex's words, Morelia frowned slightly and looked at her daughter, who immediately averted her gaze. And from that Morelia frowned even deeper. Immediately afterward, a guard in black clothing appeared behind Morelia's throne and whispered in her ear about the rumors currently circulating among the people. After listening to the report, the fan Morelia was holding snapped with a sharp crack. As queen, it wasn't hard for Morelia to guess what was happening and who was responsible. Morelia shot an angry glance at the archbishop, because she knew he was the one responsible for why the shield hero was being called a demon. Then she looked at her daughter Malti, who continued staring in the opposite direction. Morelia already understood how many problems she had in her kingdom because of her husband and her daughter, and on top of that the church kept pulling its old tricks, while her husband and daughter danced to their tune. Now she would have to give explanations not only to the other kingdoms because all 4 heroes had been summoned simultaneously, but now someone even stronger than the heroes had entered her castle, someone she knew nothing about. So, let's sum it up. The spear bastard was harassing my son's wife. Alex began speaking calmly. Yuki isn't my wife yet. She's my fiancée, Takashi said, interrupting Alex. David, shut up. Can't you see I'm talking? If you had killed that bastard, I wouldn't have even had to come here. How many times have I told you, if someone harasses your girl, just kill the bastard and move on, Alex said irritably, looking at Takashi. Takashi immediately stepped back, rolling his eyes in irritation, and looked at Gloria for help. Gloria gave her son an awkward smile, signaling that everything would be fine. Takashi, however, expressed strong doubts about whether everything would actually be fine. Morelia, hearing the conversation between Alex and Takashi, finally understood what was happening. She had already heard from her personal guards how the spear hero behaved and that there were always girls around him. And it wasn't hard for her to guess what had ultimately happened and why it ended this way. She didn't even want to ask the spear hero's opinion because everything was already clear. So, where was I? Ah yes. Of course I understand how important the spear hero is to your world and all that. So as a father I have to take responsibility for my son's actions. And therefore let's settle on a simple solution. I give you the spear hero, and the 4 idiots behind me continue their journey. Will that deal work for you, Queen? Alex said, exhaling cigarette smoke. Takashi wanted to say that he no longer intended to travel in this world. And at that moment Takashi realized what Alex had planned, because they hadn't needed to come to the castle at all, they could have simply returned to Orario. In Takashi's mind very strong suspicions began to form about what was happening now and the words Alex had just said. Inside Takashi a very bad premonition began to grow when he looked at Alex. And seeing the smile on Alex's face, Takashi understood that something very bad was about to happen. Morelia, meanwhile, looked at Alex, thinking over his words. After all, as he had said, the spear hero was very important to their kingdom, and if he couldn't be healed, many bad things could happen not only to her kingdom but to the entire world. Because now only 3 heroes would be able to fight, and only 2 were still willing to help the kingdom, while the shield hero still harbored no pleasant feelings toward their kingdom. Looking at the 2 unconscious heroes, Morelia understood that it would be better to agree to the deal. If you heal the spear hero, all rumors and accusations against your son and his friends will be dropped. In the name of Queen Morelia Q. Melromark I give my promise, Morelia said, nodding. Excellent. I always love making deals, Alex said, smiling broadly and revealing sharp teeth. Without waiting for Morelia's reaction or response, Alex strode straight toward Motoyasu, whose eyes lit up, because he thought he was about to be healed. But he was still afraid of Alex and afraid to say anything unnecessary. After all, he had clearly heard the conversation, including the part where he should have been killed instead of merely wounded. Motoyasu even regretted ever deciding to hit on Yuki. But he had thought he simply wanted to invite her to join his party, so they could fight monsters together. After all, when he saw how she fought monsters, he immediately wanted to invite her to his group. Motoyasu raised his gaze to Alex and tried to smile, which came out poorly. Alex responded with a kind smile to Motoyasu's smile, then looked at Malti, who immediately moved as far away from Alex as possible, terrified of his presence. But in that same moment the smile vanished from Motoyasu's face. Alex grabbed Motoyasu by the hair and threw him off the wheelchair onto the floor. What are you doing? Morelia asked in a worried tone, noticing Alex's actions. I said I would give you the spear hero, not that I would heal him, Alex said calmly, looking at Morelia. Before Morelia could say anything, Alex plunged his hand into Motoyasu's chest. When Alex pulled his hand out of Motoyasu's chest, he was holding a golden orb. In that same moment Motoyasu turned even paler, when his soul was literally torn away from the weapon bound to it. Looking at the orb in his hand, Alex nodded and shifted his gaze to Motoyasu, who was already on the verge of death from losing his spear. Gloria immediately covered Alessa's eyes with her hand and turned away, understanding what would happen next. Takashi, Kota, Jonah, and Kenichi also immediately looked away. Naofumi noticed this and immediately covered Philo's and Melty's eyes, blocking their view with his shield. He wasn't foolish enough to not understand what was about to happen. Even if Naofumi hated Motoyasu, he didn't wish such an end on him. And in that same moment Alex stepped on Motoyasu's head, crushing it. And after Motoyasu's death his body began turning to dust. Morelia clenched her hands and turned away from such a brutal death, but she had seen what Alex was holding in his hand. And she understood his words about giving them the spear hero, not healing him. Morelia became even more convinced that Alex was far more dangerous than she had even imagined. After all, he had literally taken a hero's weapon away, something that should have been impossible. Wiping the blood off his foot on the carpet, Alex walked over to Takashi. Now you are the spear hero. Until all this shit in this world is over. You are the spear hero. You started this mess, now you clean it up. Do you understand me, David? Alex said, standing directly in front of Takashi. I don't want to. Takashi said hopefully, looking at Gloria. Don't look at your mother, look at me, David. The moment you did that, it already caused consequences for this world. And now you have to fix it. You had enough strength to beat that bastard, but you shot him. And now you have to answer for the consequences, Alex said, pressing the power of the spear hero into Takashi's chest. Takashi wanted to object again, but Alex had already transferred the spear hero's power to him. And in that same moment a spear appeared in Takashi's hands, and a game screen with his stats appeared before his eyes. Seeing all this, Takashi groaned in frustration. Because now he finally understood why Alex had done all this and even gone to such lengths to reach the royal castle. Takashi looked wearily at Alex, clearly showing he didn't want to be any kind of hero. At the same time everyone present had only just processed Motoyasu's death, when they saw the spear in Takashi's hands, and in that same moment another bomb exploded in their heads. Every single person was stunned by what they had just witnessed. And Morelia also realized that now they had one fewer hero, because not only did the shield hero no longer trust their kingdom, but now the new spear hero clearly harbored no pleasant feelings toward their kingdom either. At that moment Morelia genuinely thought about strangling her husband and eldest daughter with her own hands. They were responsible for everything that was happening now. Morelia didn't even try to look at the archbishop, who was trying to escape from the throne room after everything he had seen. I think we've settled everything, Queen Morelia. Now you have a new spear hero. Though, being a very kind guy, I'll also take care of one more future problem for your kingdom, Alex said with a smile on his face, looking at Morelia. Hearing Alex's words, Morelia wanted to curse at him calling himself kind. And everyone else who heard Alex call himself a kind guy also didn't think so. But Morelia noticed how Alex was looking toward the Archbishop of the Church of the Three Heroes, who was trying to escape. But the moment the Archbishop approached the exit from the throne room, a huge rusty blade pierced straight through him. And in that same moment two pyramid heads entered the throne room, covered in blood. Seeing the strangers, everyone immediately became frightened, especially by their appearance. Kota, noticing the pyramid heads, felt pure ecstasy, because he knew these characters very well. The Archbishop who had been pierced was still alive. But he was immediately cut in half. Seeing the Archbishop's death, Morelia immediately understood what future problem Alex had been talking about, but she felt no relief. One of the pyramid heads was holding a golden hilt, which he handed to Alex, and afterward both pyramid heads dissolved into Alex's shadow, as though nothing had happened. Kota recognized the artifact in Alex's hands. It was a weapon capable of imitating the weapons of the three heroes, including their skills. I think you can clean up that bastard's corpse yourselves. Though I think, you already knew without me that the Church of the Three Heroes is preparing an uprising. And the reason for that, is because the current heroes are useless idiots. For a modest fee I can tell you who helped the church, Alex said, putting the artifact in his pocket. When Alex said those words, Malty and the Trash King immediately turned pale, which did not escape Morelia's notice. And seeing this, Morelia clenched her teeth and looked at Alex, who had shown he could help with this. At that moment Morelia began to experience a severe headache, not only because she had been right in her suspicions that her husband and daughter had conspired with the church, but also because they had helped prepare a future uprising. Morelia knew how many sins lay on her daughter and husband, and all she could do now was one thing. Morelia's eyes immediately turned cold, and she waved her hand. In that same moment people in black clothing appeared behind Malty and the Trash King and seized them. Malty and the Trash King tried to protest, but they were dragged off to the dungeon on Morelia's orders. Seeing this, Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise, because he had thought Morelia was rather soft when it came to her family. But seeing the coldness in Morelia's eyes, Alex gave a small smile and nodded. While Malty and the Trash King were being taken away, there was one other satisfied person in the throne room, Naofumi, who watched with a smile as the guards dragged the Trash King and Malty away. To be continued. This isn't a day, it's a complete mess. My neighbors downstairs are such pathetic creatures that they should be put down like rabid dogs. Those bastards have repeatedly overloaded the building's electrical system today, causing power outages throughout the entire building. Because of this sudden power outage, I had to rewrite this chapter 3 times. I even thought I wouldn't write anything else today, because my nerves are literally starting to give out, because I'm rewriting the same section of the chapter 3 times. To hell with this day. I'm going to go eat something sweet. Chapter 594, Chapter 593, A Father Clears the Path for His Son, and the Rising of the New Spear Hero. After everything that had transpired in the throne room, Queen Morelia returned to her private chambers to collect her thoughts. The events of the day had given her the most severe headache she could remember. Sitting down at a small tea table, Morelia poured herself a glass of wine, hoping it might at least slightly help her gather her scattered thoughts and make sense of what she had just witnessed. She had been forced to attend the Summit of Kingdoms to negotiate the summoning of the four heroes and the distribution of responsibility among the nations. While those discussions were ongoing, the spies she had left behind in the castle sent word, under the influence of the Church of the Three Heroes, her husband had summoned all four heroes at once. The moment she received that information, the other kingdoms at the summit learned of it as well. Her return to Melromark was delayed. She had to explain why Melromark had summoned all four heroes simultaneously. And just as she was beginning to calm the other nations, the very next day another report arrived from her spies. The shield hero had been falsely accused and was about to be imprisoned. When that news reached the summit, the representatives of Shieldfrieden and Silkveld became so furious they were ready to declare war on Melromark. Only with tremendous effort did Morelia manage to suppress the outbreak of conflict. Every time she came close to reaching a peaceful agreement regarding the unplanned mass summoning of the four heroes, more unpleasant news arrived from her kingdom, mostly concerning the shield hero, who was being blamed for every conceivable sin. All her previous efforts to pacify the other kingdoms began to collapse with each new piece of information presented at the summit. One representative even openly declared that these were the most incompetent heroes ever summoned into their world. The only thing preventing Shieldfrieden and Silkveld from starting a war was the fact that the shield hero, whom they revered, was behaving like a true hero and saving people wherever he went, while the other three were acting blatantly incompetently. But that was only part of the problem she had faced during the summit. Thinking about all of it, Morelia couldn't help but sigh. The moment she sighed, however, she heard the sound of her chamber doors opening. Morelia turned her head and saw her youngest daughter Melty, who, unlike her father and elder sister, had been trying to resolve Melromark's problems in whatever way she could while her mother was away. What Morelia could never have predicted was just how many people had sided with her idiot husband and her eldest daughter. And what truly pained her heart was the fact that her husband and Malty had even tried to kill Melty. It was no secret to anyone, Melty resembled her mother the most, both in character and in manner. Morelia looked at her youngest daughter, whose face was frozen in an expression of worry. With difficulty she managed to smile, trying not to show how troubled she was, and gently gestured for Melty to sit beside her. Melty cautiously entered her mother's chambers and sat down next to her without saying a word. For her, the recent events had left an indelible impression. Everything she had witnessed in the throne room still stood vividly before her eyes. Mother and daughter sat in silence, but the same thoughts circled in both their minds. It had all begun when Morelia returned to Melromark because of the spear hero's wound, one that proved impossible to heal. And that news had set off a chain of events that they had both witnessed. The situation had escalated to its breaking point when a strange man entered the throne room demanding answers. Then he had taken the spear hero's weapon, killed the hero himself, and transferred that power to another person. Neither Melty nor Morelia could even imagine what kind of person possessed enough strength to do something like that. While they were still trying to comprehend who this Alex was, a figure in black clothing appeared behind Morelia's throne and reported, "Every single servant of the Church of the Three Heroes had been killed. Guard the Church of the Three Heroes. Allow no one inside. Remove the bodies and protect the dragon hourglasses, make sure nothing happens to them," Morelia ordered after hearing the spy's report. The spy nodded and immediately left the chambers. Once he was gone, Morelia understood what kind of help Alex had been referring to. At first she had thought he meant only the archbishop who had been destabilizing her kingdom. But she hadn't expected anything so radical, a literal massacre inside the church. Now she understood where the pyramid-headed creatures in the throne room had come from and why they were covered in blood. Melty, hearing this, frowned deeply but said nothing. She understood that her words wouldn't change anything at this point. Morelia tried, if only for a moment, to think positively, but she couldn't. The damage the Church of the Three Heroes had already inflicted on Melromark was done. But she quickly pulled herself together and decided to use the Archbishop's death, and the deaths of all the Church's servants, as scapegoats, to exonerate the shield hero who had been falsely accused of every sin imaginable, and at the same time blame the Church for many of the kingdom's troubles, including the attempt on her daughter's life. Morelia even realized, the anti-slavery laws she had previously tried to pass had always been blocked by supporters of the Church, those who always upheld human supremacy over demi-humans. And her husband and daughter had always supported them. But she still had other problems, the new spear hero, the situation with her idiot husband and eldest daughter who had stirred up this entire mess. She had already been forced to make the difficult decision to send her daughter and husband to the dungeon. But it was the only way she could protect them. "Mother," Melty said quietly, looking at her. "You did well, Melty. You're wonderful. Despite how your father and Malty behaved, you handled everything excellently," Morelia replied with a tired smile. "Thank you, Mother." Mother, what are you going to do with father and my elder sister? Melty asked, giving a small smile as she looked at her mother. Morelia began, trying to find the right words. Your mother sent them to the dungeon to save them from me. A very familiar voice suddenly sounded beside Morelia and Melty. Mother and daughter heard the familiar voice and turned their heads. Sitting beside them at the same small table was Alex, with a calm smile on his face. They hadn't even noticed when he had appeared or how long he had been sitting there. Alex continued smiling as though he hadn't just intruded into the royal chambers in the middle of a private conversation between mother and daughter. He calmly stirred his coffee with a spoon, looking at Morelia and Melty with a light smile. Why so silent, Morelia? I was right when I said you sent your daughter and husband to the dungeon to save them from me. But in reality, I simply came to talk, Alex said, stopping stirring his coffee. Morelia didn't deny his words. She understood that lying was pointless. In Alex's eyes she saw someone who saw right through her. All she could do in that moment was shield Melty with her own body, keeping her daughter from getting any closer to Alex. Alex responded to that protective gesture with a light, friendly smile, showing he had no intention of harming Melty. But Morelia still remained wary of such a man. What Alex still couldn't understand was how a woman like Morelia had ended up with a daughter like Melty. All he remembered about the Trash King was that in the past he had been a wise man and even the staff hero, but in the end he had turned into a complete piece of garbage. Taking a sip of coffee, Alex wondered, how had Morelia endured such a husband for so long? But he quickly dismissed those thoughts. He saw no reason to interfere in their family drama. All he wanted right now was to talk a little with Morelia and explain the situation with the new spear hero. At the same time, Alex had no intention of making advances toward Morelia. He was only here temporarily, and it was unclear whether he would ever return to this world after leaving. What do you want to talk about? Morelia asked in a cautious tone. About David, who has now become the new spear hero. You don't need to worry, he will carry out his duties conscientiously, whether he wants to or not. As for your bitch of a daughter and idiot husband, I couldn't care less about them. In any case, their end is already predetermined, Alex said, pointing with his teaspoon at Morelia. What do you mean by predetermined? Melty asked cautiously, peeking out from behind her mother. Exactly what I said, little one. Your idiot father has a maximum of a few years left before he dies of a heart attack. It could be in a year, or it could be tomorrow. But his maximum lifespan is a couple of years. As for your bitch of a sister, she has a maximum of 1 year left, maybe a little more, depending on what your mother decides, Alex replied in a calm tone, tapping the spoon against the edge of his cup. Hearing this, Morelia frowned even more deeply. She couldn't understand what Alex was talking about. And why he was claiming that the deaths of her husband and daughter were already predetermined, and had even given exact time frames. Morelia knew her husband had long ago become an unpleasant person. She had even stopped recognizing him after so many years of marriage. They had grown so distant that after Melty's birth they hadn't shared a bed for many years. Years passed, and her relationship with her husband grew colder and colder. The same went for Melty. Behind her lay so many unforgivable sins that Morelia couldn't even count them all. And the only thing that had stopped her from punishing Melty was her husband, who always protected and spoiled her. Why are you saying this? Morelia asked, continuing to frown. There's no particular reason. But most of the troubles in your world will be connected precisely to your idiot husband and your eldest daughter. Including one important event that happened in the past. Only a few people knew about it, precisely 4, not 3 as you assumed. That's what caused the rift in the family and between Melromark and Shieldfrieden 10 years ago, Alex said, tapping his finger on the table. Hearing this, Morelia froze. Memories of a past she could never forget flooded her mind. One fateful day that had changed everything. Year after year she had been forced to watch as the murderer continued to live as though nothing had happened. Melty saw her mother's state and couldn't understand what had happened 10 years ago to make her react this way. Melty only knew that she was supposed to have had an older brother who died of poisoning, but she had never been told the details, and everyone had kept her in the dark about that incident. For Morelia, these were deeply painful memories she had buried deep inside. Along with grief, she had also harbored anger toward Melty, because she knew it was her who had done it. But what interested Morelia most was why Alex had said 4. Who knew about it? Who was responsible? Morelia asked, clenching her fists. I usually don't share information for free. But to help you avoid the fate that awaits you, I'll tell you the truth. The ones who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago, the first person is sitting in front of me, the second is dead, and the third and fourth are in the dungeon. I can even tell you the reason why it all happened, Alex said calmly, placing his hands on the table and interlacing his fingers. What fate awaits my mother? Melty asked, interrupting the conversation. It all depends on your mother's choice. In the end, it comes down to the simplest decision, do it or don't, Alex replied with a kind smile, looking at Melty. Melty looked at Alex's smile and stopped fearing him. Unlike how he had behaved in the throne room, right now she saw a calm person she could actually talk to normally. Melty wanted to say that Alex was normal, but she couldn't even bring herself to call him that after everything she had heard. Morelia frowned even more deeply upon hearing Alex's words. She understood, he was talking about her, the archbishop, her idiot husband, and her daughter. Precisely these four were supposed to have known the true reason for her son's death. Morelia had suspected who was responsible for her son's death, but what she couldn't understand was why her husband was involved. After all, she had seen how broken he was after their child's death. And a horrifying thought flashed through her mind: her husband had simply been pretending to be grief-stricken. Because it was no secret to her that her husband hated demi-humans. And seeing him devastated by grief, she had never even considered that he might be involved. Morelia had believed that her husband had become the way he was precisely because of the loss of their child, back when in the past he had been an excellent strategist, warrior, and supreme commander whose name was known and respected in many kingdoms. And now, thinking in that direction, Morelia was horrified. Her husband had been pretending, just to hide his involvement in the murder of his own son. Now she understood why he had defended Malty so fiercely when she investigated the cause of their son's death. And in that moment Morelia realized, she herself was responsible for her own child's death, when she had wanted to arrange a political marriage with a demi-human kingdom. In that same instant Morelia gave a sad laugh, and tears rolled down her cheeks. Seeing her mother's state, Melty immediately took her hand and looked at her with deep concern. Alex watched as Morelia began to cry and knew perfectly well, a woman with such insight as hers would quickly figure everything out. He had given her a small hint, and she had found the answers to her own questions. "Who are you? And how do you know all this?" Morelia asked, pulling herself together and quickly regaining control of her emotions. "Me? Does it really matter who I am? Instead of asking who I am, you should be asking yourself, what are you going to do? Are you ready to blindly forgive all the mistakes of those who betrayed you? Or will you come to your senses, before you lose everything, including your own life?" Alex replied calmly, looking into Morelia's reddened eyes. "Are you saying I should execute them?" Morelia asked, clenching her fist so hard her nails dug into her palms. "Oh, Morelia. On one hand you're a wise queen, on the other, so naive. I never said a word about what you should do. You have to decide that for yourself. Although, for motivation, I'll give you one last gift. I'll show you a glimpse of the future," Alex said, suddenly appearing beside Morelia and touching her forehead with his finger. In that same instant, flashes of the near future passed before Morelia's eyes. She saw what Malty would do if released from the dungeon, and where it would lead. Malty would deceive and use the other heroes, making the situation in the world even more dangerous. The situation with her idiot husband was no better. Because of his actions, a chain of events would unfold with far from favorable consequences. Seeing this glimpse of the future, Morelia finally understood, neither her idiot husband nor her daughter Malty would change their nature, even if she kept them in the dungeon for a while as punishment. In the end it would lead to her own death. And the only one who would remain would be Melty, under the protection of the shield hero. Melty looked at her mother with worry, her gaze had gone glassy, and she continued staring straight ahead. Melty wasn't a stupid girl, she perfectly understood what the conversation was about, and from the fragments of phrases she grasped where this might lead. At that moment Morelia quickly pulled herself together. She knew, with Alex, you could talk if you asked the right questions. Seeing that Morelia had regained her composure, Alex gave a small smile and returned to his seat. He understood how hard it was for Morelia to make such a decision. Finally composing herself, Morelia began asking Alex questions, to fully understand what she should do. Meanwhile, outside the castle, Takashi was following Kota, who hadn't stopped complaining since the moment they left the castle, all because he had unwillingly become the spear hero. Staring at the spear in his hand, Takashi groaned in frustration again, realizing he would have to play the role of a hero. And what frustrated Takashi most in this situation was that he wouldn't be able to leave this world until he resolved all the problems related to the monster waves. The only upside was that at least one member of their group knew exactly what was happening in this world and what needed to be done. Walking behind the group was Gloria, holding Alessa by the hand. A strained smile was frozen on Gloria's face, because of what had happened to her son. But she understood, this adventure would help her son grow, take on more responsibility, and become stronger. Stepping into a secluded spot, Kota began pulling various materials out of his inventory and handing them to Takashi. "Take this. And this. And this. And this one too," Kota said, passing over the materials. "And what am I supposed to do with them? Maybe explain first." Takashi asked, staring blankly at Kota. "Just absorb these materials with the spear, and new spear forms will unlock. If you do everything in the right order, you can unlock entire series. For example, if you absorb these leaves, you'll unlock a spear with earth and healing elements. And so on. You need to unlock as many new spear types as possible before the fourth wave," Kota explained, pointing at the materials with his finger and adjusting his glasses. And what else can this spear do? Besides absorbing materials? Kenichi asked, watching as Takashi absorbed the materials. The legendary spear can also copy other spears. Oh, and there's a secret curse series, but it's hard to unlock. Every unlocked spear can be leveled up, increasing mastery, and then you can use the upgraded spear to increase its rarity or upgrade a more important one. In short, we're going to need to grind a lot. And I know exactly where and how to do it, Kota said, smirking slyly and rubbing his hands in anticipation. Just admit you're a gaming degenerate. And anyway, which spear is the best? This is the first time I've held a spear and I don't even know how to use it properly, Takashi said with a blank expression. Don't worry, chum. You've got me. You can also combine weapon forms, but that's still far off. I'll explain everything, I know this whole world inside out, Kota replied with a grin, giving a thumbs up. Kota, you said this spear can copy other spears. Are there any restrictions on what weapons David can copy? Gloria asked thoughtfully with a smile, joining the conversation. Ma'am, hard to say. It seems Takashi can copy any spear. Wait, I think I have an idea how to test this, Kota said, his smile growing even wider. What are you planning, fat ass? Takashi asked, noticing Kota's behavior. What else? You've got the most broken cheat in all worlds, your stepdad. He has thousands of different weapons of all kinds. How did I not think of this earlier? We can copy spears from Alex's arsenal. There's definitely something super dangerous and cool in there, Kota said, slapping himself on the forehead. Hearing this, Takashi, Jonah, and Kenichi froze and stared at him. In that same moment it hit them, Kota was right. Gloria, watching this, gave a small laugh. The moment she heard that Takashi's spear could copy other spears, the thought immediately came to her that her son should copy weapons from Alex's arsenal. Alessa, holding Gloria's hand, watched all this with a blank expression. From the very first moment she had decided her big brother was very stupid. But Alessa had never seen her father fight with anything other than what he picked up off the ground or whatever happened to be in his hands. So she didn't know he carried an entire arsenal of different weapons with him at all times, yet never used them. Takashi stared at the spear in his hands, it had taken on a greenish tint after he absorbed grass for a healing potion. He looked at the system panel, at the weapon stats, and perfectly understood, if he copied even one spear from Alex's arsenal, it would be far better than any spear that would appear in the future. Takashi was pulled from his thoughts by the sound of footsteps. He turned his head and saw Alex approaching Gloria, kissing her on the cheek and stroking Alessa's hair, causing the girl to narrow her eyes slightly as she took her father's hand. What are we discussing? Alex asked, noticing the bewildered expressions on everyone's faces. Listen, Alex. Can you let Takashi copy a couple of weapons from your inventory? Kota asked in a pleading tone, rubbing his hands in anticipation. We can see what happens. But only 3, Alex said, raising 3 fingers. Well, at least 3, Takashi said with a heavy sigh. Keep sighing like that and you'll get nothing. Anyway, here are 3 spears from my personal collection, Spear of Hades, Trident of Poseidon, and Chastiful, Alex said, snapping his fingers. Behind Alex 3 portals opened, and 3 weapons flew out, embedding themselves in the ground in front of Takashi. Seeing them, Kota grinned, he understood that Takashi had just received truly broken weapons. After all, even just Chastiful already gave an enormous advantage over the other heroes. Kota also remembered where the 4th monster wave would take place and grinned even wider when he saw the Trident of Poseidon. And the Spear of Hades would help fight heroes from other worlds altogether. Takashi looked at the weapons in front of him and swallowed hard at what he saw. You didn't need to be a genius to understand, the weapons before him were far superior to the garbage he was currently holding. Alex snapped his fingers, signaling for Takashi to hurry up. Takashi cleared his throat dryly and began copying the weapons. And the moment he copied the first one, and saw the stats displayed with question marks, Takashi understood what it meant. He read the description of the newly copied Chastiful spear and realized, in addition to spear forms, he could also use other forms. And even if he didn't copy the Spear of Hades or Trident of Poseidon, he was already winning. Takashi was reading the description, trying to understand what Chastiful could do, when he suddenly received a smack on the back of the head from Alex. What the hell? Takashi shouted, turning toward Alex. Hurry up. Your mother needs to get home, and I need to get back to work. Don't waste my time, copy the other 2 weapons faster. I've got a war on my doorstep that I don't want to miss. And I still want to have time to meet a new friend, Alex said, rolling his eyes. What friend? Kota asked, realizing that Alex definitely didn't have ordinary friends. Alucard, Alex replied calmly. Wait, that Alucard. Helsing's chained dog. The monster who hunts monsters. Dracula. Nosferatu. Kota began babbling, staring at Alex. Yup, that's the one. I'm looking forward to having a drink with the legendary vampire and howling at the moon together, Alex said, lighting a cigarette. Damn, I'm so jealous. And that means you'll also see Sarah's Victoria and Integra Helsing. Damn, why is life so unfair? Coda said, dropping to his knees and starting to cry. And I also met Jesse Faden, Wednesday, Enid, the Winchester brothers, and the Cullen family, Alex calmly added. Stop torturing me. Leave me alone. How the hell did you even get close to Wednesday? Your pretty face definitely wouldn't work on her. Coda groaned, crying even harder. Alex looked at Coda with an amused expression and decided to finish off the weeping otaku anyway. He calmly crouched in front of Coda, pulled out his phone, and showed a joint selfie with Wednesday, then a photo from the Addams family house. Coda stared at the photos with a frozen face. When Alex stopped showing pictures, Coda fell backward onto his backside with a blank expression, as though all life had been sucked out of him. Takashi, Jonah, and Kenichi looked at Coda with blank stares. It was no secret to them that their friend was an otaku. Takashi simply shook his head and continued copying the remaining two weapons, meanwhile reading their stats and the capabilities of the Spear of Hades and Trident of Poseidon. Alessa watched all this and understood why her father had said that her big brother's friends were complete idiots. Darling, why did you do that? Now poor Coda looks like his soul's been sucked out. Be honest, did you do this on purpose? Gloria asked, looking at Alex with a light smile. Of course. The fact that he's a failed Ice Guy protagonist isn't my problem. And anyway, Coda has his own wives. If they find out what he's doing, they'll lock him up at home again. So let him suffer. This is for not stopping David from shooting the spear bastard, Alex replied with an amused smile. Gloria gave a small smile and took Alex's hand. She perfectly understood the reason for his actions, which was why she had only asked the question. Kenichi, meanwhile, approached Coda and tried to get him back on his feet. Even when Coda was standing again, his gaze remained empty. In all this time he had seen many places, but his adventures were very different from Alex's. And all he could do now was complain about life and its unfairness. Seeing Coda start complaining about everything again, everyone understood, he was fine. He had returned to his usual tirade about the failed Ice Guy life he had always dreamed of. To cool Coda's enthusiasm, Jonah reminded him that his girls were waiting for him at home, and if he didn't stop, he would gladly inform them of what he was doing. Hearing this, Coda immediately shut up, straightened up, and pretended he hadn't said anything. Meanwhile Takashi finished copying the weapons and looked at Alex, asking what to do next. Alex gave a small nod, put the weapons back into his inventory, and gave Takashi several tasks he would need to complete in this world. When Alex finished speaking, Takashi had the kind of look that clearly said, "How the hell am I supposed to do all this?" To which Alex simply patted him on the shoulder and wished him luck. Oh right. Before we leave, build yourself a party. Invite Yuki and maybe someone else. Or recruit party members from this world. And while you're at it, befriend the shield hero. When everything's over, you can invite him to the guild. He has good potential, Alex said, stroking his chin. I'll try, but I'm not promising anything. Fatass already told me what happened to the shield hero. And I don't think he'll trust us after what you pulled in the throne room, Takashi replied, looking at Alex with a blank expression. I believe in you, David. I already told you, I'm going to make a hero out of you. So this is your chance to get stronger. Try to become a hero, Alex said, patting Takashi on the shoulder. I believe in you too, David. You'll do great, Gloria said, hugging her son. Takashi could only nod, realizing that in any case he had no chance of avoiding the situation, all he could do was accept it. Because from Alex's words he understood, he would have found another way to make him a hero anyway. Smiling once more, Alex summoned Yamato and opened a portal back to Orario. Taking Alessa in his arms and Gloria by the hand, he stepped through the portal, leaving the four boys to their long adventure. When Alex and Gloria were gone, Takashi, Coda, Jonah, and Kenichi exchanged glances and sighed in unison, then gave each other strained smiles. Now a long journey awaited them, even if Coda already knew what would happen and when. At the same time, Alex, Gloria, and Alessa had already returned to the estate in Orario. Seeing them appear, Namio immediately approached to ask why Takashi and his friends hadn't returned with them. Alex took Namio by the hand and explained everything. Hearing Alex's story, Namio nodded, understanding why he had made that decision. Before returning to the bunker, Alex decided to spend a couple more hours with his family. And the girls had no intention of letting him go, especially not Alessa, with whom they hadn't had enough time yet. Alessa, for her part, was happy to spend time with the family, even if she didn't show it on her face. Expressing emotions was still difficult for her. Alex smiled and sat down on the couch next to Ryu, watching as Alessa slowly began to integrate into their slightly insane family. To be continued. I could have shown more of the Shield Hero world, of course, but I was too lazy. I could have spent 10 chapters on it, just because I could. But I already want to move on to other events in the main world. So let's move on, and let someone else handle the S.H.I.E.L.D. hero world. There are certainly some sweet female characters, including the Queen. And that way, Morelia will escape her tragic fate, and two idiots won't ruin anything. Of course, I know Malty's true nature and who she is, or rather, a part of her soul. But that's not Alex's concern anymore. Let Takashi handle it, because he has a walking reference book on such worlds in Coda. Chapter 595, Chapter 594, Return to the Bunker, and a simple conversation with a friend. Alex was in his estate in Ora Rio, watching with a warm, slightly mischievous smile as Alessa gradually, step by step, got to know her new, large, noisy, and wonderfully alive family more closely. Unfortunately, some of the girls were currently absent. They had urgently left on missions to other worlds. The reason was simple, predictable, and at the same time completely typical for his household. Four adorable little gremlins, Anya, Nyaruko, Jinx, and Tina, had somehow dragged an entire army of minions into Ora Rio. Those very creatures who, with their seemingly completely harmless and even funny appearance, were capable of unleashing total, uncontrollable chaos anywhere in a matter of minutes. The girls instantly realized where things were headed, quickly formed combat squads, and scattered across different worlds on missions, anything to avoid facing this yellow-blue catastrophe head-on. Since the missions couldn't be abandoned halfway, they still couldn't return and personally meet Alessa. The girls remaining in the estate took full advantage of this with enormous pleasure and without the slightest pang of conscience, shamelessly bragging in the family chat, posting photos and short videos where they hugged, kissed, squeezed, and fawned over the new daughter from every possible angle, competing with each other in creativity and tenderness. Alex sat between Ryu and Kiriko, calmly and with a light smile watching as the girls took turns pressing Alessa to themselves. Almost no emotion showed on the girl's face, only a slight narrowing of the eyes and the barely noticeable tension of her lips whenever the next mom squeezed her too tightly in a hug or held on for too long. Looking at Alessa like this, Alex became completely convinced she was an exact copy of Wednesday and Zhanya. Those two also rarely showed feelings on their faces, maintaining a cold, almost stone mask even in the most emotional moments of life. He even thought that the more time Alessa spent in Wednesday's company, the more she would resemble her, and this didn't bother him at all. On the contrary, Alex caught himself thinking that it was worth visiting the Addams family home again. Last time he had stayed less than an hour, Wednesday had simply taken the last of her things for a full move. Alex still remembered how Gomez and Morticia, in their darkly romantic, slightly theatrical manner, wished their daughter happiness, and literally a second later began displaying their fiery, almost insane passion toward each other, causing Wednesday to roll her eyes and demonstratively walk away. But this time Alex planned to come with Alessa, to truly surprise Gomez and Morticia. He was absolutely certain Wednesday would happily support the idea and even help organize everything so her parents would get the maximum amount of grim pleasure from the unexpected meeting. After sitting a little longer with the family, Alex remembered the shopping list Alice had asked him to buy as souvenirs from Ora Rio. Pulling the sheet from his inner pocket, he quickly scanned the lines and was about to take Alessa by the hand and head out for a walk around the city, but the moment he opened his mouth, all the girls spoke in unison: he should go shopping alone. Alex only sighed heavily and spread his hands, understanding that arguing was completely pointless. Fortunately, Cyr, Lily, and Belle decided to keep him company. They chose to stroll together while he carried out Alice's errand. Strolling through the noisy, lively streets of Ora Rio and buying everything necessary, Alex smiled as he listened to Cyr and Lily arguing in their usual, almost ritual manner, all because Cyr was too clingy and constantly hung on him, which Lily categorically could not stand. As always, the only one behaving relatively calmly was Belle. She tried once again to reconcile the two eternally bickering girls who found reasons to quarrel literally out of thin air. By the fourth shop Belle finally gave up, waved her hand, and simply stopped intervening, deciding it was useless. To lighten the mood a little and distract the girl from the growing tension, Alex decided to listen to how her adventures had been going lately. Hearing the question, Belle immediately broke into a wide, sincere smile and began telling him everything that had happened to her during his absence, with shining eyes, lively gestures, and genuine delight in her voice. Listening to her, Alex sincerely rejoiced. Belle had noticeably grown not only in strength but also in character. When they first met, she had been quite a timid girl who was afraid of her own shadow, but now. "I'm glad you've grown so much, Belle. You can almost be called a hero already," Alex said, gently stroking her hair. "I'm still not a hero. I haven't done anything truly heroic yet," Belle replied in an embarrassed tone, blushing from the touch and lowering her gaze to the ground. "You've already done enough, Belle. You helped fight the dragon, took part in the war for Erebor, and I know how much you've accomplished while I wasn't in Ora Rio. So stop being shy. Be proud of who you've become," Alex said, ruffling her hair with a kind, almost fatherly smile. Belle blushed even more, lowered her head, but a contented, almost happy smile bloomed on her face from the praise. However, there were those who didn't like this at all. Cyr and Lily watched Alex's interaction with Belle, and both instantly understood. Belle had seized the moment to draw all of Alex's attention to herself. The girls exchanged glances without words, and immediately came to an agreement. Belle wasn't a timid rabbit at all, but a very cunning rabbit who knew perfectly well how to take advantage of an opportunity. Cyr and Lily decided to join forces against her. Belle felt the hostility directed at her, turned around, and saw Cyr and Lily looking at her with cold, almost icy gazes. She immediately hid behind Alex's back. Cyr and Lily clenched their teeth in anger. Watching all this, Alex quietly laughed and in turn patted Lily and Cyr on the head so they wouldn't get mad. With a light smile he continued walking, while Belle kept hiding behind him, trying to avoid the angry stares of the two girls. Continuing the walk through Rio, Alex had already bought almost everything Alice had asked for. Checking the list one last time, he realized, only a couple more places left, and he could head home. They arrived at the central square near Babel. Alex looked at the tower and gave a slight smile. It had been a long time since he descended into the dungeon, and he didn't even know what was happening there now after all his experiments. Where are Haruheim, Ace, Tiona, and Riveria right now? I haven't seen them at home, Alex asked, looking away from Babel and turning to the girls who had sat down to rest by the fountain after the long walk. They went into the dungeon last week. Because of all your experiments, new monsters and new materials started appearing there. And the Loki Familia is the only one that goes deep enough, so they have to run raids more often than anyone else. Haruheim went with them as support. Cassandra and Daphne went somewhere. Cassandra heard about some dish and wanted to try it. The rest of the girls are scattered around. And you know the reason yourself, Lily replied, looking at Alex with a cheerful, slightly teasing gaze. Alex gave a small smile and nodded. He knew perfectly well how his experiments to introduce new monsters into Orario's dungeon had gone. In addition to those caught on Pandora, the girls, especially at the insistent request of Red and White, continued to capture and bring back more and more creatures. Now even he himself didn't know the exact number of new monster species that had appeared in the dungeon, or what rare materials and metals dropped from them. In any case, Alex wasn't worried about the dungeon's stability. Thanks to his previous intervention, it had become not only much deeper but also far more stable. Monster escapes could now only happen in extreme cases, or with outside interference. After sitting a little longer on the main square with the girls and chatting about various topics, Alex decided it was time to buy the last items on the list and return to the estate. Cyr, Lily, and Belle understood. Alex needed to get back. He had work that couldn't be postponed. Returning to the estate, Alex found the usual family idol. Alessa was sitting on Shizuka's lap, a soft, almost maternal smile on the girl's face as she gently hugged the child. To Alessa herself, these hugs felt frankly suffocating, because of Shizuka's impressive bust size. Shizuka didn't even suspect that Alessa was literally fighting for her life right now to avoid drowning in two soft, heavy mounds. Seeing Alex appear, Alessa instantly broke free from Shizuka's embrace, causing the latter to pout in offense. But Alessa had no time for Shizuka's hurt feelings. She wanted to escape those large, suffocating soft mounds as quickly as possible. Running to Alex, she hid behind his legs and gave Shizuka a cold look, or rather, at her chest. "What's wrong, Alessa?" Alex asked, gently stroking the girl's hair. "Big. Very big and heavy," Alessa replied, tightly gripping Alex's pant leg and continuing to stare coldly at Shizuka. Hearing this, everyone looked at Shizuka's chest, then at Alessa, and nodded knowingly, as if everything was already clear. After all, Shizuka really did have the largest bust in the family, if you didn't count Alcina, who was not only very tall but also possessed quite voluptuous forms. Shizuka, hearing everyone start discussing her chest again, pouted in offense. Alessa had literally run away from her because of it. "Pahaha. I told you, those two piles of meat are useless. Look, even our new daughter is avoiding you now." Loki laughed loudly, pointing at Shizuka's impressive bust. "At least Alessa won't get a concussion when Shizuka wants to hug her." "Unlike you, washboard," Hestia replied with a contemptuous smile, looking at Loki. "What did you say, busty shrimp?" Loki hissed through clenched teeth. "What you heard, washboard. Unlike you, my child won't feel like she's being hugged by a wooden plank," Hestia shot back, folding her arms under her chest and demonstratively showing off her size. "Are you looking for a fight, shorty?" Loki growled, crushing a beer can in her hand. "Who's looking for a fight, flat chest? I'm just telling the truth. It's not anyone's fault your boobs never grew." "Oh, sorry, you're a goddess, they're not going to grow anymore," Hestia replied in a mocking tone, feigning exaggerated concern. After those words, dead silence fell over the living room. No one had expected Hestia to say something so sarcastic. Usually she argued with Loki, but never resorted to such barbs. Every time Hestia lost a verbal sparring match, it always ended in a fight, which she herself started. Even Alex looked at Hestia in surprise. Hestia herself gazed at the furious Loki with a winner smile. Loki clenched her teeth so hard that the can in her hand was already crushed and beer spilled across the floor, but she didn't even notice. Everyone knew how this would end. Less than a second passed, Loki lunged at Hestia. The two goddesses once again began fighting, yanking each other by the face. Alessa watched what was happening with a surprised look. In her black eyes was complete incomprehension. Why were two of her moms fighting over something as trivial as breast size? She looked at everyone else, they were pretending nothing was happening. This only made Alessa even more confused. Alessa simply didn't know, this happened far too often in their house, and everyone had long since gotten used to it. Usually other girls got dragged into fights between Loki and Hestia, but today everyone just watched. Don't pay attention to them, child. This happens more often than you can imagine. My dear simply spoils those two too much, a gentle voice sounded behind Alessa. Alessa turned her head and saw a very beautiful woman in a black and red dress, with white hair and shining purple eyes. She was looking at her with a tender smile. Alessa's eyes widened in surprise, she hadn't expected to meet such a beautiful woman. Seeing Alessa's reaction, Freya smiled tenderly and ran her fingers through her hair. Even though Freya could see Alessa's soul, almost completely black, her smile remained gentle. Freya knew what the girl had been through, but it didn't stop her from showing her love. Stopping stroking Alessa's hair, Freya gently placed her palms on Alex's cheeks and kissed him on the lips. After the kiss, Alex noticed Alessa's gaze and explained with a smile who Freya was. Alessa listened, nodded mechanically, and acknowledged, yes, Freya really was a goddess of beauty. Because Alessa sincerely considered her very beautiful. After Freya's arrival, Alex spent a little more time with the family, so Alessa could talk with those who had become her new family. But he understood, it was time to go back. Time waited for no one, and he still had work to do. When Alex said he needed to leave, the girls looked sad for a moment, but quickly recovered. They could visit him and Alessa anytime. Alessa herself didn't want to leave her new family either. Seeing the sadness on her face, Alex gently explained, she could return anytime she wanted to visit her mothers. Hearing this, Alessa nodded. Before leaving, all the girls took turns giving Alessa tight goodbye hugs, which made the girl very happy. Alex, of course, also didn't want to leave, he hadn't had time to see many of the girls he missed. And just as he was about to go, Anya, Nyaruko, Jinx, and Tina peeked out from the doorway, with sly smiles on their faces. Seeing these four gremlins who had only deigned to appear right before his departure, Alex couldn't hold back a smile. Come here already. I'm not mad that you stole only 10,400 minions and brought them all home, Alex said, dropping to one knee and opening his arms to his daughters. Anya, Nyaruko, Tina, and Jinx burst out laughing and rushed to him, hugging and laughing loudly. After tight hugs, they approached Alessa. Alessa didn't even have time to understand what was happening, before her arms were suddenly filled with a whole pile of things she hadn't even suspected existed. But these were gifts from her new sisters, sweets, weapons, and even a couple of grenades, the latter from Tina and Jinx. Seeing that Alessa had even been given grenades, Alex sighed heavily and carefully took them from her hands, leaving only what looked relatively safe, though even that could barely be called safe. Including a talking plush bear with a self-destruct function. Seeing the mountain of things in Alessa's hands, Alex pulled a small black pouch from his inventory, exactly like the ones his other daughters had. So Alessa could always carry everything important with her. He didn't even have time to start explaining, the gremlins immediately snatched the pouch and began showing Alessa how to use it themselves. So basically, you just take it and shove stuff in. And if you need something, you'll figure out how to get it yourself. And definitely ask Dad for a phone. Yes, a phone, absolutely. So we can come play with you, Jinx said with a cheerful smile. If we find something interesting or tasty, we'll send it to you. Promise. When Dad finishes work, we'll go on an adventure together, Anya added, tugging Alessa's hand. We recently stole Scooter's older brother's car, and crashed it again. He screamed so loud. Ha 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 ha. Nyaruko laughed. That's because he's stingy. Big sister Ellie let us ride her tank, and didn't say anything. Scooter's just a crybaby, Tina declared, sneakily stuffing pink plush bunnies into Alessa's pouch, which, of course, were bombs. Listening to her sisters, Alessa could only nod, not fully understanding what they were talking about. But she already wanted to go on an adventure with them in the future. Alex, meanwhile, heard that poor Scooter's car had been stolen again. All he could do was sigh and look at Moxie, who was currently examining her nails. Noticing Alex's gaze, Moxie gave a slight smile and blew him a kiss, showing that the kids should handle their own business. Alex thought he should remind Moxie that her son Scooter was already an adult, not a child. Because Alex got distracted, the gremlins managed to stuff several dangerous and explosive items into Alessa's pouch so their new sister could protect herself from bad people. Alessa, listening to her sister's stories, also wanted to go on adventures with them in the future. When Anya, Nyaruko, Tina, and Jinx finished chatting, they gave Alessa tight hugs and promised to visit her more often. Then they hugged Alex goodbye once more. Alex couldn't hold back a smile and hugged his daughters tightly before letting them go. Still smiling, he lifted Alessa into his arms. The girl waved goodbye to everyone. Alex summoned Yamato, opened a portal, and stepped through. When Alex and Alessa were gone, Anya, Nyaruko, Jinx, and Tina laughed slyly, thinking their plan had succeeded perfectly. But they didn't know, Alex had clearly seen that the gremlins had stuffed explosives and other dangerous things into Alessa's pouch, just to protect their new sister. So he said nothing. At the same time, Alex returned with Alessa in his arms to the world of Supernatural to continue his work. He looked at his daughter. Alessa, though she didn't show it on her face, was very happy to have met her family, especially her sisters. She raised her gaze to her father and slightly narrowed her eyes, showing with her black eyes, she had liked everything. Alex smiled and ran his hand through her hair. But before returning to the bunker, he had other plans. Let's go visit my friend first, then head back to the bunker, he said, looking at Alessa. Who's your friend? Alessa asked, tilting her head to the side. You'll see soon. I need to give her some souvenirs, Alex replied with a light smile. Alessa nodded slightly, intrigued by her father's friend. Alex smiled and took a step, vanishing from the spot. He wanted to visit Amara and see what she was up to right now. To his surprise, Amara was at an abandoned factory. Intrigued by why she had chosen such a place, Alex headed toward her. Alessa, sitting in his arms, couldn't understand, why was her father's friend in such an abandoned place? Alex found Amara in one of the old warehouses. Approaching closer, he heard a light classical cello melody. Entering inside, he saw Amara. She looked very comfortable in this place. Amara was sitting at a tea table with a book in her hands, a cup of hot tea beside her, and a little further away, an antique gramophone from which the cello melody flowed. Hearing footsteps, Amara calmly raised her gaze and saw Alex. A smile appeared on her face. She closed the book and set it aside. Hello, Amara. Since when did you turn into a gloomy aristocrat? All that's missing now are black candles and a few ravens, Alex said with a light smile, approaching closer and sitting on a free chair, placing Alessa on his lap. I'm just trying new things. I like this music, mortals call it classical. And I see you've had a family edition. That was fast, Amara replied with a light smile, looking at Alessa. This is Alessa. And it's a long story, telling it all at once won't work. By the way, I brought souvenirs. I just got back from home, so I brought you a couple of gifts, Alex said, smiling. Didn't you say it was undesirable for you to leave my world until the situation with Chuck is over? Amara asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, I did. But something happened at home, that's why I had to return, Alex replied, continuing to smile and gently stroking Alessa's hair. And what exactly happened? Amara asked with interest, taking a sip of tea. My daughter stole an army of minions and brought them all home. In just a few days those minions turned the city into complete chaos, Alex said, giving a slight sigh. Minions. Aren't those the yellow creatures in blue overalls who speak some strange language? Amara asked, setting her cup on the table. That's right. And how do you know about them? Alex asked in surprise, raising an eyebrow. I need something to occupy myself with when I'm not playing the role of the wronged sister. I got bored, so I went to the cinema. I chose what seemed the most interesting. I admit, the cartoon was funny. Even if very strange. Especially those minions, Amara replied with a light smile. Well, watching them on screen and seeing them in real life are two different things, Alex said dryly. Amara raised an eyebrow and looked at him with interest, clearly indicating she wanted to hear the whole story. Alex smiled, brewed coffee for himself and Amara, and a milkshake for Alessa so she wouldn't get bored. Then he began telling the story, starting from the moment he first saw the minions and what had caused that encounter. Hearing this, Amara couldn't hold back a smile. And when Alex reached the part where the minions were tossing him into the air and then decided he was dead because they failed to catch him, Amara could no longer restrain herself and started laughing. Seeing that Amara was amused by his predicament, Alex rolled his eyes and shook his head. He told her what he had done with the minions. Amara nodded understandingly. Even if she didn't fully understand the nature of those creatures, even she could see, leaving such an army on a space orbital station was a questionable decision. Alex didn't deny it, which was why he had left a clone there to keep an eye on them. Have you started looking for Lucifer yet? Or are you still putting it off? Alex asked, taking a sip of coffee. I'm still pretending to be wounded, as you can see. Let them keep thinking that. But I'm watching the entrance to heaven. Why on earth did they make the entrance to heaven on a children's playground? Who could have thought of that? Amara said, covering one eye, showing she was still observing. No idea. Ask Metatron. It's all that Golem's doing. And what are you planning to do when that bastard shows up in heaven? Alex asked, shrugging slightly. I haven't decided yet. But I think I'll scare him a little. Since he wants to take control of the rest of the feathered ones, I'll help him a bit, since he's so eager for the throne. And then, when he comes to me, I'll break a couple of his limbs and pluck out all his feathers. After all, I have to punish my nephew, even if he's not actually my nephew. But he doesn't know that, Amara replied with a slight contemptuous smile. Ugh. You're a cruel woman. Just don't show Dean that side of you. Or he might run away from you, Alex said, laughing slightly and looking at Amara. He won't run, Amara replied calmly, taking a sip of coffee. Hearing this, Alex choked on his coffee, turned away, and tried to hold back his laughter. The situation genuinely amused him. He even imagined Dean trying to escape from Amara, but she always found him. Amara looked calmly at Alex, his shoulders were shaking from suppressed laughter. She had spoken the pure truth, Dean wasn't going anywhere from her. Their bond grew stronger with every moment, and she felt it perfectly. All because Dean, using Cain's blade, was absorbing fragments of her power. Alex talked with Amara a little more about simple everyday topics, just to keep her company. Then he pulled souvenirs from Rio out of his inventory, several books, food, and drink so Amara could try them. Amara appreciated the gesture. After all, besides Alex, there was no one she could talk to normally. He remained her only friend, the one who didn't try to use her power, imprison her, or kill her. Having handed over all the gifts, Alex decided to return to the bunker. Waving goodbye to Amara, he took Alessa in his arms, took a step, and disappeared. After he left, the cello melody began playing from the gramophone again. Amara returned to reading her book, to pass the time while she continued pretending to be wounded. Returning to the bunker, Alex immediately felt a strange, heavy silence. Dean was nowhere to be seen. Sam sat with a blank expression, staring at a piece of ancient wood, part of the Ark of the Covenant. Alex already knew the hand of God would be used by Delphine herself to sink the German ship. Dean would return with an already used hand, completely useless. He looked at Lucina, Samantha, Alice, Enid, and Wednesday. They were silent. Lucina approached Alex and quietly told him what had happened while he was gone. When Dean returned from the past, it hit him hard. He hadn't been able to change anything. What hit even harder was that the hand of God was single use. Sighing, Alex set Alessa down on the floor and decided to find Dean. He waved his hand, saying he'd handle it, and disappeared. Alex appeared on an old wooden pier. Dean was sitting there, staring at the water. Alex walked over and sat beside him, lighting a cigarette. Dean, how are you holding up? He asked, exhaling smoke. Not at all. I didn't do anything, Alex. Those people. I was just a witness. I couldn't help them at all, Dean replied in a heavy tone, not taking his eyes off the water. I understand, Dean. I understand you very well. Want to tell me what happened there? Alex asked, pulling a bottle of whiskey from his inventory. What's there to tell? It all already happened. Everything we did was pointless. I failed to save anyone again. And the hand of God, single use. It was all for nothing. Why do we keep doing this over and over? It always ends the same way. We just can't save anyone, Dean said in a very tired voice, turning his head toward Alex. Dean. I could start my usual speech about how you can't change the past. And you don't need to blame yourself. Those people knew what they were signing up for. At least Delphine took out that German bastard and sank his sub. So don't beat yourself up for not saving anyone. Better let's drink and talk. Did I drag this expensive booze from home for nothing? Alex said, pouring whiskey into glasses. I was already expecting you to start your usual death monologue instead of pouring me a drink, Dean said, looking at Alex with a tired gaze. Not today. As your friend, I should support you when things are hard. And this is the least I can do for you. Like before, we'll just talk and drink. Because now's not the time to mope. We still have a long road ahead. The end of our journey isn't in sight yet. The road is long, but one day we'll see its end, Alex replied with a light smile, raising his glass. You're right, our journey isn't over yet. And there's still a lot ahead. At least I'll remember those soldiers. Who knew and accepted their death. To the crew of the USS Bluefin, Dean said, raising his glass. To the crew of the USS Bluefin, Alex repeated, clinking glasses with him. After drinking, Dean began recounting what had happened on the submarine. Alex listened attentively, occasionally inserting jokes to lighten the mood. Dean understood this perfectly, and occasionally joked himself during the story. Even though Dean had only spent a few hours on the sub, it felt to him like much more time had passed. He even told Alex about the guy who kept bombarding him with questions about the future, mostly stupid ones, which team won in baseball and the like. I'm just curious, why do they always ask the same questions? Is that some kind of rule? Dean asked after a few glasses of whiskey, slightly relaxed. Why are you asking me? Do I travel through time that often? Alex replied in an amused tone. Well, your death and all that. Don't you have answers to those kinds of questions? Like, what's the meaning of life? Why, if you say you're from the future, does everyone ask which team won the game? Stuff like that, Dean said, looking at Alex as if he definitely should have an answer. Honestly, no idea. If someone came up to me and said they were from the future, I'd want to know if the game I'm waiting for finally came out, Alex replied, stroking his chin. You're serious right now? Though, okay, fair. I'd want to know what the future issue of Busty Asian Beauties is like, Dean said with a smirk. Dean, you're gross, Alex said, making a face. What's wrong with that? It's fine to ask about a video game, but porn mags are suddenly gross. Where's the fine line? Dean asked, smacking Alex on the shoulder. Well, the line's somewhere around here. Or at least it should be. But I don't see it. Though it's definitely there. Probably, Alex replied, waving his finger in the air and drawing an imaginary line. I don't see it, so it doesn't exist, Dean smirked. Alex and Dean laughed quietly and continued sitting on the old wooden pier, sipping whiskey from another world, something Dean wouldn't learn about anytime soon. They chatted about all sorts of topics, just to pass the time. Alex knew how to help Dean cope with his feelings and shift his focus. That's why they were sitting here on the pier instead of returning to the bunker. To be continued. I'm sure we'll move on to a different storyline soon. Or there'll be a bit more of the supernatural plot. And maybe a short time skip, or maybe even a bit more of the everyday. Basically, I haven't decided yet, and I think the best way to do that is to go get something delicious. But I'm absolutely certain there will be a Helsing storyline soon. I'm just still trying to figure out at what point in the Helsing plot Alex will appear. And as I said, it will be Helsing Ultimate. Chapter 596, Chapter 595, Trip to the Addams family home. Alex and Dean continued sitting on the old pier, slowly sipping whiskey straight from the glasses and talking about everything under the sun, from old hunting stories and the dumbest moments of their lives to completely meaningless little things that, in moments like these, somehow felt more important than anything else. This had long become their ritual, something familiar and comforting. Every time Dean started slipping into another round of emotional burnout, when the world once again brutally reminded him that he wasn't an all-powerful savior, just a man who could only watch as everything fell apart, Alex would simply grab him by the scruff of the neck, drag him away from the bunker, away from maps, books, and endless searches for solutions, and force him to drink, talk, and stay silent all at once. No lectures, no fake, everything's going to be okay, no attempts to rewrite what had already happened and couldn't be changed. Just two men, a good bottle of aged whiskey, and a night that wasn't in any hurry to end, giving him at least a chance to exhale some of the accumulated weight. This time the trigger had been the trip to the past, right in the middle of World War II, aboard the submarine USS Bluefin. Dean had seen with his own eyes people he couldn't save. Not because he lacked strength, weapons, courage, or cunning. But because their fate had already been written long before he appeared on board as an accidental traveler from the future. He could only stand beside them, listen to their conversations, their laughter through fear, their last jokes, their last letters home, their last cigarettes before battle, and know with horrifying certainty that in a few hours they would all be dead. The hand of God, which they had stolen from the past with such difficulty, turned out to be single-use. Another piece of hope that crumbled to dust right before his eyes, leaving only the bitter aftertaste of defeat. And that hit Dean harder than any physical wound, demon, or loss of a loved one. But time passed. The alcohol slowly but surely did its job, softening the sharp edges of the pain, dulling the memories, returning color to a world that had turned black and white for a few hours. Dean began to come back to himself, gradually returning to his old, familiar self, sarcastic, stubborn, sharp-tongued hunter who knew how to hide any pain behind a crooked smirk and dark humor. Alex saw it, in the way Dean's shoulders straightened, in how the familiar smirk appeared more often, in how he started slipping his usual barbs back into the conversation. Alex didn't rush him. He knew Dean needed exactly this, time, silence, and a few swallows of good whiskey to get back on his feet and keep moving forward. They sat on the pier until it was completely dark, the sky turned thick black, studded with stars, while the water below quietly lapped against the pilings, reflecting the faint light of a distant lantern. Around them already lay empty whiskey bottles, crumpled paper bags from the food Alex had brought from some other city. Dean had gotten hungry, and Alex could teleport anywhere in a second and return with hot meat, French fries, onion rings, and even fresh beer in frosted bottles. By now Dean was thoroughly, hopelessly drunk, his tongue was slurring, his movements loose and slightly clumsy, his eyes shining brighter than usual, and a relaxed, slightly goofy smile had appeared on his face, the kind that only showed up after the fifth or sixth bottle. "Okay, Dean. Time to head back to the bunker," Alex said, laying a heavy hand on his friend's shoulder and giving him a light shake so he wouldn't fall asleep right on the boards. No damn teleportation. Not unless you want me to puke all over your boots, Dean muttered, pushing Alex's hand away with exaggerated offense and nearly losing his balance in the process. Then let me help you sober up. It'll be faster, Alex said, shaking his head slightly as he looked at the drunk Dean. That's sacrilege, sobering up from whiskey this good. And anyway, I'll walk home myself. No need to babysit me. I'm a grown man. What, you think I can't find my way without you? I've managed before. I'll manage now, Dean declared with such confidence, as if he were stone-cold sober, and resolutely headed toward the bunker, swaying and trying to keep his back straight. Alex watched Dean's retreating back. He walked with a slight stagger, hands stuffed in his jacket pockets, radiating maximum independence with every inch of his body. Smiling faintly, Alex pulled out a cigarette, lit it with a lighter, and slowly followed. Catching up to Dean, he simply walked beside him, smoking silently and looking ahead at the road. Dean noticed it out of the corner of his eye and gave a small smile, just the corner of his mouth, almost imperceptible but genuine. In Dean's head, thoughts swirled about their conversation on the pier. Once again Alex had pulled him out of that darkness he used to fight alone, for years, decades, and it happened far too often, always alone. Dean even thought, if Alex had appeared earlier, before the mark of Cain, before all those years in hell, before losing everyone he loved, before he himself became part of that darkness, maybe a lot of things would have gone differently. But he quickly pushed the thought away. The past stays in the past. It can't be changed. Alex himself had said it more than once, fate always finds a way to put everything back on track. They can only delay the inevitable ending a little, but never cancel it. Because of all the alcohol, Dean's mind was slightly foggy, and completely wild. Drunken ideas began surfacing in his head. What if they didn't kill Amara? What if they tried to reconcile her with her brother? Or at least make sure she didn't destroy the whole world? Dean understood these were just drunken fantasies, alcohol-fueled dreams that would seem stupid and naive by morning. An impossible task. Amara was currently roaming the world searching for a brother, who kept hiding behind illusions, manipulations, and endless games of God. And she wasn't the type who could be convinced with words, kindness, or even force. Alex walked beside him and saw how Dean's expression changed, now thoughtful, now slightly lost, now with a faint smile, now with a shadow of pain in his eyes. It wasn't hard for him to guess what his friend was thinking. Alex wanted to lay it all out, put the cards on the table, explain his plan to the end. But it was still too early. Otherwise all his plans would go to hell. He wanted Chuck to crawl out of his hole himself. Chuck considered himself the main character of his own story, the very one he had started writing. And the main character always appears in the finale to save everyone, then pulls the switcheroo to reveal his true nature, plunging everyone into despair and proving their struggle was futile from the very beginning. Alex knew beings like that too well. They loved playing with those weaker than them. And Chuck sincerely believed no one in this entire universe could pose a real threat to him. Alex and Dean reached the bunker in silence. Both were lost in their own thoughts, and words felt unnecessary. They would only shatter the fragile quiet that both of them needed right now. As they approached, Dean was completely drunk, his legs tangled, he barely moved them, leaning more and more heavily on Alex. Alex silently hooked an arm under him and helped him inside. Dean stumbled across the threshold, still trying to look independent even though he was practically hanging off his friend. The noise brought out Sam and the girls who had been waiting for their return the whole time. Seeing his brother's condition, Sam sighed heavily, shook his head with a tired smile, and silently went to bed. He was too exhausted from the day to even comment. Alex understood. As usual, he'd have to drag Dean to bed himself. Supporting his friend by the waist, he got him to his room, laid him down, and covered him with a blanket. Dean mumbled something incoherent, something that sounded vaguely like thanks, and passed out almost immediately, face buried in the pillow. Alex returned to his room with the girls. They talked quietly before bed, softly, without excess emotion, just to feel that everyone was together and everything was okay. Then Alex lay down, feeling a pleasant tiredness in his body and a slight relief in his soul. A whole week had passed since the trip to the past. The very next day Dean pulled himself together, he survived it, burned through it, returned to his usual rhythm. They temporarily shelved the search for another weapon against Amara. But Sam, as always, couldn't stop. He kept digging through old books and archives, hoping to find even a hint of another hand of God or something equivalent, even if it meant going back to the past again. Dean tried a couple of times to make his brother take a break, rest, distract himself. But everything Sam said and did was radically different from before. He became quieter, more focused, almost obsessed. Dean saw it, and stayed silent, understanding that right now nothing could stop his brother. Meanwhile, Alex spent those days doing something else, searching for fragments of Amara's power scattered across the world. The girls kept him company in this task. Out of all the supposed locations they visited, they managed to find only 2 fragments, and even those could be called pure luck, a fortunate coincidence. Alex visited the abandoned cursed psychiatric hospital Ganjiam in Korea, accompanied by Wednesday and Alessa. Wednesday herself immediately called it an excellent date. Alessa didn't mind either, such places didn't scare her at all, on the contrary, they interested her with their grim history and atmosphere. The same went for Wednesday, she saw the local ghosts only as material for her future book, a cold and dispassionate source of inspiration. During the visit to the hospital, Alex had to chase away an overly persistent group of students who decided to do a live stream in the cursed place to gain popularity and money. The teenagers, as usual, refused to listen. Then Wednesday stepped in her signature style she scared them so badly they ran away, leaving even their equipment behind. Thanks to that, Alex was able to work calmly and search for the reason the ghosts were trapped there. As expected, the reason turned out to be another fragment of Amara's power, once again disguised as a trinket, a cheap piece of jewelry once given to the hospital director. Alex also visited a supposed cursed forest with Enid and Alice, due to the large number of missing travelers. In reality, an ancient cult was responsible for the disappearances in that forest. The encounter with the cult eventually led to meeting the thing they worshipped, an ancient creature resembling a deer assembled from human bodies. It started as a light walk through the forest, which Enid and Alice genuinely enjoyed, they considered it a real nature date. In the end it turned into running through the forest, destroying the cultists, and killing the deity the fanatics worshipped. When it was all over, Enid once again complained that every time she ended up in situations like this, her clothes got covered in blood, dirt, and something even worse, and she was already tired of even trying to wash it out. Alice joined the complaints, all her clothes were custom-made and cost a fortune. All Alex could do in that situation was take the girls shopping and accompany them while they picked out new outfits, silently paying and nodding in the right places. The job with Lucina and Samantha turned out to be ordinary hunter work, a quick investigation that ultimately led them to a pawn shop run by a warlock who supposedly granted his customers wishes by casting spells on objects. A man who wanted to learn to play piano to impress his girlfriend ended up with cursed sheet music. After playing it, everyone who heard the melody lost their hearing. In the end, not only the man but his entire family went deaf. A female collector who loved gathering old rare dolls brought home a Chucky-like doll, it loudly cursed and tried to kill everyone. Samantha simply threw it into the fireplace after hearing another stream of insults. While Alex and Samantha were busy confiscating and sealing all the cursed objects, Lucina had to deal with the warlock himself, who, as it turned out, drew power from yet another fragment of Amara. When it was all over, the trunk of Alex's Impala was completely stuffed with cursed items he decided to dump in the Red City, where such artifacts definitely couldn't harm ordinary people. And so an entire week passed, long, packed, exhausting. Everyone wanted to simply rest, but no one had the slightest chance of a normal break, not even Dean and Sam, who had also taken on a small job involving a vampire nest. Upon returning to the bunker, Dean and Sam explained that they had dealt with strange vampires, ones that didn't die after decapitation, and dead man's blood had no effect on them. Hearing this, Alex immediately understood what was going on, and his suspicions were confirmed. Everyone bitten by those vampires eventually turned into ghouls. When Dean and Sam detailed the creatures they'd faced, Alex explained what they were and why they had appeared. Learning all the information, Dean and Sam quickly understood why they'd had to deal with such strange vampires. After that, Alex handed Dean the found fragments of Amara's power, so he could absorb them using Cain's blade. And that was how the long, eventful week ended. It was the middle of an ordinary day in the bunker. Alex and Dean were sitting in the library. Alex was reading a book while Alessa sat on his lap, chatting on the phone with her sisters. Alex had been forced to give Alessa her own phone at the insistent request of the 4 gremlins who literally wouldn't leave him alone. Dean sat nearby, sipping coffee and reading news on his laptop. The girls were busy with their own things. Alex continued reading, calmly turning a page in his book, when he heard the sound of shuffling footsteps. Looking up, he saw Sam, who had finally decided to get some sleep. Sam held a mug of coffee, rubbing his neck, apparently he'd slept in an awkward position. "Guys, have you seen?" Sam began, rubbing his neck and wincing from the pain. Without taking his eyes off the laptop screen, Dean tossed a pack of painkillers at Sam. Sam caught it midair, immediately took a few pills to get rid of the neck and headache pain, and washed them down with a gulp of coffee. Sighing heavily, Sam sat down at the table, rubbing his face to fully wake up. Rubbing his eyes, Sam noticed Dean staring at his laptop screen without looking away and thought his brother had decided to watch something he shouldn't be watching in a place like this. "What are you watching?" Sam asked, looking at Dean. "Sam, remember the incredible wrestling?" Dean asked in return, turning to Sam. "Yeah, I remember. Wrestling on wheels, Dad took us there sometimes when we were kids," Sam said, nodding with a faint nostalgic smile. "This morning I came across an obituary. Larry the Hangman died," Dean said, turning the laptop toward Sam. "No way. Isn't that the one?" Sam said in a surprised tone, raising his eyebrows. Yup, Dad's favorite. Every time the news appeared, Dad would jump up. Not often our old man looked that happy, Dean said, taking a sip of coffee and smirking at the memory. Yeah, I remember those days, Sam said, nodding slightly and drifting into his own thoughts for a moment. We could make it to the funeral. Alex, what do you think? Want to take a ride, watch some wrestling, and pay respects while we're at it? Dean said, looking at Alex and Sam. Guys, I don't want to ruin your plans. But right now things are really bad. And they're only getting worse, Sam said, looking at Alex and Dean with tired seriousness. Thanks for the reminder, Sam. As if we didn't know. We've been running around from one place to another all week. And our so-called rest never even started because of all the work that piled up. And fortunately, I've got plans for these days, Alex said with a light smile. What plans? Dean began, staring at Alex with curiosity. I'm ready. Let's go, a familiar cold voice sounded from behind. Dean and Sam turned their heads and saw Wednesday. She was dressed in her usual black dress, and beside her stood a black suitcase with things. Alex gave a faint smile and closed his book. Standing up from the table, Alex picked up Alessa and walked over to Wednesday, who looked like she had no intention of wasting time. Alex knew what this was about, so he smiled faintly, standing beside Wednesday, who looked back at him with her black eyes. Sam and Dean exchanged glances, noticing that Alessa was also dressed in similar clothing. And both of them immediately wondered, where were they going at a time like this, and why had Wednesday brought a suitcase with things? Where are you off to? Sam asked, slightly raising an eyebrow. We're going to visit the Addams family. The other girls have already left, by the way. Alice wanted to visit her family in Forks, and Lucina, Samantha, and Enid went with her. And you two should get out too instead of sitting in the bunker. Go to the wrestler's funeral and reminisce about old times, Alex said, picking up Wednesday's suitcase. Hearing the word funeral, Wednesday slightly raised an eyebrow but decided her priorities lay elsewhere, and she could still attend a funeral later. She also had no desire to attend the funeral of some wrestler. Waving goodbye, Alex left the bunker with Wednesday and Alessa, leaving Sam and Dean behind. Sam and Dean exchanged glances, realizing how quiet the bunker had become, and understood why. Dean gave a faint smirk and pulled out the Impala keys, showing they should take a trip. Sam just sighed and nodded, agreeing with his brother's decision. Since everyone had scattered, they could take a few days off. Meanwhile, Alex, Wednesday, and Alessa left the bunker in Alex's Impala to drive to the airport. The reason for the car ride was Wednesday herself. She simply didn't want to teleport and preferred to do things the usual way, fly on a plane. After reaching the airport, Alex stored his car in his inventory. Entering the airport, Alex, Wednesday, and Alessa immediately drew attention with their grim black clothing. Even the woman handling ticket registration tried not to look at Alex and Wednesday. After finishing check-in, they headed to the waiting area. Did you leave a message for your parents on the crystal ball saying we're coming to visit? Alex asked, looking at Wednesday, who was already reading a book. No. I didn't see any particular reason to report to them about what I planned to do, Wednesday said without taking her eyes off the book. Or you just wanted to surprise them. And see their reaction when they see Alessa. That's why you dressed Alessa in your old dress. Alex said with a light smile, stroking Alessa's hair. I don't rule out that possibility. I simply want to see my parents' faces when they see Alessa. I'm especially interested in my mother's reaction. So I just told them we'd stop by. No details, Wednesday said, glancing at Alex. I think they'll be delighted for their little storm cloud. Won't they, my dear Wednesday? Alex said, leaning slightly toward her. Wednesday didn't answer Alex's words and simply looked into his eyes with her black ones when he entered her personal space. She decided to leave Alex without a reply and simply kissed him on the lips, then, with a familiar gesture, wiped the black lipstick from his lips and returned to her book. Seeing this, Alex smiled faintly and looked at Alessa, who was watching videos on her phone of her sister's adventures. Wednesday continued reading her book, and she had no intention of admitting that becoming a mother to Alessa had become something very engaging for her. Wednesday saw her younger self in Alessa, the one society rejected because she wasn't like everyone else, and so Wednesday intended to pass on everything she knew to Alessa. But unlike her own parents, Wednesday knew how to do it properly. Wednesday gradually transmitted her knowledge to Alessa, as if shaping a clay sculpture. Thinking about what Alessa might become in the future, Wednesday couldn't hold back her grim smile, which frightened the child sitting in front of them. Hearing the child cry, Alex looked up and saw the crying toddler, immediately glancing at Wednesday, who was enjoying the sound of the child's crying. Alessa also looked up and frowned for a moment at the irritating noise, then turned her black eyes toward the crying child, causing him to cry even harder. Seeing all this, Alex massaged the bridge of his nose, fully aware that this would happen quite often in the future. When the announcement for their flight sounded, Alex lifted Alessa into his arms, and together with Wednesday they boarded the plane. Taking their seats, Alex placed Alessa by the window. After all, this was her first experience flying on a plane. Wednesday sat in the middle, while Alex took the aisle seat. And the whole time Alex wondered, why hadn't they used a private jet and instead chosen a commercial flight? And when the plane took off, Alessa was slightly surprised by how the takeoff felt. "Alessa, what do you think?" "This is your first plane flight," Alex asked, stretching slightly. "I don't know. It doesn't look reliable," Alessa said, tilting her head slightly to the side. Flying on airplanes is a modern ritual of collective self-deception. You voluntarily surrender yourselves to a metal coffin with wings, where the air is thin and oxygen is a privilege. Hundreds of bodies pressed together, breathing the same recycled horror. Children cry, adults snore, and flight attendants smile as if this isn't the prelude to disaster, Wednesday said calmly, placing her book on the tray table. The moment Wednesday spoke those words, everyone in the plane's cabin fell silent and turned toward them. Even the flight attendant distributing drinks to other passengers froze for a moment, her perpetual smile becoming strained. Wednesday's words caused such a strong reaction among the passengers that everyone felt fear. And it was all tied to the appearance of Alex, Wednesday, and Alessa, dressed entirely in black. "Darling, that's not what I meant. I was talking about the sensation itself. I still think flying on planes is pretty safe," Alex said, trying not to laugh. "Safe? Another illusion of control. They confiscate scissors and liquids over 100 milliliters, but leave you with the belief that 30,000 feet in the air is a safe place. As if the absence of a blade in your carry-on will save you when a wing tears off or oxygen masks drop like a curtain before the final act," Wednesday said, looking at Alex. "Darling, maybe you should read your book to pass the boredom," Alex said, clearly noticing the atmosphere in the plane's cabin. "Boredom? I fear the boredom that sets in when everyone around pretends it's normal to sit in a tin can while someone in the cockpit decides whether we live or die. The only thing that makes flying tolerable is the thought that if it crashes, at least it will be beautiful," Wednesday said, clearly indicating she had no intention of stopping. At that moment Alex realized Wednesday was doing this on purpose, just to scare the plane's passengers. And now everything fell into place: why Wednesday didn't want to use simple teleportation to instantly arrive at the Addams family estate, why she refused a private jet and chose a commercial one. All because she simply wanted to frighten the other passengers. And seeing the passengers' faces pale so much they looked like walking corpses, and the flight attendant looking like this was the hardest flight of her life, Alex quickly understood, Wednesday had said all this after takeoff, not before, for maximum effect. And Wednesday had succeeded perfectly. Some passengers sat as if this were their last flight ever. And all Alex could do in this situation was ignore it, as if nothing had happened. Now even the flight attendant didn't want to approach them, and when she did, her smile looked more like the face of someone about to cry at any moment. Alessa nodded, memorizing all of Wednesday's words, also considering flying on planes a questionable activity when faster methods existed. Wednesday herself had achieved what she wanted and opened her book to continue reading, resting her head on Alex's shoulder. The only upside was that the plane's cabin became very quiet, so quiet that passengers didn't even dare get up to use the bathroom. Alex closed his eyes to get some sleep during the flight. When the plane reached its destination, all the passengers began quickly leaving their seats, as if staying even on a landed plane could be dangerous. Alex, holding Alessa in his arms and Wednesday by the hand, left the plane under the strained smiles of the flight attendants, who clearly wanted them out as quickly as possible. What pleased Alex was that at least Alessa had enjoyed the flight. Leaving the airport, Alex, Wednesday, and Alessa stepped outside and immediately saw Lurch. He stood beside a black car with his usual grim expression, the kind that made everyone keep their distance. "Hello, Lurch," Wednesday said, handing him her suitcase. Lurch rasped, taking Wednesday's suitcase. "Thanks for coming to pick us up, Lurch," Alex said with a light smile, looking at Lurch. Lurch rasped, giving a slight nod, and looked at Alessa. Even in Lurch's usually calm and dead eyes, a flicker of emotion appeared for a moment when he saw Alessa. Seeing Lurch's reaction to Alessa, Alex smiled faintly and opened the car door, helping Wednesday and Alessa inside. In the car, Alessa sat between Alex and Wednesday, thinking about what the Addams family home looked like. Wednesday sat calmly, hands folded in her lap, looking straight ahead. Alex relaxed against the backrest and closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Thing crawled out of Wednesday's backpack, because he'd had to stay inside it the whole time without a chance to escape. The drive to the Addams family estate took just over an hour, due to its remote location near a cemetery and swamp. And as they approached the Addams house, the surrounding environment noticeably changed: rotten trees, light fog that seemed to have long been part of the place, and a very grim atmosphere. Alessa looked out the window and wasn't surprised that the Addams family lived in such a dark place. Soon the car pulled up to the old gates topped with the sign "Beware of the Thing," which opened with a long creak. Alex smiled faintly, seeing it again. Alessa looked out the car window and saw a tall, Grim house in dark black tones, looking neglected, covered in moss, ivy, and cobwebs. The Addams family home looked as though no one had lived there for a very long time, yet at the same time the house felt quite alive in its own way. The car parked right in front of the porch, where Gomez, Morticia, and of course Pugsley were already standing. He couldn't understand why his sister had decided to come home. Wednesday stepped out of the car first. "My little spiderling, I'm so glad you decided to visit us. And with your fiancé, no less," Gomez said with a smile, descending the steps. "Wednesday, Alex, how were your adventures?" "I'd love to hear all about them," Morticia said with a maternal smile, holding Gomez's arm as she descended the steps. "Parents. I have a surprise for you," Wednesday said in her usual tone. "And what surprise has our little snake prepared?" Gomez asked, smiling even wider. "This is Alessa, our daughter," Wednesday said, placing Alessa in front of her and resting her hands on the girl's shoulders. Hearing Wednesday's words, Gomez and Morticia lowered their gazes and saw Alessa, who was an exact copy of Wednesday, including her cold black eyes. In that moment Gomez and Morticia experienced an enormous range of emotions at the sight. Pugsley froze in horror for a moment upon seeing Alessa, who was an exact copy of his sister. Seeing the surprise on her parents' faces, Wednesday gave a faint smile. Alessa looked at Gomez and Morticia with interest. For some reason she had expected her mother Wednesday's parents to look exactly like this. But Alessa quickly realized that these were now sort of her grandmother and grandfather. "Wednesday, Querida. You've given us a granddaughter. This is better than torture in the basement. Better than execution by electric chair. This is poetry of horror. We must celebrate this," Gomez said in an ecstatic tone, beginning to dance in place. Unlike Gomez's reaction, Morticia was more restrained. She approached Alessa and looked into her eyes. Morticia, being a very perceptive woman who had seen much darkness in the world and in people yet still saw the world in all its colors, unlike her daughter, crouched slightly in front of Alessa with a kind smile and took her hand. Morticia saw the thick darkness in Alessa's eyes and all her grievances against the world. Morticia understood that Alessa wasn't Alex and Wednesday's biological child. That was impossible, but that didn't change her attitude toward Alessa, since her daughter had accepted the girl as her own. Continuing to smile, Morticia stroked Alessa's hair. She was a mini copy of her daughter, and looked at Wednesday herself. "Don't fear motherhood, my dark orchid. It's simply another way to inflict pain on the world and on yourself. You will be a magnificent mother, cold, strict, perfect," Morticia said with a maternal smile. "Ah, cara mia. Where's my sword? Where's the champagne laced with poison? We must celebrate the new addition to our family. This is our best day since Pugsley's birth," Gomez said, continuing to smile ecstatically. "Mon chéri, all that can wait. We must show our granddaughter the house. Not every day such an event occurs." I immediately understood our little raven wouldn't return home for no reason once her black wings had grown strong and she flew away, Morticia said, placing her palm on her husband's cheek. "Cara Bella, this is the best worst day of my life. Nothing brings me greater suffering than another dark soul in our family," Gomez said, wrapping his arm around Morticia's waist. "Mon amour," Morticia said, leaning closer to Gomez. Alex and Wednesday already knew where this was going and quickly decided to take Alessa away. She shouldn't see something like this and traumatize herself further. Alex quickly covered Alessa's eyes with his hand and lifted her into his arms. Alex and Wednesday decided to leave Gomez and Morticia in their grim romantic world created just for the two of them. Holding Alessa in his arms, Alex passed by Pugsley, who stood frozen like a statue, as if his world had been turned upside down. Wednesday gave her brother a contemptuous look and continued walking, holding Alex's arm. But Alessa was the most surprised by everything happening. She simply didn't know that expressions of love in the Addams family were quite dark and peculiar. By this time Alex and Wednesday had already gone up to the room where Wednesday used to live. Entering Wednesday's room, nothing had changed since the last time: beheaded dolls, a guillotine, and a full set of torture instruments, including a half-assembled electric chair with tools lying beside it, and one that Pugsley frequently ended up on. "Darling, what do you think of your parents' reaction?" Alex asked, sitting on the bed. I would say, predictable. Even expected. Nothing surprising here. I was more expecting them to react in a more unpredictable way. As always, expectations disappoint, Wednesday said, opening her suitcase with things. "You're hard to please, my love. And what do you think, Alessa, of your grandparents?" Alex said with a light smile and then looked at Alessa. "I don't understand." "It was strange," Alessa said, slightly shaking her head from side to side. "That's part of your mom Wednesday's family. Despite the things they say, they mean something completely different. You could say they're very happy you're here. Just in their own style. And most importantly, little one, try not to pay attention to how they show love," Alex said, stroking Alessa's hair. "They do it very often." I still have psychological trauma from childhood because of their tactless behavior, Wednesday said in a cold tone. Too bad Uncle Fester isn't here. I'd love to see his reaction, Alex said, chuckling lightly. He got caught again and locked up in a psychiatric hospital, Wednesday said, pulling a black dress from her suitcase. When did they catch him? It hasn't been that long since we last saw him. He was supposed to lie low, Alex said in a surprised tone. He got caught trying to rob a bank again. He fell for something stupid. What an amateur, caught on another dumb mistake. He sent a letter asking to send him a hacksaw and a set of lockpicks. I think he's already escaped. Or maybe not yet. Let this be a lesson to him, Wednesday said, beginning to change into different clothes. Well. For Uncle Fester, places like that are basically 5-star hotels. He'll have a little fun, torment the orderlies, and then escape. Or they'll throw him in solitary, from which he'll escape anyway, Alex said, watching Wednesday change. Wednesday gave a slight nod to Alex's words. She knew her Uncle Fester very well. Wednesday took off the dress she had arrived in, leaving herself in black underwear. Alex prudently covered Alessa's eyes, while continuing to watch Wednesday change. Changing, Wednesday looked at Alex with her cold black eyes and slightly narrowed them. Remaining in her underwear, Wednesday approached Alex and leaned closer to him. Alex smiled faintly, pulling Wednesday toward him with one hand while keeping the other over Alessa's eyes. Aren't you afraid of losing your eyes? Wednesday asked, looking into Alex's eyes. My love, I've already seen everything. You're as beautiful as ever. You're like a black rose with poisonous thorns. I could admire you forever, Alex said, continuing to hold Wednesday by the waist. Wednesday looked into Alex's eyes and nodded, receiving the answer she wanted. She kissed him on the lips and stood up from his lap to change into another dress. Alex smiled faintly. They had only just arrived, and he was already thinking of staying a couple of days at the Addams family home. To be continued. As I promised, there'll be a bit of everyday life before the rest of the story begins. I think we'll spend a little time at the Addams family home, and a few other events. And then everything else. And that's about it, I think. If I've forgotten something, I've forgotten it. Chapter 597, Chapter 596, Family Vacation in true Addams family style. Alex lay on the bed in Wednesday's room, watching as Wednesday helped Alessa braid her hair. He pulled his phone out of his pocket, glanced at the time, and realized it was already dinner time. Considering the flight had taken just over 5 hours, plus the drive to the Addams family estate, a whole hour had already passed since Alex, Wednesday, and Alessa arrived at the Addams house. During that hour, Morticia had stopped by Wednesday's room once to remind them that a family dinner would soon be served, specially prepared to welcome Alessa into their family. But far more frequently it was Gomez who kept bursting in, far too excited about suddenly having a granddaughter. On his third visit, Wednesday threatened her father that if he didn't stop entering her room, she would tie him to the car at night and drag him down the road. The words didn't scare Gomez at all, they only delighted him, until Morticia appeared and dragged her husband away to help her. The only thing Alex hadn't expected was such an enthusiastic reaction from Gomez Addams, who normally looked like a refined, gloomy aristocrat. The only one who truly didn't dare enter Wednesday's room was Pugsley. He knew perfectly well what would happen if he came in without permission. When dinner time finally arrived, Alex, Wednesday, and Alessa went downstairs to the dining room, where the rest of the Addams family had already gathered. Alex first helped Alessa into her seat at the table, then sat down himself. Gomez sat at the head of the table with a broad grin on his face. Beside him sat Morticia with a soft smile, while Pugsley positioned himself as far away from everything as possible, as though something awful might happen to him at any moment. Once everyone was seated, Lurch began serving the food. That was when Alex remembered he actually had no idea what the Addams family ate. Everything he had ever cooked for Wednesday, she had eaten calmly without a single comment. When the plates were placed in front of them, the smile froze on Alex's face at what he saw. On his plate were black spaghetti that writhed strangely. Alex wasn't even sure if they were really spaghetti or something entirely different. Keeping the smile plastered on his face, he glanced at Alessa's plate. It held what looked like a baked but still living octopus. Alessa stared at her food, completely unsure what to do. She had never imagined food could look so strange and suspicious. Wednesday, meanwhile, ate her live spaghetti without any difficulty, paying no attention to the emotions currently overwhelming Alex and Alessa. Alex looked over at Pugsley, who was eating little pies suspiciously resembling rats stuffed with spider legs. Gomez and Morticia were feeding each other something that looked very much like baked brains. Alex was certain that if Irina saw these culinary masterpieces, she would have a heart attack. Trying to ignore the fact that his food was still suspiciously moving, Alex decided to at least try what the Addams family ate. He noticed Alessa's discomfort. Her meal was still alive even after being cooked. Without hesitation, Alex grabbed a table knife, stabbed it into the baked but still living octopus on Alessa's plate, and quickly dissected it, turning it into an elegant, beautifully presented dish. When her food stopped wriggling and twisting strangely, Alessa let out a quiet sigh of relief, trying not to show it on her face. She hadn't expected such uniquely bizarre cuisine either. Wednesday briefly glanced at Alessa's plate and gave the tiniest nod, acknowledging what Alex had done. "Alex, darling. What do you think of my cooking?" Morticia asked with a kind smile, looking at him. "Mrs. Adams, I would say your cooking has a rather unique flavor, I might even call it a very lively flavor," Alex replied with a strained smile, bringing the live spaghetti to his mouth. "How lovely to hear. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to gather the last harvest, or I would have made Wednesday's favorite childhood cookies, the ones with black widow legs. She adored them when she was little," Morticia said, glancing at Wednesday. Alex gave a dry cough at that. Of course he loved trying strange foods he came across, but even for him, eating something with spider legs felt a bit wild. He looked at Alessa, who had also started eating her now motionless meal. Despite the bizarre appearance, Alex had to admit that the food in the Adams household, while unique, was perfectly edible. He glanced at the bubbling black liquid in his glass and had no idea what it was. Deciding to try it, he took a small sip. A whole palette of flavors hit him, very strong alcohol mixed with an acidic hint of poison. "So, how do you like my poisoned champagne, Alex? I've been waiting for the right occasion to open it. And I think the arrival of a granddaughter is the perfect excuse. My grandfather made this champagne himself. When I was a boy, he took me to Australia to hunt rare venomous snakes," Gomez said with a light smile, raising his glass of poisoned champagne. "Which snake's venom was used in the champagne?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow slightly. "You won't believe it. It was an extremely rare taipan. Unique because its scales were red, and its venom is 5 times more potent. Even grandfather said that taipan was as unique as the champagne," Gomez replied, stroking his mustache. "Indeed, a very distinctive sour aftertaste. Though I'm afraid this champagne isn't for everyone. One glass would be enough to kill several dozen people," Alex said, taking another sip. Gomez laughed heartily and launched into the story of how he hunted the red taipan that eventually became the key ingredient in this champagne. Alex looked at the black, bubbling liquid in his glass, extremely poisonous champagne, and thought that in his own family, there would definitely be someone who would want to try it. Especially Loki, she would never pass up the chance to taste something like this. While listening to Gomez's hunting story, Alex noticed Wednesday take a sip from his glass and then calmly put it back. Morticia, watching this, continued to smile. She couldn't help but feel joy at how much her daughter had changed since leaving home, even deciding to adopt a child. Morticia was curious about how Alex and Wednesday had spent their travels and what they had been doing all this time. Gomez had already moved on to another childhood story, the time Fester gave him a cursed bicycle. Listening to the tale of the cursed bicycle, Alex couldn't help but smile. It felt entirely in the spirit of the Addams family. "Ah, I still remember how I broke my arm trying to jump over great-grandfather's grave. Then I fell and broke it again. I still have the scar from the compound fracture, want to see?" Gomez said, rolling up his sleeve to reveal the scar from an open fracture. "Sherry, please, not at the table. Every time you tell the story about the bicycle Fester gave you, you get carried away. You remember what happened last time," Morticia said softly, placing her hand on Gomez's arm with a gentle smile. "Sorry, cara mia. Today is such a wonderful day that I couldn't resist telling stories from my childhood to our granddaughter," Gomez replied, stroking Morticia's hand. "I understand perfectly, darling. But I think the children should also tell us about their adventures. Wednesday, Alex, would you like to share how your travels went?" Morticia asked in a gentle tone, turning her gaze to Alex and Wednesday. "Last week we flew to Korea to visit a haunted psychiatric hospital," Alex said after thinking for a moment about where to begin. "Oh, a family visit to cursed places. How romantic. I still remember when Wednesday was just born, Tish and I took little Wednesday to a similar place. I can still see the cold look on her tiny baby face the first time she was in such a location. So, how was it? Doors slamming by themselves? Voices of patients moaning from locked wards? Or something even more exciting?" Gomez asked with a smile, reminiscing about old times. "It was interesting. Far more interesting than tracking down a serial killer's lair. Their attempts to scare us or lock us in were fairly predictable," Wednesday said calmly, lifting her gaze to her parents. "The important thing is that you spent time productively and with your family, Wednesday. Where else did you manage to go during this time?" Morticia asked with a light smile, resting her hand on her cheek. "We hunted a terrifying clown that fed on fear. We wiped out a cult living in a cursed town. And some smaller things," Alex said, lightly stroking his chin. "I adore stories about terrifying clowns." "What was he like?" Gomez asked, chuckling slightly. "I would say he was rather pathetic and boring. All his attempts to scare us were so mediocre that I'm still disappointed." I'd rather have gone to a normal school again, Wednesday said in her usual calm tone, though her eyes were full of contempt. Alex smiled at Wednesday's words, he couldn't deny them. After all, she hadn't been scared of Pennywise, if anything, she had scared the terrifying clown. Since Wednesday didn't like to talk much, Alex ended up recounting their encounter with Pennywise. Even Pugsley, who had been silent until then, started asking questions and joining the conversation. Alex had to start from the beginning, where they currently lived, and so on. Gomez and Morticia expressed understanding about Alex and Wednesday living in a bunker filled with knowledge on every subject imaginable, including cursed objects. They even thought such a place suited Wednesday perfectly. When dinner ended, everyone moved to the living room. Alex sat on the sofa next to Wednesday, placing Alessa on his lap. When Lurch brought drinks, he sat at the piano and began playing a gloomy melody that perfectly matched the atmosphere. While Alex recounted what had happened to them, Wednesday occasionally inserted comments in her signature dry style about how Pennywise had tried to scare her. My little raven. And how exactly did the terrifying clown try to frighten you? Morticia asked, leaning against Gomez's shoulder. Normal life, mother. Seeing you dressed as an ordinary housewife filled me only with disgust. It was pathetic and revolting, Wednesday said, looking at her mother with a cold gaze. And me? Did the terrifying clown try to show me? Gomez asked, chuckling lightly. Yes. You had a beer belly, a bald spot, and stubble. At least it wasn't as disgusting as mother in a pink apron, Wednesday replied, folding her arms across her chest. And what about me? Pugsley asked with a wide grin. The clown thought I would react somehow to him eating my first test subject. If it were that easy, I would have fed you to crocodiles long ago. But you're too slippery a victim. You always manage to escape me, Pugsley. You must be delighted that I'm not at home. Aren't you? Wednesday said, turning her gaze to Pugsley, who began trembling under her stare. Wednesday, darling. You'll have plenty of time to play with your brother later. Alex, and how did the clown try to frighten you? I never imagined such a creature existed. How fascinating, and what a pity we couldn't see him ourselves. Isn't that right, Sherry? Morticia said, leaning against her husband's shoulder. Indeed, querida mia. I would have loved to see what horrors that terrifying clown could show me. It would have been so thrilling, Gomez replied with a soft smile, looking at Morticia. He tried to scare me by killing agents under my command, attempting to show me that nothing would ever change, Alex said, just before Gomez and Morticia once again began displaying affection toward each other. And how did you kill that clown? Pugsley asked, eager to hear the ending. I smashed his legs with a sledgehammer, then we gutted him. But he didn't die even after that. So we had to beat him until his head turned to mush, Alex said with a slight chuckle. Cool, Pugsley said, bouncing in his seat. In the Addams family, stories of torture or brutal killings were ordinary conversation, so Alex's words only brought them pleasure as they listened to what he had been doing and how he solved problems. Meanwhile, Alessa quietly listened to the conversation, mostly focused on her phone. Her sisters kept sending her new photos and videos from their travels, including the sweets they found and the gifts they would soon send her. Alessa only occasionally looked up to follow the discussion. Surprisingly, Alessa felt very comfortable in the Addams household, the familiar dark atmosphere felt more pleasant to her than anything else. Alex and Wednesday continued talking with Morticia and Gomez, though Alex did most of the talking to keep the conversation going. When Alessa began showing signs of sleepiness, Alex realized it was time to head to bed. Gomez and Morticia didn't mind that Alessa spoke very little, on the contrary, they thought she took after Wednesday, both in temperament and in her habit of saying little. Alex picked up the drowsy Alessa and carried her to Wednesday's room. Once inside, he used magic to change Alessa into her pajamas and did the same for himself. By then Wednesday had already changed and lay down on the bed beside Alessa. Quite an eventful day, Alex said, stroking Alessa's hair. She was almost asleep already. I hope my parents don't invite the entire family because Alessa appeared, Wednesday said, turning her head toward Alex. As much as I would love to meet the rest of your family, my love, now isn't the time. Millennium has already started taking its first steps. I think I'll have to head to Britain soon, Alex said with a light sigh, continuing to stroke the now sleeping Alessa's hair. Artificial vampires, then. I would love to dissect one, see what they look like inside and how long they can endure torture. Are they really as resilient as Sam and Dean claimed? Wednesday said in a thoughtful tone. I can catch a couple when I'm in London. Or steal the materials from that mad scientist's experiments, the one creating the vampires. Or do you prefer live specimens? Alex asked, looking at Wednesday. I don't know. I don't really feel like torturing Nazi parasites. They're too boring in my opinion. And the Major's plans are boring too. Kill Dracula. How pathetic. All that grandiose, noisy scheming just to prove what a monster he is. He reminds me of those boys at school who scream, "I'm a psychopath," so people will notice them, Wednesday said, showing clear contempt for the Major's plans. I think it's envy, my dear. The Major is simply jealous that someone else is taking center stage. He wants to prove that a human can kill a monster, except he's already no longer human. The Major's soul is in hell right now. What calls itself the Major is just a mechanism filled with the original Major's memories and obsessions. But he's right about one thing, a human really can kill a monster. You just have to be a human with purpose, Alex said, gently stroking Wednesday's cheek. That still doesn't change the fact that he's pathetic and looking for excuses for his pathetic actions. Classic loser. If you want to kill someone or take revenge, you don't shout about it on every corner. You don't turn it into a whole performance. It quickly becomes boring, Wednesday said, pressing her cheek against Alex's palm. I agree, my dear Wednesday. But I think he'll make an interesting toy in my hands. And if that's not enough, the church will get involved in this war eventually anyway. Worst case, I'll drag the Major's soul out of hell and throw him into the Red City. It'll be interesting to see how his cunning holds up when he has to escape a place full of monsters, Alex said with a slight laugh. Give someone false hope of victory, then take it away. That's one of the things that makes me love you even more, Wednesday said, looking at Alex with her pitch-black eyes. It's rare to hear words like that from you. I'm practically blushing. You've embarrassed me, Alex said in a playful tone. Wednesday gave him an empty stare, clearly indicating that his latest joke was stupid. Alex smiled lightly, kissed Wednesday on the lips, then closed his eyes to sleep. Wednesday looked at Alex's face for a moment, then closed her own eyes to fall asleep. As he drifted off, Alex had no idea what tomorrow would bring, but he could feel that the next day would be very eventful. Alex woke the next morning to the sensation of his nose being pinched shut. Opening his eyes, he saw Wednesday standing over him, pinching his nose with a cold expression. When she saw his eyes open, she released his nose and withdrew her hand. Sighing at being woken up, Alex stretched slightly and noticed Alessa, already dressed and standing beside Wednesday. Get up. Time for breakfast, Wednesday said calmly. I hope breakfast isn't something that's still moving. I don't mind that kind of food, but it's still weird to eat something that's twitching, Alex said, stretching and yawning. Possibly. My parents already have something planned for today. So get dressed and let's go, Wednesday replied with a slight shrug, showing her indifference. Sighing, Alex quickly washed up and changed into his usual clothes. Down in the dining room, he was pleasantly surprised to see what looked like a fairly normal breakfast. Compared to yesterday's bizarre dinner dishes, a simple breakfast in the Adams house almost felt odd. After seating Alessa, Alex started drinking coffee to fully wake up. As Wednesday had said, Morticia and Gomez had planned a family outing for everyone. Right after breakfast, they were all in the family limousine. Alex had no idea where they were going. Soon the limousine entered a small neighboring town. From Morticia's words, Alex realized they were heading for a perfectly ordinary family picnic in the park. Of course he wasn't going to comment that for most people a simple family park outing meant something completely different, he kept that thought to himself. The Addams family was well known in this town, though not particularly popular due to their unique style. I can't wait for the family picnic to begin. It's been so long since we all went out into nature together. I even brought fishing rods and bait, Gomez said as he stepped out of the limousine, offering his hand to Morticia. Did you choose this place on purpose? Or were you forced to pick it? Wednesday asked, taking Alex's hand as he helped her out of the limousine. Your father and I decided yesterday that we could try having a family picnic like a normal family, whatever that means, Morticia said with a light smile. Gomez, you do realize that on a normal fishing trip people don't blow up fish with grenades, right? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. What? Really? Then I wonder why last time when Fester and I went fishing, all the other fishermen ran away. And I even made the bait myself, from animal entrails, Gomez said, genuinely surprised. And what were you hunting? Alex asked, holding back a smile. That time Fester and I went to a convention for the mentally ill in Florida, they had invited Fester. And since it was Florida, how could we miss the chance to catch some alligators? Gomez said with a smile, walking beside Morticia toward the park. Dad, isn't that the time Uncle Fester tried to catch an alligator barehanded and it nearly bit his arm off? Pugsley asked in a slightly thoughtful tone. That's the one. Not only was the convention fun, but the fishing turned out just as good, Gomez said, nodding. Alex listened to their conversation while walking beside them, carrying Alessa in his arms and holding Wednesday's hand. Their strange group naturally attracted attention. Lurch followed behind, carrying all the picnic gear, including fishing equipment. When Alex glanced back, he noticed there were no fishing rods in Lurch's hands, and he realized the fishing was going to be explosive after all. All Alex could do was simply enjoy the picnic in the company of the Addams family, as if everything was perfectly normal and none of it concerned him. Listening to the whispers of the local residents, Alex calmly looked around, thinking that small towns always had the most pleasant and quiet park atmospheres. When they reached a secluded spot by the lake, Lurch spread out a black blanket on the ground and set up a table for drinks and snacks. Gomez removed his jacket and rolled up his sleeves, already beginning to enjoy the picnic. Alex set Alessa down so she could explore. He himself thought this was the perfect chance to fully relax and stop thinking about upcoming work or anything else. So, as he always did in such situations, Alex took off his black coat and simply lay down on the blanket to rest. Wednesday looked at Alex and slightly raised an eyebrow, noticing how relaxed he looked. It wasn't hard for her to guess why he had suddenly unwound so completely. She sat beside him and placed his head on her lap. Morticia was already enjoying a glass of wine while Gomez and Pugsley went fishing. The last time Gomez hadn't managed to fish with Pugsley due to an arrest, so this was a perfect opportunity. Unfortunately, the peace didn't last long. Moments later, an explosion rang out, followed by a splash of water. Hearing the blast, Alex opened his eyes and looked toward the lake, where Gomez and Pugsley stood on a small pier with delighted grins. Morticia watched her husband and son with a smile as they fished. Wednesday, reading a book, didn't even react to the explosion. Alex, how long will your vacation last? As I understand it, your role in your agency is quite significant, Morticia asked, looking at him. Hard to say. Last week there were already signs that I'd soon have to go to Britain. So I think I'll get a call soon and have to leave, Alex said, lifting his head from Wednesday's lap. What signs, if it's not a secret? After all, that's why you have to travel all the way to Britain, Morticia asked thoughtfully. Someone has started creating artificial vampires. And they've already reached America. Considering your family, Mrs. Adams, I think you know there are different kinds of vampires, Alex said, taking out a cigarette that Wednesday lit for him. So it'll be a long trip? Morticia asked, resting her hand on her cheek. Hard to say. People like that usually hide like rats and only come out when they're sure of victory. I think it'll take a couple of weeks overall, Alex said, stroking his chin. Don't forget to bring souvenirs. And don't forget to have fun. You get really clingy when you have nothing to do, Wednesday said, looking up at Alex. Killing vampires, dismantling 2 secret organizations, and helping another secret organization. That's always fun. And I'm only resting for a couple of days. And what do you mean by too clingy? Alex said with a slight smile, staring at Wednesday. Exactly what I said, Wednesday replied, placing her palm on Alex's cheek. Alex opened his mouth to argue but immediately closed it, remembering that when he had nothing to do, he spent time with the girls, constantly getting in the way of whatever they were doing. Morticia, watching the interaction between Alex and Wednesday, couldn't hide her smile once again. She very much enjoyed observing how they interacted, it brought her no small pleasure. Alex decided to show that Wednesday's words had offended him. He dramatically stood up like a child in an adult's body, picked up Alessa, and walked away with wide strides. Wednesday, watching this, merely rolled her eyes slightly as she looked at Alex's retreating back. Alex himself went to observe Gomez and Pugsley's fishing, as they continued tossing explosives into the lake while Lurch scooped stunned fish out with a net. Holding Alessa in his arms, Alex watched as Gomez and Pugsley proudly showed off their catch, which Lurch would later prepare. Toward evening the family picnic came to an end, and it was time to return to the estate. The day had been surprisingly eventful, in true Addams family style. Alex even managed to take a walk through the park with Alessa and Wednesday, simply enjoying the stroll. After another strange dinner and some time by the fireplace, Alex, Wednesday, and Alessa went to bed, ending another day. The next morning Alex woke to a phone call. With difficulty opening his eyes, he looked at the caller ID and saw Jesse's name. What happened so early in the morning, Jesse? Alex asked, answering and rubbing his eyes. Can you come to the oldest house? We need to talk, Jesse asked. Her voice sounded quite tired. Jesse, you sound exhausted. What happened there? Alex asked again. In short, it's about what we talked about during your last visit to the oldest house, Jesse said with a heavy sigh. Nazi vampires? Alex asked, sitting on the edge of the bed and rubbing his face. Yes, Nazi vampires. So I'm waiting for you at the house, Jesse confirmed. All right. I'm currently in New Jersey. After breakfast I'll head to the oldest house. I'll be there as fast as I can, Alex said, ending the call. After saying goodbye to Jesse, Alex sighed lightly and rubbed his face. These were not the kind of news he wanted to hear first thing in the morning. As much as he didn't like this news about the upcoming trip, he would have preferred to wake up, drink coffee, and only then get the call. Stretching slightly, Alex noticed that Wednesday had woken up and was looking at him. It happened sooner than I thought, Wednesday said, getting out of bed. Don't you want to come with me to London? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. No. I don't see the point in this trip. There's nothing there worth my time. If I didn't already know what would happen, I would have enjoyed watching the upcoming war in the burning city. But the ending is already known, and that makes the trip boring and meaningless, Wednesday said, taking off her nightgown. Alex nodded understandingly, perfectly grasping the reason behind Wednesday's words. She was only interested in things with unpredictable endings, and since Alex had already told her everything about how it would unfold, Wednesday had lost all interest in going to London. Alex got out of bed, walked over to Wednesday as she was changing, hugged her from behind, and rested his chin on her shoulder. Wednesday looked at Alex and placed her palm on his face, pushing him away to show that she needed to finish changing and wasn't going to stand around in just her underwear. Alex chuckled lightly, kissed Wednesday on the cheek, and quickly changed using magic. By then Alessa had woken up, yawned slightly, and climbed out of bed to get dressed. Alex snapped his fingers, changing her into her usual everyday clothes. Sleepily nodding, Alessa took Alex's hand, holding her Frankenstein-like plush rabbit, stitched together from various stuffed toys, in the other. Wednesday had finished changing by then and packed her things into the suitcase. When Morticia and Gomez learned that Alex and Wednesday were leaving, they understood everything and didn't try to persuade them to stay longer. After breakfast, a round of hugs, and wishes to visit more often, Alex, Wednesday, and Alessa got into the Addams family car. Southwest Lurch could drive them to New York. Sitting in the car heading toward New York, Alex immediately texted Alice, Lucina, Samantha, and Enid that he would most likely head straight to London after visiting the oldest house. The girls expressed understanding and told him the same thing Wednesday had, to have fun. What Alex didn't yet know was at what stage the events in Helsing currently stood, whether Alucard had already turned Sarah's Victoria into a vampire, or if that hadn't happened yet and it was only the beginning. But Alex knew he would find out everything upon arriving in London. Thinking about London, Alex decided to resolve the issue with the British branch of the Men of Letters as quickly as possible. Realizing he had a lot of work ahead, Alex sighed and decided to relax before the upcoming trip, as much as possible. To be continued. Here we are, approaching Helsing. It took me a while, but I was able to figure out a rough timeline of the events that take place in Helsing Ultimate. As I understand it, everything from the initial attack on Helsing to the war in London takes place over just a couple of weeks. As I've said many times before, I'm incredibly annoyed by timelines that don't properly specify them. Oh well. Everything we've been waiting for is already waiting for us. Chapter 598, Chapter 597, Welcome to London. The drive to the oldest house took just over an hour. It was all because New Jersey was quite close to New York, only a couple of hours by car, and Lurch, behind the wheel, had most likely received clear orders. Alex and Wednesday had to be delivered to New York as quickly as possible. So even though they were riding in the massive Addams family limousine, Lurch floored it, skillfully weaving between cars and wringing every ounce of speed out of the vehicle. Even at such high speed, Alex decided not to waste time. He pulled out his phone and began scrolling through the latest news. He remembered the timeline of events and wanted to gather as much information as possible to understand everything in detail. He knew perfectly well that mainstream news or police reports would never openly mention vampire attacks. That's why he had to put in some effort, hack into secure databases and gain full access to the real, uncensored reports. After a short while, Alex found his first leads: suspicious disappearances in a small village in Northern Ireland, including the deaths of several police officers under highly strange circumstances. Seeing these reports, Alex immediately realized Sarah's Victoria had already become a Draculina. Her file had been completely erased, and Sarah's Victoria officially no longer existed. This didn't surprise Alex. Helsing had scrubbed every trace related to Sarah's the moment she stopped being human and effectively vanished from the normal world. Having confirmed to himself that Sarah's had become a vampire, specifically a Draculina, and that it had happened several months earlier, Alex moved on to searching for the next pieces of news he remembered. But as he searched, he noticed far more incidents than he had originally suspected. Running his finger along his knee, Alex narrowed his eyes slightly at the sheer number of reports that were at least partially connected to vampires. And he knew this wasn't limited to Britain, it was happening across Europe and America too. I see these kinds of incidents are happening all over the world, not just in America and Britain, Wednesday said, glancing at Alex's phone screen. These were all test runs. These vampires aren't perfect. Strong, yes. Fast, yes. But I'd call them defective goods. And don't forget, my dear, these reports are already several months old. Experiments like this never stand still, Alex said thoughtfully, continuing to scroll through the files on his phone. Wednesday perfectly understood what he meant and gave a slight nod. She too had noticed the dates on these reports of bloodthirsty murders. Alex found the exact story he was looking for. British media had dubbed the pair Bonnie and Clyde copycats. They had already killed dozens of families and vanished from every crime scene. Alex knew these two vampires cosplaying Bonnie and Clyde were the final test run in the artificial vampire creation project. The news was nearly 3 weeks old, and similar reports had continued to trickle in afterward, but Alex had already seen all the key events he needed. He paused for a moment and recalled that the Major had rather grandiose plans. To divert attention from what was about to unfold in London, he would turn key political figures in various countries into vampires, especially in America and Britain. Alex thought he should mention this to Jesse so the Bureau of Control could monitor politicians who might have, or already had, succumbed to the lure of eternal life and become vampires. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Lurch brought the limousine to a stop outside the oldest house. "Thanks, Lurch," Alex said, stepping out. Lurch rasped without turning his head. Alex gave a small smile and helped Wednesday and Alessa out of the limousine. Seeing the oldest house, Alessa lifted her head and began comparing the building to the Babylon she had seen in Ororio. To her, the Babylon in Ororio seemed far more impressive than the structure in front of her. Alex, meanwhile, was looking up at the top of the oldest house, or rather, at the board once again, existing in the astral plane. Staring at the inverted black pyramid, Alex felt a headache coming on. The moment he stepped back into the oldest house, the board would try to contact him again. And Alex knew exactly what these astral entities wanted, to dump even more work on him that he had zero interest in doing. All he could do was sigh and try to wrap things up in the oldest house as quickly as possible, talk to Jesse and leave. "What do you think of the oldest house, Alessa?" Alex asked, stroking his daughter's hair. "Babylon was way prettier," Alessa said, sharing her honest opinion about the building across the street. "That's only because you're not looking at it the right way. It's here and not here at the same time," Alex said, crouching down beside her. Alessa looked into Alex's eyes, then back at the building, tilting her head slightly. She felt she should follow her instincts on how to look, and her black eyes glimmered faintly. In that instant, she saw the oldest house slightly distorted, as if it vibrated and remained perfectly still simultaneously. To Alessa it felt like countless buildings were overlapping in the same moment yet on different planes. She couldn't describe it in words, but she understood what her father meant when he said she wasn't looking at the oldest house correctly. Seeing that Alessa had figured it out, Alex smiled and pointed upward. Alessa looked up and saw the inverted black pyramid pointing straight down. "That's the board. Just think of them as a collective consciousness. They run the oldest house and appoint the directors of the bureau," Alex said, glancing at Alessa. "And that's why you're dragging your feet and don't want to go inside," Wednesday said calmly, reminding him. "That too. I don't want to deal with them. Strangely enough, they know who I am, or rather, what I am. And I'm still 100% sure they want to dump even more work on me," Alex said with a small sigh, standing up from his crouch. Alex roughly understood why the board was so insistent on contacting him. It all tied back to Chuck and his global chess game. Even though the board was a fairly powerful entity born from the collective mind of astral beings, even they struggled to handle something like Chuck, who had gained enough power over this universe to rewrite it however he pleased. If the board could leave this universe, they would have done so long ago. Alex suspected they wanted to ask for his help to escape this universe and were willing to pay for it. But Alex wasn't ready to do that yet. Chuck would definitely notice if such a major piece vanished from the board unless Alex took on the board's role himself, mimicking their presence in the oldest house. Stopping his gaze at the board, Alex picked Alessa up to cross the street. Sitting in his arms, Alessa still clutched her plush rabbit Robbie, now stitched together from various stuffed toys, making him even creepier. Crossing the road and approaching the entrance to the oldest house, Alex let out a quiet sigh. When Alex and Wednesday entered the oldest house, the receptionist glanced up for a split second, recognized Alex, and immediately looked back down. Showing his ID, Alex and Wednesday headed to the second floor. To surprise Alessa, Alex decided to show her how the elevator appears. Following the familiar ritual, Alex and Wednesday made a loop through the office spaces and returned to the second-floor balcony where portraits of important Bureau of Control members hung. When the elevator materialized, Alessa wasn't particularly surprised. The same kind of thing happened in Silent Hill, which she once ruled, so the sudden appearance of an elevator didn't impress her much. Entering the elevator, Alex pressed the single button. Deal/assistance/payment, a chorus of voices echoed in Alex's head. Hearing the board's voice in his mind, Alex scratched his ear as if trying to shoo away unwanted noise. Wednesday noticed the gesture and raised an eyebrow slightly. Alex explained what was happening, and Wednesday understood perfectly. Alex himself just sighed again upon hearing the board's voice. He knew full well that the board saw the entire picture of the world and where it was heading. Even without a proper identity, the board desperately wanted to leave this universe, because if Chuck consumed them, they would cease to exist everywhere, including in other universes where their projections existed. The board, like the oldest house itself, was a stable anchor point across the universes they were connected to. If the board and the oldest house were destroyed in one universe, they would cease to exist in all others. And the board couldn't leave this universe because they were bound to the oldest house. Alex explained all of this to Wednesday so she would fully understand why the board was so desperate to contact him and beg for his help. Wednesday made no comment on Alex's explanation. She had observed him long enough to know what kind of person he was. The other girls in the family chat had also helped her better understand Alex's personality. he could grumble for ages about not wanting to work, but in the end he would take on the job anyway, still grumbling the whole time. So Wednesday said nothing to Alex, not wanting to give him extra reason to keep complaining. Rewards/obligations transferred/we will bind, the board's voice echoed again in Alex's head. Leave me the hell alone. I've got other work right now. You can wait. And stop talking to me. We'll talk after London, Alex shouted, tilting his head toward the elevator ceiling. We wait/consensus complete/waiting, the board's voice rang once more in Alex's mind. When the board finally fell silent in his head, Alex wearily massaged the bridge of his nose, once again confirming to himself that he hated dealing with entities that couldn't even speak properly. Alessa looked at the irritated Alex and remembered what her sisters had said, when Dad is annoyed, give him something sweet. Alessa pulled a candy from her small black bag and quickly popped it into Alex's mouth. Feeling the sweetness on his tongue, Alex let out a small sigh and stroked Alessa's hair. Thanks, sweetheart. They were really starting to get on my nerves, Alex said, gently petting her hair. Once the board stopped trying to contact him, the elevator finally reached its destination. Alex even began to suspect that these kinds of entities had a strange fixation on talking in elevators. After all, even the Haster avatar back then had chosen an elevator to speak with him, only to later regret ever contacting Alex. Exiting the elevator, Alex and Wednesday walked down the familiar long corridor. Alex raised his badge to show the guards. Approaching the iron doors of the bureau director's office, Alex pushed them open without waiting for the secretary to speak. Entering the office, Alex was once again met with the bright light streaming through the window behind Jessie. Alessa squinted slightly at the glare. Jessie herself sat behind the desk in her usual clothes, still making no effort to dress in a way that matched her position as director of the Bureau of Control. Hearing the doors open, Jessie looked up and gave a slightly strained smile when she saw Alex with Alessa in his arms. Of course Jessie had read the reports on Silent Hill and knew that Alex had adopted Alessa, whom the research department had flagged as an anomalous human capable of creating her own pocket dimension. Approaching the desk, Alex and Wednesday sat in the chairs opposite Jessie. You're late, Mr. Death, Jessie said, stretching slightly to loosen her stiff shoulders. First, I was on vacation. I earned it. Second, last week we solved 3 whole problems, a warlock, a cursed psychiatric hospital, and a cult with their god. I think I deserved a few days off. And finally, I'm no longer Death. Or rather, I'm still Death, but at the same time not, Alex said, rolling his eyes slightly. I've seen the reports, you'll get a solid bonus at the end of the month. And what do you mean, no longer Death? Jessie asked with a faint smile. Because of all this nonsense with balance and the natural order, my interference has become heavily restricted. Essentially, I had to split myself. Now the other me is working without sleep, while I got a couple of nice perks, including teleportation and a stylish ring, Alex said, lazily waving his hand. All right, I get it. Let's get to business. As you predicted, artificial vampires have started appearing. From what I understand, this is Millennium's doing. And as you mentioned before, their one and only goal is war and killing Alucard, Jessie said calmly. So I'm heading to London to assist Helsing in their fight against Millennium. Though so far there's no hint that it's Millennium behind this. And if I hadn't told you anything last time, you still wouldn't know. Look at me, such a genius, Alex said cheerfully, wiggling his eyebrows at Jessie. Yes, yes. You're such a smart boy, Wednesday said in her cold tone, rolling her eyes. Exactly. Nothing to brag about. You should be ashamed of yourself, doing that in front of a child, Jessie said, nodding slightly toward Alex. Ouch. Now to the main point. I suspect the Major has already baited the hook in the American Parliament. We need to keep a close eye on all politicians, Alex said, narrowing his eyes slightly. I assume you're joking right now. You really think Millennium has infiltrated the country that deeply? Jessie asked, immediately frowning. Unfortunately, I'm not joking. I may not know exactly who or how yet. But I can make educated guesses. The Major knows about the connection between the Bureau of Control and Helsing, and the easiest way to keep you busy is to create chaos in America while he plays his little game, Alex said, stroking his chin. Jessie frowned deeply upon hearing this. She definitely hadn't expected this turn of events. Only thanks to her connection with Polaris was Jessie able to quickly compose herself and start thinking logically. She stood up from her desk and began pacing, considering how to handle the situation. Because if even the president became a vampire, that would be a critical crisis. You can't just walk into the White House, declare the president detained, take him away, and eliminate him. The same applied to the vice president. Feeling the sheer absurdity of it all, Jessie sighed wearily, massaging her temples against the oncoming headache. Wednesday decided to add her usual comment, just kill the president, they'll put someone else in his place anyway. Jessie looked at Wednesday and sighed softly, thinking that if only it were that simple. Before Wednesday could launch into her tirade about how it doesn't matter who sits in the president's chair, everything stays the same, Alex covered her mouth with his palm to keep her from making Jessie's headache even worse. After several minutes of pacing her office, Jessie sighed and returned to her seat, slumping back in her chair wearily, wondering why she had become director of the Bureau of Control during such a chaotic time. Ever since she took the position, the world seemed to be deliberately rolling into one giant pit, and as director she had to watch it happen and try, somehow, to slow the fall. All right. We'll figure out something with Parliament. And you're going to Britain to assist Helsing. I'm not sure if they already know who's behind all this. So you're going as a bureau representative. I've already informed Helsing's butler that a bureau agent is coming. They should meet you at the airport, Jessie said, opening her eyes after her thoughts. You didn't tell them about Millennium? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. No. And after what you just said about Millennium using immortality as currency to buy allies and governments, I was right not to say everything over the phone. We don't know if there are traitors inside Helsing. And be careful with the British, you know how our relations are, Jessie said, folding her arms across her chest. Easy enough. I was planning to clean out the British branch of the Men of Letters anyway. Using the power of darkness as a weapon, terrible idea. And in the future they could cause even more problems, Alex said, stroking his chin. Even Laurel Gates caused a lot of trouble. Though she was a loser who waited until the very last moment to carry out her plans. It's direct proof that they're arrogant and stupid and will definitely make a deal with Millennium. And in the end they'll betray everyone, to destroy Helsing, Millennium, and Iscariot Section 13, also they can seize power in Britain. That's exactly what I would do. So the right move is to remove such a piece from the board immediately before it gets in the way, Wednesday said, joining the conversation. Jessie stared at Wednesday, then looked at Alex. Alex nodded in agreement with Wednesday's words, he thought exactly the same. Instead of leaving an unstable piece like the British Men of Letters on the board, it was better to get rid of them right away. Jessie didn't comment and simply stayed silent. She wasn't in a position to worry about what happened in another country right now. With everything going on, she had to focus on the situation in her own country, which was why she was sending only Alex to Britain. Due to recent events, several field agent teams had been lost, teams the Bureau desperately needed right now. As director, Jessie wanted to minimize casualties, which would be extremely difficult. But what made Jessie's task easier was that Alex had already given her a clear hint about what Millennium planned to do. She understood that America and Britain weren't the only countries where Millennium had extended its reach. She was even afraid to think that there might be traitors among the Bureau's own agents who would switch sides to Millennium. If you're ready to go, your flight is soon. So you should head out, and take these documents to hand over to Sir Integra Helsing. She needs to know what's behind the appearance of these vampires, Jessie said, sliding a folder of documents toward Alex. Ugh, another 8 hours on a plane. Teleporting would be faster. Oh well. Ah yes, before I forget, here are some souvenirs from my hometown, Alex said, pulling out snacks and drinks. At least one piece of good news today. Thanks, Alex. Booze is exactly what I need right now, Jessie said with a relieved smile. Alex nodded understandingly at Jessie's words. He knew perfectly well that Jessie was going to drink heavily tonight just to cope with the overwhelming pressure she was under. Alex wished Jessie luck and prepared to leave. Alex and Wednesday exited the oldest house. Crossing the street, Alex lit a cigarette and looked at Wednesday. After standing with Wednesday for a bit and discussing what she needed to tell the others, Alex hugged Alessa, who was staring at him with an absent look, all because she had received a message from her sisters saying their dad might find them new moms. Alex didn't notice Alessa's expression and turned to Wednesday, who took his cheeks in her hands, kissed him on the lips, and then wiped the remnants of her black lipstick from his mouth. After a short goodbye, Alex teleported Wednesday and Alessa back to the bunker, then headed to the airport himself. At the airport, Alex checked in for a private flight to London, and 10 minutes later he was already seated on the plane ready for takeoff. Thinking about the upcoming 8-hour flight, Alex could only sigh, hoping it wouldn't be too boring. The only thing that lifted his mood even slightly was the upcoming meeting with Alucard, Sarah's, and Integra. Throughout the entire flight Alex slept until the flight attendant woke him, saying the plane would be landing soon. Alex rubbed his eyes and nodded slightly. When the plane touched down, Alex exited without issue and immediately went to the bathroom to discreetly change clothes. Since he was arriving in London as a Bureau of Control representative, he needed to be properly dressed. Using magic, he changed into a strict black suit with a black shirt and red tie, then calmly left the bathroom and exited the airport. Lighting a cigarette, Alex looked around. Jessie had said someone would meet him. Where the hell is my ride? Alex muttered, exhaling smoke. But at that moment a memory surfaced in his mind of what was supposed to happen in Helsing, an attack on the Helsing manor by 2 vampires, the Valentine brothers, who had brought specially trained ghouls armed with firearms. All of it was a minor attempt to kill every member of Helsing and thin out their ranks. Frowning slightly, Alex walked into the nearest alley to teleport directly to the Helsing manor. Taking one step, he appeared in northern London, in a fairly remote yet still relatively close area. What immediately caught Alex's attention were two armored buses disguised as tourist coaches. Looks like I shouldn't have bothered flying. Oh well. This is a perfect chance to help Helsing and earn a bit of trust at the same time, Alex said, pulling the Murasama katana from his inventory. Attaching the katana to his belt, Alex walked forward, straight toward the Helsing Manor gates. The first thing he saw was the completely destroyed gates and two dead guards, one of whom had been turned into pulp from the sheer number of bullets fired into him. Alex paused for a moment to survey the Helsing estate and sent out a magical sonar to locate Integra. When the sonar returned, Alex immediately sensed a very strange presence beneath the manor, as if tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of souls were gathered in one place. Alex instantly realized it was Alucard. At the same time, in the manor's basement, Alucard himself clearly felt that someone had noticed him, and that someone was outside the Helsing estate. Just as Alex had sensed Alucard, Alucard had sensed Alex. And in that moment Alucard lost all interest in the vampires invading Helsing. His thoughts were now occupied by something new, something as dark as himself. Alucard narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile on his lips. How interesting. Very interesting. Who is this stranger? Alucard's quiet voice echoed through the basement. Meanwhile, Alex sent out another sonar pulse to accurately assess the situation inside the Helsing Manor. He sensed numerous moving targets on the lower floors, ghouls and the vampire brothers, while two other targets moved separately. Alex realized those were Sarah's and the butler Walter. And the direction they were heading was toward a cluster of people that included Integra Helsing and the Helsing Knights. Standing in front of the Helsing building, Alex considered his options: go through the main doors to kill all the ghouls that used to be Helsing members, then take out Jan Valentine and his armed ghoul squad, or enter another way and speak with Integra first. Deciding on the second option, Alex began circling the building to find a window leading to the conference room. After walking around the manor, Alex stared at the third-floor windows where the conference room was located. After a moment's thought, Alex decided to announce his arrival first so no one would start shooting the moment he appeared. At that very moment, Walter Dornez, the old Helsing family butler who had served Integra's father, Arthur Helsing, emerged from a ventilation shaft, together with Sarah's. Seeing the two of them appear, Integra felt a wave of relief and joy. Walter calmly brushed the dust off his butler's suit and approached Integra, giving a slight bow. Apologies for the delay, Lady Integra. Our forces are nearly wiped out. I don't know who armed and trained these ghouls. But one thing is certain, they came well prepared, Walter said calmly, lighting Integra's cigar. Walter, be honest. Is this the end for us? Integra asked, exhaling smoke with a calm expression. No. Absolutely not. Compared to what Sir Helsing faced a century ago, this can hardly even be called a crisis. Walter began, when the phone in the conference room rang. Walter fell silent and looked at the ringing phone. Integra frowned, thinking it was that bastard vampire again, calling to gloat about what he had done. Seeing his mistress's state, Walter picked up the receiver and held it to his ear. Hearing the voice on the other end, Walter was slightly surprised, something that didn't escape Integra's or Sarah's notice. Lady Integra, I believe this is for you, Walter said, holding the receiver out to her. Integra frowned slightly and brought the phone to her ear. I'm listening, Integra said in a cold tone. Good afternoon, Lady Helsing. This is the Emergency Monster Extermination Service. I couldn't help but notice that your manor is under attack. And if it's not too much trouble, could you ask the old man sitting by the window to step aside? So we can speak in person. Alex's voice came through the phone. Who are you? Integra asked, her tone even colder. For the love of all that's holy, just ask the old man to move away from the window. Then we'll talk, Alex said, ending the call. Alex's words were heard not only by Integra but by all the Helsing Knights present. Everyone first looked at Integra, then shifted their gaze to the elderly man sitting right by the window. Integra was still frowning but gave a nod. Seeing Integra's nod, the man immediately stood up and stepped aside. The moment he did, the window shattered, and a figure tangled in curtains flew into the room. Everyone immediately pointed their weapons at the intruder, while Walter and Sarah's moved to stand protectively beside Integra, just in case. Before I untangle myself from these curtains, you'd better tell me you don't have guns pointed at me. Because I have a stick, and I'm not afraid to use it to beat up a bunch of old people, Alex's cheerful voice rang out. Alex's words didn't clarify anything, they only made the tension worse. Meanwhile, Alex freed himself from the curtains, and everyone saw his appearance, a young man in a black suit with a red tie, a katana attached to his belt, unique eye color, and a light smile on his face. But what Integra, Walter, and Sarah's immediately understood was that the person before them was not a vampire. Who are you? And you'd better choose your next words carefully, Integra said in an icy tone. Ah, yes. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Alexander Voldegode. I'm an agent from the Federal Bureau of Control. I was supposed to be picked up from the airport. But apparently everyone forgot about me. So here I am, and you've got an invasion going on, Alex said, giving a slight bow with his hand on his chest. A Bureau of Control agent. You were supposed to arrive earlier, Integra said, lowering her pistol. Flight was delayed. So you've got an army of ghouls and a couple of artificial vampires here. Need some help? Before we talk, Alex asked, jumping down from the table. Integra looked at Alex, who stood there with a carefree expression as if nothing out of the ordinary was happening. Seeing such nonchalance, she couldn't help but frown and glanced at Walter, who leaned in and quietly explained what kind of agent the Bureau had sent. Even though the Bureau of Control and Helsing operated in different countries, they had closely collaborated since Arthur Helsing's time. And Walter had a few friends in the Bureau through whom he could learn a bit about Alex standing before them. Alex himself was looking at Sarah's, who, as usual, was acting awkwardly. When their eyes met, Sarah's immediately looked away but kept stealing glances at Alex. What really unnerved Sarah's was that she couldn't hear Alex's heartbeat, while she could clearly hear everyone else's hearts beating in the room. Noticing Sarah's gaze, Alex gave her a small smile and waved. Sarah smiled back shyly and awkwardly waved in return. After Walter's brief report, Integra realized the Bureau had sent a very experienced agent. Though Walter had only gotten surface-level information from his Bureau contact, it was enough for Integra to place a small amount of trust in Alex. A very small amount. So, Sir Helsing, I assume you've heard a bit about me from your butler. Do you need help so we can talk? Alex asked, taking off his jacket and placing it on the table. We will accept your assistance. Then we'll talk, Integra said, giving a slight nod. Excellent. Now to the important part. Do we kill everyone or leave one alive for interrogation? Alex said, rolling up his shirt sleeves and loosening his tie. Kill them all, but if possible leave one target alive for questioning. Walter, you know what to do, Integra said, looking at Alex, then shifting her gaze to Walter. Deal sealed. Now the payment, Alex said, walking toward Integra. Integra frowned slightly as Alex approached, and Walter extended his arm to keep Alex from getting closer. Alex kept smiling calmly and simply took the thin cigar from Integra's mouth, placing it between his own teeth. Integra's eyelid twitched. She had already mentally added Alex to her list of infuriating people. If she didn't need his help right now, she would have shot him on the spot. Sarah's mouth fell open in shock at such audacity. Walter merely raised an eyebrow, watching Alex. Payment received. Time to start killing. Draculina, you cover me. Butler, protect your lady. And I'll go touch the vampire where he doesn't like, Alex said, exhaling smoke. Me? Sarah's asked, pointing at herself. No, I'm the Draculina and I have the portable tank barrel. Obviously you. Do I look like I know your name or something? Alex said, rolling his eyes at Sarah's. I'm Sarah's Victoria. And this isn't a tank barrel, Sarah said in an irritated tone. Nice to meet you, Sarah's. But the rest later. I hope they at least feed people well here. I hate working for food, Alex said, heading toward the corridor. Hearing Alex's words, everyone was literally speechless from his attitude and actions. Integra looked the most irritated, though she quickly composed herself and stared at Alex. Alex turned to Integra, gave her a thumbs up to show everything would be fine, and walked out into the corridor to wait for Jan Valentine and his ghoul army, who could appear at any moment. Sarah still wasn't sure whether to listen to Alex and looked at Integra, who gave her a nod. Seeing Integra's nod, Sarah took a deep breath and grabbed her rifle, which looked more like a tank barrel than a gun. She positioned it in the gap between the two doors, watching Alex's back as he stood in the center of the corridor, hands behind his head, calmly smoking the thin cigar he had taken from Integra. To be continued. And here comes Helsing. Yeah, I know. Someone tempted me to sin. And honestly, you know what it was. And let's start with the fact that even the author of Helsing himself said that Alucard doesn't care what he looks like, he can be anyone in any age. So don't judge me in the future. Because Alucard already took the form of a girl during World War II, and that's fine. And a lot of comedy can be made out of it. So he. Okay, the chapter is written, and I can go eat. See you later, my minions. Chapter 599, Chapter 598, Helping Helsing Repel the Vampire Assault. Sarah's Victoria is a girl who, even in childhood, faced a series of events that could break any person. When Sarah's was a child, robbers broke into their home and killed her father and mother. This tragedy left her with deep emotional scars, the fear of losing loved ones, suppressed rage that built up over the years, and an unquenchable desire to protect others from the same horror. After losing her family, Sarah's ended up in an orphanage, but those events only strengthened her resolve to follow in her father's footsteps and become a police officer, so that no one else would ever have to go through what she did. But one fateful night changed everything. Sarah's and a group of fellow officers were sent to investigate a series of brutal murders and disappearances. That night, Sarah's first saw the darker, bloodthirsty side of the world, when the question, "Is there a monster in the closet?" received the answer, yes, and that monster turned out to be a real, bloodthirsty vampire. The entire police squad Sarah's was with died, once again, everyone except her. That night, Sarah's faced a choice few people ever get. Bleeding out and on the brink of death, she said yes to a being feared for centuries. From that night on, Sarah's herself became a creature of the darkness. She turned into a Draculina and joined the secret organization known as Helsing, which had waged an unrelenting war against supernatural threats for centuries. Upon joining Helsing, Sarah's learned far more about the world that had long been hidden from ordinary people. Yet even after becoming what humans would unhesitatingly call a monster, Sarah's remained the same kind, sincere girl she had always been, with her indomitable desire to protect the weak and her belief that even in darkness, one could still remain human. And now, with Helsing under attack by vampires, Sarah's had another encounter with someone who could change her life. She lay on the floor, tightly gripping her 30mm Harkonnen rifle, barrel aimed through the gap between the doors, staring fixedly at the back of the man who had suddenly appeared in the manor and introduced himself as an agent. Sarah's watched Alex's back as he stood farther down the long corridor and thought he looked about her age. What she couldn't understand, no matter how long she stared, was why Alex seemed so strange to her. She kept observing him. He stood relaxed, humming some unfamiliar song and swaying slightly to the rhythm, as if everything happening around him was just a minor inconvenience in his usual day. Alex, meanwhile, clearly felt Sarah's gaze on his back, but his thoughts were occupied with something else entirely. Swaying to the melody he was humming under his breath, he monitored the situation in the basement, watching Alucard and Luke Valentine, who were about to clash. Alex already knew how that fight would end, and the only thing that truly interested him was Alucard himself. The one thing he didn't like, thanks to his magical sight, was that he could only see Alucard's true essence, a massive, seething mass of hundreds of thousands of souls, not the familiar human form. Sighing inwardly, Alex thought he'd have to wait a little longer before finally meeting Alucard face to face. Alex was starting to lose patience. Jan Valentine was taking far too long. Exhaling smoke from the thin cigar, he heard approaching footsteps from the far end of the corridor and realized his prey was finally coming. Alex turned toward Sarah's and gestured. When he gave the signal, "Fire." Sarah showed a moment of confusion on her face but quickly nodded in agreement. Seeing her confirmation, Alex hid behind a tall statue, pressing his back against the wall. As was proper in such situations, he wanted to appear unexpectedly. After a short while, the sound of footsteps became much clearer. Standing behind the statue, Alex saw Jan Valentine and his army of armed ghouls. They were dressed in SWAT gear, iron shields in one hand, automatic rifles in the other. "Little Helsing, come out and play. I'll fuck you, I'll kill you, then fuck your corpse. Then I'll waste those old farts and burn this place to the ground. And when I get home, I'll jerk off to the whole thing." "Okay," came Jan Valentine's cheerful, arrogant voice. Some loudmouth mutt wandered into Helsing. Alex's lazy voice replied from farther down the corridor. The moment Alex spoke, Jan stopped and raised his hand, ordering his ghoul army to freeze. Alex calmly stepped out from behind the statue, holding the thin cigar between his fingers and resting his other hand on the hilt of Murasima. Exhaling white smoke, he clamped the cigar between his teeth, gripped the katana's hilt with his second hand, and drew the blade in one sharp motion. The cap on Jan's head was neatly sliced in half, and several ghouls behind him instantly lost their heads. In the same instant, blood began to drip from the wound on Jan's forehead down his face. Jan Valentine froze, feeling his own blood slowly trickle down his cheeks, and turned his head slightly to see the decapitated bodies of his subordinates. He stood motionless, experiencing real animal fear, the fear of someone who had almost lost his head. Looks like I'm a bit rusty. Happens when you don't use a weapon for a while. What a shame. I was only trying to cut your cap. Oh well. Jan Valentine, you are charged with unlawful entry, mass murder of humans, severe property damage, and illegal conversion of humans into ghouls. Be a good boy and surrender. You'll be granted a quick death. Though I'd recommend you start resisting, Alex said calmly, sheathing the katana. Who the fuck are you? Jan roared, staring at Alex. Me. Just passing through. Saw what was going on and thought, hey, good way to make some cash. Integra Helsing already paid the deposit. See. Plus they promised to feed me. So surrender, I'm no stranger to killing for food, Alex said, showing the thin cigar clenched between his teeth. Fuck you. Shoot. Kill this bastard. Jan screamed, pointing at Alex. The reason for Jan's panic was simple. From the moment Alex appeared, Jan felt overwhelming fear toward him, not just fear, but primal, animal terror of someone far superior and far more dangerous. And the longer Jan looked at Alex, the tighter that fear squeezed his guts, as if at any moment he could be swallowed whole. On Jan's order, all the ghouls behind him raised their rifles and opened fire. A hail of bullets flew toward Alex. Bullets slammed into the floor and walls, kicking up clouds of dust and leaving bullet holes everywhere. When the magazines ran dry, the ghouls began reloading. Jan, panic on his face, peered into the dust cloud, trying to spot Alex. When the dust finally settled, he didn't see him on the floor. Jan's gaze lifted to the ceiling, and there he was. Alex clung to the ceiling with his fingers, looking down with an amused gaze, like a predator watching cornered prey. Ghouls stay ghouls. All they can do is shoot straight ahead. Nothing else. What's wrong, little vampire? Scared? Should I bring you a diaper? Or have you finally realized you should have surrendered when I offered? Alex said, slowly walking across the ceiling. Pa. Finally. I was starting to think this would be too easy. Thought all the fun would go to my little brother. But here you are. This is gonna be fucking awesome. Jan burst into loud, manic laughter, staring up at Alex walking on the ceiling. Jan snapped his fingers, and the ghouls behind him raised their shields, forming a wall in front of him. Alex stopped, noticing this, and shook his head slightly before dropping down. Looking at the army of shielded ghouls, he tilted his head side to side and tucked one hand behind his back. Sarah's, lying in the doorway, saw the gesture Alex made with his hand. He was showing exactly where to shoot. Alex was asking her to fire straight into his back. Sarah's hesitated for a second, clenched her teeth, and decided to do as he asked. The next moment, a deafening roar echoed, like a cannon, and the 30mm shell flew straight at Alex's back. But just as the shell was about to hit him, Alex drew the katana in a flash and sliced it in two with one motion. Sarah's watched with her own eyes as Alex stood with his back to her, and in that instant the bullet she fired was split in half by the blade. The 30mm shell didn't lose speed after being cut and continued forward. Both have struck true, piercing straight through the ghouls' shields. 2 rows of ghouls were skewered, their bodies torn apart. Seeing how easily his ghouls were destroyed, Jan froze, staring at the mangled corpses. You bastards. Jan roared, spotting Sarah's in the doorway. Alex calmly made another gesture behind his back, then pointed at January. Sarah's understood, quickly reloaded Harkonnen, and took aim at January. Another thunderous shot rang out, and the explosive shell flew at high speed toward the shielded ghouls. Realizing the danger, Jan leaped forward, trying to dodge. The shell struck the center of the ghoul formation and detonated. Metal shrapnel flew in all directions, shredding the ghouls' bodies. Meanwhile, Jan charged at Alex, gripping 2 automatics. Getting close, he kicked the floor, kicking up a dust cloud, and immediately opened fire. Jan emptied entire magazines from both rifles, trying to hit Alex. But amid his own manic laughter, he didn't hear the sound, bullets clanging against something metallic. Alex stood calmly in the dust cloud, blocking every shot with the sheath of Murasima. When he heard the click, magazines empty, Alex activated the mechanism on the sheath and delivered a quick strike that Jan didn't even notice. Die, you fucking bastard. Jan roared, instantly reloading and aiming both rifles at Alex. When the dust settled, Jan saw Alex standing unharmed, the wall behind him riddled with bullet holes. Just as Jan prepared to fire again, one of his arms fell to the floor. In that moment Jan froze, staring at his severed arm, then at the cauterized stump of his forearm. He couldn't understand how or when it happened. What's wrong? Lost an arm? Want me to hand it back to you? Alex asked in a cheerful tone. I'll bury you, you bastard, Jan growled, tossing aside the second rifle. Jan lunged at Alex, clenching his remaining fist. Seeing this, Alex gave a slight smile. As soon as Jan got close, Alex struck with the sheath against his chin. There was a crunch of broken bones. Jan's head snapped back. Even as a vampire, he fully felt the consequences of a blow to the jaw, and his vision blurred for a moment. Not giving Jan time to recover, Alex grabbed him by the hair and punched him in the face. Blood sprayed from Jan's nose. Alex began raining blows on Jan's face one after another, each hit making his skull crack. Thanks to vampire regeneration, the broken bones quickly healed, and that only brought Jan more pain. After another blow, Jan's legs buckled, and he dropped to his knees while Alex continued beating his face without pause. Sarah's, who had wanted to help, froze a few steps away from Alex, watching as he turned the vampire's face into a bloody pulp. Jan's blood splattered everywhere, hitting Alex's face, which showed no emotion. Alex raised his fist for one final blow and struck again. Jan crashed backward with a thud, twitching slightly from the beating. Looking down at the beaten vampire sprawled on the floor, Alex calmly wiped the blood from his face and turned his head, seeing Sarah's frozen in place. He tilted his head to the side, and Sarah's instinctively mirrored the gesture, tilting her own head. What are you doing here? Alex asked, looking at Sarah's. I thought you might need help, Sarah said in an embarrassed tone. Thank you. You did good. 8 out of 10 for assistance, Alex said, giving her a thumbs up. Hearing Alex's comment, Sarah froze and didn't know how to react. Deciding to change the subject, she looked at the unconscious Jan lying motionless. Alex noticed her behavior and gave a slight smile, confirming to himself that Sarah's really was quite awkward and shy around strangers. But he was glad she had said she came to help him, even if he didn't need it. Excellent work, Mr. Alexander, Walter said, approaching Alex and Sarah's with his hands behind his back. No problem. I hope you guys have good food here. I didn't even get to eat after the flight, Alex said with a light smile. Of course, Helsing will show its full hospitality. But first we need to deal with the aftermath of this attack, Walter said with a faint smile. Then let's start by waking up our new friend so he can talk to us. Hey, bastard, stop playing dead. You're already dead anyway, Alex said with a light smile, then kicked Jan's leg. You piece of shit. What the hell are you? Nobody said there'd be another monster in Helsing. What the fuck are you doing here? Jan growled angrily, trying to get up using his remaining arm. Manners, young man. Can't you see there's a lady present? Alex said, kicking Jan in the head. After another blow to the head, Jan's head snapped back, and he slammed the back of his skull against the floor again. Hearing Alex's words, Walter gave a slight smile and nodded, approving of Alex's actions as appropriate. Sarah stared at Alex and realized he was talking about her. It gave her quite a pleasant feeling watching his behavior. Fuck you. As soon as I stand up, I'll waste both of you and fuck that bitch. Jan spat, spitting out knocked out teeth. Little shit. Didn't get it the first time. Let me help you understand when you should keep your mouth shut, Alex said in an irritated tone, already preparing to beat the overly talkative vampire again. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Alexander. But such ill-mannered trash doesn't understand words or violence. So allow me to take over the conversation, Walter said in a kind tone. Alex looked at Walter, shrugged slightly. He walked over to Jan, grabbed him by the hair, and dragged him closer to Walter. Walter smiled and nodded, then turned his gaze to January. What now? Good cop, bad cop routine. Ooh, so scary, I just shit my pants, Jan said sarcastically, glaring at Walter with contempt. I'm going to ask questions now. Who is behind the attack on Helsing? Walter said in a cold tone, looking down at January. I was just passing by. I don't know anything. Maybe world peace. Jan said, trying to look innocent. Walter didn't react to Jan's words. He simply pulled black gloves from his pocket and began putting them on without changing his expression. Seeing this, Alex smiled slightly and lifted Jan higher, so it would be more convenient for Walter. Seeing that Alex understood without words, Walter couldn't hold back a smile. And to make sure, Alex held Jan not only by the hair but also stretched his remaining arm out to the side, stepping on his legs, so the vampire definitely couldn't escape. Having put on the gloves, Walter flexed his fingers slightly, and iron wires wrapped around Jan's remaining arm, tightening. Your next words will decide whether you lose your second arm or keep it for a little while, Walter said, tightening the wires around Jan's intact arm. TCH. We were ordered to attack Helsing headquarters. Kill everyone, disrupt the round table meeting, and kill Alucard. That's all we were told, Jan said, narrowing his eyes at Walter. We. You said we. You little scum, Walter said coldly. Yeah. I said it. Right now my bro is kicking your Alucard's ass. Jan began laughing maniacally. Walter's eyes narrowed as he realized there was another vampire. Sarah's, standing behind, felt strong anxiety for Alucard's safety. Seeing their expressions change, Jan laughed even more insanely, as if everything had gone according to plan from the start. Alex got tired of listening and slammed Jan's face into the wall to shut him up. But that only made Jan laugh harder and more uncontrollably. With every blow, cracks appeared in the wall, blood splattered everywhere. After several hits, Alex slammed Jan's face into the wall with such force that Jan's teeth stayed embedded in the plaster. Now Jan was no longer laughing, he only felt pain. I don't want to upset you, pathetic mutt. But your little brother, or whatever he is to you, is currently experiencing fear he's never felt before. I can hear his screams, I can feel his terror of Alucard. One more moment, and your brother will become food. You're all so arrogant, but in reality you're just defective products. Artificial parasites that are worth nothing, Alex said calmly, looking at Jan's ruined face. Impossible. He's stronger than Alucard. We're stronger. Jan managed to choke out. In response to Jan's cry, Alex gave a wide smile, baring sharp teeth. He knew perfectly well what was happening in the basement. He had heard the entire conversation between Alucard and Luke Valentine. And the only thing that bothered him was that Alucard's voice sounded far too wrong, in Alex's opinion. Seeing Alex's smile, Walter's eyes narrowed even further, he began to think he had seen a similar smile on Alucard's face more than once. Walter realized he needed to learn more about this Bureau of Control agent and why he had been sent. After all, the information he had received over the phone only concerned artificial vampires. Alex stopped smiling when he heard noise behind him. He understood what it meant. Without hesitation, he tore off Jan's remaining arm and both legs. Not waiting for Walter's or Sarah's reaction, he grabbed Jan by the hair and dragged him toward Integra. Walter frowned slightly, noticing Alex's actions that hadn't escaped his attention, and began to suspect something important was about to happen. As soon as they moved farther, the doors at the end of the corridor burst open, and ghouls that had once been slain Hellsing members began shambling out. Walter understood why Alex had started moving. He clenched his iron wires, ready to deal with the ghouls that used to be Hellsing people. But Alex placed a hand on his shoulder and shook his head. Then he approached the conference room and dropped Jan Valentine, without arms or legs, at Integra's feet. "Lady Integra, he's all yours. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to finish my work so you can bury your subordinates with dignity," Alex said with a slight bow and a smile, looking at Integra. Integra shifted her gaze to Alex's back, Walter, and Sarah's, and saw the shambling ghouls slowly approaching, dressed in Hellsing uniforms. Integra bit her lip so hard that blood trickled down, seeing what had become of her people. The other round table members also clenched their fists, watching the sight. Alex pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to Integra. Taking a deep breath, she wiped the blood from her lips and looked at Alex. Alex believed that since he had taken on this job, he should see it through to the end, as he always did. After all, the deal included killing all the ghouls and delivering a live vampire. And since there were now more ghouls, for him that meant the job wasn't finished yet. Alex looked into Integra's blue eyes, while Integra looked into his multicolored ones. "My people. They even turned them," Integra said in a heavy tone. "Leave this to me, Lady Integra. I will put these ghouls to rest so they can find peace," Alex said, looking straight into her eyes. Integra looked into Alex's eyes again, feeling mixed emotions. But she knew she had to remain strong in this situation. And gazing into his eyes, Integra subconsciously felt trust toward him, without even knowing why. "Do it cleanly, so they can be buried with dignity," Integra said in a cold tone. "As you wish, Lady Integra," Alex said with a light smile, giving a slight bow. After his words, Alex turned and walked back into the corridor to deal with the ghouls. Integra couldn't understand why Alex was behaving so strangely. From the moment he appeared until now, he had shown very unusual behavior. But the reason was painfully simple: he was simply interested in Integra. Stepping into the corridor, Alex closed the doors with a gentle smile, so no one would see what was about to happen, especially Integra, who was grieving what had become of her people. Sarah's wanted to help Alex again, but Walter placed a hand on her shoulder, signaling that she should stay and protect Integra. Sarah's looked at the closed doors once more and nodded. Integra cast one last glance at the closed doors, then shifted her gaze to Jan Valentine lying at her feet. "What's wrong, little bitch? Wanna finish me off? Go ahead, what are you waiting for? Or do you think killing me will save your people? Don't even dream about it." "Ahahaha," Jan said in a manic tone, laughing loudly and staring at Integra. Walter clicked his tongue and flexed his fingers slightly, iron wires wrapped around Jan's neck to shut him up and stop the laughter. Just before Jan's head could be severed, Integra raised her hand, signaling Walter to stop. All the Round Table Knights looked at Integra, wanting to know what she would do next. Some of them still doubted whether Integra should continue leading Hellsing. At that moment, Integra swiftly drew her pistol from under her jacket and emptied an entire magazine into Jan's body. Seeing her actions, those Round Table Knights who had thought Integra might break from what happened nodded approvingly. "Watch your tongue, scum. I'm very angry right now," Integra said coldly, reloading her pistol and aiming it again at Jan on the floor. "Ha ha ha. You're no fun," Jan said, spitting blood onto Integra's boots. "Who are you people? Why did you attack us? Who's your leader? Answer, scum." Integra asked in a cold tone. He. You already know about that little thing they put inside me. It's sending them all the info right now about how we fucked up. And it's live streaming. The second I even think about telling you anything, they'll shut me down," Jan said with a cheerful smile, looking up at Integra. In that instant, everything left of Jan's body erupted in bright blue flames that instantly engulfed him whole. Consumed by the searing fire that sharply raised the temperature in the room, Jan began laughing loudly and maniacally, staring straight into Integra's stunned eyes. But the single word Jan uttered before death made Integra frown slightly, because she considered it mere coincidence. And in the next moment, Jan's body turned to a pile of ash that settled on the floor. The Round Table Knights of Hellsing also heard Jan's last word and likewise dismissed it as coincidence. After all, only a few of them knew what Millennium was, and they were certain Millennium had been destroyed back during World War II. Everyone stared at the pile of ash on the carpet, what had moments ago been a vampire laughing maniacally, as the doors slowly opened and Alex walked in. All eyes turned to him, and they saw the slain ghouls behind him, all neatly decapitated. Looks like this one burned up too. Shame, Alex said, stepping into the room. You know something? Integra asked, looking at Alex. I think we should talk about it after you've cleaned up the aftermath of this attack, Lady Integra. After all, that's why they sent me here, Alex said calmly. Hearing Alex's words, Integra narrowed her eyes slightly and nodded. The Round Table Knights of Helsing began rising from their seats to leave the manor and prepare for what was coming. After all, it was no secret to anyone that what happened today was just a light breeze before the real storm began. Everyone began leaving the conference room except for one, an elderly man who looked stricter than the rest of the Round Table members. Though Integra was the head of Helsing, he was the one who chaired all Round Table conferences. He stopped at the doors, back turned to Integra. Sir Helsing, it is your duty to bury these people with dignity. And don't you dare call this a coincidence. You should have foreseen this attack. As leader, you bear full responsibility for everything that happened. That these people died and were turned into monsters by these creatures, that is entirely your fault, Hugh Irons said without turning his head, still looking forward. Sir Irons. Walter shouted, raising his voice. Walter, he's right. This is my fault. And as head of Helsing, it was my oversight that I didn't anticipate such a scenario, Integra said calmly, raising her hand to stop Walter. You're just like Arthur, Integra. That's good. Walter, find out everything there is to know about Millennium. Delay is akin to death, Hugh Irons said, turning his head toward Integra and looking at her with a nostalgic gaze, then shifting his eyes to Walter. Yes, I'll do everything in my power, Sir Irons, Walter said, giving a slight nod. Hugh Irons nodded back slightly and, before leaving, glanced at Alex standing off to the side. He gave Alex a small nod of thanks for his help, to which Alex responded with a light nod, indicating it was just his job. After that, Hugh Irons left to prepare, like everyone else, for the storm that might soon engulf Britain. When everyone had gone, only Integra remained in the room, staring blankly at her dead soldiers, Walter, who, as a proper butler, maintained his composure, and Sarah's, who didn't know what to do in such a situation. Alex calmly put his jacket back on, straightened his tie, and lit a cigarette. When the lighter clicked, everyone remembered Alex was still there. Walter, escort our guest to a room that's still intact. Now is not the time for conversation, Integra said, looking first at Alex, then at Walter. As you wish, Lady Integra. Mr. Alexander, please follow me. You must be tired after everything that happened, Walter said, giving Integra a slight bow before turning to Alex. Thank you, I wouldn't mind a hot shower and a cup of hot coffee right now. And Lady Integra, once you've collected your thoughts, we'll need to talk. And I'm afraid it will be a long conversation, Alex said, following Walter, and before leaving he looked back at Integra. Integra looked at Alex and gave a slight nod. The events of this day had been serious enough to bring far-reaching consequences. As Alex left following Walter, Alucard stepped through the wall, watching Alex's back. And looking at Alex, a smile appeared on Alucard's face. Noticing Alucard's appearance, Integra cast him only a brief glance, stood up from her seat, and began to leave to gather her thoughts. Alucard didn't react to Integra's actions and simply continued smiling. But if Alex had been there and seen Alucard, he would have been in deep shock and begun doubting what he was seeing. Because the Alucard Alex wanted to meet was not a man, but a woman. Though Alucard's appearance was similar to his male version, including the iconic red coat and transparent red glasses, her facial features were softer and more feminine. Alucard looked like a tall, elegant female vampire with slightly long black hair and a slender figure. Master. Sarah said quietly, approaching Alucard. You did well, police girl. But it seems someone very interesting has arrived in our house, Alucard said, narrowing her eyes slightly and looking at Sarah's. Master, you mean that agent? He's different somehow. I don't know how to explain it, but he's different, Sarah said, looking in the direction Alex had gone. You're right, police girl. He's completely different. And that makes him even more interesting. It seems things are about to get a lot more fun, Alucard said with a smile, leaving the room. Wait, Master. Sarah's called, hurrying after Alucard while holding her massive rifle. Meanwhile, Alex continued following Walter to another part of the manor that hadn't been touched by the invasion and was still intact. And at that moment Alex felt a slight shiver, as if he had become someone's target. Sensing this, Alex narrowed his eyes suspiciously. He had only felt this sensation a few times in his life, when very special women with certain possessive feelings toward him turned their attention to him. Alex quickly looked back, hoping to see who was watching him so intently. Every instinct told him he was missing something important, and it would cost him a future headache. Mr. Alexander, we've arrived. Please, come in, Walter said, opening the door to the room. Thank you, Walter. I hope there's hot water. I don't like cold showers, Alex said with a light smile, stepping inside. There should still be hot water. At least, I believe so. Mr. Alexander, shall I bring you a change of clothes? Your current suit is a bit stained, Walter said with a faint smile, looking at Alex whose clothes were covered in blood. Thank you, but no need, Walter. I have everything with me. If it's not too much trouble, just brew me a cup of hot coffee. I'd be very grateful, Alex said, pointing at his shadow. Walter raised an eyebrow slightly and looked at Alex's shadow, which rippled faintly, showing it was special. Walter's expression didn't change after seeing it. After all, he was an old and very experienced butler, he had seen many things in his life. A living shadow didn't particularly surprise him, it only confirmed his opinion that Alex was indeed different. Of course, Mr. Alexander. You can take a hot shower and rest a little while I prepare your coffee, Walter said with a slight bow. Having finished speaking, Walter bowed once more and closed the door, leaving Alex alone. Once Walter was gone, Alex quickly stripped off his blood-stained clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower and relax a bit. Standing under the hot water, Alex thought about what to do next and what role he should play this time. But the only thing that slightly saddened Alex was that he still hadn't seen Alucard. Still, Alex knew that meeting would happen soon, he just had to wait a little longer. Chuckling lightly at how the day had gone, Alex was very pleased. And ahead of him lay many more fun things he was looking forward to. To be continued. I'll say it again, I'll say it again. The author of Hellsing, Kota Hirano, himself said that Alucard can be anyone and take any form he wants. Alucard doesn't stick to his gender. I understand, of course, that some people are used to Alucard being a sex bomb in a sexy man's body. But I'll say this, I'm doing everything right. I have to do it. Make your dream come true. Just do it. Chapter 600, Chapter 599, Meeting the legendary vampire who turned out to be a woman. After taking a hot shower, Alex quickly changed into simple casual clothes and returned to the room that had been assigned to him in the Hellsing Manor. Back in the room, Alex saw that a cup of hot, freshly brewed coffee was already waiting on the table. It was still steaming, filling the entire space with a pleasant aroma. Seeing the coffee, Alex gave a slight smile and sat down in the armchair to enjoy the cup and think over everything that had happened that day, while also planning his next moves, how much information he should reveal to Integra. Alex was also considering whether he should tell Integra about the British branch of the Men of Letters and what he planned to do with them. For a moment he closed his eyes and clearly sensed the fragments of Amara's power. They were currently located in London. Alex tried not to use this method of searching too often or too actively, simply because if he started scanning the entire planet for Amara's power fragments, it could attract Chuck's attention, and Chuck would definitely notice such activity. Quickly locating the fragments of Amara's power, Alex opened his eyes and lightly stroked his chin, finally confirming to himself that the British Men of Letters were quite foolish to keep Amara's power fragments in their London headquarters. Well, at least that simplifies a lot of my work, Alex said to himself, taking a sip of coffee. Alex genuinely considered the British Men of Letters rather stupid for keeping all the fragments of Amara's power in one place. It was an incredibly foolish idea. Alex believed that even though the fragments were reliably sealed, no ordinary human, even one belonging to an ancient secret organization, should ever attempt to control such power. Alex had long stopped being surprised by human stupidity, so he simply decided to turn a blind eye to it. In any case, once Hellsing began recruiting a new private army, he would offer his own candidates, and at the same moment send his people to clean out the British Men of Letters order, preemptively removing unnecessary chess pieces from the board. Alex wasn't even going to think about or try to figure out what the British intended to do with Amara's power fragments, because sooner or later he would take them anyway. The only thing that irritated Alex was the possibility that the Men of Letters might hand over one of Amara's power fragments to Millennium as a gift during a truce negotiation. After all, Millennium and the British Men of Letters shared one common goal, to kill Alucard. Alright, all these problems can wait. Right now, coffee. And it seems no one's going to feed me today, and no one's going to talk to me either, Alex said thoughtfully, glancing at the time. Alex understood that after what happened at Hellsing, Integra and Walter would be extremely busy dealing with the aftermath of the attack. So neither of them had time for him right now. Finishing his coffee, Alex lay down on the bed and first messaged the girls to check in on them. He received instant replies. Lucina, Alice, Samantha, and Enid were still in Forks, and of course they had seen everything that happened at Hellsing and how he interacted with Integra. A single message from Lucina made Alex grimace slightly. She wrote that he was overacting in his performance. Reading that message, all Alex could do was roll his eyes slightly. Continuing to chat with the girls, Alex received very pleasant news from Alice. Rosalie was pregnant. And Alice couldn't stop writing about it. Seeing Alice's message, Alex understood why she had wanted to go to Forks to visit her family. I guess now Emmett can finally leave the bedroom without any problems, Alex said with a smirk, continuing to read the messages. Alex was genuinely happy that Emmett and Rosalie were going to have a child. He knew how badly Rosalie had wanted children of her own. Smiling at such pleasant news, Alex wanted to know what was happening in the teenage love triangle between Bella, Edward, and Jacob. The reply came instantly, and Alex burst out laughing when Alice and Enid started sending photos of Jacob showing up at the Cullens' house to talk to Bella, which ultimately led to an argument between Edward and Jacob. Alice and the other girls, of course, knew the real reason Jacob was so drawn to Bella, but no one was going to reveal the truth, otherwise it wouldn't be interesting. Finishing his conversation with Lucina, Samantha, Alice, and Enid, Alex decided to call Wednesday, because he knew she wouldn't reply to messages. And the conversation went as strangely as always. Wednesday said she was training Alessa, that she was busy right now, and hung up. After talking to the family, Alex checked the time and noticed another hour had passed, and still no one had come to invite him for a conversation. Finally convinced that no one would bother him until tomorrow, Alex set his phone aside and decided to just sleep. Closing his eyes, Alex instantly fell asleep, not even paying attention to the fact that Helsing was undergoing a major cleanup. After all, it wasn't just about washing blood off the floors, they also had to take care of the bodies of those who had been turned into ghouls. Falling asleep with a calm mind, Alex quickly drifted off, waiting for the next day. Closer to the middle of the night, Alex woke up because he clearly felt someone staring at him intently. Didn't know it was customary in Helsing to stare at sleeping people. And I'll say right now, I have a stick, and I'm not afraid to use it on anyone who disturbs my sleep, Alex said in a sleepy voice, without even opening his eyes. In response to Alex's words came a light feminine laugh, which Alex ignored, because he immediately fell back asleep. And the guest who had come to look at Alex was Alucard, who had decided to observe him. In response to Alex's words she only laughed and passed through the wall. After all, she had seen what she wanted to see. Alex paid no attention to the sudden midnight intrusion and continued sleeping as if nothing had happened. While Alex enjoyed peaceful sleep, everyone else at Helsing remained awake due to the massive amount of work that needed to be done. But no one was busier than Walter. As the butler who had served Helsing for decades, the heaviest workload fell on him. Not only did he have to oversee the cleanup of the manor, but he also had to gather information. And besides searching for information on Millennium, Walter decided to contact his friends in the Bureau of Control to learn more about Alex. After a short conversation with an old friend, Walter learned more details about the changes that had occurred in the Bureau of Control over the past year, from the death of Director Trench, who had once known Arthur Helsing, to the attack on the oldest house and the appointment of a new director. Having gathered more information, Walter decided to inquire about Alex. Within an hour Walter received a full dossier on Alex that the Bureau of Control had compiled. While Walter was busy printing the sent documents, he skimmed through Alex's dossier, which contained nothing about where he came from, where he lived before contacting the Bureau of Control. Most of Alex's dossier consisted of missions he had completed. Reading page after page, Walter was quite surprised by what Alex had done and who he associated with. After reading Alex's dossier and the list of his accomplishments, Walter neatly filed the documents into a folder and moved on to other tasks. When Walter finished his work, morning had already arrived, and he needed to report to Integra. Gathering all the information he had found, Walter headed to Integra's private office. Reaching Integra's office, Walter entered without unnecessary words and looked at Integra, who sat behind her desk with dark circles under her eyes, because she hadn't slept after yesterday's events. "Report, Walter," Integra said, lighting a thin cigar. "Of the 96 members of the London headquarters, only 10 remain alive. 8 survived only because they were on assignment. Excluding them, the only survivors are you and I," Walter said, standing before Integra's desk. "What about Sarah's and Alucard? And our guest? They don't count?" Integra asked, lifting her gaze to Walter. "No. Lady Alucard and Lady Sarah's are already dead. And our guest is not a member of Helsing, so I did not include him," Walter said calmly, looking at Integra. "True enough. What did you manage to learn about our guest from your friends in the Bureau of Control?" Integra said, nodding slightly and bringing the thin cigar to her lips. "Let's just say, not as much as I would have liked. Everything is in these documents. While you read, Lady Integra, I will explain," Walter said, placing the folder on the desk. Integra raised an eyebrow slightly and opened the folder containing Alex's dossier. On the first page Integra saw an attached photograph of Alex, his face covered in blood, holding a fire axe. Seeing the photo, Integra looked up at Walter, and he nodded. Integra turned the page and saw that most fields in Alex's personal dossier were blank, no origin, no residence before contacting the Bureau of Control, not even a birthplace. Everything was empty except for the age field, which listed an approximate age of 18, and the final line stating that Alex was an anomalous human. Integra turned another page and continued reading, noting the details important to her. "As you can see, Lady Integra, even the Bureau couldn't find anything about our guest. Nevertheless, Mr. Alexander was personally recruited by the new director, Jesse Faden. Before becoming a Bureau of Control agent, our guest resolved a problem the Bureau had been unable to solve for 13 long years. And according to what my old friend told me, he did it alone. In quite a specific manner, I might add, Walter said calmly, hands behind his back. And how specific was that manner? Integra asked, lifting her gaze to Walter. He sang a song on the shore of a lake, performing as part of a rather old American band called Old Gods of Asgard, Walter replied calmly, giving a slight smile. Indeed, quite specific. Anything else? Integra said, turning another page of Alex's dossier. To put it briefly and only regarding his more significant feats, Mr. Alexander dealt with cases the Bureau had been unable to resolve in the past. Including the elimination of an entity that had been parasitizing an entire city, an entity roughly estimated to be on the same level as Lady Alucard. After that, without pause, he moved on to the next location, a city known as Silent Hill, classified as a massive spatial anomaly with no exit. He single-handedly guided Heather Mason, who was connected to that city, through it. He not only eliminated the reason the city was cursed but also adopted the child who had caused the curse in the first place. And just in the past week he completed 3 missions, clearing out a cursed psychiatric hospital in Korea, destroying a cult in the forests of Sweden, and killing a powerful warlock in America, Walter said, giving a brief report. He did all of that alone? Integra asked, looking up at Walter in surprise. Essentially. Mr. Alexander has a friendly connection with the Winchester brothers, Walter said after a moment's thought. The Winchesters. A very familiar name, Integra said thoughtfully. 2 brothers, Dean and Sam Winchester, who started the apocalypse. Then stopped it. Released ancient beings into the world. Caused the fall of angels. And their latest act was freeing an entity called the Darkness. The one Lady Alucard mentioned, Walter said calmly. So our guest is friends with people who nearly destroyed the world several times. Anything else? Integra said, beginning to feel a headache, not only from not sleeping that night, but from the information she had just heard. Yes. My old acquaintance in the Bureau of Control said that Mr. Alexander can be trusted. Despite the company he keeps. He is someone deserving of trust. In addition to working as a hired field agent, he also assists the research department, the investigations department, and oversees field teams for the Bureau of Control. And all his missions were completed flawlessly, albeit very messily. In the sense that he leaves a trail of corpses behind him. Walter began to explain calmly. I understand, Walter. Thank you. You could have simply said the Bureau sent us another monster. Because everything I just read in this dossier is clear proof of that, Integra said, closing Alex's dossier. I'm glad the information was useful, Walter said, giving a slight bow. What about my other question? Integra asked, clamping a thin cigar between her teeth. When Integra asked the question, Walter was about to report what he had found on Millennium. But at that moment there was a light knock at the door. Integra shifted her gaze to Walter and gave a slight nod. Walter approached the door and opened it, and saw Alex standing on the threshold. Alex stood in the doorway with slightly messy hair, a grumpy expression, dressed in a black t-shirt, shorts, and flip-flops. Walter was slightly surprised by Alex's outfit and let him in. Alex yawned lightly and, hands in his pockets, stepped into Integra's office. He walked up to her desk and sat in a chair, noticing his own dossier on the table. Yawning again, Alex lit a cigarette and leaned back. Integra looked at Alex and couldn't help comparing how he had been yesterday with how he looked today, as if they were 2 different people. Alex himself was still trying to fully wake up. I'll pretend I didn't see my dossier on your desk, Lady Integra. And since we couldn't talk yesterday, I think now is the perfect time, Alex said lazily, tilting his head back and staring at the ceiling. I'm also curious why the Bureau sent you to Helsing, Integra said, frowning slightly. First, artificial vampires. There are plenty of them in America too. Let's just say I had to do a little work to find out who was behind it. Though you already know that, Lady Integra. Am I right? Alex said, lowering his head to look at Integra. The Millennium Empire. Integra said, realizing exactly what Alex was hinting at. What? Walter asked, frowning slightly. Have you really forgotten, Walter? The ones who half a century ago proclaimed the creation of a new state and started a world war, Integra said, rising from her seat and turning to face the window. Hearing Integra's words, Walter was greatly surprised and looked at Alex, who nodded with a smile, exhaling cigarette smoke. Integra glanced at Alex from the corner of her eye and saw his confirmation, finally convinced that her guess had been correct. Continuing to smile, Alex extended his hand to the side, and his shadow distorted, a folder of documents emerged from it, the one Jesse had asked him to deliver. Integra saw what was happening with Alex's shadow and narrowed her eyes slightly. But seeing the folder in his hands, she stepped closer. Alex handed the folder to Integra so she could verify the information she already knew. Taking the folder, Integra quickly skimmed the documents. They also stated that Millennium had been destroyed during World War II. And their reappearance meant only one thing: remnants of Millennium still existed. After reading the documents, Integra passed the folder to Walter. Taking it, Walter went to handle his tasks and prepare for what was coming. Fortunately, Walter had already anticipated hiring new staff and had begun preparations. Walter bowed and left Integra's office. "And what exactly is your mission?" Integra asked, now alone with Alex. "From this moment on, I am under your command, Lady Integra. As a hired operative, until the Millennium situation is resolved. Until then, please love and favor me. And make sure to feed me on time," Alex said with a light smile. Hearing Alex's words, a slight weariness appeared on Integra's face, not because a valuable combat asset had joined Helsing, but because of how Alex had phrased it. But recalling what was written in Alex's dossier, Integra couldn't refuse this kind of help. Integra remembered that even in the identity section of Alex's dossier, whether he was human remained in question. Integra quickly made her decision regarding Alex's words and nodded, showing her agreement. Alex smiled slightly and suggested continuing the conversation over a cup of coffee, because the talk would be long. Integra showed interest in what Alex was about to tell her and walked ahead, inviting him to follow. Alex stubbed out his cigarette and followed Integra. He walked beside Integra, who didn't say a word the entire way, simply walking next to Alex. Alex himself didn't know where Integra was leading him, so he simply followed. In a moment Alex and Integra exited the manor, and Integra approached a car and sat in the back seat. Alex took the driver's seat and drove to the address Integra gave him. From the Helsing Manor to London was 30 minutes by car, not far from London itself in case of an emergency. Arriving in London, Alex looked around, admiring the local sights of the city. Integra, sitting in the back seat, noticed Alex's actions and didn't comment. She only cast a brief glance and told him where to turn to reach their destination, then turned her head back toward the window. Alex arrived at the address Integra had given and looked at his outfit, remembering he was still wearing a t-shirt, shorts, and flip-flops. Alex glanced out the window and saw a rather elegant tea house. Realizing his appearance didn't match such an establishment, Alex tugged lightly at his clothes, and they changed. Integra saw Alex's clothes transform and nodded slightly, noticing that he was now wearing a black shirt with rolled-up sleeves. "Nice to see you decided to change," Integra said, looking at Alex. "Lady Integra, you could have warned me where we were going. After all, I'm a well-mannered person and have no intention of visiting places like this in what I slept in," Alex said, looking at Integra in the rearview mirror. "You should have asked where we were going for tea. And it's not my fault you decided to step out in what you slept in," Integra said with a slight smile, looking at Alex. Hearing Integra's words, Alex only rolled his eyes and got out of the car. Alex helped Integra open the car door and offered his hand to assist her. Integra stepped out and walked ahead. Alex shrugged slightly, understanding that Integra was used to behaving like a strict, dominant iron lady accustomed to acting this way. Smiling lightly, Alex followed Integra and entered the tea house. Following Integra inside, Alex noticed how Integra spoke to the host in her usual commanding tone. The host immediately led her to a private table. Alex couldn't help but notice that Integra visited this place quite often. The host and waitstaff acted so quickly and had everything prepared. Sitting at the table, Alex decided to wait for his coffee. "So what did you want to talk about?" Integra asked, bringing the thin cigar to her lips. "About what's currently happening in London," Alex said, lighting Integra's cigar. "And what exactly is happening that I don't already know?" Integra asked, exhaling white smoke. "Then I think, since we're sitting here, I can give you the big picture," Alex said, lighting his own cigarette. Integra waved her hand slightly, indicating that Alex could begin. Alex started with Nevermore. Integra raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing about Nevermore. After all, she knew that similar academies existed around the world, where monster children were trained so they could study without fearing for their safety. Alex began recounting what had happened and what had brought him to Nevermore. While Alex described how his investigation unfolded, a waiter brought tea and coffee, along with light pastries to go with the drinks. Integra sipped her tea, listening to Alex talk about his work. She became interested in the monster he described. Taking a sip of coffee, Alex explained who had been behind the monster attacks and who the culprit was connected to. Hearing that the men of letters were involved, Integra slammed her hand on the table, interrupting Alex's story. "What the hell were those bastards doing in that place?" Integra asked in a grim tone. "I'm not finished yet," Alex said calmly, looking into Integra's frowning eyes. "Go on," Integra said, noting that Alex had been looking her in the eyes the entire time. "In short, as you already know what's happening in the world right now. This isn't in my dossier, and only a handful of people know this information, including the new bureau director. But since you're partially involved, you need to know. There are places in the world where darkness has seeped through, forming what are called curse locations. The British Men of Letters order has several such fragments, Alex said, tapping his finger on the table. How did you find out about this? That kind of information isn't handed out on every corner, Integra said, bringing the thin cigar to her lips. During a brief torture session, Laurel Gates let it slip. And what they intend to use this power for, to kill Alucard, Alex said calmly. Those filthy bastards. Always the same thing. They apparently forgot again that Alucard is not just a vampire. She is Helsing's weapon. My weapon. Under the seal of the Protestant crown and my will, Integra said in a grim tone, snapping the thin cigar in her hand. I think I don't need to continue explaining what else they're involved in, Alex said, calmly reacting to Integra's flash of anger. What else did you manage to learn? Integra asked, narrowing her eyes slightly and taking a new thin cigar. As far as I know, they have something like a supernatural alarm system. So how did 2 buses full of ghouls and 2 vampires manage to drive straight through London to Helsing's doorstep, and no one did anything? Doesn't that seem very strange to you? Alex said, propping his cheek on his fist and lighting Integra's new cigar. Hearing Alex's words, Integra began thinking about it too and remembered that such an alarm system did exist. Integra took a drag and started piecing everything together, understanding how 2 buses full of ghouls had managed to drive through London unnoticed. And when Integra reached the answer, she clenched her hand and crushed yet another thin cigar. Watching Integra break another cigar, Alex only smiled and began explaining his suspicions about why he thought this had happened. Integra sighed and listened to Alex's words, and when he explained the reason behind his thinking, she understood perfectly and arrived at the same conclusion as Alex. Listening to Alex's reasoning and analysis, Integra became convinced of how he had managed to complete those missions that had troubled the Bureau of Control for years. Integra began to understand that the British Order might have ties to Millennium and was most likely helping them in whatever they were planning. Seeing Integra's thoughtful gaze after his explanation, Alex decided to explain what he planned to do. Hearing that Alex intended to eliminate all members of the British Men of Letters Order, Integra frowned slightly but made no comment. And to confirm the reasons for his actions, Alex once again mentioned the fragments of Amara's power held by the Men of Letters. After listening to Alex, Integra chose to remain neutral in the matter, neither interfering with Alex nor helping him. Alex nodded understandingly. Finishing their coffee and tea, Alex and Integra left the tea house and stepped outside. Approaching the car, Alex opened the door for Integra and looked to the side. Integra noticed Alex's action and looked in the same direction. What's there? Integra asked calmly. One little rat. I'll be right back. Stay in the car for now, Lady Integra, Alex said, glancing at Integra. Hearing Alex mention a rat, Integra frowned for a moment and nodded, getting into the car and watching as Alex walked into the nearest alley. After sitting in the car for a few minutes, Integra saw Alex emerge from the same alley, wiping his hands with a handkerchief. Raising an eyebrow slightly, Integra waited until Alex got back in the car to explain. Getting into the car, Alex was still thinking about what he had learned from the little rat sent to spy on Integra. But the information didn't surprise him at all. After all, news of the attack on Helsing had already spread in narrow circles and had certainly reached those closely watching Helsing, including the Men of Letters Order. Who was that rat? Integra asked in a commanding tone. A rat sent by the Order of Book Nerds. But soon there won't be any more rats. I'll need to tell Walter to check the surroundings of the Helsing Manor to make sure no more rats are hiding nearby, Alex said, starting the engine. Did you manage to get anything out of that rat? Integra asked, resting her hand on the door. Why would that little idiot know anything? He was just cannon fodder. He only risked following you because you were without Walter and without Alucard. Otherwise he wouldn't have come so close. All I got out of him was please don't kill me, I was just following orders and blah blah blah. I thought people like him would be braver. In the end, just disappointment, Alex said, opening the window to smoke. Hearing Alex casually confirm that he had tortured and killed the person following her, Integra showed no reaction, she only nodded grimly and looked out the window, ordering Alex to drive back to the Helsing Manor. Alex only smiled slightly and understood that dealing with Integra would be quite difficult, and to get closer to her, he would need to earn even more of her trust. Humming a melody while driving, Alex lightly tapped his fingers on the steering wheel as he headed back to the Helsing Manor. Integra glanced at Alex again, and she had already begun to understand that behind his smiling mask hid yet another dangerous monster, just like Alucard. It wasn't hard for Integra to realize this, after all, she had dealt with a monster known as Alucard for many years, and she could sense danger from someone like Alex who pretended to be human. Integra didn't know what would come from accepting Alex's help and now having 3 monsters living under her roof. Integra pondered and couldn't understand why Alucard hadn't yet shown any interest in Alex. But Integra didn't know that Alucard had slipped into Alex's room at night and watched him sleep. Returning to the manor, Alex parked the car and helped Integra out. After returning, his first thought was to finally visit Alucard, to drink and get acquainted. It was nice having coffee with you, Lady Integra. And now I think it's time for me to meet Alucard, Alex said with a light smile. I never thought anyone would voluntarily want to meet Alucard, Integra said, looking at Alex with intrigued eyes. Well, I don't have many male friends to drink with. So I thought it would be interesting to meet the legendary vampire, have a drink, chat, and howl at the moon, Alex said, shrugging. Male friend? Integra asked, giving a slight smile. Yeah. Male friend, Alex said, nodding. Good luck then, Integra said, not hiding her smile as she walked away from Alex. Alex tilted his head to the side, not understanding Integra's reaction. But at the same time, Alex felt he was missing something again because of his usual behavior. Deciding to ignore it, Alex shrugged and closed one eye to locate Alucard. Finding Alucard, Alex headed toward the basement entrance. He walked through the manor corridor, humming a light melody with a smile on his face, until he reached the basement entrance hidden behind a painting. Pulling the painting, which also served as a door, Alex saw long stairs leading downward. Still humming the melody, Alex descended the stairs, moving toward Alucard's presence. Reaching the still unrepaired doors, Alex entered a dimly lit room in the center of which stood a single throne with a silhouette seated upon it. I thought you wouldn't show up. After leaving with my mistress, came Alucard's light voice from the darkness. Yo, Alucard, I came to drink and make friends. Wait. Thought. Your voice. Alex said, then froze as his thoughts finally caught up. Alex was certain he had heard a female voice, and looking closer, he saw a beautiful woman with black hair sitting on the throne, a small table beside her holding a bottle of wine and a half-empty glass filled with red. Alex began massaging the bridge of his nose, thinking he was imagining things. Opening his eyes again, he saw Alucard, who turned out to be a woman. Looking at Alucard, Alex couldn't deny that she was very beautiful. And as he thought that, Alex felt a shiver run down his spine, because in the past he had considered Alucard a man. Alucard herself watched Alex with a light smile, especially amused by the surprise on his face. You are a woman? Alex asked doubtfully. I can be whoever I want. Form doesn't matter to me. I can be a woman, a man, even a child. It's all just a shell, Alucard said lightly. Well, all right then. Want to drink? I brought good whiskey. Or do you prefer wine? Alex said, accepting the new reality and simply shrugging. Alucard didn't respond to Alex's words, she simply continued watching him as he approached. Not hearing a reply from Alucard, Alex decided that since Alucard was a woman now, fine, that fact wouldn't change his decision to befriend Alucard. Alex conjured a chair next to Alucard's throne and placed the whiskey bottle on the small table. Pouring himself a glass, Alex took a sip and leaned back while Alucard observed his every move with clear interest. Not every day someone like you comes to me. Someone who reeks of the blood of so many monsters and yet hasn't become a monster himself, Alucard said, leaning forward slightly and looking into Alex's eyes. Well, not every day you find out the legendary vampire is a beautiful woman. And what even is a monster? That's a very philosophical question. A human can be far crueler than any monster, while a monster can love. It all depends on how you see the world yourself, not on how others try to force you to see it, Alex said, looking into Alucard's eyes. Oh, what interesting thoughts. The last person who said something like that to me was torn to pieces by my dog, Alucard said, narrowing her eyes slightly at Alex. Want to fight? Just wait until I finish my drink, and then we can try to kill each other. Or maybe not try. Right now I just want to drink and chat, Alex said, chuckling lightly. Hearing Alex's words, Alucard burst into loud laughter, genuine amusement ringing through her voice. After all, she saw that Alex sitting beside her wasn't afraid of her at all. Alucard began wondering whether Alex would be afraid of her once she showed him her true form, the form that froze blood in veins and paralyzed with fear. The smile on Alucard's face grew wider and wider with each passing moment, and she suddenly drew a black pistol and aimed it at Alex. Alex did the same and aimed his own black pistol at Alucard. Silence lasted only a moment, and then gunshots began echoing through the quiet basement. To be continued. In general, some things are left behind the scenes, like the murder of some nerds. We'll focus more on the interaction between Alex and the girls. I'm still figuring out how it will all play out, but it will happen. But I'm already hungry, so I'd better go eat. Enjoy your reading. Chapter 601, Chapter 600, Caught Between Two Fires, the Mad Female Vampire and the Stern Lady Boss. Alex was in the basement of the Helsing Manor, and he had no idea how much time had passed since he arrived here. It could have been an hour, or far more. But Alex truly didn't know exactly how long it had been since he descended into this place. From the moment he entered the basement, events had unfolded at breakneck speed, starting with a simple conversation that quickly escalated into a shootout between him and Alucard, eventually turning into an all-out slaughter where they tried to kill each other. Alex calmly accepted the fact that Alucard was a woman. It didn't bother him in the slightest. He didn't deny that he found Alucard an attractive woman, and he certainly didn't deny that she was a very strange woman. From the moment they started fighting, Alucard tried to kill him, kiss him, grab him, and touch him in places Alex didn't want women he barely knew to touch. Alex had lost count of how many times he had already killed Alucard, and each time she rose again, even more insane than before. The hardest part of this battle for Alex was that he had to hold back during the fight, and that was exactly what Alucard took advantage of when she attacked him. After Alex had killed Alucard more than 10 times, she decided to release her restrictions to level 1 to fight him for real. Seeing Alucard's new form, Alex thought she would finally take on a male appearance. But Alucard remained a woman, now dressed in a black straitjacket. Once the seal was released, Alucard's shadows spread throughout the entire basement, and hundreds of red eyes stared at Alex while a manic smile bared her sharp teeth on her face. Alex looked at Alucard's monstrous form and narrowed his eyes slightly, noticing how dramatically her power had increased after the restrictions were lifted. "Why did you stop? Are you scared of my form?" Alucard said, still grinning widely. "No, I just noticed how much stronger you've become. But what surprises me more is that your clothes changed after releasing the restrictions. Isn't it a bit tight around the chest?" Alex said, storing ebony and ivory in his inventory. "Pa ha ha. That's the only thing you care about. How interesting. I knew right away you were very intriguing. So let's keep killing each other, the night is still young. Come on. Come on. The fun has only just begun." Alucard laughed loudly, genuinely amused by Alex's reaction. "I hate to disappoint you, but it's the middle of the day. And who am I to refuse a beautiful woman's request? Just please stop trying to grope me, it's weird." "I'm still not used to the fact that you're a woman," Alex said, lighting a cigarette without taking his eyes off Alucard. Hearing Alex's words, Alucard froze for a moment, then burst into another fit of loud, manic laughter, doubling over and clutching her stomach. Her laughter was so infectious and deranged that the shadows behind her trembled and her form distorted. Alex's words genuinely amused Alucard. She hadn't expected someone to stand before her, see her true form, and still talk to her like this while treating her as a woman in such a situation. Alucard simply didn't know that Alex had encountered beings far more horrifying than her current appearance. Alex had killed creatures whose mere sight drove people insane. To Alex, Alucard's form was somewhat similar to how he himself looked when he revealed his true face. Alucard stopped laughing and looked at Alex, her red eyes flared even brighter and grew even more insane as she stared at him. From the moment she caught his intoxicating scent, one she had never smelled before, so intoxicating it was like a drug to her. And from the moment she watched him sleep, Alucard understood, she wanted all of him. And now he had come to her himself, and she would have him. Alucard stared at Alex with an intensely possessive gaze. Alex, seeing that look, almost groaned inwardly. He had seen this kind of possessive stare before. "Not groping. Do you really think I'm groping you? I'm not groping. I take. I devour. I possess. Those words of yours only make me want you even more," Alucard said, staring at Alex with an almost obsessive look. "Fine, we'll play by your rules. You're not the first woman who wanted to lock me in a basement. So, my dear Draculina, let's keep killing each other until we get bored. Until one of us gets tired of pretending this is just a fight," Alex said, extending his hand to the side as the massive, rusted pyramid-head sword emerged from his shadow. "You do understand. This was never just a fight. It was a date. Cut me. Pierce me. Try to break me. Because the more pain you inflict on me, the gentler I'll be with you afterward," Alucard said, looking at Alex like prey. "As you wish. But know that I haven't lost once since I began my path," Alex said, resting the massive rusted sword on his shoulder. "Then let's begin. But know this, when I win, you won't die. You'll simply become mine. Forever," Alucard said, slightly hunching forward and pointing at Alex with a wide grin. After those words, Alucard's body began to disintegrate into pieces, and her blood transformed into monstrous hounds that immediately lunged at Alex with distorted roars. The hounds attacked from both sides. Alex crouched slightly, gripping the long rusted pyramid-head sword in his hand. Glancing quickly around, Alex struck the first hound, piercing it straight through, while grabbing the second by the throat as it tried to sink its teeth into his neck. With one motion, Alex sliced the impaled hound in two, then crushed the second one's head with his hand. In the same instant, the hounds' bodies turned into swarms of disgusting centipedes that began crawling at his feet. At that moment, Alex heard the click of a pistol slide behind him and jerked his head aside, dodging the shot. Turning, he saw a hand protruding from the shadows, Alucard's hand holding a white pistol aimed directly at him. Alex instantly appeared beside the hand and kicked the pistol upward. Another shot rang out, and in the same moment Alex struck forward, piercing both the hand and Alucard's shadow. "You got distracted, my dear. Or are you only capable of killing my dogs? Alucard's voice came from behind Alex. Alucard appeared behind him, wrapping her arms around his neck and running her fingers from his neck to his cheek. She took Alex by the chin and turned his head toward her so he would look into her eyes. Alucard began caressing Alex's cheek, running her thumb across his lips while continuing to stare into his eyes. A wide smile spread across her face as she stroked his cheek, once again thinking about kissing him. I wasn't distracted, you were. I told you. I've never lost, and I'm ready for anything, Alex's voice came from behind Alucard. Hearing Alex's voice behind her, Alucard saw that the face she was holding by the chin wore a wide smile. In that instant she felt the sword pierce straight through her body. Without losing her manic smile, Alucard turned her head and saw Alex gripping the massive rusted sword with both hands, looking at her with a light smile. Alex didn't stop there, he made a quick gesture with his hands and grinned widely. In the next moment, Alex's clone exploded. The powerful blast shook the basement, and dust and stone fragments rained from the ceiling. Burning pieces of Alucard's body scattered in all directions. But Alex knew this wasn't the end. And he was right. In the same instant the shadow distorted, and from it emerged the massive Baskerville hound with a twisted, toothy maw and eyes covering its entire body. The Baskerville hound lunged at Alex, jaws wide open. Alex raised the large rusted sword in front of him to block the hound's attack. When the hound crashed into Alex, his feet began sliding across the basement floor. The hound dragged Alex forward until he slammed into the basement wall, causing the entire place to shake again. Feeling the wall against his back, Alex braced one hand against the hound's snout while holding the blade with the other, preventing the jaws from closing. At that moment, a hand emerged from the hound's maw, Alucard's hand gripping a black pistol, its barrel pointed straight at Alex's face. Realizing his hands were occupied, Alex opened his mouth and sank his teeth into Alucard's arm. Alex clamped down hard and jerked his head sharply, tearing the arm off. His face became covered in blood after ripping Alucard's arm off with his teeth, still keeping the hound's jaws from closing. Yes. That's how monsters should fight. Use everything you have, teeth, claws, bones. Anything you can to kill your enemy. Don't stop there. Prove to me I was right, prove that my desire to possess you wasn't a mistake, Alucard's manic laughter echoed from all directions. Hearing Alucard's words, Alex almost groaned again in frustration at how events were unfolding. Alex kicked the lower part of the massive rusted sword's blade, and the sword rose upward from momentum, slicing the Baskerville hound in two. When Alex cut the hound in half, instead of dying, there were now two of them. Seeing this, Alex hurled the rusted sword toward where he sensed Alucard, and in the same moment stopped the two Baskerville hounds with both hands. Alex's eyes narrowed for a second, and he squeezed his hands, both hounds were torn into countless small pieces. And in that same instant, his massive rusted sword flew back toward him. Alex stepped aside slightly and caught the flying sword. At that exact second, Alex felt a very cold and wet sensation on his neck. Appearing behind him, Alucard wrapped her arms around him from behind, running her fingers across his chest, and licking his neck with the tip of her tongue. Feeling that sensation, Alex experienced mixed emotions. He was still adjusting to the fact that Alucard was a woman, and now she was licking his neck while her hands slid downward from his chest. And to stop yet another attempt by Alucard to grope him, Alex grabbed her arm and flipped her over his shoulder with a light motion. Just before Alex threw her, she clung to his arm in a death grip. Alucard landed gracefully on the ground, still holding both of Alex's arms tightly and refusing to let go, looking at him with a wide grin. In response, Alex only grinned wider and twisted Alucard's arms with such force that the bones in her arms snapped all the way to the forearms. The sound of breaking bones echoed through the basement, and the broken bones protruded through the flesh. Alucard paid no attention to her shattered arms and continued holding Alex while blood from her wounds dripped at their feet. Alex's eyes narrowed, and in that moment he smiled and leaped upward. Alex kicked Alucard in the chest with both feet, and she flew backward to the far end of the basement, slamming into the wall back first. Alucard's arms remained in Alex's grip, and they immediately turned into writhing centipedes that fell to the floor and merged with the shadows. Where is my life going? I just wanted to drink and make friends. Not fend off yet another woman who wants to lock me in a basement, Alex said, looking in the direction Alucard had flown. Come on, keep going. Why did you stop? Why are you hesitating? Why aren't you continuing to kill me? Or do you think I'll let you go? Alucard's voice echoed from all sides again as she emerged from the hole in the wall. I just wanted to chat. Fine. You asked for it. I've had enough. You broke my expensive whiskey. You've tried to kiss me several times already, you even licked me and groped me. And by the way, I'm a decent guy and prefer going on a date first and having coffee. Or killing someone, depending on personal preferences, Alex said, pulling black knuckle dusters from his pocket and slipping them onto his hands. A date. We're already on a date where the winner takes everything in the end. Including the loser's life, Alucard said, chuckling lightly and looking at Alex like prey. Ugh, after this I'm going to need coffee just to deal with the headache. Fine, Alucard. One more round, no more games. No more monsters, just pure violence, Alex said, cracking his neck lightly and looking at Alucard coldly. Yes. That's the look I wanted to see on your face. A look with no mercy for enemies. As if everyone in front of you is just an obstacle to your goal. Come on, show me the real you. Show me the darkness that lives inside you. I've seen it deep in your eyes. Stop holding it back and show it to me. Alucard shouted loudly, grinning widely and baring her sharp teeth. In that instant, Alex's face was covered in thick darkness, from which only his multicolored eyes and sharp teeth were visible. Seeing Alex's true face, Alucard began laughing with genuine delight. This was exactly what she had expected to see when she first looked into Alex's eyes. And seeing his real face, she felt an indescribable thrill unlike anything in centuries of her existence. Alex was the one who could dispel the boredom in her dull and monotonous life. Stopping her laughter, Alucard still grinned predatorily, staring unblinkingly at Alex with her blood-red eyes. Alex took a step and appeared right beside Alucard. He swung his fist and delivered the first blow. Alucard responded in kind with a counter-strike. Their fists collided, sending a powerful shockwave in all directions. From that single impact, Alucard's arm instantly turned to bloody mist, but she kept smiling. In the blink of an eye, her arm regenerated, and now she attacked first. Alex and Alucard began exchanging blows. They didn't dodge or avoid strikes, they simply hit each other until one of them gave in. What Alucard didn't know was just how strong Alex truly was, but at that moment she didn't care, she kept attacking blow after blow. With every strike from Alex, Alucard's body tore apart and instantly healed. Alucard's blows continued to land all over Alex's body, including his face, but dealt him no damage. Each of their strikes created shockwaves that further destroyed the basement. Alex's family, watching him through a live feed via Navi the fairy drone, couldn't fully comprehend how their husband had once again gotten involved with yet another insane woman. Some of the girls couldn't tell whether Alucard was trying to kill their husband or fuck him. But the fact remained, they were watching their husband fight a deranged female vampire while simultaneously demolishing the basement of the manor where he was a guest. But all the girls reached a collective decision: since he got himself into this, he could get himself out. Whether Alex killed Alucard or slept with this insane female vampire, they clearly weren't going to interfere. And while Alex and Alucard continued their attempts to prove who was stronger and who stood above whom, there was one who was still adjusting to the fact that she was a vampire. Sarah's Victoria, now a Draculina, was forced to sleep in a coffin, something she still couldn't get used to. And just as she thought she was finally falling asleep, she heard a crash that instantly woke her. Thinking it was her imagination, Sarah's closed her eyes again. But the crash repeated. And gradually the noise grew louder and louder until she began hearing small pebbles falling onto her coffin lid. Deciding to find out what was happening, Sarah's climbed out of her coffin and heard the crashing coming from another part of the basement. Sarah's immediately thought they were under attack again and, grabbing her 30mm rifle, rushed toward the noise. And when she saw what was causing it, she froze in place. Sarah saw Alex and Alucard exchanging blows, and they were doing it quite brutally, not blocking a single strike. Sarah saw blood flying everywhere. Sarah saw the expressions on Alex's and Alucard's faces as they hit each other and couldn't understand why they were fighting or what had caused it. But one thing she knew for sure, she had to stop them. Yet Sarah's understood that she wasn't capable of stopping Alex and Alucard. God, what's happening here? What should I do? Sarah's asked herself, genuinely not knowing what to do. In that moment a solution appeared in Sarah's mind, and without wasting a second, she rushed toward the basement exit to find the one person who could definitely stop Alex and Alucard. Sarah's ran up the stairs to find Walter and Integra, who would surely be able to end the battle between Alex and Alucard. Bursting out of the basement, Sarah saw Integra and Walter walking quickly toward her. Sarah saw the strong irritation and worry on Integra's face about what was currently happening. After all, the crashing from Alex and Alucard's fight wasn't limited to the basement, it echoed throughout the entire manor. Lady Integra. Down there. They're fighting, Sarah said in a panicked tone. I already figured that out. Damn it, why can't even one day be quiet? Integra said grimly. Lady Sarahs, do you perhaps know what caused this fight between Mr. Alexander and Lady Alucard? Walter asked, trying to understand the reason for what was happening. I don't know. I just saw them fighting and laughing, Sarah said, shaking her head. He wanted to make friends, sure. He was just going to chat with Alucard, Integra said through gritted teeth, heading toward the basement. Integra didn't wait for Walter and Sarah's, she went straight to the basement, frowning even more deeply as the sounds of impacts grew louder. Sarah's and Walter hurried after her, and Walter even put on his black gloves just in case he needed to use force to stop Alex and Alucard. Descending into the basement, Integra, Walter, and Ceres saw Alex and Alucard covered in blood, clearly showing no intention of stopping as they continued exchanging blows. Walter raised an eyebrow slightly, watching the fight and already thinking about how to stop Alex and Alucard before the manor was completely destroyed. "You two, stop this immediately. Or are you planning to demolish the Helsing Manor with your fight?" Integra shouted in an angry, commanding tone. But due to the sound of the impacts, Integra's voice didn't reach Alex and Alucard, and they kept hitting each other. Integra's eyelid twitched in irritation, and despite how dangerous it was to approach something like this, she calmly walked forward. "Lady Integra, it's dangerous," Ceres shouted, noticing Integra heading toward the fight. Integra ignored Ceres's shout and kept walking. And when she was almost close enough, Alex and Alucard froze. Their fists were millimeters from each other's faces when they noticed Integra appear. When Integra saw that Alex and Alucard had stopped, her entire stern demeanor made it clear she wanted to know what the hell they had done here. Alucard's gloves glowed faintly red, and she returned to her original appearance. Alex quickly hid his knuckle dusters in his pocket and looked at Integra with a slight smile. But at that moment Integra wasn't smiling, she was glaring at Alex and Alucard. In response to Integra's glare, Alucard chuckled lightly and ran her finger across Alex's cheek. "We'll continue our dance later, my dear," Alucard said, removing her hand from Alex's face. After those words, Alucard walked away as if nothing had happened, leaving behind an irritated Integra, a stunned Ceres, and Walter. Alex opened his mouth, watching Alucard leave, and as soon as she passed through the wall, he realized he had been left to deal with the consequences alone. Alex looked at Integra, whose gaze was ready to incinerate him. Alex surveyed the destruction in the basement and understood that this wasn't going to end with a peaceful conversation. Alex cleared his throat dryly and tried to smile, showing that everything that had happened here was just a series of certain events. "Lady Integra," Alex said, trying to smile. "Follow me. Now." Integra said grimly and turned to leave. Alex could only sigh and nod, following Integra. He understood that this was partly his fault, and as the guilty party, he had to take responsibility for what he had done. Alex followed the angry Integra, passing Walter, who gave a slight smile, and Ceres, who wore only confusion and surprise on her face. Alex smiled lightly and patted Ceres on the head, continuing to follow Integra. The entire way to her office, Integra didn't say a word while Alex trailed behind her. Fortunately, Alex knew how to deal with angry women, he already had plenty of experience from all his past actions. After all, this wasn't the first time he had done something like this, even if on a smaller scale. Integra entered her office and sat behind her desk, crossing her arms under her chin and staring at Alex until he sat in front of her. What Integra had seen in the basement only confirmed her thoughts about Alex's strength. And everything she had learned about Alex today only showed that he was not only very intelligent but equally powerful. Alex possessed all the qualities Integra valued. And even now, while she frowned and showed anger, he kept looking her straight in the eyes the entire time, never once looking away, and without showing disrespect. On the contrary, his entire demeanor showed that he was guilty and ready to face the consequences of his actions, something else Integra valued in people. Alex perfectly understood what kind of woman Integra was, and that he should keep looking her in the eyes while accepting all her anger. And while Alex and Integra continued staring into each other's eyes, the door to Integra's office cracked open slightly, and Ceres peeked inside. But seeing Integra's stern glare, she immediately closed the door from the other side. "I'm listening to your explanation," Integra said, staring intently at Alex. "If I put it in 2 words, it was weird," Alex said calmly. "I'm asking you what the hell you two did in the basement of my house. And I don't want your excuses. You told me this morning that from now on you're under my personal command. Now answer my question." Integra said, raising her voice at Alex. "Fine. It all started when I met Alucard. We exchanged a few words, and then she pointed her gun at me. We started shooting at each other. And along the way she started groping me," Alex said calmly, bringing the cigarette to his lips. "Groping you?" Integra repeated, narrowing her eyes slightly. "Yes, groping. She tried to kiss me, touched me where she shouldn't. Why didn't you tell me he was a she?" Alex said, staring at Integra. "Continue." "I'm listening," Integra said, ignoring Alex's question. "Ugh. Fine. Anyway, she took on another form, and we started fighting more seriously. And maybe I got a little carried away. And let me just say, she's not the first woman who tried to lock me in a basement," Alex said, exhaling cigarette smoke. Integra placed her hand on her forehead, listening to Alex's account of what happened in the basement and how the conversation between Alex and Alucard went. Listening to this, Integra felt a strong headache. After all, she hadn't expected Alucard to react so strongly to Alex that she would want to possess him completely. It wasn't hard for Integra to understand Alucard's unique behavior. After all, she had known this woman for several decades. And Integra realized that Alucard had seen something in Alex that she hadn't yet noticed, beyond his strength and intelligence. Integra began looking at Alex more intently, as if trying to see in him what she hadn't yet noticed, observing him from the moment he appeared in her office that morning, to their trip to the tea house, and back to the manor. Alex finished recounting what had happened and waited for Integra to speak. And looking at Integra's grim face, Alex smiled slightly. But the smile on Alex's face had the opposite effect on Integra. Her eyelid twitched, and she slammed her hand on the desk and began scolding Alex for everything he had already managed to do. Alex calmly listened to Integra's angry tirade and accepted it all, fully aware of his mistakes and actions. Integra, I fully understand what I did. And I'm not going to avoid responsibility for my reckless actions. I will pay for all the damage that was caused because of me. If that works for you, Alex said calmly, looking into Integra's eyes. That's the least you can do in this situation. Or did you think you could destroy the basement of my house and walk away scot-free? Integra said, still angry. Of course not. That's why I'm saying I'll cover all the damage. And I'll give you a discount, Alex said calmly. A discount? You bastard, you're going to repair my basement that you destroyed, with my own money. And your next words will decide whether I shoot you in the head or not, Integra said, gritting her teeth in irritation and aiming her pistol at Alex. I probably phrased that wrong. Allow me to rephrase, Integra. I will fully cover all the damage from my own pocket. And the discount is for ordering special goods from my personal organization, Alex said, calmly standing up and placing his hand on the pistol Integra was holding. I'm listening carefully. What kind of discount, and what goods can your organization provide? Integra said, staring intently into Alex's eyes. Anything, from everyday items to weapons and equipment. And the discount, let's say 60%, Alex said, showing 6 fingers. 90%, no less. And a free helicopter, Integra said, narrowing her eyes slightly with a smile. 75%, plus tea leaves of very good tea. And no helicopter. Even if I like the way you glare at me with those eyes, Alex said, smiling slightly. 80% and a helicopter. And tea as moral compensation for destroying my basement and keeping me from sleeping properly, Integra said, narrowing her eyes at Alex's comment. Alex and Integra continued staring at each other, and Alex in this situation had no intention of backing down, even if he was starting to like Integra. Alex smiled slightly and already raised 5 fingers, showing he was about to offer an even lower discount than before. Integra narrowed her eyes slightly and grabbed Alex's palm, squeezing his fingers, even knowing she couldn't break them. With her other hand, Integra wrote the number 80 on a piece of paper, showing she expected that discount. Alex narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling Integra trying to crush his fingers with her grip. In the end, a full-on negotiation began between Alex and Integra over the discount on weapons and equipment. Walter, standing outside the door, overheard the argument and was slightly surprised at how naturally Alex had shifted Integra's attention to another topic, and how effortlessly he had done it. Alex continued arguing with Integra not because he was greedy or unwilling to give a discount, he simply enjoyed arguing. After all, he could create anything with magic and had long stopped caring about money. He just found it interesting to watch Integra negotiate aggressively with him. The argument between Alex and Integra lasted a full half-hour, neither willing to yield to the other. In the end, Alex and Integra fell silent, staring at each other, then both burst out laughing. During this negotiation, Integra saw yet another side of Alex. From his sudden appearance yesterday until this evening, Integra had already seen several sides of Alex. Integra herself didn't notice how much her interest in Alex had grown after just a few conversations with him. Fine, we'll settle on 75%, and that's it. I'm already making a huge concession, Alex said, still chuckling and looking at Integra. I said 80%, not a percent less. And hand over that damn helicopter. And don't forget the tea. You already owe me. You've been in Helsing for barely a day and you've already caused chaos, Integra said, leaning back in her chair and holding a thin cigar between her fingers. No helicopter. At most, an armored transport for your safety, Alex said, stroking his chin. Deal. When can I expect my transport? Integra said, smiling slyly. You're good, Integra. You managed to haggle an armored transport out of me, Alex said with an amused smile, propping his cheek on his fist. You think you're the first person to bargain with me? Those old men from the round table are always looking for ways to squeeze a few needed items out of me, Integra said, exhaling smoke toward Alex. Of course, of course. You're used to dealing with stingy old men. I'm just hoping you won't be like Jesse and make me work more than I'm supposed to, Alex said, waving his hand to dispel the cigar smoke. You mean being forced to work in 3 departments? Integra asked, raising an eyebrow slightly. Something like that. And yes, here's your tea. It's very good at calming the nerves. Exactly what you need right now, Alex said, placing a jar of tea leaves on the desk. Hearing Alex's words, Integra gave him a blank stare and immediately grabbed the first thing within reach and threw it at him. Alex calmly caught the thrown object, still smiling. Integra rolled her eyes slightly and took the jar of tea leaves to smell them. As a true Englishwoman, Integra also loved drinking tea. When she opened the jar, a pleasant aroma of tea leaves hit her nose. Integra couldn't believe there was tea that smelled so good. Taking another deep breath, Integra called for Walter, knowing he was standing outside the door. Hearing Integra's call, Walter entered the office and looked at her. Integra pointed to the jar of tea leaves and asked him to brew some tea. Walter raised an eyebrow, stepped closer, and the pleasant aroma hit his nose too. Walter took the jar of tea leaves and went to brew the tea. Alex remained seated in Integra's office, and while Walter brewed the tea, he decided to show Integra the price list of goods she could order. Alex grabbed a chair, sat next to Integra, and began showing her everything. To be continued. So that's what happened. And nothing can be done about it. Well, even Alex didn't expect something like this to happen to him. Well, I think we'll move forward gradually, as usual, occasionally skipping over various unnecessary events that will remain behind the scenes. Well, Alex has already interacted with 2 of the 3 women, and there's still one cute vampire girl left. But that's still ahead of us. Next up are a couple of little things that will happen gradually. In the meantime, I'm going to get some ice cream, even though it's winter outside. Bye-bye, have a good day. Chapter 602, Chapter 601, A Beautiful Night in London. Alex was in Integra's office, and at that moment he was busy explaining what kind of goods his organization could provide. Of course, Alex had no intention of revealing the exact location of his guild's headquarters. He knew perfectly well that Integra wouldn't believe him anyway. And naturally, Alex wasn't going to show Integra any truly advanced weaponry that shouldn't even exist in this universe. He limited himself to demonstrating more modern weapons, but seriously modified, exactly the kind perfectly suited for killing vampires. Integra sat next to Alex, watching the screen of her computer, which Alex had effortlessly connected to and was now using to display the goods. Integra listened to Alex attentively and nodded, memorizing everything he said. She was genuinely impressed by the range of items his organization could supply, including weapons, ammunition, and even explosives. While Alex was occupied showing everything to Integra, she herself was already eyeing the goods that could be useful to Helsing, especially considering the rather generous discount she had managed to haggle out of him, meaning she would get almost everything nearly for free. At that moment Walter returned, pushing a cart with freshly brewed tea and light snacks to go with it. Entering Integra's office, Walter couldn't help but overhear what Alex and Integra were discussing. While pouring the tea into cups, Walter glanced at Integra's computer screen and carefully examined what exactly Alex and Integra were talking about. Noticing Walter's interest, Alex explained what was going on and what Integra was currently engaged in. Walter wasn't surprised at all that his mistress had managed to negotiate a free armored transport. But he also believed that acquiring such equipment, and at these prices, would be extremely useful for Helsing right now, considering the events of the previous evening. Lady Integra, since you're busy procuring new equipment, I believe we should discuss hiring new members for Helsing, Walter said, standing in front of Integra's desk. Hearing Walter's words, Integra gave a slight nod, looked away from her computer screen, and brought a thin cigar to her lips. Alex, upon hearing Walter mention hiring new staff, also nodded. This was exactly the opportunity he had been waiting for. He needed Helsing to hire his people, so he could carry out his plans unnoticed. Alex lit a cigarette and, without extinguishing the lighter, brought it to Integra's thin cigar. As I understand, Walter, you've already taken care of this. Integra asked, exhaling white smoke forward. Correct, Lady Integra. I took the liberty of recruiting new personnel. I decided to hire professional mercenaries, Walter said, giving a slight nod. Mercenaries? Can they be trusted? These people care only about money, Integra said, frowning slightly at Walter's choice. Yes. But these are not just any mercenaries. They are professionals. And as long as the contract is active and they are paid on time, the wild geese will never break their word, Walter said calmly. Hearing Walter's words, Integra paused for a moment, slowly smoking her thin cigar. Her gaze shifted toward Alex, who was typing something on his phone. Alex, meanwhile, was busy reviewing the dossier on the Wild Geese mercenary group. Even though Alex had an excellent memory, some details were either forgotten or simply ignored. Quickly skimming the dossier, Alex nodded to himself, concluding that Walter was right. The mercenaries he had hired were indeed experienced. Looking at the dossier, Alex thought he wouldn't mind recruiting these people into his own guild, especially Pip Bernadotte, who was quite an experienced mercenary. They really are seasoned mercenaries. This group has gone through 15 active combat zones with minimal losses. For the most part, they do have experience waging war. But only against humans, Alex said, finishing reading the dossier. You checked that quickly, Integra said, looking at Alex with slight surprise. It's a habit. I need to know who I'll be working with. Walter, when will these mercenaries arrive? Alex asked, looking first at Integra, then turning to Walter. Mr. Alexander, if I'm not mistaken, they should arrive within 5 days. They are currently involved in a conflict in the Far East, and it will take time for them to reach London. Considering the nature of their work, I must note that this is quite fast, Walter said calmly. A little over 30 of them, plus 14 from my side. That means we have very little time for preparation. We don't know when the enemy will strike again. Which means time is tight and everything will have to be done quickly. Alex said, standing up from his seat. Integra couldn't help but ask Alex about his mention of his own people he had invited. Alex quickly came up with a believable lie that Integra and Walter would accept. Hearing that the people Alex had invited had experience fighting monsters, Integra nodded. But Alex's next action surprised her even more, when he swiftly took charge and began giving Walter precise instructions on what needed to be prepared before the mercenaries arrived. Even Walter was slightly surprised by Alex's behavior. The men had been in Helsing for only 1 day, yet he was already issuing such accurate orders. Walter couldn't help but glance at Integra. She nodded, indicating he should do as Alex requested. Seeing Integra's approval, Walter nodded and went to carry out the instructions. Alex stayed in Integra's office to discuss the main plans for the future. Integra was intrigued by Alex's ideas. But Integra herself didn't deny that the plan Alex proposed was highly effective. Alex and Integra continued discussing strategy. And despite knowing Alex for only 1 day, it didn't stop her from listening to another person's opinion. After all, she had quickly realized that Alex knew how to manage organizations, and she also understood why Alex was part of 3 different departments in the Bureau of Control and accomplished so much, considering he was just one person. Integra valued people like Alex, those who could deal with her as equals and even better. Alex and Integra finished discussing plans after several hours and several bottles of whiskey. I think we can wrap up our discussion here. I've got only 5 days to prepare everything. And a couple of important things to take care of for the future. Also going to try some local London cuisine, Alex said, standing up from his seat and taking the half-empty bottle of whiskey. And what exactly are you planning to do? I hope I won't have to clean up after you again. Integra asked, narrowing her eyes slightly and clenching a thin cigar between her teeth. I'm going to raid a couple of men of letters safe houses in London. Leave a hint that Helsing knows what they did and won't tolerate it. That should buy Helsing a few extra days. At the same time, maybe I'll find some clues, whether the men of letters are connected to Millennium or other useful information, Alex said in a slightly thoughtful tone. Then good luck. I already said I won't interfere. But I won't get in your way either, Integra said calmly. And I wasn't going to ask for help. I'm a grown man and can kill a couple of idiots myself. So see you tomorrow, Integra, Alex said, preparing to leave Integra's office. Leave the whiskey, and you can go, Integra said just before Alex walked out. It's expensive, by the way, and you can only buy it in my hometown, Alex said, turning his head slightly. Do I look like someone who gives a damn about that? Leave the whiskey and go wherever you want, Integra said lazily. Alex rolled his eyes slightly and placed the whiskey bottle in front of Integra. Saying goodbye to Integra, Alex prepared to leave the Helsing Manor and head to London, to take a walk and kill a couple of idiots to make his future plans easier. With his actions, Alex wanted to drive all the Men of Letters members back to their main headquarters so they wouldn't be scattered across the city. Walking slowly through the manor corridor, Alex spotted Sarah's walking ahead. Smiling, Alex caught up with Sarah's. She was still stunned by what had happened just a few hours earlier. Catching up to Sarah's, Alex couldn't help but notice how good she looked. Though he doubted whether Sarah should be wearing such an outfit, including that very short skirt. Yo, Sarah's, Alex said, catching up to her. Hi. How are you? Sarah said awkwardly, looking at Alex. Fine. Mostly. Well, aside from almost getting killed, or, you know. Not every day an ancient vampire tries to grope me. Otherwise, fine. Where are you headed? Alex said, clearing his throat awkwardly. You didn't have to put it like that. And why were you fighting anyway? Sarah said, blushing slightly and continuing to walk beside Alex. Who knows? Oh right, before I forget, I have something for you, Alex said, pulling a small box from his pocket. What is it? Sarah's asked, looking at the small box in Alex's hand. Candy. Alex replied calmly. Thank you, really. But I can't eat anymore. I'm a vampire, Sarah said, interrupting Alex before he could finish. Alex gave Sarah's a blank stare and flicked her on the forehead, for interrupting him. Receiving the flick, Sarah's covered her forehead with her hands and looked at Alex with an offended expression, clearly wondering why he did that. Alex rolled his eyes, opened the box, and Sarah saw red-colored candies inside. Sarah's raised an eyebrow slightly, then looked at Alex, wondering what kind of candies they were. These are blood candies. Alex began again. I'm not going to. Sarah started to refuse immediately, interrupting him once more. Want another flick? Can you stop interrupting? Alex asked, giving Sarah a blank stare. No. Sarah said, covering her forehead with her hands to prevent Alex from getting another chance to flick her. These are artificial blood. Literally artificial. Not human, not animal. Synthesized in a lab. I know a girl who really loves these candies. Each one has its own flavor. It could be chocolate, or caramel, or fruit, Alex said, pointing at the blood candies in the box he was holding. Like Bertie Bott's every flavor beans? Sarah's asked in a surprised tone. Something like that, only made from artificial blood and without all those disgusting flavors. Here, try one, Alex said, popping a candy into Sarah's mouth. Sarah's didn't even have time to refuse, she immediately tasted sweet strawberry in her mouth. Ever since Sarah's became a Draculina, she had repeatedly tried eating normal food, whose taste she could no longer feel, and it made her nauseous the moment she tasted normal food. And feeling the sweetness in her mouth again, Sarah's narrowed her eyes slightly, savoring the flavor. Tasting the blood candy, Sarah's quickly snapped back to reality, remembering it was blood. But before she could open her mouth, Alex popped another blood candy into her mouth. This time Sarah's tasted the bitter flavor of dark chocolate, which she didn't particularly like, but she wasn't going to spit out the blood candy. Sarah's didn't even notice that the bloodthirst she had been feeling began to recede. Here, eat up. If you run out, I'll give you more, Alex said, taking Sarah's hand and placing the box in her palm. Thank you, Sarah said, feeling very strange from interacting with Alex. You're welcome. Just don't eat too many at once, or you'll gain weight. Though I doubt that's a risk for you. You already look great, Alex said, smiling slightly. Sarah's heard Alex's words and noticed him looking her up and down. Her face immediately flushed, and she prepared to kick Alex. Alex jumped back, and of course saw what he wasn't supposed to see, because Sarah's was wearing a short skirt. Alex cleared his throat dryly when he saw Sarah's panties, and she, of course, noticed. Feeling a mix of shame and anger, Sarah's grabbed the first thing she could reach, namely, a marble bust. Alex looked at Sarah's, who was boiling with rage, holding a marble bust over her head, ready to throw it at any moment. In the same instant, Sarah's charged at Alex, swinging the marble bust and constantly calling him a pervert. And all Alex could do in this situation was dodge and avoid getting hit. Of course, a blow from a marble bust wouldn't hurt Alex, but he still didn't want anything broken over his head. Alex retreated backward down the corridor while an angry Draculina chased after him, refusing to stop calling him a pervert. And every time Alex dodged Sarah's swing, she timed a kick perfectly. And every time that happened, Alex, of course, saw her panties again, which only made her angrier. Alex didn't want Integra to lecture him again because he had been here only 2 days and was already destroying things, so Alex dodged in such a way that Sarah's wouldn't break anything. Continuing to run from Sarah's, Alex spotted Walter calmly walking down the corridor. Alex was about to call for help, but Walter, seeing what was happening and hearing Sarah's shouts, did exactly what a proper butler should do in this situation. Walter simply turned around and walked the other way. Seeing that Walter wasn't going to help, Alex clicked his tongue in irritation. Alex couldn't understand at what point his luck with women had become like this, that in just 2 days in London, he had already been attempted to be locked in a basement, lectured, forced to work, and called a pervert, and all by 3 different women. Sighing inwardly, Alex caught Sarah's arm before she could smash the marble bust over his head and pinned the girl against the wall, preventing her from moving. Sarah's let out a small gasp at what had just happened. Let me go, right now. Sarah said, staring at Alex, who was very close. Look, I'm not to blame for you wearing such a short skirt. And you're the one who made me see your underwear, Alex said, pinning Sarah's against the wall and staying just centimeters from her face. Sarah's didn't respond to Alex's words, she looked into his eyes, feeling his hot breath on her face and the warmth of his hands. Being so close to Alex, Sarah's couldn't deny that he was very handsome, especially his eyes, which captivated her. Alex and Sarah's continued staring into each other's eyes, pressed together in the dark corridor. After a couple of attempts to break free, Sarah's lost all desire to escape Alex's grip and simply kept looking into his eyes. After a few moments, Sarah's came to her senses and tried to knee Alex in the groin. Sensing the danger, Alex blocked Sarah's dirty move, trapping her leg between his own. Sarah's began to struggle, and in the next instant their position became even more suggestive, as Sarah's wrapped her legs around Alex's waist while he pinned her against the wall. I think we should stop here. Before this goes somewhere we don't want it to. Of course I wouldn't mind. But first you should at least invite me on a date, Draculina, Alex said, still pinning Sarah's against the wall. First, let go of my legs, this is indecent. Sarah said in an embarrassed tone. I'm not holding your legs, you're the one holding me with your legs. And I can see your underwear again. And by the way, before showing me your underwear, you could at least invite me on a date first, Alex said, looking down and then back up at Sarah's. Sarah's looked down and immediately noticed that due to their suggestive position, her underwear was visible again. And realizing the position they were in, Sarah's blushed even harder. And the moment Alex slightly loosened his grip on her arms that he was holding, Sarah's immediately broke free and elbowed Alex in the chest. Receiving a blow to the solar plexus, Alex felt no pain but understood this was his chance and let go backward. Standing on the floor again, Sarah's immediately fixed her skirt, which had indeed ridden up enough to show everything. After adjusting her skirt, Sarah's glared angrily at Alex and pointed a trembling finger at him, feeling a mix of anger and embarrassment from what had just happened. Sarah's was experiencing a storm of emotions from everything that had occurred in such a short moment, and she was still furious that Alex had seen her panties, especially given the state they had ended up in. If you ever do that again, I'll really shoot you. Right well, you know where. Sarah said, struggling to find the right words due to the mix of embarrassment and anger. You're playing dirty. And anyway, you were the one pressing against me, not the other way around. I was just trying to stop you before you smashed something over my head, Alex said, looking at Sarah's in bewilderment. I don't care, you started it. And thank you for the candies. They're tasty. Really. But if you ever shove something in my mouth without asking again, I'll bite your hand off. Got it. Sarah said, baring her vampire fangs. Only if you allow it. I can feed you again, Alex said with a light smile. You. And about the date. I'll think about it. Maybe. If you stop being such a jerk, Sarah said, unable to find a proper argument against Alex's words. Sarah's didn't immediately realize what she had said, but when it hit her, she blushed even harder. And to hide her embarrassment, she immediately ran away, not forgetting to take the blood candies Alex had given her. Sarah's couldn't believe what had just happened to her and that she had even mentioned a date. Sarah's herself didn't even know why she had said it, but one thing she couldn't deny was that being so close to Alex, she couldn't deny, he was handsome and smelled very pleasant. At that moment, very indecent thoughts even crossed Sarah's mind about how she wouldn't mind ending up in a similar position with Alex again. But she immediately pushed those thoughts away, repeating to herself that she and Alex had known each other for only one day, weren't that close yet, and barely knew each other. Sarah's ran back to the basement, the only place where she could hide. Passing through the basement, Sarah's ran past the spot where Alucard usually sat. Noticing her student, Alucard couldn't hold back a smile. After all, she knew perfectly well what had just happened to Sarah's. Alex, meanwhile, had already left the Helsing Manor and was thinking about what had happened between him and Sarah's. And he considered it quite a pleasant yet strange event that had once again developed far too quickly. Alex cast one last glance at the Helsing Manor and lit a cigarette. Looking at the bright moon hanging high in the sky, Alex exhaled cigarette smoke. Staring at the moon, Alex couldn't help but smile at everything that had happened that day. He had managed to go drink tea with Integra and talk, fight with Alucard, who turned out to be a woman, and have that strange, suggestive encounter with Sarah's, and all in one day. Clenching the cigarette between his teeth, Alex took a step, and appeared in an alley not far from central London. Before leaving the alley, Alex changed with magic into a regular black hoodie with the hood up, black jeans, and sneakers. Pulling up the hood, Alex stepped out of the alley, holding the cigarette between his fingers. Alex couldn't help but notice that even though it was already late, the streets of London were still lively. Passing by people, Alex saw drunk office workers smoking outside pubs. Continuing his walk, Alex even spotted a group of arguing football fans who, in their usual manner, were insulting each other, including the football clubs they supported. Alex calmly walked around the arguing football fans with a smile on his face, understanding that this was just a typical evening in London. After walking a bit farther, Alex stopped near a random pub and, bringing the cigarette to his lips, exhaled smoke and decided to go in and experience the atmosphere of a British pub. Entering the pub, Alex immediately heard the sound of laughing people and conversations. Looking around, Alex couldn't help but note how cozy the pub looked: wooden panels, low ceilings, worn carpets, dim light from lamps with shades. Alex approached the bar counter and sat on a stool, ordering a pint of local beer, to fully feel the atmosphere. Sipping his beer, Alex thought he should buy some of this beer to share with his family. What pleased Alex was that no one was trying to talk to him, giving him the chance to sit alone, drink a pint of beer, and fully soak in the atmosphere. Nice place, Alex said, taking another sip from his glass. Best in London, the bartender replied, hearing Alex's comment. Then I didn't make a mistake coming here. Another pint, please, and something salty, Alex said with a smile, tapping the half-empty beer glass. Of course. Coming right up, the bartender said, chuckling slightly. While the bartender poured another pint for Alex, Alex finished his first glass and pulled down his hood, looking around. When another beer and some salted peanuts were placed in front of him, Alex nodded slightly, raising his glass. Alex sat in the pub a little longer, finishing his second pint, and decided it was time to get to work. Leaving money under the empty glass, Alex pulled up his hood and left the pub. Lighting a cigarette, Alex headed toward one of the men of letters safe houses he had learned about after interrogating the rat who had been spying on Integra. Entering an alley, Alex disappeared and reappeared at the right location. Standing in the dark alley, Alex looked at the abandoned building with a sign reading, "Emergency Site." Narrowing his eyes slightly, Alex used magical sight to count the number of people inside this safe house. Alex counted about 15 people in this man of letters safe house and decided to clear it quietly, find out where the other safe houses in London were, and move on to them immediately. "Alright, let's begin. I think I'll finish by morning," Alex said, pulling a knife from his inventory. Alex approached the building, twirling the knife in his hand, and passed straight through the wall. Inside, Alex saw a completely ordinary abandoned house covered in a thick layer of dust, with scattered bottles, newspapers, everything indicating that no one had been here for a long time. Stopping his inspection, Alex descended into the basement, where the entrance to the men of letters safe house was located. Reaching the basement, Alex found the switch to open the secret door but didn't touch it, so as not to alert anyone. Approaching the wall, Alex passed through it and began descending a metal spiral staircase. Almost at the bottom, Alex cast the "Don't Notice Me" spell to remain completely undetected. Reaching the bottom, Alex noted to himself that this safe house partially resembled the American bunker in appearance. Stopping on the balcony above, Alex watched the men of letters members going about their business. After looking around, Alex narrowed his eyes slightly and decided to start with the leader of the safe house, then clean up the rest along the way. Alex wanted to do everything so that no traces remained, to definitely puzzle whoever was sent to check this place. Descending the stairs, Alex calmly walked past him and carrying a stack of books. Moving deeper into the safe house, Alex approached the office where the leader of this group should be. Passing through the wall, Alex saw a man talking to someone on the phone. Listening to the conversation, Alex realized it was about the rat he had killed, the one sent to spy on Integra who still hadn't returned. When the man finished the call, Alex calmly approached and stood behind him. Twirling the knife in his hand, Alex shook his head slightly and struck the man in the throat with the knife. Receiving the knife to the throat, the man began choking on blood and tried to reach for his pistol or call for help. But Alex didn't allow it and immediately placed his hand on the man's head to read his memories and learn where the other similar safe houses in London were. Only 6 safe houses in London, not counting the headquarters. Fewer than I expected. "Oh well," Alex said, releasing the dead man's head. Alex pulled the knife from the man's throat and left the office. And as Alex exited, a large maw emerged from the shadows and swallowed the dead man's body, leaving no trace behind. Alex spent about 10 minutes clearing the safe house, mostly because he found several interesting artifacts and books. And when Alex finished the cleanup, he snapped his fingers, packing everything valuable in the safe house into boxes. Alex waved his finger, and all the items he had taken flew after him. Alex planned to give them to Integra as a gift. Waving his finger once more, Alex went to the parking area and loaded a dozen wooden crates into an ordinary, unremarkable truck. Getting behind the wheel, Alex started the engine and drove out of the secret safe house. Back on the streets of London, Alex turned on music and headed toward the next safe house, before anyone realized what was happening. Humming a cheerful melody, Alex reached the second safe house and followed the same plan: extract information from the leader, then kill everyone else. And by the time dawn began to break, Alex emerged from the 6th safe house, lightly rolling his shoulders, because he had spent the entire night driving around London in a truck. Lighting a cigarette, Alex looked at the rising sun, narrowed his eyes slightly, and smiled. That was the last one. Now I can head back. I think Integra will appreciate this many souvenirs, Alex said, climbing into the truck filled with crates. Starting the engine, Alex left the men of letters safe house located in a small village an hour's drive from London. Sitting in the truck, Alex thought about what he had managed to learn while clearing the men of letters safe houses. And Alex finally received confirmation that the British men of letters order was connected to Millennium, which was why the Valentine brothers and their ghoul army had managed to reach the Helsing Manor without any problems. But unfortunately, Alex hadn't managed to learn anything about the fragments of Amara's power located in the men of letters headquarters. Still, he understood that the higher leadership would never talk about something like that, everything would be kept in strictest secrecy. An hour later Alex returned to London and stopped near a random bakery to buy himself breakfast. Buying several sweet buns and coffee, Alex returned to the truck and immediately drove back to the Helsing Manor. Reaching the manor, Alex drove straight onto the grounds without stopping. At the same moment, Integra and Walter were walking down the corridor and noticed the arriving truck. Integra narrowed her eyes slightly, until she saw Alex stepping out of the truck. Wanting to know what Alex's actions meant, Integra and Walter went downstairs. Getting out of the truck, Alex lit a cigarette and stretched lightly, thinking that he would soon be able to sleep, even if sleep wasn't necessary for him. And what is this supposed to mean? Integra asked, stepping out of the manor and looking at Alex. If you're asking about the truck, Lady Integra, this is moral compensation, Alex said, pointing at the truck behind him. May I ask, Mr. Alexander, what you mean by moral compensation? Walter said calmly, looking at Alex. While I was busy visiting men of letters safe houses, I learned that they were involved in the attack on Helsing. And I thought Lady Integra would like full compensation for what happened. You can't bring her people back to life. So I took everything I could from them, including their lives, Alex said, explaining what he meant by his words. Hearing Alex's words, Walter removed his monocle, wiped it lightly, and looked at Alex again. Integra, meanwhile, gave a wide and sinister grin at Alex's words, because she really liked what he had done and how he had done it. Learning that the men of letters were involved in the attack on Helsing naturally angered Integra, but what Alex had done, on the contrary, pleased her. Wanting to see what Alex had brought, Integra waved her hand, indicating she wanted to see it with her own eyes. Alex beckoned Integra and Walter to follow him. Alex opened the truck's rear door, and Integra saw rows of wooden crates. Alex pulled out one of the crates and opened it, and inside were various ancient artifacts. I already checked these artifacts, but they're mostly junk, they can even be sold. The other crates contain the same artifacts, books, and documents. I'd recommend keeping the books. I also stole documents with a couple of dirty secrets. Just in case men of letters supporters start making noise after I finish what I started. These documents can silence the loudest old men, Alex said with a cheerful smile. As I see it, you spent the night very productively. I like it. Especially this moral compensation. Walter, take care of the inventory, keep everything useful, sell the junk. Then sort the documents and make a list of people with dirty secrets that might come in handy in the future, Integra said, in a very good mood since this morning. It will be done, Lady Integra. Mr. Alexander, if you don't mind, you could help with these crates. After all, Helsing is still short on staff to unload this truck, Walter said, giving a slight bow before looking at Alex. No problem. But this time I'm really counting on being fed. Otherwise in these 2 days at Helsing all I've gotten is a cup of coffee. I had to eat at a pub at night, Alex said, rolling his eyes. Walter, when you're finished, don't forget to feed him. I think he's earned it, Integra said with a cheerful smile, looking at Alex. We're going to fight. I'm telling you honestly, Alex said, rolling his eyes at Integra. In response to Alex's words, Integra simply smirked, exhaled white smoke, and walked away. Integra was glad how the day had started, with a very pleasant surprise from Alex, but she wasn't going to say it out loud and simply behaved in her usual manner. Walter chuckled slightly at the interaction between Alex and Integra and didn't comment. Alex shook his head and began helping Walter unload the crates from the truck and carry them to a special storage room. Despite being old, Walter was still strong enough to carry several heavy crates at once. After finishing unloading the truck, Alex finally received his long-awaited full English breakfast. While eating breakfast, Alex, out of old habit, began checking the latest news and at the same time replying to messages from his family, including answers to questions about what had happened yesterday between him and the 3 women. After all, the girls in Alex's family had seen everything from beginning to end. To be continued. So, I think I've shown what I wanted to show. We can start moving forward little by little. I could certainly show Alex every day in London, but I don't think it's necessary to show him every day. But I'm still thinking about it. Well, I'm still thinking about what will happen next. But I think everything will happen. And yes, I'll say up front that I'm not going to let people die in London, like they did in Cannon. But how that happens is a spoiler. But there will still be a war in London. Chapter 603, Chapter 602, Meeting the Demon Who Should Leave London. After returning to Helsing from his nighttime raid on the men of letters' secret safe houses in London, Alex's life was supposed to settle into a new rhythm, except for the fact that he was now in a completely different place. Alex himself had thought he would gradually blend into the Helsing dynamic, starting to assist Integra in managing the organization, just as he always did, taking on more responsibilities even when no one asked him to. But Alex overlooked a few simple yet very important details, or rather, he didn't overlook them, he simply chose to ignore the fact that he now had to live under the same roof as Integra, who was used to commanding even an ancient vampire, the ancient vampire Alucard herself, who turned out to be a woman and who, for reasons unknown to Alex, had decided to stake her claim on him, as well as with the shy yet aggressive female vampire Sarah's Victoria. And in this short time at the Helsing Manor, Alex had already shown himself to be someone capable of running an organization, which Integra immediately took advantage of, citing the shortage of staff to handle most of the work. Alex hadn't even finished his full English breakfast when the butler Walter appeared before him with the words that Integra wanted to see him. Alex, of course, had no idea what Integra wanted from him after he returned from his night ride around London, during which he had eliminated members of the Men of Letters organization hiding in their secret safe houses. Quickly finishing his coffee, Alex followed Walter to Integra's office. And as soon as he crossed the threshold of Integra's office, Alex understood why he had been summoned. He didn't even have time to protest that he had spent the entire night driving around the city and now they were making him work. Integra quickly shut him down by reminding him of what he himself had said. From the moment he arrived, he answered only to her. Alex couldn't even argue. After all, he had said those words himself, and he always kept his word. So he had no choice but to help Integra with her work. Integra quickly realized just how much work Alex could handle, and she had no qualms about loading him with as much as possible. What amused Integra in this situation, while she watched Alex sorting through documents, was that he kept complaining the whole time, yet never stopped for a second and continued working. What Alex truly hadn't expected was just how much work there would be at Helsing after the vampire attack on the manor. But as it turned out, Alex had been wrong in his assumptions. There really was a tremendous amount of work, and that wasn't even counting the mountain of dirty secrets he had stolen from the men of letters' secret safe houses. Whenever Alex finished one task, Integra immediately gave him another, so he wouldn't even think about resting. Alex complained a couple of times, but he always received the same response from Integra, who didn't even lift her head to look at him, continuing her own work. The only thing that saved Alex was that Walter faithfully brought him coffee. But Alex suspected that Walter was actually glad he had taken on nearly half of the workload, leaving the other half for him. Integra herself was busy reviewing the dirty secrets Alex had stolen, planning to use them in the future against anyone who talked too much. By the time it got dark, Alex had finished most of the work, not only what had been assigned to him, but also a small portion of Integra's own tasks. And just when he thought he could finally rest, he was given even more work. When Alex was already preparing to leave Integra's office to have dinner alone and go to sleep, the phone on Integra's desk rang, and she answered it. Just as he was about to walk out, Alex noticed Integra's expression change and her brows furrow. Alex wanted to know what kind of call Integra had received, and that moment of hesitation cost him even more work. Within a few minutes, Sarah's was standing in Integra's office, trying to stay a little farther away from Alex because of what had happened in the corridor the previous evening. Because of yesterday, Sarah's hadn't even been able to sleep properly in her coffin. Her mind kept replaying the events of the previous evening over and over. Sarah's occasionally glanced at Alex, whose face looked like that of a man who simply wanted to rest. "There's a mission for you. Both of you are going to the southern part of London," Integra said after a brief silence. "Why me? I worked all day, I want to rest and have dinner." "There's still Alucard, let her go," Alex said, rolling his eyes. "Alucard will protect me in the manor," Integra said calmly, looking at Alex with a blank expression. Alex stared at Integra with an equally blank look, his entire demeanor showing that he deserved rest instead of more work, to which Integra simply lit a thin cigar, making it clear she didn't care what he thought. Sarah's watched this entire exchange and couldn't understand what was going on between Integra and Alex. The reason was very simple. Integra considered Alex far too useful to let him go without assigning him work he could handle. After a brief exchange of glances, Alex simply sighed and nodded, at which Integra gave a slight smile and looked at Sarah's, who immediately straightened up. Lady Integra. Why do we need to go to South London?" Sarah's asked in a slightly embarrassed tone, raising her hand. "There's a storage warehouse in the southern part of London. An hour ago, near one of the warehouses, they found bodies in terrible condition. You're going there to investigate the cause of death. Do it quickly and come back. It might be one of the locations used by the vampires created by Millennium," Integra said, folding her hands under her chin. "Let the book nerds handle it. This isn't the time for Helsing to be doing investigations like this," Alex said, waving his hand lightly. "You yourself said yesterday that Helsing needs to show we're still operating. And I don't want the men of letters getting involved in this if they're already connected to it. Now, get to work. Don't make me wait longer than necessary," Integra said, looking at Alex. "Fine. Let's go, Sarah's. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can have dinner and go to sleep." "I haven't slept for 2 days already," Alex said, waving his hand and starting to leave. "Wait for me. We'll be back soon, Lady Integra," Sarah said, hurrying after Alex and bowing to Integra before leaving. Integra simply waved her hand, signaling for Sarah's to hurry. Sarah's caught up with Alex as he was already walking down the corridor toward the manor exit. Walking beside Alex, Sarah's couldn't help but glance at his face, especially when they passed the spot where Alex had pinned her against the wall the previous evening. Those memories made Sarah's blush again, and she tried to push such thoughts away to focus on the mission. Walking next to Sarah's, Alex tilted his head slightly, watching her shake her head with a flushed face. Smiling lightly, Alex patted Sarah's on the head, which made the girl blush even harder. Leaving the manor, Alex summoned his Fenrir motorcycle and sat on it. Sarah saw the motorcycle appear and was very surprised by how it materialized. "Get on. The sooner we start, the sooner we finish," Alex said, patting the seat behind him. "Okay. And what am I supposed to hold on to?" Sarah's asked in an embarrassed tone, carefully climbing onto the motorcycle behind Alex. "Hold on to me, and don't be shy. Last night you were clinging to me so tightly, and you weren't embarrassed at all, Alex said with an amused smile. That was an accident, it was your fault. And don't bring that up, Sarah said, hitting Alex on the back. Alex just laughed and started the motorcycle engine, immediately driving out of the Helsing Manor. The entire ride to the southern part of London, Alex felt a very pleasant sensation on his back, from Sarah's pressing herself against him as they rode. Alex drove fast enough to reach their destination in the shortest possible time, and thanks to the motorcycle, they avoided unnecessary traffic jams. As they approached the self-storage complex, Alex began to slow down when he saw the flashing lights of police cars. Parking near the police vehicles, Alex explained to the officer who he and Sarah's were. They were calmly allowed past the perimeter. Alex and Sarah's followed the police officer, who led them to the farthest storage unit. On the way, Alex talked to the officer to find out what the police had managed to discover. The officer answered Alex's questions, though he kept glancing at Sarah's, or rather at her massive rifle she carried on her back. After leading Alex and Sarah's to the closed storage unit, the officer said goodbye, tipping his hat slightly, and, as he had been ordered, simply left without asking any extra questions. All right, let's take a look. Hopefully this will be quick, Alex said, approaching the closed storage unit. What's that smell? It's absolutely disgusting, Sarah said, covering her nose and showing with her entire expression that she was nauseated by the stench. And what does it smell like to you? Alex asked before opening the storage unit. I don't know. Like rotten eggs. Really strong, Sarah said, still covering her nose. Oh no, not this. Alex groaned, realizing what kind of smell Sarah's had picked up. Sarah's looked at Alex, and immediately understood that he knew exactly why the place reeked of rotten eggs. Alex, meanwhile, was hoping it was just some idiot who had filled an entire storage unit with eggs that eventually went bad. Sighing, Alex opened the unit, and saw 5 bodies scattered across the space. And when Alex opened the unit, Sarah's felt the foul rotten egg smell even more intensely. Alex grimaced at what he saw. In a normal situation, one might think it was just unlucky robbers, if not for one, but all of them were dressed in black suits, angelic blades lay beside them, and the interior of the storage unit was filled with rare items, from old weapons to paintings. Alex crouched beside one of the corpses and gently pushed aside the edge of the jacket, revealing a stab wound in the chest from a blade. Examining the other bodies, Alex realized that only the first one looked like it had been killed suddenly, while the rest appeared to have died anything but peacefully. And near one of the corpses, Alex found a witch's pouch. And Alex immediately understood who this storage unit belonged to, and who had killed these demons. Sarah's, meanwhile, stood behind Alex, peeking over his shoulder and watching him work. She saw Alex pick up a small pouch, and she wanted to know what it was. Especially she was curious about what had happened here, considering the condition of the bodies. Sarah's began inspecting the interior of the storage unit, looking at the various items. After all, she had once been a police officer and decided to use her knowledge to find clues. What the hell did that idiot do here? Alex said, standing up from his crouch. Look, there's an empty box here. Maybe that's what they came for. Sarah said, finding an empty open box. Hearing Sarah's words, Alex walked over to the female vampire and looked over her shoulder, and saw the box she was talking about. It was an expensive-looking box with a small indentation inside, shaped as if an amulet had once lain there. Alex approached the box and examined it from all sides, and saw intricate inscriptions mixed with a trap. If someone opened this box incorrectly, the opener would die. Seeing this, Alex was finally convinced that his suspicions were correct, when he fully understood who this storage unit belonged to. Sarah's watched Alex from the side, and her intuition told her that Alex knew exactly what was going on here. After all, she had already been to crime scenes involving vampires, but this place was different. All right, we're done here. Time to head back, Alex said, placing the box back where it was. So what happened here? We can't just leave these bodies and walk away, Sarah said, wanting answers from Alex. These were demons. And there's a power shift happening in hell right now, Alex said, looking at Sarah's calmly. Demons. Those demons. With horns and hooves. The ones who live in hell and torment people. Sarah's asked in a stuttering tone, staring at Alex. Almost. They're more like black smoke that likes crawling up people's asses. And real idiots. All right, let's go, I'll explain everything on the way. We've still got a couple of places to visit before heading back, Alex said, lighting a cigarette. Sarah's was stunned by Alex's words that demons existed. She was still getting used to the fact that vampires were real, and now it turned out demons were real too. For a brief moment Sarah's felt dizzy from this information, and she looked again at the dead bodies and realized these corpses were demons. Seeing Sarah's stunned expression, Alex tactfully refrained from mentioning that angels were real too. Patting Sarah's on the shoulder, Alex beckoned the stunned Draculina to follow him. On the way back to the motorcycle, Alex explained to Sarah's how to fight demons, including salt, holy water, and exorcism rituals. Listening to Alex, Sarah's tried to pull herself together and listen carefully, and she wanted to know if Integra and Alucard knew about demons. To lighten the mood, Alex decided to joke a little, telling a couple of ridiculous stories about how he had caught demons in the past. Hearing Alex's first joke, Sarah's was still lost in thought, but upon hearing the joke, she immediately burst out laughing. After Alex joked, Sarah's quickly pulled herself together and decided to hear more similar stories from him. But by that time they had already reached the police perimeter. Alex quickly explained to the officers that the bodies could be taken to the morgue, and that was it. Returning to the motorcycle, Alex lit a cigarette and pulled his phone from his pocket. Leaning against the motorcycle, Alex dialed 666. Sarah sat on the motorcycle, watching Alex talk on the phone, and tried to listen in on who he was speaking to. From the conversation she clearly heard Alex calling someone a stupid and useless idiot several times. Finishing the call, Alex tossed the cigarette and got on the motorcycle. "Are we going back to Helsing?" Sarah's asked, wrapping her arms around Alex's waist. "No. We're going to meet a kicked-out mutt," Alex said, starting the motorcycle engine. "Is that the one you were talking to on the phone and calling a useless idiot?" Sarah's asked, peeking over Alex's shoulder. "You guessed it. I need him out of London, as fast as possible," Alex said, twisting the throttle and driving forward. Sarah's nodded slightly, still not fully understanding who this person was or why Alex wanted him to leave London. Alex drove back into London, toward an old, remote pub that few people visited because of its location. Sitting behind Alex on the motorcycle, Sarah's wondered where they were going, but she began asking questions about demons to better understand them. Seeing no reason not to tell her, Alex slowed the motorcycle slightly, to enjoy the ride with Sarah's and at the same time tell her a couple of funny stories from his work. Half an hour later on the motorcycle, Alex and Sarah's arrived at the remote pub. Turning off the engine, Alex looked around and noticed that the streets in this area were quite empty. Getting off the motorcycle after Alex, Sarah's began to feel a little nervous because she didn't know why they had come to this place. But she quickly pulled herself together, reminding herself that she was a vampire. Before entering the pub, Alex prudently hid Sarah's massive rifle, so as not to attract unnecessary attention. As soon as Alex and Sarah stepped into the pub, they were immediately hit by a strong smell of cigarette smoke and cheap alcohol. From the strong smell, Sarah's grimaced slightly. Alex, meanwhile, scanned the room filled with drunks who looked back at him. Ignoring the stares of the drunks, Alex led Sarah's to the far corner of the pub. "So you finally managed to escape your daddy." "What luck," Alex said, sitting down at the table. The person Alex was talking to turned out to be Crowley, who looked like a beaten dog, dressed in his usual but now worn-out suit. Crowley himself didn't react to Alex's jab, all because he knew who he was dealing with and who Alex was friends with. Sarah sat next to Alex and took a closer look at the man Alex had come to meet. Sarah's didn't understand who this person was who looked like a bankrupt businessman. But in some ways Sarah's thoughts were correct. After all, Crowley was the former king of hell. Crowley looked up at Alex, taking a sip of the cheapest whiskey from his glass. Crowley looked at Alex and gave only a brief glance at Sarah's, recognizing the Helsing emblem on her uniform. Crowley, being the king of hell, knew perfectly well what Helsing was and what kind of monster resided there. The only thing that surprised him was that another vampire had appeared in Helsing's service, and seeing Alex next to her, Crowley quickly understood that Alex couldn't just be here, especially near Helsing, considering Alex's identity as death. "Came to laugh, just like the Winchesters." "And you even brought a new girlfriend?" Crowley asked, looking at Alex. "I'd like to say yes, but from the look on your face I can see you're already feeling pretty shitty." "So, Crowley, how did you manage to escape?" Alex said, lighting a cigarette. At Alex's words, Crowley gripped his glass so hard he nearly crushed it. Alex could clearly hear Crowley grinding his teeth in anger, knowing perfectly well what Crowley had been through. Alex could have pitied Crowley. After all, he was partly responsible for what had happened to him. But Alex felt no pity for an idiot like Crowley, who had repeatedly stabbed the Winchesters in the back. Sarah's, meanwhile, looked back and forth between Alex and Crowley with interest, fully aware that she didn't understand something in this conversation. "He killed my dog. Put me on a leash like a mangy mutt. Made me lick the floor," Crowley said, clutching his glass of cheap whiskey. "He killed Juliet." "That's sad to hear," Alex said, nodding slightly. Hearing Alex's comment, Crowley narrowed his eyes slightly, trying to see mockery in Alex's eyes, but saw only that Alex genuinely sympathized with the death of the hellhound. Even Sarah's expressed her condolences for the death of the pet, not even knowing that this pet was a hellhound. "And what do you want?" "You didn't come here just for fun," Crowley said, looking at Alex with a blank expression. "Because of what you did, you need to get out of London, before that bastard sends even more demons after your head. There are already enough problems here without you," Alex said, tapping his finger on the table. "He won't find me. This time I'm prepared. No matter how many he sends after me, he won't find me," Crowley said, smirking slightly. Let me guess, it's because of the amulet around your neck, Alex said, pointing at the simple-looking amulet hanging from Crowley's neck. At least you're more observant than the Winchesters, Crowley said, nodding slightly. You're probably forgetting who you're talking to, Crowley. Or has my friendship with the Winchesters made you forget who I really am and what I can do to you? Alex said, narrowing his eyes at Crowley. Crowley looked at Alex, and of course he knew who or what Alex was. And of course Crowley thought he could joke with Alex the same way he did with the Winchesters. But Crowley forgot that he wasn't actually familiar with Alex, only with the Winchesters. Sarah's noticed how the atmosphere in the pub changed when Alex looked at Crowley. At that moment Sarah's felt a shiver run down her spine from Alex's gaze alone. Crowley lowered his eyes to Alex's hand, on which the ring of death gleamed on his index finger, direct proof of Alex's identity. What Crowley still couldn't understand was why the new death was hanging around with the Winchesters and behaving this way. But he always kept those questions to himself, fully aware of what could await him at any moment. Fine, don't get worked up. I'm just saying. And where am I supposed to go? You think I can just go back? Crowley said, raising his hands. Seek protection from Dean and Sam. I think they'll take you in, Alex said, leaning back in his chair. And end up on a leash again. No thanks, Crowley said, immediately refusing Alex's offer. This isn't an offer. I'll call Dean, and they'll pick you up. Better to be on a leash in the bunker than a mutt on a leash with your daddy. Your choices are limited, Alex said, leaning forward slightly. Crowley frowned slightly at Alex's words and began weighing all his options. He looked at the amulet that was supposed to hide him from demons. But Crowley fully understood that this amulet wasn't the most reliable protection in his current situation. Quickly weighing the pros and cons, Crowley realized it was better to be on a leash with the Winchesters than back in Lucifer's hands. At least he wouldn't be forced to do anything humiliating, except maybe be insulted at every opportunity, and at least he could talk back to the Winchesters without fear. Having made his decision, Crowley nodded, showing he agreed. Alex smirked and called Dean, explaining the situation. From the conversation with Dean, Alex understood that Crowley had already contacted him, but still hadn't shown up. Alex explained everything to Dean and immediately received a firm no. Alex reminded Dean that this was all part of the plan, and a moment later Dean sighed and agreed to take Crowley to the bunker. Ending the call, Alex put the phone back in his pocket and looked at Crowley. Before you leave, scatter your trail across the world. I'll say it again, I don't need your daddy's hellhounds in London. Am I being clear? Alex said, narrowing his eyes at Crowley. Crystal clear. Damn it, I'd rather deal with the Winchesters. They're way less trouble. Crowley muttered under his breath, grabbing the cheap whiskey from the table. Alex narrowed his eyes slightly, and Crowley immediately disappeared, taking the unfinished bottle of cheap whiskey with him. From the way Crowley vanished, Sarah's nearly fell off her chair. Alex patted Sarah's on the shoulder, explaining how Crowley had done that. Sarah's nodded in stunned silence, wondering who Crowley even was. After all, she fully understood he wasn't an ordinary demon. Just as they were about to leave the pub, Alex realized the bastard Crowley hadn't paid for his whiskey. Alex rolled his eyes in irritation, tossed a couple of bills on the counter, took Sarah's by the hand, and left the pub. Because he was already starting to get annoyed by how the local drunks were looking at Sarah's. Stepping outside, Alex lit a cigarette and sat on the motorcycle. So who was that demon? Sarah's asked cautiously, climbing on behind Alex. The deposed king of hell, Alex said, starting the engine. King? Is that true? He's the king of hell. You were talking to the king of hell. Sarah shouted in surprise, grabbing Alex's shoulders and starting to shake him. I'll say it again, he was deposed. Again. And why are you so surprised? Your mistress is an ancient vampire. Big deal, king of hell. And stop shaking me, it's hard to ride the motorcycle, Alex said while Sarah's continued shaking him. Oh, sorry. It's just. King of hell. Seriously. Sarah said in an embarrassed tone, then shouted in surprise again. Alex couldn't help but glance at Sarah's stunned face and chuckled lightly. On the way back to Helsing, Alex decided to tell her more about Crowley, and about the person he had mentioned in the conversation. Sarah's nodded, trying to process all the information she had learned today. Everything that had happened this evening shook her no less than when she became a vampire. Alex once again couldn't help but note to himself how cute Sarah's could be in such situations, especially her surprised expression. On the way back to Helsing, Sarah's remembered how cautiously Crowley had treated Alex, which clearly showed that the demon was afraid of him. She asked Alex about it. But Alex only smiled and said it was a secret for now. Not getting the answer she wanted, Sarah's pouted slightly and hugged Alex's waist tighter, showing her dissatisfaction. But she knew they weren't close enough yet for him to share big details about his life. Returning to Helsing, Alex and Sarah's immediately went to Integra's office to report on the situation with the bodies. Alex and Sarah's entered the office and looked at Integra, who, with her head bowed, was reviewing documents while Walter stood beside her holding a large stack of papers. Report, Integra said, placing the documents on the desk and raising her gaze to Alex and Sarah's. Just dead demons, Alex said, shrugging slightly. Hearing Alex's words, Integra and Walter frowned slightly, thinking about what he had said. Integra began to feel an oncoming headache from the fact that demons had now decided to show up on British soil. Integra shifted her gaze to Sarah's to hear Sarah's own opinion. But all Sarah's could say was that in the storage unit where the bodies were found, there was a strong smell of rotten eggs and dead human bodies, including an empty box. Integra began massaging the bridge of her nose, thinking about all the possible reasons why demons had decided to appear at such an inconvenient moment. Demons? What the hell are those black-eyed bastards doing in London? Integra asked, narrowing her eyes. There's a power shift happening in hell right now, Alex said, lightly stroking his chin. A power shift? Are you sure? Integra asked, raising an eyebrow slightly. Yeah. Sarah's and I paid a visit to the runaway king of hell, Crowley. He's the one who killed those demons that were chasing him, Alex said, pointing at Sarah's, who immediately nodded. Will this cause problems? Integra asked, immediately getting to the point. No, there won't be any problems. I chased him off, Alex said, shrugging carelessly. Integra looked at Alex with a blank expression, showing she wanted all the details. Nodding, Alex explained the situation without going into too much detail, only mentioning that there was another power shift in hell right now and demons just wanted to catch Crowley. Alex explained why demons wouldn't come to Britain and what he had forced Crowley to do to cover his tracks. Listening to Alex's explanation, Integra narrowed her eyes slightly, becoming more and more convinced that Alex wasn't entirely ordinary, not to mention that he had fought Alucard and come out unharmed. And looking at Alex, Integra wanted to unravel all his secrets, including who or what he really was. But Alex, with all his mannerisms, skillfully avoided revealing more to Integra than she needed to know at that moment. After listening to Alex, Integra gave a slight nod and gestured that Alex could go rest. Alex smiled lightly and waved goodbye. Sarah's also wanted to follow Alex, but Integra stopped her and wanted to hear Sarah's own perspective, since she had been involved too. Sarah's nodded and stayed behind to explain everything. Alex, leaving the office, of course heard Integra's words, but didn't react to them. He thought that if Integra wanted to ask him something, he would answer for a fair price. Alex returned to the room assigned to him, changed into sleepwear with magic, and immediately climbed under the covers. Despite the events of the past few days, Alex didn't feel any fatigue, but he still loved sleeping and never intended to give it up unless there was a very good reason. Already drifting off, Alex caught a familiar scent of roses, wine, and blood. Sighing, Alex opened his eyes and saw a pair of red eyes watching him from the darkness. If you came to fight, let's do it another time. Right now I just want to sleep, Alex said, looking at Alucard who had appeared in his room. Aren't you afraid I'll attack you while you're sleeping? Alucard said lightly, approaching Alex's bed. You can try. Just don't wake me. And don't grope me while I'm sleeping. And don't do anything indecent while I'm sleeping. We're not that close yet. Alex said, gradually sinking into sleep. Listening to Alex's words, a wide smile appeared on Alucard's face, as she watched him fall asleep so quickly, despite what had happened between them yesterday. She became even more convinced that Alex wasn't afraid of her at all, and didn't even fear that she might attack him while he slept. Recalling what had happened between them yesterday, Alucard licked her lips and leaned closer to Alex's face. To inhale Alex's scent, which intoxicated her so much it made her want to possess him completely. Inhaling Alex's scent, Alucard thought that she wasn't obligated to listen to him, after all, they still hadn't determined who stood above whom. Continuing to smile, Alucard ran her fingers across Alex's cheek, feeling the warmth of his skin and his steady breathing as he slept. Stroking Alex's cheek, Alucard brought her face closer to his. We still haven't decided who will submit to whom, my chosen one. And I'm not obligated to listen to you, Alucard whispered, her face just a centimeter from the sleeping Alex's. Alucard looked at the sleeping Alex's face, which was only a centimeter from hers. And such a defenseless appearance stirred in her an immense desire to claim him right then and there. But she immediately dismissed the thought. She wasn't interested in taking her prey while it was defenseless, she wanted to have him when everything was fair. But that didn't stop her from kissing him on the lips once again, just as she had done when they fought. And just as Alucard leaned toward Alex's face, she sensed danger. Alucard leaped back from the sleeping Alex, and looked at the wall, where dozens of red eyes stared at her and strands of black hair protruded, nearly piercing her. Narrowing her eyes slightly, Alucard grinned widely and drew both of her pistols, and at that same moment Janya emerged from the shadows, standing beside the sleeping Alex and looking at Alucard with a blank expression. Janya's hair flowed as she stared at Alucard. Both women looked at each other, and the atmosphere between the two dead women grew more intense with every second, the air in the room becoming colder and colder. Alucard saw herself in Zhangya, but a different version. If you're going to fight, take it somewhere else. You're making it cold in here, Alex muttered sleepily, wrapping himself tighter in the blanket. Hearing Alex's sleepy murmur, Alucard and Zhangya simultaneously turned their heads toward the sleeping Alex, who had already cocooned himself in the blanket. Zhangya shifted her cold gaze back to Alucard and retreated into the shadows, never taking her eyes off Alucard. We're not finished yet, ghost girl. We'll see who he belongs to in the end, Alucard said with a wide smile, holstering her pistols. Zhangya didn't respond to Alucard's words and vanished into the shadows. But to make her position clear, strands of Zhangya's hair shot out from the shadows and severed one of Alucard's arms. Alucard herself didn't react to having her arm cut off. For her, on the contrary, it only made the situation far more interesting. After all, if the one she desired already had an owner, then she wanted to take him for herself even more. And if it was Alex, whom she wanted to possess completely, then Alucard had no intention of backing down. Casting one last glance at Alex, Alucard smiled slightly and passed through the wall, to return to her place. After all, Alex's arrival had made her monotonous life far more interesting. To be continued. I had to show Alex interacting with 3 women to show how quickly Alex is becoming integrated into Hellsing. From there, I think we'll move on with the Hellsing plot. And because I suddenly lost power for almost a day, I had to remember what I wanted to write in this chapter. But I managed to do it. And now that the chapter is written, I'll go finish the rest of the work I couldn't do yesterday due to an unforeseen situation.